The events discussed in this video took place in 2007 in the state of Kansas. And although 16 years have passed since then, this high-profile case has yet to come to a conclusion. On January 5, 2007, 19-year-old Jodi Sanderholm, who lived with her parents in Arkansas City, went to a dance rehearsal that was held at the college where she was attending. On that day, Jodi did not return home and stopped answering her phone. Such behavior was unusual for her, so her parents immediately became concerned and decided to file a missing persons report with the police. Jodi Leanne Sanderholm was born September 26, 1987 in Arkansas City to Brian and Cindy Sanderholm. She was the third child of her parents. She had a brother called Jason and a sister called Jennifer. From a young age, Jodi was fond of dancing. And although it played a large role in Jodi's life, she also did not neglect her studies. She was one of 4 valedictorians in her graduating class. While in high school, Jodi was a member of the National Honor Society, a Kansas State Scholar, a Kansas Board of Regents Scholar, and earned the Outstanding Physics Student of the Year award presented by David Steinmetz. She was a member of the Ark City High School dance team for 4 years. 2 of those 4 years, she was the captain. Jodi was a member instructor of Ark City Dance and a Universal Dance Association instructor. After high school, she attended Cowley College, where she studied pre-pharmacy. While at Cowley, she was a member of the Cowley Tigerette dance line. In 2007, the population of Arkansas City was about 12,000. Jodi's parents, like probably other locals, thought it was a good and relatively safe place to live and raise children. However, after Jodi disappeared and the details of what happened to her became known, many began to realize that safety was only an illusion and that the man was the most dangerous beast. On the morning of January 5, 2007, Jodi drove her car, a Dodge Stratus, to college for a dance rehearsal that was scheduled to end at 10:45. After the rehearsal, she intended to return home. Simbi called her daughter's cell phone several times, but she didn't answer, which was highly unusual. Jodi always kept in touch with her family, and even if she missed a call, she would call back soon. Cindy had a bad feeling about this. She decided to get off work and go home to see if Jodi was all right. When she arrived, she immediately noticed that her daughter's car was not in front of the house, and this only increased her anxiety, because Cindy knew that by this time, Jodi should have been back from rehearsal. Upon entering the house and looking around, Cindy realized that Jodi had not returned home. Her dance uniform, which she put in the washing machine when she returned from rehearsal, was not there or in the hamper for her dirty clothes. The shower stall was dry, although Jodi always showered after dance class. It soon became clear that Jodi had no contact with her father or older sister, Jennifer, either. She had an appointment at noon, to which she never showed up. Cindy and Brian began calling their daughter's friends, hoping to find out where she might be. But after the morning rehearsal ended and Jodi left college, none of her friends saw her. That evening, the college dance team was scheduled to perform at a basketball game with a routine of which Jodi was the choreographer. She wouldn't have missed it of her own free will, but she didn't show up either. At about 6 p.m., still unable to learn anything and without waiting for their daughter to return home, Cindy and Brian contacted the police and reported her missing. Officers from the sheriff's office immediately put together flyers depicting and describing Jodi, began to inquire about her last known whereabouts, and put out an APB on the vehicle she was traveling in. The police learned from Cindy and Brian that Jodi had a boyfriend she had been dating since high school. His name was Colby Wilson. When contacted by phone, he reported that he had been at his brother's house in Texas for several days. The police quickly ruled him out as a potential suspect because his stay in another state was confirmed. The next day, January 6th, was very eventful. Lori Legleiter, Jodi's best friend with whom they had been friends and danced since high school, provided the police with important information. They both enrolled at Cowley College, where they went on to study dance. Lori reported that she left work at Sirloin Stockade in Arkansas City around 10 p.m. Tuesday, January 2nd, and noticed a light blue car drive by the restaurant several times as she left. On her way home, she noticed a car following her in her rear view mirror. "I thought something strange was going on," Lori told the detectives. She decided to see if the car behind her was really following her. so she started turning onto different streets. The driver of the car behind her was doing the same thing, and it really scared Lori. She drove to the local police station and parked next to it, thinking that the stalker would leave her alone. She didn't see him after she stopped, so she drove home again. However, she had to go back to the parking lot near the police station because she saw the car chasing her again. Lori sat in the car for a while before driving home. She told the detectives that she didn't go to the station because she thought it was someone else's stupid prank. But that wasn't really all. On Friday, January 5th, the band Tigerette Dance Line was rehearsing at the college. According to Lori, she and Jodi got there around the same time and, as usual, parked not far from each other. Lori spotted the light blue car again. What's more, she recognized the man behind the wheel. It was a local resident, 23-year-old Justin Thurber. Lori did not know him personally, but had seen him several times in the company of his older brother and his friends. Lori and Jodi left practice at the same time and were supposed to meet up later, but Jodi never showed up for that meeting. Soon, several members of the dance team revealed that they too had seen Justin near the college during the past week. He always sat in his car in the parking lot and just watched. Within the first 24 hours of Jodi's disappearance, police had driven all over the city but could not find her car. Arkansas City is surrounded by fields and wooded areas. They brought in a fixed-wing aircraft to search the area from the air. The car was more difficult to hide than a person because of its size, so the police hoped to be able to see Jodi's car from the air. It was determined that the last time her cell phone signal was received, it was from a cell tower located near the Kaw Wildlife Area. This is a vast, wooded area along the Arkansas River. At this point in the investigation, only one person, Justin Eugene Thurber, who was identified by Lori Leglider and other members of the dance group, was considered as a person who might be involved in the disappearance of Jodi Sanderholm. It is important to note here that despite his young age, Thurber was well known to the police. 3 years earlier, in 2004, he had been charged with illegal possession of banned substances. He eventually received a suspended sentence and was released. 3 months after that, he was arrested for theft and probation violation. In October 2005, he was charged with disorderly conduct. 3 months later, he was arrested for petty theft and again found to be in possession of a controlled substance. On December 31st, 2006, which was just 6 days before Jodi disappeared, Thurber was arrested again for theft. That same day, after paying a $3,000 bail, he was free. Having had a merry New Year's Eve, the next day, January 1st, he began impersonating a police officer and disrupting public order. When the real cops came for him, Thurber complained of chest pain and was taken to the hospital instead of the station. Why he was not arrested after his discharge from the hospital remains unclear, nor is it quite clear why he managed to get away with it all the time. A relative of his who works for the Cowley County Police may have contributed to this, but that's only a guess. That same day, January 6th, a police officer saw Thurber's car, a light blue Cadillac, parked outside his parents' house and decided to talk to him. His father invited the officer into the house. When the police officer asked Justin where he had been yesterday, he said he had driven his car to Winfield, a town about 13 miles outside of Arkansas City, in the morning. There, according to Justin, he met up with his friend and 2 of his friend's buddies, whom he did not personally know very well. Next, the 4 of them began driving around the countryside in a car belonging to one of his friend's buddies until the car got stuck on a dirt road near Cedar Vale. Then, as Thurber claimed, he walked toward Arkansas City, which is about 30 miles from Cedar Vale. After 6 hours, he got tired of walking and called his father to pick him up. Thurber's father confirmed what he said, saying he picked Justin up wet and dirty, a couple of miles from Cowley State Fishing Lake. Justin also told the police officer that his car, which he left in Winfield, had been returned by friends. The story wasn't very convincing, but there was nothing to charge Thurber with yet, so the officer left. That same evening, officers spoke with Alexis Swartzel, who recently ended a 3-year relationship with Thurber. She told officers Thurber often took her to the Kaw Wildlife Area, southeast of Arkansas City, and she pointed out places she and Thurber would visit. When the police informed Alexis that they were investigating the disappearance of Jodi Sanderholm, She was very surprised and said that Justin had once said that he had begun watching Jodi when he was 13 years old. He would peep at her when she was swimming in the pool in her backyard and sometimes in the evenings, peek through the window in her room, and wait for her to start changing clothes. Police asked Alexis about her reasons for breaking up with Thurber, to which she said she had broken up with him because he was too abusive and had strange tendencies that were becoming more and more frequent. On several occasions, she said, during intimacy, he would choke her unconscious. On top of that, he asked her to fight him because he could not get aroused any other way. It was becoming more and more obvious to the police by the minute that Justin Thurber might be involved in Jodi's disappearance. The police had no evidence to link him to the girl's disappearance. But late in the evening of January 6th, Thurber was arrested anyway. Detective Eric Mata arrested Thurber on bail revocation and suspicion of criminal trespass because the investigation into Jodi Sanderholm's disappearance revealed that Thurber was on the college campus where the detective believed Thurber should not be. Thurber told Mata that he wanted to talk to his lawyer. At the same time, police officers arrived at Justin's parents' house with a search warrant. The officers took the shoes Justin had been wearing the day before when his father picked him up. The shoes were wet and were drying on a towel. Thurber's father told police he helped his son clean the mud off the shoes. The clothes Justin was wearing when his father picked him up were also recovered, but by this time, he had had time to wash them. The next day, January 7th, searchers trained to identify human activity in rugged terrain set to work in the Kaw Wildlife Area. They found shoe prints that matched Justin Thurber's, as well as several other smaller shoe prints. As darkness fell, they decided to continue the search the next day. On the way home, some searchers drove past Cowley County State Fishing Lake and decided to stop because they heard Thurber was wet when his father picked him up. They discovered a muddy tire track, muddy shoe prints near a public restroom, mail addressed to Jodi Sanderholm's parents in a chemical toilet, dance shoes in another toilet, and a flip-flop sandal. Investigators later retrieved cut-off sweatshirts, a wallet containing Jodi Sanderholm's driver's license and social security card, her black leotard, a tigerette jacket with Jodi Sanderholm's first name on the front, a vehicle floor mat, and a car seat cushion. The sandal matched the impressions found at the Kaw Wildlife Area. Searchers spent the next 2 days around Cowley County State Fishing Lake in the Kaw Wildlife Area. On January 9th, specialists with sonar brought in to survey the bottom of the lake discovered Jodi's sunken car. On the same day, the Hope of the Sanderholm Family Ulcer Guide, Jodi's naked body was found under a pile of leaves, logs, and twigs at the Kaw Wildlife Area. Authorities found DNA evidence linking Justin Thurber to both Jodi's car and her body. The car had been in the lake for more than 3 days, so police feared that the water that filled the interior had destroyed all evidence. That was partly true. Forensics spent a great many hours before they found a short hair in the interior. Carrie Melton, director of the Forensic DNA Testing Lab, ran mitochondrial DNA tests on the hair found on the driver's seat of Jodi Sanderholm's car and concluded that it was almost certainly Justin Thurber's hair. Barbara Lale, an employee of a private DNA testing company, tested samples taken from Jodi Sanderholm's right biceps and right side of her chest. She concluded that Thurber could not have been excluded as a participant, although 99% of the population could have been excluded. Cell tower data showed that on the day Jodi disappeared, her phone and Justin Thurber's phone were in the same areas at the same time. Lori Leglighter, Jodi's best friend, said she saw Thurber in the college parking lot the day she disappeared. When the police looked at the camera footage provided by the college administration, they were convinced that Lori was telling the truth. Thurber was in the college parking lot at the same time rehearsal was going on, and he left that parking lot at the same time as Jodi. The tape showed that Thurber followed Jodi in his light blue Cadillac. Based on the fact that letters addressed to Jodi's parents were found near the lake, investigators speculated that Thurber had followed Jodi from the college to her home, and when she got out to retrieve the letters from the mailbox, he attacked her, pushed her into her own car, and drove her away. That theory was confirmed when a shoe print identical to the sole of Justin Thurber's sneakers was found next to the Sanderholm family mailbox. As previously mentioned, footprints of Thurber's shoes and smaller shoe impressions were found at the Kaw Wildlife Area. It was determined that these were the footprints of Jodi's shoes found at the fishing lake, along with her other belongings. Thurber's footprints and Jodi's footprints in the preserve were located side by side, walking along them. At one point, the searchers saw that Jodi's footprints were interrupted, and Justin's footprints went deep into the woods. This meant that he was carrying the girl further on his own. His shoe prints were also found where the body had been found. All three of the people Justin said he had been with the day of Jodi's disappearance denied what he said. They had not seen Thurber that day, which meant his story about the car being stuck near Cedarvale was a fabrication. The three officers drove Thurber to Cedarvale so he could show them where he said he was. Thurber was unable to determine where he said the car was stuck. Back at the police station, Thurber volunteered to take a polygraph test. He also requested that his relative, Chad Monroe, who worked for the Cowley County Sheriff's Office, be present during the questioning. The evidence found was sufficient to indict Justin Thurber. He himself denied guilt, and the judge set his bail at $1 million. Thurber's attorneys tried to convince the court that he was mentally retarded and incompetent, but were unable to do so. Thurber had graduated from high school and even attended college for some time, so the judge found the defense claim of his mental retardation unproven. The medical examiner who conducted the autopsy testified at the trial. He said that the first time he looked at the body, he had no doubt that the last hours of Jodi's life were very painful. Her entire body and face were covered with bruises and abrasions. There were clear signs of strangulation on her neck. It was strangulation that was named as the cause of death of Jodi Sanderholm. I can't say all the information about what the medical examiner found during the autopsy. Not all horror movie maniacs are as brutal as Thurber was to Jodi. Without going into detail, and at the same time to give you some idea of what happened at the Caw Wildlife Area, I will say the following. The crime was motivated by carnal desire, and Thurber committed the crime with a stick. At trial, in addition to Thurber's ex-girlfriend, 6 other women testified, each claiming that the defendant stalked her. One of them was a co-worker of his. In one case, she even had to call the police to have an officer walk her to her car after work. It was already dark, and she was afraid to go to the parking lot because she saw Justin waiting for her. Earlier, he had left a rose and a note under the windshield wiper of her car saying he liked her and wanted to get to know her better. Several witnesses said they saw Jodi Sanderholm's car on January 5, 2007. Carrie Morris, a friend of Jodi's, noticed that Jodi was sitting in the passenger seat as their cars passed each other in Arkansas City shortly after noon. Morris reported that the man behind the wheel of Jodi's car appeared to be a large man. She called Jodi's cell phone, but received no answer. 2 other women reported seeing a vehicle that looked like Jodi Sanderholm's car while driving on a dirt road south of Arkansas City around 3 p.m. One of them said the driver was Thurber and identified him in court. On February 17, 2009, the jury reached a unanimous verdict, finding Thurber guilty on all accounts and recommending that he be sentenced to death. Realizing what sentence the judge would hand down, Thurber tried to negotiate a plea bargain. His lawyer told the prosecutor that Justin would plead guilty if he were not given the capital punishment. Jodi's family opposed such a deal. The presiding judge took the jury's decision into consideration and sentenced Thurber to death by lethal injection in March 2009. In 2008, the state of Kansas signed the Jodi Act, which, among other things, expands police authority over stalking suspects and expands the list of actions that can be considered stalking. Since the sentencing, Justin Thurber has not abandoned his attempts to appeal the court's decision. His attorneys are trying to prove that Thurber is mentally retarded. In 2018, the Kansas Supreme Court postponed Thurber's death sentence, citing a Supreme Court of the United States ruling that the execution of defendants, even those with mild developmental disabilities, is unconstitutional. The Sanderholm family said a competency hearing was held during the original trial, and Thurber was found to be fully competent at the time. Jodi's mother, Cindy Sanderholm, sat in the courtroom 11 years after her daughter's passing. She said that Thurber had written letters to other girls while in prison, and this should show that he was competent. That's sick. It's just sick, Cindy said. It tells you that he is competent enough to reach out to people and write letters. He knows what he is doing. I'm sure Jodi, pleaded for her life, and he didn't give it to her. She didn't get a second choice. She didn't get a second chance, she added. In August 2021, the Kansas Supreme Court issued an opinion announcing that a state law passed in 2020 allows Thurber, who is appealing a death sentence, to seek appointment by the Cowley County District Court of an attorney to assist in post-conviction DNA testing. Thus, even 16 years after Jodi Sanderholm's passing, the final word in this case has yet to be spoken. It should also be noted that no one has been executed since Kansas reinstated the death penalty in 1994. The last time anyone was executed in Kansas was in 1965. Since then, besides Thurber, 9 other people have been sentenced to death, but no sentence has been carried out. We haven't executed anyone in that time frame, and there's no timetable to have any other future executions, said Adam Pfannenstiel, the communication spokesperson for Kansas Department of Corrections. I think it's a little shocking that Kansas reinstated the death penalty over 20 years ago, and there's not a plan yet, said Jennifer Aldrich, Jodi's older sister. I thought this would have been something that would have been discussed 20 years ago when it was reinstated. Therefore, even if Thurber's death sentence is upheld, there is a good chance that it will never be carried out. 39-year-old Justin Thurber remains at the maximum security El Dorado Correctional Facility in Butler County, Kansas. According to a Kansas Legislative Post-Audit Committee report published in 2014, each of the inmates serving time in administrative segregation at El Dorado comes with an annual cost of nearly $49,000. Further, it is not only the cost to house an inmate sentenced to death. Taxpayers also pay nearly 4 times the price to prosecute a case where the death penalty if pursued by the prosecution. $395,000 per case compared to only $100,000 per case when the death penalty is not sought. For the Sanderholms, taxes are added insult to an unbearable injury and a grueling wait for justice in the case of their daughter Jodi. It hurts me so bad every week when I see my paycheck, and I know I'm paying tax money to feed him, said Brian Sanderholm. Death is what he deserves, and that's what the law stated, said Cindy Sanderholm. So we need to get the law fixed so we can use it. If it was your daughter, your son, it was our daughter, what would you want to have happen? Asked Brian Sanderholm. Most regrettably, Cynthia and Sanderholm, Jodi's mother, passed away on December 2, 2022 at the age of 63. The case of Shannon Starbucks. Shannon Starbucks, a 42-year-old woman, was born on April 19, 1969, in Anderson, Indiana, as the youngest child with 2 older brothers. Her parents eventually divorced and started new families, resulting in additional siblings for Shannon. On December 3, 2011, Shannon was discovered on the floor of her bedroom, positioned in a suggestive manner. An erotic massager was placed on her stomach, indicating a clear attempt to humiliate her after death. The police immediately suspected foul play due to the numerous bruises and scrapes on her body. A medical examiner later confirmed that some of the injuries were caused by a stun gun, and evidence suggested that her body had been moved. The official cause of death was determined to be strangulation. The detectives assigned to solve the case faced a difficult task. They needed to reconstruct the final hours of Shannon's life and identify the perpetrator. Shannon, a mother of 5, had been reported missing by her ex-husband, Clay Starbucks, a day before her body was found. Clay, 47, had alerted the authorities that he had been unable to contact Shannon since December 1st at approximately 3 p.m. Shannon sent a text to her daughter saying she couldn't pick up the kids from school because she wasn't feeling well. She asked them to wait for their father, claiming she had already informed him of the change in plans. However, his phone was turned off, so he didn't know what was going on. The younger siblings, Marshall and Serena, were tired and hungry, so 15-year-old Logan decided to call her older brother Austin for help. She asked him to drive them to their father's house, which was just a couple of blocks away. When they arrived, Austin said he couldn't reach their mother either. He thought maybe she had turned off her phone to rest. Austin put the kids in the car and drove them to their father's house. Clay was surprised to see them but was happy to spend time with his kids. Since the older kids had lived with him after the divorce, and the younger ones had stayed with their mother, Clay decided to enjoy the unexpected visit and didn't contact Shannon. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened with her. Clay expected to see Shannon at the school basketball game that evening, but she didn't show up. The next day, December 2nd, Clay took the kids to school and then went to Shannon's house. The front door was locked and the blinds were closed. Since he didn't have a spare key, he couldn't get in. Clay sent a message saying that if Shannon didn't show up by 7 p.m., he would contact the police. After waiting until the agreed time, Clay went to the police station to report Shannon Starbucks' disappearance. 2 sheriff's deputies visited her address but found nothing suspicious, so they returned to the station. The officer told Clay to wait one more day. If he still hadn't heard from Shannon after that, he should return to the station. The next day, Clay returned to the police station, and it was then that he discovered he wasn't the only one looking for Shannon. A friend and her mother had also reported being unable to contact her, which was unusual for Shannon. This new information prompted the police to take the case more seriously. It had been 48 hours since Shannon's disappearance, and several people were worried about her. The police visited Shannon's home again. Upon entering the residence, they found no signs of forced entry or robbery. Initially, everything appeared to be in order. However, when they entered Shannon's bedroom, they discovered the disturbing truth. Shannon Starbucks' disappearance was a result of a brutal murder. In her room, investigators found an unmade bed with a blanket nearby, but the sheet was missing, and the mattress cover had red stains. Her cell phone and diary were on the dresser. Forensic experts examined the room for fingerprints, finding 12 latent prints on the massager box and bathroom mirror, while some surfaces had been wiped clean. DNA analysis was conducted on traces found in common areas, and specialists took scrapings from under Shannon's nails, face, and neck. Detectives believed the murder occurred after Shannon got out of the shower and her body was moved to the bed and then the floor. The missing sheet was found in the washing machine, suggesting the perpetrator tried to eliminate evidence. Clay arrived at Shannon's house by noon to find out what had happened to his ex-wife. However, the scene at her yard was ominous, with yellow tape cordoning off the area, an ambulance, and several police cars parked near the lawn. Clay was the first to be informed of the tragic event. To gather more information about Shannon and her lifestyle, the detectives questioned Clay after he had calmed down. He explained that he and his ex-wife had a morning routine where he would take the younger kids to school and she would pick them up afterwards. However, on December 1st, his car broke down a few blocks from home, disrupting their routine. Clay had texted Shannon to ask her to take the kids to school. It was supposed to warm up around 11 a.m., but when he tried to start the car again, it still wouldn't start. He gave up and went back inside to take a nap. Clay slept for several hours without being disturbed, during which time his cell phone ran out of battery. To support his story, he showed the police his correspondence with his ex-wife, Shannon. Initially, everything seemed to add up. Clay was cooperative, providing his cell phone, DNA, and fingerprints. He also expressed concern for Shannon, explaining that their divorce had made her more vulnerable. When asked for more information, Clay revealed that Shannon had joined a dating site after becoming single. As an attractive woman, she had many admirers. According to Clay, she might have been seeing multiple people at the same time, and one of them might have been responsible for her death. Unfortunately, he didn't have any specific names to share. During the conversation, Clay became emotional and cried, struggling to accept Shannon's death. After recording his statement, the police sent him home. He had to break the news of their mother's death to their children. At the start of the investigation, the case surrounding Shannon Starbucks' demise was gathering momentum. Investigators questioned the Shannon family's neighbors, focusing on every detail, especially reports of unfamiliar people and vehicles in recent weeks. An autopsy revealed severe injuries, including chest trauma consistent with the use of a stun gun, 10 broken ribs, and head and body injuries likely caused by a blunt object. The severity of the injuries made it difficult to determine the exact time of death, but the expert estimated that Shannon's life ended between December 1st, 2002. Scratches on her body suggested that she had been moved, and her broken neck bones supported this theory. The medical examiner found evidence of strangulation using a soft object, possibly a hand, towel, or sheet. A breakthrough in the case came from the analysis of body samples, which revealed male DNA. This suggested that the suspect might be one of Shannon's close male acquaintances, including her ex-husband or secret admirers. Clay Starbuck, her ex-husband, has cooperated fully with the investigation, including undergoing a medical examination to check for any injuries or harm. Detectives suspected that the perpetrator might have been injured during the struggle, but Clay showed no signs of injury on his hands. The investigators then examined their sons, 21-year-old Austin and 18-year-old Blake. The only issue that arose was the presence of old cuts on the older son's hands, but these were explained by his job at a window manufacturing plant. During conversations with the sons, some facts were established that would later become clearer. The children knew that after the divorce, their mother had been dating and they disapproved of it. They had seen explicit photos on their mother's laptop, leading them to wonder if she might have been targeted by an online predator. It was clear that the sons loved their mother and were deeply shaken by her death. However, they had disagreed with the changes she had been making in her life. In a subsequent interview, Clay expressed himself more clearly. He blamed Shannon's behavior for his family's problems while he was away on business, especially her frequent encounters with other men. Clay even suspected that Marshall might not be his biological son, but he loved him regardless. Clay believed that after their relationship ended, Shannon started to indulge excessively and not appropriately for her age. He disapproved of her dropping off the kids at his place when she went on dates. By this point, investigators had not only spoken to Clay and the children but also interviewed Shannon's relatives and friends. The detectives developed a more comprehensive understanding of the deceased and her family. Shannon had always dreamed of having a big, loving family. Growing up, she was a kind and modest person who loved to draw and was very good at it, winning many awards. At 20, she met 25-year-old Clay Starbuck in Florida, where she had moved with her family when she was young. Clay was on vacation from Alaska. They were introduced by friends at a party and hit it off right away. That night, Shannon learned a lot about Clay. He had gone to school in Colorado to learn about diesel mechanics and later worked on the Trans-Alaskan Pipeline, which paid well. However, he was already married with 2 kids. Despite his complicated past, Shannon wasn't discouraged. She actually saw it as a plus, thinking it gave him valuable experience for their future together. Shannon and Clay got married soon after meeting. As Clay's new wife, she moved in with her husband. At first, she struggled to adjust to her new surroundings in the weather, but she quickly settled in. Shannon's married life wasn't as perfect as she had envisioned. Her husband Clay was often away, leaving her to manage the household by herself. However, her love for him gave her the strength to carry on, knowing that his work shifts would eventually end and he would return to her. In the meantime, she took on the role of mother to his children from his previous marriage and soon gave birth to their own son, Austin, followed by another son, Blake, 3 years later. In 1996, they welcomed a daughter, Logan, who was later diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Shannon accepted her daughter's diagnosis with love and care, becoming her closest companion. The family was later completed with the arrival of another daughter, Serena. Shannon devoted herself to her children's well-being, education, and spiritual growth. She was also known for her cooking, crafts, and other hobbies within their community. However, she was so focused on being a caring mother and a loving wife that she didn't realize her husband was having an affair at work. When she discovered his affair, she felt deeply betrayed and shocked. This led her to file for divorce in 2000, marking the beginning of a new chapter in her life. She still had feelings for her ex-husband, so she moved to Arizona to start fresh and eased the pain of their separation. There, she attempted to start a new relationship, but it didn't work out because she realized she still loved her ex, Clay. Clay was also reaching out to her and asking her to come back, claiming he had changed. Believing him, she gave him another chance. In February 2001, they had a son named Marshall, their 5th child. However, instead of strengthening their relationship, Marshall's birth created new tensions. Even when they formally remarried in February 2006, their relationship remained strained. 6 months later, the family moved to Deer Park, Washington. Clay's work kept him away, leaving Shannon to care for the children and manage the household. She kept her family entertained by organizing outings and parties at home. However, the frequent time spent apart put a strain on her marriage, creating doubts and mistrust that eventually led to a permanent separation in February 2010. Crossing into her 40s, Shannon started to rebuild her life with the hope of finding love again. She was determined not to give up or make the same mistakes as before. Even when her ex-husband Clay suffered a serious injury, Shannon chose not to go back to him. However, she still provided him with support and help. In February 2011, Clay quit his job and moved to Deer Park to be closer to his children in Chonnan. Although he hoped Chonnan would take him back, she didn't feel the same way. She had finally found freedom and was enjoying it. After Clay's surgery, Austin and Blake moved in with him, enjoying more independence from their mother. Shannon started a new chapter, finding a part-time job and enrolling in a dental assistant course to support her family since Clay stopped paying child support due to illness. The children stayed with Clay on Wednesdays and every other weekend. And by summer's end, Shannon completed her certification and was ready for her next goal. Shannon Starbucks had been seeking a fresh start, creating a dating profile in hopes of meeting someone special and leaving her past heartache behind. She regretted spending her best years with a man who didn't appreciate her and was capable of deceit. Tragically, her dreams were cut short one December morning when she became Shannon of a heinous crime. Her funeral, held on December 10, 2011, was attended by a large number of people, a testament to her bright and sincere personality. She was laid to rest at a cemetery in Orlando. The investigation into her death was swift, thanks to public attention. Detectives focused on her ex-husband Clay, verifying his alibi for December 1st. His fingerprints didn't match those at the crime scene, so they checked his story against databases and examined Shannon's phone, laptop, and diary for other potential suspects. Detectives thoroughly examined Shannon's mobile phone, leading them to add several individuals to the list of suspects. These men had been in contact with her through a dating site, raising suspicions about their potential involvement. One suspect, Tom Walker, had arranged a date with Shannon for December 5th, just hours before her death. Their conversations had been candid, and they had exchanged photos. However, when Tom Walker requested that Shannon take a photo using an adult toy, she declined. Notably, her body was later discovered in the exact pose that Tom Walker had mentioned. Within an hour, detectives located Tom Walker, who was shocked not only by the news of Shannon's death, but also by being considered a suspect. He promptly provided an explanation for his activities on the day of her death, which was corroborated by his colleagues in surveillance footage. The next individual on the list was John Wilson, who had scheduled a meeting with Shannon on December 1st. An examination of their correspondence revealed. The investigation revealed that the suitor, whose real name was John Kinlawn, had no intention of a serious relationship with Shannon and had used a fake identity. He was married and worked in a different field than he claimed, which explained his secretive behavior. When questioned, Kinlawn had an alibi for the time of the crime, which was corroborated, and he was released after providing a DNA sample. The investigation was back to square one, but a breakthrough came when detectives examined Shannon's mobile phone. They discovered that a 911 call had been made from the phone on the morning of December 1st, but it had been deleted from the call log. After retrieving the call, they found it contained only the sounds of sobbing and rustling before abruptly ending. Shannon's phone records revealed a failed call and 11 messages sent after her death. GPS data confirmed her phone was at home, where she was killed after dropping her kids at school. The suspect tried to mislead the investigation and was found to be close to the Shannon family, even using a nickname for the youngest son. After uncovering this information, Clay's statements were examined more closely. He had a clear motive for killing his ex-wife, as divorce can be difficult for some partners to accept. Additionally, he had the perfect opportunity, knowing her daily routine. As a result, authorities decided to track the suspect's car route again, this time using footage from street surveillance cameras. This is when the officer's suspicions became clearer. It turned out that Clay's car had not broken down. At the same time, results from another analysis arrived, showing that DNA material collected from Shannon's body matched the suspect's samples exactly. When Shannon returned home, a heated argument broke out, which ultimately led to her death. The unusual position of her body was a deliberate act of vengeance by Clay, who was enraged by her newfound freedom. After the murder, Clay stayed in the house and impersonated Shannon in text messages. It became clear that his intentions to harm her may have been long-standing. A friend's conversation with detectives took on new significance, revealing that Clay and Shannon's relationship was troubled. Shannon had confided in friends that she was tired of Clay's controlling behavior and criticism and had feared he might harm her if she ever left him. In fact, Shannon had contacted the police multiple times between June and November 2011, reporting that Clay was stalking her and making her feel unsafe in her own home. She had become so fearful that she refused to give anyone a spare key to her house. Ultimately, Shannon secured a restraining order against Clay, limiting their communication to text messages. A thorough examination of her diary revealed that she not only feared her former lover but also believed he was manipulating their children against her. Clay had been spreading vicious rumors and portraying her as promiscuous. As a result, when he was arrested on February 6, 2012, the children refused to believe he was involved. The discovery of a tracking program on Shannon's laptop, a hard drive labeled Shannon's desktop computer in Clay's house, and printed correspondences did not seem to disturb them. The older children questioned the authenticity of the DNA analysis, thinking the accusations against their father were unbelievable and the case was fabricated. However, law enforcement and other relatives had a different perspective. At the trial, the prosecution presented a substantial amount of physical evidence and testimonies, confidently demonstrating Clay's guilt. In June 2013, justice was served when Clay Starbuck was found guilty of first-degree deprivation of life under aggravating circumstances and disrespect to human remains. He was sentenced to life without parole. His 2015 appeal was denied. He's serving time in Spokane County. Shannon's family grieves her loss, but the children siding with their father hurts more. His obsession led to revenge, leaving the children without a mother or father. Arem Thompson was born on November 30, 1998, to Lynette and Aaron. As a young girl, she lived with her father, Arem Thompson, and his pregnant girlfriend, Sheila Labar. She lived with 7 other children in the house in Aurora, Colorado, ranging in age from 6 to 15, which included Arem's older brother, Shelley's teenage brother, and Shelley's 5 children. On November 14, 2005, Aaron notified authorities that Arem had disappeared. He said she got into an argument with Shelley over a cookie and ran away from home between 12:30 and 1:30 p.m. During this time, temperatures outside were below freezing, and it was snowing. Police noted that Aaron and Shelley did not appear distressed over her disappearance, and neither of them had any suggestions as to where she might be. Shelley was upset, but only because the police were questioning the other children. Between 8 and 9 p.m., while officers were still searching the neighborhood for the child, Aaron said he was tired and wanted to go to bed. He agreed to a formal interview at police headquarters afterward but fell asleep on the stairs in his house between 10 p.m. and 1 a.m. Both Aaron and Shelley stopped cooperating with authorities the next day. Aaron's mother, Lynette Thompson, lived in Detroit, Michigan, when her daughter disappeared. She had not seen her since October 2001, for years prior to the night she was reported missing, and is not considered a suspect in the case. Within a day of Arem's disappearance, Lynette gave media interviews, stating she disbelieved Aaron's story and believed Arem had met with foul play. Lynette stated that Arem and her brother had been born in Michigan and that Aaron and the children moved to Colorado in 2001. Lynette was supposed to go with them, but she had to be hospitalized, so she stayed behind. After she recovered, she planned to join them in their new home, but Aaron called her and told her not to come. After that, he refused to tell her where he and their children were living. Lynette admitted she struggled with drug addiction in the past, but says she is clean now, living in a homeless shelter. 3 days after Arem disappeared, investigators announced they did not believe she disappeared on November 14th. They theorized that instead, Arem had been murdered inside her home and had been dead for some time before her disappearance was reported, perhaps as long as a year and a half. The Thompson-Lowe children were all taken into protective custody, as was Shelley's baby daughter after she was born. Authorities cited abuse, neglect, and poor living conditions as the reasons. After that, Arem and Shelley were allowed supervised visitations only. The first time the Thompson-Lowe children were interviewed, they supported their parents' story that Arem ran away. They told investigators what her favorite food and color were and said she had dressed up as a witch for Halloween. However, after they were taken into foster care, the children recanted their statements. They said Shelley had told them to lie and they had not actually seen Arem in over a year. Shelley's brother, Ray John Russell, who had moved into the home in August 2004, said he had never seen her. Both Arem and Shelley were named as persons of interest in Arem's disappearance and her presumed death, and their home was designated as a crime scene. Police stated the couple also refused to take a lie detector test. Investigators interviewed over 450 people, searched the Thompson home, and dug up the yard. False identification cards, including a driver's license, were found in the home, but there was no evidence as to Arem's whereabouts. Interestingly, Arem was reported missing just hours after a social worker visited the home. The family had been receiving housing subsidy from a charitable organization, and the social worker was supposed to determine if they were still eligible. She spent 45 to 60 minutes in the home and inspected every room but did not see Arem anywhere. Arem's name was not listed on the paperwork for the home, but neither was the name of her older brother. The next day, Shelley called the social worker and tried to convince her she had seen Arem, but the social worker refused to change her previous statement. Arem had never attended any school in the Aurora area or been registered as a homeschooled student. Shelley reportedly told one individual that she had been unable to register Arem at school because the child's birth certificate and immunization records had been lost. But it was later determined that Arem's father and stepmother did, in fact, have a birth certificate for her. She last received medical attention in May 2002 when she was treated for an abscessed tooth. When her father reported her missing, he said she was 7 years old, but she would have actually been 6. The picture he provided was from the summer of 2002, and he said the family had no more recent photographs. Weeks before Arem was reported missing, Arem requested that a non-profit foundation help provide Christmas presents for the children. However, he did not list Arem on the application form. There was also no toothbrush and no mattress in the house for her. Arem and Shelley said she slept with Shelley's daughter, Kayla, but Kayla denied it, and none of Arem's DNA could be found on the bedding. Shelley's former boyfriend told police that Shelley told him that Arem had stopped breathing in the bathtub. Shelley then attempted to revive her but was unable to. She denied being responsible for her death and stated she had simply died suddenly and no one had done anything to cause it. Shelley allegedly stated she and Arem had concealed Arem's death and buried her body in a field far away because the child had been abused and had a suspicious scar on her body as a result. Shelley was afraid the other children would be removed from the home. Shelley's friend Tabitha Graves also gave a similar account. She said in the summer or fall of 2004, Shelley was riding in the car with her when she suddenly said Arem had died in her sleep months before. She said she and Arem decided not to call 911 after they discovered the body, and Arem took the body away in his Ford Expedition and came back a long time later without her. After Shelley told her this story, Tabitha began tape recording their telephone conversations and would later turn the tapes over to the police. In the conversations, Shelley referred to Arem in the past tense and said she would have Arem place flowers on the child's grave. She repeatedly urged Tabitha not to tell the police what happened and expressed fears of going to jail and losing her children. Tabitha noted Shelley did not like Arem and had trouble disciplining her. Velma Belzer, Shelley's aunt, remembered a phone call she got from Shelley in the summer of 2003. Shelley asked her what to do if a child stops breathing and said either she or Arem were going to discipline his daughter, and she had passed out. Velma advised Shelley to call 911. A couple of days later, when she asked Shelley about the child's condition, Shelley reportedly replied, "I took care of it." In May 2006, a grand jury was convened to investigate Arem's disappearance. That same month, Shelley died suddenly at the age of 33 from heart disease. Shelley had maintained her innocence in Arem's case until her death. She was never interviewed by police because she refused to speak to them. Arem continued to maintain his innocence in Arem's disappearance. In May 2007, Arem was indicted on nearly 60 counts, the most serious of which was child abuse resulting in death. That charge carried a maximum sentence of 48 years to life in prison. Authorities believe Arem died sometime between May 2002 and August 2004, probably during 2003. It was during 2003 that the couple told the other children that she had moved to Michigan to live with her mother. Shortly afterward, all of Arem's belongings were placed in the basement. None of the children in the family saw or heard anything from her again. Her siblings told investigators that before she went missing, Arem was repeatedly beaten and kept in a closet for hours at a time, often as punishment for bedwetting. She was also denied proper nourishment and medical attention. All the children stated they were beaten with a belt, a baseball bat, and other objects. The children claimed at least one of them was beaten every day, and several of them bore scars from the abuse. Shelley's son Andrew stated that he heard Arem beating Arem in the basement one night. Arem was screaming. Then suddenly the screaming stopped, and Andrew heard Arem swear. Andrew never saw Arem again. A day or two later, he asked his mother where Arem was, and Shelley told him she had moved to Michigan. Andrew said he noticed a bad smell in the basement a few days later, which lasted for several weeks. He said Shelley began attending church and saying nightly prayers a short time after Arem disappeared, which was uncharacteristic of her previous behavior. The children testified against Arem at his trial in the fall of 2009, repeating their stories of abuse. Arem's defense acknowledged Arem was dead and Arem had helped cover up her death, but they said Shelley actually killed her, and Arem only helped her hide this fact. Arem was convicted of 31 out of the 55 charges against him, including child abuse resulting in death in Arem's case. He was acquitted of 22 charges, mainly those related to his alleged abuse of the other children. In November 2009, he was sentenced to 114 years in prison. Prior to his sentencing, the judge gave him several chances to reveal where his daughter's body was buried before she sentenced him, but each time he just shook his head and said no. He quickly appealed his sentence and continues to attempt to do so. The children were all placed in foster care or with relatives. Sadly, as of today, the location of Arem's body remains a mystery. The Vicky Glass case. Vicky Glass was born on September 21, 1979, in Stockton-on-Tees, a trading town situated on the banks of the River Tees. At that time, it was part of the extinct county of Cleveland, later reassigned to the county of Durham in England. She was the daughter of Deborah and Anthony Glass and had an older sister named Claire, who was a year older than her. Vicky entered the world prematurely, weighing less than 3.3 pounds, and both her life and her mother's were in danger. Eventually, Vicky's parents separated, and when she was 6 years old, her mother remarried Colin Goodall, a man also living in Stockton-on-Tees. This new union gave the young girl an additional stepsister named Cheryl, who was older than her, and a younger brother named Thomas. From that point on, Vicky lived with them. Vicky had light skin, light brown eyes, and long hair, a look she maintained from childhood into adolescence when she decided to cut her hair. Despite being born with a hearing impairment, music was Vicky's passion, and she considered herself a huge fan of Michael Jackson. Her musical inclination led her to join the local jazz band at a very young age. Clearly, she was a determined young lady. She remained with the group from the ages of 13 to 18, during which time she always enjoyed the trips they took to perform in various places. According to her acquaintances, she felt proud when she performed. Vicky also had a deep love for animals, particularly cats. In fact, she rescued one, which she named Sudi. Vicky attended Blakestone High School, also located in Stockton-on-Tees, and had a keen interest in running and sports in general. However, she was very diligent and never neglected her studies. Later on, she secured a job at a local factory in Teesside. While some people who knew her saw Vicky as a quiet and somewhat shy girl, her family and closest friends knew her to be very cheerful. They said she had a heart of gold and was very affectionate. She was indeed a much-loved person who seemingly had everything and lived in a healthy and happy environment. Unfortunately, her life took a dramatic turn when she was nearing her 18th birthday. According to her mother, she began associating with the wrong crowd and started using drugs. The young woman became addicted to heroin and became so dependent on narcotics that she started offering sex services to support her addiction, eventually leading her to leave her home. Over time, Vicki began frequenting the suburbs of Middlesbrough, about 8 kilometers to the east of Stockton-on-Tees, particularly a truck parking lot where transport companies used to park their vehicles overnight. By December 1999, Vicki had developed a chest condition and was homeless. Through a friend, she met a man who lived in Middlesbrough who offered her shelter while she recovered her health. The homeowner took care of her, and the place became her permanent residence. He assisted her in scheduling her medical appointments and ensured she didn't miss them. Despite the man's efforts to help the girl heal and improve her life, she continued with her addiction to illegal substances and continued offering her services as a sex worker. In the year 2000, Vicki continued with the same lifestyle, and so her 21st birthday arrived on September 21st. Unfortunately, the joy quickly turned into tragedy. According to case reports, on that Thursday night, the young woman worked and also celebrated. Apparently, Friday the 22nd passed without incident, and by Saturday the 23rd, Vicki went to her home in the company of a friend to change clothes. Around noon, both of them left the place. Hours later, past midnight, Vicki met with a client on Borough Road, located in the center of Middlesbrough. They then went to 104 Princes Road, a place frequented by drug users and sex workers. She was dressed in a white shirt, light gray pants, and white sneakers. Some time later, the young woman and her client took a taxi down Union Street and went back to this male's home in Norton, Stockton. After spending some time there, Vicki called a taxi line she often used. The driver picked her up at around 4 a.m. on Sunday, September 24th, and about 20 minutes later, he dropped her off in Middlesbrough, specifically at the junction of Union Street and Eschwood Square. This is just to the rear of a pub that was then called the Shipmate. As soon as the taxi driver dropped the woman off at the designated destination, he returned to the headquarters of the taxi company he worked for. That night and in the following days, Vicki did not return to her house. Her friend, the man who had helped her when she needed it most, became worried as her absence prolonged. He started asking about her at all the places she frequented. Since no one could provide information about her whereabouts, he decided to contact the police to report her as missing. In the same month, a man named Sean Tooley was arrested. His arrest was related to the asphyxiation death of a 20-year-old woman named Kelly Mallinson, who also engaged in sex work to finance her addiction and frequented the same places Vicki did. Tooley was sentenced to life in prison a year later. On Friday, November 3rd, 6 weeks after Vicki's disappearance, a man who was walking dogs made a gruesome discovery on a trail in the town of Danby, a picturesque village located in North Yorkshire. Around 6 in the morning, the man came across the naked and decomposed corpse of a woman. Immediately, amidst his shock, the citizen notified the police. The remains were taken to the coroner's office, where experts determined that it was Vicki. Due to the state of the remains, pathologists concluded that she had been exposed to the moorland winds for several weeks. Although they couldn't establish the cause of her death, they stated that there appeared to be no wounds and no signs of abuse, sexual or otherwise, nor any indication that she had died from drowning. Officials who arrived at the scene searched the area surrounding where Vicki's body was found for clues and tried to locate the victim's clothing, but their efforts yielded no results. Cleveland and North Yorkshire police officers initiated investigations. A team of 40 officers tried to reconstruct the unfortunate young woman's last steps during the night of September 23rd and the early hours of September 24th. They interviewed both the taxi driver and the employees of the places Vicki frequented, as well as the friend who had given her shelter and some witnesses and colleagues. Sergeant Brian Dunn, who was leading the investigation at that time, made several public appeals for assistance from the community. They needed someone to provide information that could be useful in catching the perpetrator. Vicky's family was devastated by the tragic death of the young woman. On that day, when her mother returned from work, the police were at her house. Her initial reaction was to ask if they had found her daughter and if she was okay. But when she received the news, she began to tremble. Until that moment, she was convinced that her daughter would reappear alive. And every contact she had with the police involved asking if they would help Vicky get off drugs once they found her. On November 13th, Vicky's mother, Deborah, lashed out at the press for labeling her daughter as a drug addict. She emphasized that this fact was irrelevant and that the important thing was that she was a 21-year-old girl who had lost her life in a brutal manner. The following week, posters with Vicky's photograph were placed in various locations, especially in the places where the girl had been on the night she disappeared. In that same month of November, the police reported that they had spoken to more than 500 people and had taken statements from 150, including former clients of the young woman, taxi drivers, neighbors, and truck drivers. They also analyzed over 60 hours of closed-circuit camera recordings located in the areas the victim used to frequent. November was passing when Vicky's father, Anthony, and her stepfather, Colin, went together to the site where the lifeless body of the girl was found. On that day, Deborah's absence was notable, but the mother was too affected to participate in the ceremony. In addition to placing flowers, they prayed for any clues or information that would lead to the truth about what had happened. Anthony sent a plea to members of the community to help them find closure. In doing so, he stressed that they only needed a phone call to end the nightmare they were living, not knowing what had happened to their daughter. The investigation focused on the hundreds of truck drivers who used to frequent the parking lot in Middlesbrough. As part of the inquiries, a 39-year-old married man was arrested, but his identity was never revealed. Eventually, his connection to the case was ruled out and he was released. In January 2002, the investigators in charge of the case arrested a 47-year-old unmarried man, identified as Eric Coates, who resided in North Yorkshire. This was the third time officials had interviewed him in relation to the case, as he had been unable to provide a credible alibi for his whereabouts on the day Vicky disappeared. The agents found it suspicious that he couldn't remember certain details precisely. The man admitted that he had been with sex workers but denied any involvement in Vicky's death. He also revealed that 1 or 2 girls had mentioned to him that the crime was related to a drug debt settlement. His house, which he shared with his parents, was searched by the police, as were other properties belonging to his family. During the searches, officers seized computer equipment, clothing, diaries, videotapes, and a vehicle. Additionally, this individual had a criminal record. He had been arrested and imprisoned for 15 months in 1994 for unlawfully restraining and assaulting a sex worker in Middlesbrough. However, he was acquitted of charges of attempted sexual assault and indecent assault against the same woman. Ultimately, it was determined that Eric had nothing to do with Vicky's crime, and he was released. His father, a former county councillor in North Yorkshire, stated that they were as interested as the police in finding out who had taken the young woman's life. Years later, in 2006, Eric was imprisoned and sentenced to 14 years for pleading guilty to 15 sexual offenses against girls aged between 11 and 14 years. In this context, it was also revealed that his father had faced 12 charges of sexual offenses but was not brought to trial due to health reasons. Returning to 2002, in July, Cleveland police questioned a man identified as John Taylor, who was serving a life sentence after pleading guilty to the kidnapping and murder of a 16-year-old girl in Leeds, West Yorkshire. The investigations into Taylor also yielded no results, and he was ruled out as a suspect in the attack on Vicky. In December 2006, detectives from Cleveland police reported that they had contacted their colleagues in Suffolk to explore possible connections between Vicky's case and the tragic deaths of 5 other sex workers. For these crimes, truck driver Steve Wright had been arrested, and 2 years later, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Subsequently, the authorities in Cleveland ruled out any connection of the man with the death. When the tragedy reached its 10-year mark, Vicky's parents visited the place where their daughter was found lifeless and placed flowers in her honor. Deborah told reporters that she thought of her daughter every day and that it was a pain that would never go away. In December 2010, the case file was once again examined, searching for possible links, such as a man identified as Steeken Griffiths, who had taken the lives of 3 sex workers in Bradford, West Yorkshire, and was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, at the beginning of January 2011, any possible connection to Vicky's disappearance was ruled out. For the family, the pain of loss was compounded by the uncertainty of not knowing what happened to her and the belief that the person responsible for her death remained at large. Vicky's grandmother, who was very close to the girl, was deeply affected and passed away a year later. Her mother, Deborah, passed away in 2015 at the age of 55 without ever getting to know the person who took her daughter's life. Anthony later admitted that during the first 24 months after the tragedy, he couldn't work and lost his job. He confessed that he couldn't smile, and it took him a long time to regain belief in himself and convince himself that it wasn't his fault. In 2017, the Cleveland police requested a grant to fund 3 separate historic cases in the vicinity of Middlesbrough. A year later, the Home Office agreed to provide approximately £3.7 million, about $4.6 million at the current exchange rate, to fund a historic investigation unit aimed at thoroughly reviewing unsolved cases. In addition to Vicky's case, officials also reopened the cases of Donna Keogh, who disappeared in 1998 at the age of 17, and Rachel Wilson, who disappeared in 2002, with her body being located in a ditch 10 years later. There were some similarities in these cases, such as the age and occupation of the victims and the fact that all 3 occurred in Middlesbrough. In October 2018, a website published information that rekindled hopes of uncovering the truth about Vicky's death. The news referred to a high-profile convicted offender. The inmate had been a taxi driver and was responsible for ending the life of a 22-year-old office worker who went missing in March 2011, and her remains were found in a grave. According to the media report, at the time of his arrest, the man confessed to the murder of another young woman, age 20, committed 8 years earlier, and he provided information about the location of the body. However, no connection between the criminal and Vicky's case could be established. In September 2021, the police announced that they had significant new lines of investigation regarding the unsolved case. In this context, they made a fresh public appeal urging anyone who knew any details about what might have happened to Vicki in 2000 to contact the authorities. The officers expressed hope because they now had more modern forensic techniques and plans to interview potential witnesses and examine over 2,000 hours of CCTV footage. During this time, one of the detectives on the case mentioned that in the preceding 12 months, a lot of work had been done on Vicky's case. He explained that a detailed review of the original investigation had resulted in 300 recommendations, with the primary one being to initiate a new investigation, leveraging advancements in forensic science. In the same year, the case of Rachel, mentioned earlier, was closed with the arrest of a 62-year-old man identified as Keith Hall, who was sentenced to 18 years in prison. In 2022, the investigators leading the case appealed to the community to collaborate by providing any information that could be helpful in solving the mystery surrounding Vicky's death. They were particularly interested in identifying the truck driver who was seen with the young woman hours before her disappearance. To achieve this goal, they released CCTV images in which Vicki is seen walking with a man in a parking lot on the night of her disappearance. And later, she is seen conversing with a truck driver to whom she may have left some of her belongings. This latter man was described as an individual with white skin, broad shoulders, aged between 34 and 38, and having a distinctive mark on his face. The police also launched a website with Vicky's name in an effort to gather information about the case. As part of these initiatives, detectives spoke with hundreds of people, and while they collected a significant amount of information, the identity of the truck driver remains unknown. That year, the family issued a statement reaffirming their deep love for Vicki and the difficult times they were going through. They emphasized that Deborah, Vicky's mother, passed away without answers, knowing that the person who took her daughter's life was still on the streets. On November 3, 2023, 23 years had passed since Vicky's lifeless body was found, and the investigation to find the person responsible for her death is one of the most extensive in the history of Cleveland police in England. Each year that goes by without justice is another year of suffering for the relatives of Vicky Glass, who would be 44 years old today. The police stated that in order to provide closure to the family, they need the support of the community. They are confident that someone out there possesses the missing piece to solve the puzzle and expressly called on that person to come forward to the authorities to help uncover the truth. Dylan Levi Bennett was born in 1992, and Austin Jean Bennett was born in 1996. Their mother, Mary, was a single mom who was originally from Oklahoma but would move to Colorado Springs later in life. In the late 90s, she was suffering from mental illnesses and was reported to be neglecting the boys and their younger brother, James. Because of the mental illnesses she suffered from, she voluntarily put the boys in foster care. They unfortunately went to live in the home of Edward and Linda Bryant as foster children in Monument, Colorado. Their mother visited the boys once a week and saw they were generally happy and well taken care of. Thinking she was doing the right thing, she allowed the Bryants to adopt the boys just months later in March 2000. Austin was only 4 years old at the time, and Dylan was 7. The Bryants collected nearly $1,800 a month from the El Paso County Department of Human Services for their care. Not long after being adopted, the Bryants changed Dylan's first name to Edward after his adopted father, which was not what Dylan wanted. He then began to have behavior problems and lashed out. They also changed the spelling of Austin's first name from Austin to Austen and changed his middle name to Eugene after his adopted father. The boys then began asking their mom when they would be able to come home, but they were legally adopted, and she had lost her legal rights to them. Soon after, the Bryants no longer allowed their mother to be in contact with the children. Colorado law states that once a child is adopted, social workers are no longer required to check up on them. This would eventually lead to their demise. They moved to Texas in 2005. 6 years later, one of the boys' adopted brothers and 2 other foster children, adults at this point, came forward to police and reported that they had not seen Austin since before the family moved to Texas, possibly as early as the same year he was adopted. Also, the other children in the family had been forbidden to talk about Dylan and Austin. According to one of the former foster children, Austin was beaten, denied food several times a week as a form of punishment, and locked in a trunk in the garage for days at a time. He was also wrapped so tightly in a blanket that he couldn't move and struggled to breathe. Another foster child said Austin had told him that he had been locked in a trunk and shocked with a taser. He said he moved in with the Bryants a year and a half after Dylan and Austin and that he had never met Dylan, having been told the boy had been sent to live with relatives in Arizona. He also said that he believed his adopted parents might have actually killed Austin. When questioned, Linda at first claimed the children were living with her, then claimed they had gone to visit their biological mother in Oklahoma. She then admitted they hadn't lived with her in years. She stated that a therapist had suggested that Austin be disciplined by being wrapped in blankets. Linda and Edward Eugene stated both boys had run away from home, but they gave different accounts. Linda said both ran away in May 2003, and Edward said Dylan ran away in 2001 and Austin in 2005. However, neither one ever reported the boys missing. Investigators determined that Austin was enrolled at Monument Academy Charter School until August 2003, when he was withdrawn, supposedly to be homeschooled. They could find no school or medical records for either Edward or Austin after 2003. Linda tried to make it look like the boys were still living with her and even printed photographs of other children off the internet, displayed them in her home, and told the other adopted children that they were pictures of Austin and Dylan. The Bryants separated sometime after moving to Texas in 2005. They filed for bankruptcy in 2007 and listed $126,000 in adoption benefits as part of their income. They would also list 8 children, including Austin and Edward, as dependents. They still had 5 children in their care by 2011. A 6th was in prison and the 7th was in the military out of state. In February 2011, the Bryants were arrested and charged with multiple counts of theft, conspiracy, forgery, and attempting to influence a public official. They had collected approximately $175,000 in benefit payments for the children's care after the children were no longer living in their home. Edward claimed he had no knowledge of the family receiving benefits for the children. Linda admitted she had deliberately covered up their disappearances to keep the payments coming. Linda was charged with 148 felony counts, and Edward was charged with 13 felonies. However, None of the charges were related to the actual disappearance of the children or the alleged abuse of them, but were for Medicaid fraud only. When they were charged, the other 5 minor children in their care became wards of the state of Texas. In January 2012, Linda pled guilty to 54 felonies, 4 counts of theft, 2 counts of conspiracy to commit theft, and 48 counts of attempting to influence a public servant. In March, she was sentenced to 42 years in prison for welfare fraud. In April, Edward pled guilty to 5 similar felony charges, and 19 of the other counts were dismissed. He was sentenced to 30 years in prison for welfare fraud. Some of Linda's relatives were told that Dylan had gone to Arizona to help care for her 82-year-old father. Others were told he had been sent to a boot camp for bad behavior. One relative testified at the sentencing that Linda told her Austin was sent to an insane asylum in Colorado. One of her adopted children told investigators she asked him to have a friend come over and pretend to be Dylan if a caseworker ever came by. An El Paso County Sheriff's deputy told the court that another relative had lodged a complaint over Dylan's disappearance with the El Paso County Department of Human Services. The detective said that for some reason, a caseworker was never sent. Police believe that the oldest boy, now legally named Edward Dylan Bryant, has been missing since 2001 and Austin Bryant since 2003, but neither of the Bryants have been charged in the boys' disappearances. Their mother still seeks answers, but extensive searches in Colorado have turned up no indication of their whereabouts. Authorities believe they may no longer be alive, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Nathaniel Holmes was born November 5, 2000. When he was 8 years old, his parents divorced and his father, Ben, received custody of him and his 3 siblings. His family traveled the world, and Nathaniel enjoyed playing the bagpipes, hunting, and playing the online video game World of Warcraft. He lived in Arvada, Colorado with his father and siblings and was homeschooled. However, when he was 16 years old, he enrolled as a junior at Hidden Lake High School in Westminster, Colorado. The school focused on the enrollment of students that struggled academically. He eventually made friends, but his friends were considered a bad crowd, and his parents did not approve of them. Nathaniel was described as a quiet, shy, and calm person. On December 18, 2017, when his dad picked him up from school, it was obvious that Nathaniel had taken something like a drug and seemed very sedated and confused. Eventually, Nathaniel told his dad that he had taken some Xanax that he got from school and said it was his first time ever taking it and he didn't like the way it made him feel. That night, he and his siblings had dinner at his mom's house, as they did every Monday night. His dad had him spend the night with his mom that night so that she could keep an eye on him because he had to work and didn't want him to be alone. This was the first time he had stayed at his mom's house in several years. His mom searched his belongings and found more Xanax pills and confiscated them. The next morning, on December 19th, his mother dropped him off at school. Shortly after, he told the principal that he needed to speak to his friend Anthony about something important. But the principal told him no and told him to go to class and said he could talk to his friend at lunchtime. It is believed that Nathaniel at this point walked out of the school, called his mother from an unknown phone, and told her that she would not need to pick him up from school that day because a friend of his father's was going to pick him up and go get ice cream. However, this was not true. He was not reported missing by any of the staff at school, and this was the last day his family would see him. Investigators believe he left the school of his own free will, and his family believes his departure was spontaneous. They feared he might have met with foul play and, to this day, have continued to search for him. Prior to his disappearance, he had never even spent the night at a friend's house. Strangely, it was later learned that Nathaniel may have been hanging out at a homeless shelter prior to his disappearance, where teenagers often hung out. He had recently turned 17 when he disappeared, and he left all his belongings behind, including his money, iPad, and iPhone, which had been broken for over a month. It was noted that Nathaniel had recently changed his password to his iPad, which he had been using to communicate with his friends since his iPhone was broken. Investigators told his dad they were unable to get into his iPad or iPhone to search for clues due to Apple's security measures. He did have a car, but he had recently had a fender bender, and his dad had taken it away. His friend that he wanted to talk to urgently that morning has come forward and states that he does not know why Nathaniel would have wanted to talk to him so badly, but has helped a lot in the search for him. Some of his missing flyer posters posted in Old Town have been vandalized, and they are unsure if there is anything suspicious behind this. He is listed as a missing runaway, but his family does not believe he ran away and then chose not to return. His family still continues to search for answers, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Dale Dwayne Williams was born July 15, 1956. He would later marry Diana, and the couple lived in the small town of Nucla, Colorado, with their 2 daughters. He owned the Pro Body Shop in Nucla and is described as well-liked and very helpful to anyone that needed it. He was family-oriented, a great father, and a very hard worker. On May 27, 1999, he received a phone call while at work, and his friend Tom overheard part of the conversation and said the way he was talking, he believed he was talking to a female. When he hung up the phone, he said he was going to help a stranded motorist in Bedrock, which is about a 20 to 30-minute drive from the shop. However, he never mentioned exactly who he was going to help. His friend said that nothing else seemed out of the ordinary, and Dale said he would be back soon. This was strange because, although he owned the body repair shop, he did not usually get calls regarding leaving work to help anyone with car problems. On the way there, he stopped by a local business in town to let a customer know when her vehicle would be ready. While he was there, he mentioned that he was en route to assist a stranded motorist. This was the last time Dale was ever seen. It wasn't unusual for Dale to work late into the night or even early morning hours. But when he didn't come home by later in the morning, his wife became worried and drove to her mother-in-law's house, and the two went looking for him. They first stopped by the shop, but Dale was nowhere to be found. Later that day, after no luck finding him, she reported him missing. Dale drove a white 1994 Ford pickup truck, which had the words Pro Body Shop stenciled on the sides. Many weeks would go by with no signs of Dale, despite a large search party. Several weeks after he disappeared, a family was fishing in a local swimming hole when one of the boys' hooks got caught on something. He then swam out to get it and discovered that it was hooked on a truck. He pulled the dash cover through the window, and it was labeled Pro Body Shop. The truck was in over 10 feet of water and was turned to the on position, and the window was halfway down. It was removed and determined to be Dale's truck, but there were no signs of Dale. It was believed that someone most likely purposefully steered the truck into the water, which is why the window was halfway down and the truck in gear. The swimming hole is located between the San Miguel River and the Dolores River, and it could only be known to the locals because it is in such a secluded area. Some of his tools were found on the side of the road in the opposite direction from where his truck was found. Investigators believe the suspect did this to throw off the investigation. A witness had reported seeing an individual matching Dale's description at approximately 6 p.m. on the day he disappeared at a market. Strangely, a neighbor claimed that Dale's truck was parked outside the Pro Body Shop about a couple of hours after he left to assist the caller. However, investigators have never been able to confirm either sighting. There were several strange occurrences prior to Dale's disappearance. One of Dale's friends was being abusive to his wife, and she confided in Dale and his wife Diana. The couple then secretly helped her move out of state. When the former friend inquired about where his wife was, Dale refused to tell him, and he became very angered. One of Dale's daughters worked at a local fast food restaurant, and on the day of his disappearance, an unidentified man walked into the restaurant asking for his daughter. She happened to be off work that day, so the man walked back outside and spoke on a payphone for about 15 minutes. Torn photographs of Dale and the former friend's family were found outside the Pro Body Shop shortly after his disappearance, along with scattered .22 caliber bullets. Also, Dale's wife ran a local video store in town and would find her husband's .22 caliber revolver inside a nighttime drop box several weeks later. Authorities believe that someone had broken into Dale's business and stolen the photos and the gun. Investigators questioned the couple's former friend, but he denied any involvement in the burglaries. He had an alibi around the time Dale disappeared, and investigators ruled him out as a suspect after passing a polygraph test. Strangely, Missing poster flyers were being removed by someone on a regular basis. His family decided to place a surveillance camera in the post office where the posters were repeatedly being removed. It was discovered that the person removing his missing poster signs was the former friend of Dale's who was angry at him. When questioned, he admitted to removing the signs but was not charged with any crime. As of today, no one has been arrested for Dale's disappearance, and sadly, he remains missing, and the case remains unsolved. Becky Elshani was born December 27, 1985, and was one of 10 siblings. When she was 22 years old, she lived in Colorado Springs, Colorado with her on-again, off-again boyfriend Daniel Derriere. The reason for the on-again, off-again is because they apparently had a very troubled and volatile relationship. In 2007, they were arguing about phone calls her ex-husband made to Becky, and she ended up being arrested for assault after punching Daniel in the face. Daniel was then arrested for assault months after because Becky claimed he had used a stun gun on her nearly 20 times. But that case was later dismissed. Once, while the two were broken up, Becky began dating her ex-husband Wesley. During this time, Daniel became angry and allegedly hacked into her MySpace account and posted inappropriate pictures of her. However, even after this incident, Daniel and her would reconcile. On March 29, 2008, they were visiting one of Becky's sister's home in Colorado Springs when the couple got into another argument. Her sister stated that Daniel started yelling at her, and Becky kept saying she didn't want to leave. Her sister kept telling her to stay, but Daniel insisted that she leave with him. At 1:15 a.m., she would finally leave her sister's home with Daniel. A few hours later, Daniel was suspiciously spotted in his 4Runner in Woodland Park in Taylor County, Colorado. On the evening of March 31st, police went to do a welfare check on Becky and went to their apartment in the 6000 block of Twin Oaks Drive. When the officers approached the apartment, they heard a gunshot. Inside, they found the deceased body of Daniel. He had committed suicide as soon as he saw the police approaching. However, there was no sign of Becky at the scene and no indications of a struggle in the apartment. Daniel was scheduled to go to court a couple days after he killed himself and faced charges of harassment and computer crime charges from the incident when he hacked Becky's MySpace account. Daniel's car was eventually discovered in Taylor County, and blood found inside the vehicle was later determined to be that of Becky's. However, a search of the park turned up no indication of Becky's whereabouts. Her ex-husband was ruled out as a suspect in her disappearance, but Daniel remains a suspect, and many people believe that Becky met with foul play at the hands of him after they left her sister's house. According to her friends, Daniel had previously threatened to kill Becky and then himself. He was afraid she was seeing her ex-husband and warned that if he couldn't have her, no one could. Although her family doesn't believe she is still alive, they continued to search for answers and hoped to give her a proper burial one day. As of today, Becky has never been found and the case remains unsolved. In the early hours of July 7, 1985, 54-year-old Jane Hilton was found beaten and stabbed to death. She was discovered in a bedroom at her employer's house, a house she had moved into only the previous day, seeking refuge from a troubled marriage. Jane was discovered by two fellow housemates and her own daughter, Autumn. The murder made no sense, and the case dragged on for 14 years until two new detectives reopened the cold case in 1999. A misquote in an article led investigators to point the finger at Ricky Davis. Davis was eventually tried for the crime and convicted, all the while proclaiming his innocence. Determined not to give up, he sought help from the same justice system that had put him behind bars. 15 years later, Davis was exonerated, and the real killer was found thanks to genetic genealogy testing and the determination of a group called the Innocence Project, who were determined to find the truth. Jane was a familiar face around El Dorado Hills, California. She was a columnist for Foothill Times. She often covered social events in and around town for the paper. Jane had 6 children whom she loved and often wrote poetry to help inspire them daily. She'd been working toward getting her real estate license and was married to Archie Hilton in 1984. However, by July 1985, their marriage started to fall apart. It was then she asked her employer, Wilma Klein, for assistance. Klein owned a fairly large home in El Dorado Hills. With her lived her daughter, Maureen Klein, and her boyfriend. Wilma's grandson, Ricky Davis, and his girlfriend, Connie Dahl, also occupied a room at the house. On July 6, 1985, Wilma welcomed Jane and her youngest daughter, 13-year-old Autumn Anchor, into her home. By all accounts, it was a full house. The first night of her new life would prove to be the night her life ended. At 3:30 a.m., Ricky Davis, then 20, and his girlfriend, 19-year-old Connie Dahl, returned from a party to find Autumn lingering about outside. She told them she was locked out and afraid her mother was going to be angry. All three made their way into the house. There was blood in the hallway. It was silent as they reached the first room, belonging to Maureen, Ricky's mother. On the bed was the bloody body of Jane Hilton. She was not breathing. Maureen and her boyfriend had gone on a camping trip and were not home at the time. Ricky and Connie called 911. Paramedics and police arrived, but Jane was pronounced dead at the scene. She had suffered 29 stab wounds, was beaten, and bitten on her shoulder. It was a senseless murder, and investigators began to interview those closest to Jane. Archie Hilton, Jane's estranged husband, was interviewed and provided detectives with a solid alibi and DNA. Archie had been the logical choice, as he and Jane had been going through a rough patch. He, however, said that the marriage was over and that there was no trouble between them. He was cleared, and all leads went cold. Ricky Davis and Connie Dahl both told investigators they arrived home in the early morning hours and found Autumn waiting outside. When they entered the house, they found the hallway carpet bloody. The blood trail led them to the master bedroom, where they found Jane lying dead on the bloodied mattress. They speculated that an intruder may have been responsible for the murder. For 14 years, the case remained unsolved. The cold case reopened in 1999. El Dorado County Sheriff's detectives Richard Strasser and Rick Fitzgerald revisited the investigation. After poring over paperwork, they zoomed in on a news article. Connie Dahl, former girlfriend of Ricky Davis and housemate at Jane Hilton's, had given an interview to a reporter. She was quoted saying Hilton's body was lying in bed like someone placed her there in the position she would normally sleep in. This statement seemed to contradict a muffled audio recording of a statement that Davis had previously made. Detective Fitzgerald falsely thought he heard him say the body was found on the floor. Dahl was, at the time, serving a jail sentence in Oregon on unrelated charges. Detectives brought her in for an interview and began a 3-hour-long interrogation. Initially, she stuck to her original story. Over the next 18 months, though, she would be interrogated 4 times. Detectives were found to have used techniques known to increase the chances of a false confession. Dahl was systematically forced into incriminating Davis and Jane's daughter, Autumn, in the murder. Dahl was threatened with a charge of murder. If she cooperated, though, she'd be given a lenient sentence of manslaughter and serve only a year. Detective Strasser and Fitzgerald told Dahl that DNA evidence was going to be used to trace the suspect. In truth, no DNA evidence was brought into the case during that period. Testing had not been done on the DNA recovered from the scene. By showing crime scene photos and using facts from the crime, such as the bite mark on Jane's shoulder, investigators fed Dahl the information they wanted to hear. Over the course of the 4 interviews, Dahl was starting to break. She began remembering facts from the crime. This, in turn, allowed her to fabricate an entirely different account of events from the night of the murder. In one interview, Dahl said that Autumn was present during the murder of Jane and was sprayed with blood. In another, she confessed that she was probably the person that bit Jane on the shoulder. Dahl would say that the murder began with an argument between Davis and Jane. She alleged that Davis wanted Autumn to join them at a party. When Jane refused, Davis erupted in a fit of anger, leading to the death of Jane. Her story kept changing to fit the facts being fed. However, she couldn't remember the weapon used for the murder or where it was eventually hidden. Dahl had implicated her ex-boyfriend Davis in the murder of Jane Hilton. He was now the prime suspect. Ricky Davis and Autumn Anchor were also interviewed following the confession of Connie Dahl. Both Davis and Anchor stuck to their original accounts of the crime. Detectives again lied to Davis, telling him that Anchor had also implicated him in the murder. Anchor told detectives she had no reason to protect Davis when they threatened her with culpability regarding the murder. Despite their interrogation techniques, detectives could not sway Davis or Anchor to change their stories. They therefore used the confession of Dahl to arrest Davis. Dahl was offered a plea bargain to testify against Davis at his trial. Davis's first trial was declared a mistrial by jurors. His second, in 2005, would eventually convict him. Dahl took the stand and testified against Davis. She told the court of how she struggled with Jane and that she herself accidentally bit the victim on the shoulder. She went on to say that she went outside as Davis continued the bloody assault on Hilton. Dahl said she could hear screaming, pleading, and gurgling as Davis continued the brutal attack. Based entirely on the testimony of Dahl's account of events, Davis was sentenced to 16 years in prison for the second-degree murder of Jane Hilton. Dahl received a lesser charge of manslaughter and received a year-long sentence in the county jail. Dahl would eventually die from a drug overdose in 2014. Meanwhile, Davis was not going down without a fight. He maintained his innocence and, in 2006, made contact with the Northern California Innocence Project. He asked if they could help him prove that he was wrongly convicted. The NCIP was founded in 2001 by Kathleen Ridolfi and Linda Starr. The project began after legislation offered convicted inmates the chance to seek DNA testing to prove their innocence. It's a non-profit clinical program of Santa Clara University School of Law. After Davis made contact with the NCIP in 2006, his case was put through a thorough re-examination. Cooperation between the NCIP and the El Dorado County District Attorney's Office allowed for the DNA recovered from the crime scene to be retested post-conviction. Evidence from the crime scene included Hilton's nightgown and biological material found under her fingernails. The results revealed an unknown male DNA profile. DNA from Hilton's fingernails and nightgown were both found to be from the same source. DNA test results eliminated Davis, Dahl, and Anchor. This proved Dahl's testimony was contradictory to the physical evidence and therefore had to have been fabricated. The DNA also proved Archie Hilton innocent. Unfortunately, he had passed away by the time results were released. The DNA profile was entered into the FBI's Combined DNA Index System, CODIS, but no matches were found. Although the evidence seemed to prove Davis's consistent claim of innocence correct, there were still some hurdles that needed to be overcome. The NCIP successfully argued that had the DNA results been presented to the jury during Davis's trial, the outcome would have been different. However, until January 2017, the California standard required that new evidence point unerringly to innocence. It was considered an almost unattainable standard. In 2015, a false confession expert, Richard Leo, reviewed transcripts of Dahl's interrogations. Leo concluded that the methods used by detectives during the interrogation of Dahl were designed to pressure and persuade Dahl to adopt an account that matched the detectives' pre-existing beliefs about how and why the murder of Jane Hilton occurred. In 2016, the NCIP co-sponsored Senate Bill 1134. This bill allowed wrongfully convicted inmates like Davis to prove that new evidence would likely have been compelling to a jury. NCIP attorney Melissa O'Connell filed a petition for a new trial based on the new DNA evidence testing. Championed by former California State Senator Martha Leno, the bill was passed in January 2017, putting California's standard in line with about 43 other states. In 2019, Superior Court Judge Kenneth Malakian vacated Davis's 2005 conviction and ordered a new trial. Initially set to start in the fall of 2019, however, the judge announced the trial would take place in April 2020, citing the defense attorney's health as the catalyst for the change in date. However, the fate of the trial was about to change once again. Advancements in DNA testing led to Davis becoming the first convicted person in California and the second in the United States to be exonerated for a crime. Genetic genealogy is a fairly new DNA testing concept. It involves taking DNA evidence from a crime scene and sending it to genetic companies. These companies then search family tree databases to find potential matches. In February 2020, DNA evidence matched to a man considered an unlikely suspect. El Dorado County Attorney Vern Pearson announced in February 2020 that a new suspect had been identified as the man linked to the DNA evidence found on Jane Hilton's body. Following the arrest, many people spoke to the media about the man they knew as Michael Green. Green was a longtime resident of Roseville, California. He graduated from Oakmont High School in 1986. He was described as an easygoing, kind person, even-tempered and super chill. One classmate, who wanted to remain anonymous, could not understand why Green would go to El Dorado Hills and brutally murder a woman. According to reports, Green was 17 years old at the time of Hilton's murder. On the night of July 6, 1985, the victim's daughter, Autumn, met Green and two of his friends, Calvin and Stephen. They hung out together at the park when Autumn decided to go home and take a shower before returning. Allegedly, Autumn told her mother she was going to another friend's house for the evening. Instead, she returned to the park to join the boys. What happened next is pure speculation. Investigators believe that during this time, Green broke into the house and was confronted by Jane. In a struggle to get away, Green may have attacked her in a frenzy. Following the attack, Jane's body was discovered by Davis, Dahl, and Autumn when they returned home. Green had no criminal convictions either before or after the murder. It seems he'd led a normal life until DNA linked him to the gruesome crime. The other two boys who were with Green were tracked down shortly after his arrest. Calvin, unfortunately, had died some time ago. Stephen, however, was found and interviewed the day after the arrest. He was being treated as a witness and not a participant. Green was arrested on February 11, 2020. Since Green was a teenager at the time of the murder, he made his first appearance in juvenile court on February 19, 2020. District Attorney Vern Pearson said that, procedurally, the court had to go through some steps on the juvenile side of it. Following this, he was granted a transfer so that he could be tried as an adult. He waited 2.5 years before he would be tried in court. Green pleaded no contest on July 29, 2022. This plea means Green gave up his right to a jury trial. A jury trial meant he was to face a charge of first-degree murder. He also gave up his chance to challenge the plea or the consequences of his decision. His sentencing date was set for September 27, 2022, to be presided over by Judge Suzanne Kingsbury. At sentencing, Dr. Elizabeth Kaufman, a professor in psychological science education, was called in an expert capacity to explain to the court the development of an adolescent. Kaufman's research explained the varying developmental needs of adolescents with regard to emotional and cognitive development. The late adolescent stage allowed an individual to understand right from wrong, yet at the same time they're also functioning under diminished capacity for impulse control. The defense called several witnesses from Green's childhood, some who even maintained relationships with him into adulthood. Each witness was asked if their opinion had changed of him since the knowledge of his confession. All witnesses agreed they'd been shocked to discover that he was responsible for the murder of Hilton. Individuals who knew him in varying capacities described him as jovial, popular, funny, and loving. These words were used to describe him before and after the murder. Green's ex-wife, Karen Green, said, "There's just not a bad bone in him." After witness statements were given, each of Jane Hilton's children presented their victim impact statements. They all described the unforgivable loss that Green inflicted upon their family. "What would you do if you received an early morning call to tell you your mother is dead?" The court listened to her description of the feeling of gathering her mother's belongings from the house in which she was killed. Autumn finished with a powerful declaration. "We will always have something in common, regretting the stupid decision you made 37 years ago." Hilton's son Ian echoed his sister's sentiments. He went on to explain the uncertainty the family faced and the recurring nightmares they suffered, especially after the crooked finger of blame was pointed at his own sister, Autumn. He broke down in tears as he ended with an almost inaudible remark. "All the words we say will never bring my mother back." Autumn was the last to speak. Her statements showed true agony as she recounted the cloud of suspicion she'd lived under for the last 2 decades. Recounting the day 2 detectives with thick mustaches came into her house, telling her they found the people responsible for her mother's death. She was then repeatedly accused of biting her mother and helping move her body from the floor to the bed. Autumn went on to say that if she hadn't said the word lawyer at that point, she did not know how much further the intimidation tactics of the investigators could have gone. Afterwards, Deputy District Attorney Jay Linden read a statement on behalf of the family. In the statement, he asked Green what made him end Jane's life in such a brutal manner. "You beat her. She had numerous wounds around her head and face. By your own words, you kicked her jaw. You bit her on the shoulder. Why was that?" Linden continued to read the statement that expressed how Green didn't just murder Jane. He destroyed numerous lives in the process. Linden then asked Green if he'd given any thought about Jane and who she was. He pointed out her achievements and the love she had for each of her children. In closing arguments, Margaret Husser, Green's defense attorney, stressed the idea that he was unable to stop himself. She emphasized that he did not know what he was doing was wrong, as he was an adolescent at the time. This argument was based on the testimony of expert witness Dr. Kaufman. She asked that the court show mercy as she read off the multiple penal codes and rules of the court. Judge Kingsbury interjected by saying, "The court is not going to put him on probation," effectively ending any further comment from the defense. In response, Linden thanked the court and said the application for probation was offensive. He said, "It was a smack to this family who had endured this predicament." Linden stated that Green already got away with murder for 37 years. Placing him on probation would allow him to get away with more. Judge Kingsbury said she had heard a multitude of arguments about murder cases surrounding adolescent development. She remarked that after her 26 years on the bench, Jane Hilton's murder was by far the most brutal. Before passing her sentence, Kingsbury asked the family for their forgiveness for the trauma they had suffered, although she was not originally assigned the case. She also hoped they would heal from the pain, as it would have been their mother's wish. Kingsbury then encouraged Green to use all resources at his disposal in the California Department of Rehabilitation. "You're the key to the questions these people have. Doing that could ultimately help you with your outcome as it relates to parole," said Kingsbury. In closing, Kingsbury pointed out that she had heard from his friends that there's a great side to him and that he has much to offer. She also said he was young enough to be released and live a productive life. Green was sentenced to 15 years to life and remained at the El Dorado County Jail. He will then be transferred to the California Department of Corrections and Rehabilitation. Restitution will be decided after further consideration by the court. Davis was released on February 13, 2020, and planned to celebrate over pizza with his family. His lawyer, Melissa O'Connell, said he will be entitled to more than $750,000 in state compensation for the wrongful conviction. Although the amount was high enough for him to re-enter society and start afresh, O'Connell said it could not make up for the years of freedom that he lost. Davis went on to sue the state for damages, covering the period from May 21, 2002 to February 13, 2020, for a whopping $18 million. The lawsuit named El Dorado County, as well as former detectives Richard Strasser, Rick Fitzgerald, Bill Wilson, who's deceased and being sued through his estate, and Larry Hennig. Sheriff's Office pathologist Dr. Robert Anthony has also been included in the complaint. The Village Life newspaper reported that Davis was homeless after being released. The lawsuit is still pending as of 2022. In September 2022, California passed Assembly Bill 2644. This bill would, commencing January 1, 2024, prohibit law enforcement officers from employing threats, physical harm, deception, or psychologically manipulative interrogation tactics, as specified, during a custodial interrogation of a person 17 years of age or younger. The bill faced opposition, but District Attorney Vern Pearson is urging all law enforcement to stop using intimidation tactics. Pearson stated that 10 years ago, he would have viewed the methods used to get a confession differently. However, after seeing the true impact it can have, he believed there is room for change. This also comes after research points to deceptive tactics being used for years by law enforcement. Tactics that presume guilt and focus on getting a confession rather than getting the full story. The district attorney is implementing this new policy in his office and is urging other district attorneys to do the same. El Dorado County DA's office will now reject any case where the primary evidence is a confession obtained using threats, lies, or psychologically manipulative interrogation tactics. These measures are to ensure that no one is ever again convicted based on a coerced false confession, like the case of Ricky Davis. Pearson personally apologized to all involved in the miscarriage of justice caused by the tactics used by then investigators into the brutal 1985 murder of Jane Hilton. After 37 years, the right man is finally facing justice. Yet the lives of so many were left broken by mistakes and false accusations. For Jane Hilton's family, hopefully, they can now pick up the pieces after being divided over the innocence of their own sister, Autumn. Ricky Davis can never regain the liberty he lost. And Michael Green destroyed not only the lives of the victim's family and friends, but the lives that he touched in the years before and after the murder. What are your thoughts on today's case? Did Michael Green deserve the sentence he received? Does his clean record minus the murder make him innocent of intentional murder? How could he let an innocent man take the blame for his actions? Can Ricky Davis ever get his life back on track, even when he does receive compensation? And why is it taking so long? The mysterious case of Johnia Berry. In a small American town called Bristol, Tennessee, Johnia Berry was born on August 26, 1983. She was a happy and friendly person who had many friends and loved to have fun at parties. When she was in school, she was also part of the local cheerleading team. After finishing high school, Johnia went to East Tennessee State University to study psychology and criminology. During her college years, she met Jason White, and they became a couple, eventually getting engaged right before they graduated. In late 2004, when she was 21 years old, Johnia decided to get a master's degree in psychology. This led her to move temporarily to Knoxville, another city, for her studies. While studying, she worked part-time at a children's educational center and discovered her passion for helping children. Her boyfriend, Jason, continued his studies in a different state, working towards a law degree. Even though they were far apart, they stayed in touch and planned their wedding. In Knoxville, Johnia initially stayed in her friend Jason Amami's apartment. They both went to college together and later moved to Knoxville. They shared an apartment with 2 bedrooms, and Jason let Johnia stay there until she found her own place. Johnia had 2 part-time jobs, one at a jewelry store and the other at a children's hospital. On the Sunday night of December 5th, after finishing work at the store, Johnia went to the mall to do some Christmas shopping. When she got back home, she wrapped presents for the children at the educational center, talked to her neighbor, and then went to her room. She also spoke to her boyfriend on the phone before going to bed. Around 4 in the morning, Jason Amami heard a scream from a woman. He thought Johnia was having a bad dream, so he went to her room. But instead, he found a stranger with a knife. The stranger attacked Jason and they had a fight. Eventually, Jason managed to push the attacker away and ran out of the apartment. He went to the nearest convenience store, which was almost a kilometer away, to call for help. When the store clerk saw Jason, who was covered in blood, they called 911. Jason explained what had happened to the police when they arrived. The police went to their apartment and found Johnia in the hallway that connected 5 apartments. She was still alive, but barely conscious. When they asked her about the attacker, she could only give weak clues. The police searched the whole building and the area nearby, but they couldn't find the attacker. They rushed Johnia to the nearest hospital, but the doctors couldn't save her, even though they tried their best. The doctor said she had more than 20 stab wounds, and it was very unlikely she could survive. As for Jason, he had 8 wounds from the attacker, but only one was very serious. He got medical help and his life was not in danger. Meanwhile, the detectives started to investigate the crime scene. They found blood in the hallway, showing that Johnia had tried to ask her neighbors for help, but no one had opened their doors. Right next to Johnia's room, they found the murder weapon, which turned out to be a kitchen knife that belonged to Jason. The attacker had used it with such force that it got bent and damaged. The police also found blood near the back door of the apartment and on the stairs leading to the street. Since Jason and Johnia had left through the front door, the detectives thought the most likely explanation was that the killer had escaped through the back door. In Jason's room, they discovered another clue, a partial footprint, which the attacker might have left when he followed Jason and attacked him. Because of the brutal way the attacker had taken Johnia's life, the police suspected that the motive behind the crime was personal. At first, the detectives started looking into Johnia's boyfriend, even though he was far away, about 1,000 kilometers from Knoxville. But all his friends and family said that Johnia and her boyfriend had a wonderful relationship, and he had no reason to commit such a cruel crime. He found out about Johnia's death when her mother called him at 10 in the morning. He said that after hearing the news, he fainted and took a long time to recover. He was in no condition to do anything, so he had to ask his neighbor to help him book a plane ticket and pack his suitcase. The investigators carefully checked his alibi and realized that he couldn't have physically traveled to Knoxville and back by morning. So they ruled him out as a suspect and turned their attention to Johnia's neighbor instead. In contrast to the victim's boyfriend, this neighbor had no solid alibi and had been inside the apartment with her, raising suspicions that he might be the culprit. Friends and family of Johnia were also skeptical of him. Some believed he could be the likely killer, while others accused him of fleeing the apartment, leaving Johnia behind. This suspicion ran so deep that the victim's parents didn't even want him to attend her funeral. Shortly after Jason was released from the hospital, investigators began questioning him. He stuck to his initial account. He heard screams, saw an unfamiliar man, and was attacked. After managing to fend off the attacker, Jason rushed to the front door and out into the street, seeking help from the neighbors. He believed that Johnia had also managed to escape the apartment because he couldn't hear her screams. However, the police had reservations about accepting this version of events. What initially raised doubts about Jason were his injuries. 7 of the 8 wounds were superficial, and the last one on his right arm could have been acquired either while defending himself or during an attack. Additionally, investigators found no signs of forced entry into the apartment, suggesting that the person responsible might have been inside already. Jason claimed that he had taken out the trash through the back door that night, but couldn't remember if he had locked it or not. Detectives continued to press him, paying close attention to which door he used to exit the apartment onto the street. Jason insisted that he had left through the front door, but the police suspected he might be lying. If Jason had indeed exited through the back door, it would explain the presence of bloodstains near the door leading to the stairs, further raising suspicions against him. Moreover, the police accused him of using and selling illegal drugs and of being aggressive when he couldn't get his fix. The young man denied all these allegations, but investigators continued to level various charges against him. After several hours at the police station, the detectives proposed a polygraph test of him. Surprisingly, Jason agreed. The investigators brought in an expert who asked him leading questions. And at the end of the session, they informed him that he had failed the test, indicating that he was providing false answers. Upon hearing this, Jason became emotionally distraught, shouting that he had nothing to do with the crime, that his life was in danger, and that the real criminal was still on the loose. However, the detectives remained unconvinced. Nevertheless, they couldn't charge him with the murder due to the lack of concrete evidence. They had to wait for laboratory experts to complete their examination of the few pieces of evidence found in the apartment, and an unexpected twist soon emerged. During their analysis of the murder weapon, the knife, they discovered 3 DNA samples, those of the deceased girl, Jason, and an unidentified man. Additionally, the unknown man's DNA was found in Johnia's room on the back door handle and on the staircase used by the criminal to exit onto the street. Furthermore, they uncovered a fingerprint on the knife handle marked by the victim's blood. That did not match Jason's fingerprint. These discoveries led the police to doubt that Jason was the murderer. The evidence strongly indicated that another person had been in the apartment that night. However, when they checked the DNA sample against existing databases, they found no matches. Even though investigators had ruled out Jason as a suspect, public opinion continued to cast doubt on him, accusing him of leaving his girlfriend behind and fleeing instead of protecting her. Furthermore, Jason started experiencing post-traumatic stress disorder. A significant development soon came to light. It was revealed that the polygraph operator had misinterpreted the test results, and there was no indication that Jason was lying. Additionally, There was no concrete evidence linking the young man to illegal substances. It had been used as leverage, but more importantly, the severity of Jason's injuries had been initially underestimated. In reality, Jason had suffered serious damage to his lung and neck with little hope for a full recovery. Due to these inaccuracies in police reports, the insurance company only covered 25% of his treatment costs, leaving Jason facing severe financial hardship. Once the police no longer considered him a suspect, they began questioning Jason as a witness. From his account, they managed to create a rough description of the attacker. The situation was complicated by the fact that Jason hadn't gotten a clear look at the assailant's face. The apartment was dimly lit, and the attacker had pounced on him as soon as he exited the room. The investigators also stumbled upon something intriguing in Johnia's room: a cap along with discs and a stereo player near the back staircase. Initially, they thought these items might belong to either the victim or Jason, but Jason denied any connection to them. According to him, none of these items were in his apartment, suggesting they were left behind by the killer. The investigators shared a rough sketch of the suspect with the media, and after it was publicized, the police received hundreds of leads. People reported individuals who vaguely resembled the sketch, prompting detectives to pursue each of these leads. One lead stood out to the investigators. They learned about a group of teenagers in the area who had been breaking into houses with the intent to steal. One of these teenagers, a 19-year-old named Michael, bore a resemblance to the suspect's sketch. The police initiated a search for him, which was complicated because he was already wanted for theft. Now, with the possibility of his involvement in a murder, 2 police units joined the search for Michael. They eventually located him and brought him in for questioning. The investigators immediately focused on Michael's shoes, which had a tread pattern similar to the footprint left by the killer. They collected a DNA sample and fingerprints from Michael and sent them to the experts for analysis. Meanwhile, they interrogated him, and during this process, they received an unexpected revelation. Michael quickly admitted that he and a friend had indeed entered Johnia's apartment that night. According to his account, they had planned to steal valuable items, but his friend had taken a knife and attacked Johnia. However, the detectives soon began to doubt Michael's story. Firstly, the details he provided didn't align with the actual events. Secondly, there was no evidence of the presence of 2 strangers at the crime scene. The laboratory results further confirmed their skepticism. Michael's DNA and fingerprints did not match those found at the murder scene. The same held true for his shoes. The tread pattern did not match the one in Jason's room. Ultimately, the police concluded that Michael had fabricated the story. While it may sound unusual, such false admissions occur relatively frequently in high-profile cases. Some individuals falsely claim guilt for various reasons, including seeking attention or hoping for a reward for information. It remains unclear what motivated Michael, but his story turned out to be entirely untrue. Following that, investigators interviewed over 1,000 potential suspects and gathered around 400 DNA samples, but none of them matched the evidence. Early in the investigation, a reward had been offered for information leading to the case's resolution. As each month passed, the reward amount increased, and by December 2005, 1 year after the murder, it had reached $60,000. Adding to this, the state governor chipped in an additional $20,000 from his own funds, drawing even more public attention to the case. Despite the abundance of leads, all of them eventually led to dead ends, and the case remained unsolved for several years. In 2007, the victim's parents decided to take action by seeking changes in state legislation. They found it perplexing that the fingerprints and DNA of the murderer were not in any databases. Given the brutality of the crime, the parents refused to believe it was the perpetrator's first offense. They later discovered that according to Tennessee laws, fingerprints and DNA samples were only collected from convicted criminals. Johnia's parents were determined to change this. They played an active role in crafting a new law that mandated the collection of these samples from all individuals arrested for violent crimes. Authorities supported this initiative, and the law was enacted in May 2007. 2 months later, a breakthrough occurred in the case. The police arrested Taylor Olsen, a 22-year-old, for violating the terms of his probation. Olsen had a long history of criminal activities, primarily involving theft, check forgery, and auto theft, and he had been arrested multiple times before. Surprisingly, his fingerprints and DNA had never been collected, even though he had a history of run-ins with the law. Olsen lived with his girlfriend and their newborn daughter, but his criminal activities persisted. It was revealed that Olsen had already come to the investigators' attention 5 months earlier when they received a tip about his possible involvement in the murder. However, for reasons unknown, the police had not pursued DNA samples for analysis at that time. Nevertheless, with his new arrest for probation violation, they finally decided to question him about Johnia's case. Olsen eventually confessed his involvement in the murder and willingly provided a DNA sample. When the lab results came in, it was confirmed that Taylor's DNA was a complete match with the sample found in the victim's apartment. Following this, they collected his fingerprints, which also matched the fingerprint on the murder weapon. Olsen was subsequently arrested, and detectives began to question him. Initially, Olsen said he was not guilty, but he eventually decided to confess to his actions. Taylor claimed that on that night, he had intended to steal Johnia's car and had entered her apartment through the back door to find the car keys. When he entered her room, she woke up and began screaming. In response, Olsen grabbed a kitchen knife and stabbed her multiple times. However, he insisted that he hadn't intended to kill anyone and it had all occurred accidentally. Detectives had doubts about the truthfulness of some details and leaned towards believing that Taylor had premeditated the murder. It was possible that he had been stalking the victim for some time, indirectly supported by the fact that Johnia's friends had reported someone following her in a car. At the time, no evidence was found to substantiate this, but after Olsen's arrest, it seemed increasingly plausible. Despite this, there was little doubt about his culpability. His DNA and fingerprints were present on the murder weapon, strongly indicating his involvement. Olsen's trial was slated to commence in mid-2008, and by that point, he had already retained a lawyer. Apparently, his legal counsel advised him to retract his confession, and Taylor presented a new version of events to the detectives. Now he claimed that he had entered Johnia's apartment with his friend named Noah Cox. According to this revised account, when Olsen entered Johnia's room to retrieve the car keys, she allegedly woke up, seized a knife, and stabbed him several times. Olsen then fled through the back door while his friend entered Johnia's room, disarmed her, and killed her. This new narrative raised suspicions among the police. They found no fingerprints or DNA from other individuals at the crime scene, making it appear unlikely that anyone else was involved. Detectives awaited the start of the trial, but it never occurred. On March 28, 2008, Taylor Olsen took his own life in his prison cell. Alongside him, several suicide notes were discovered, addressed to his family, Johnia's relatives, and the police. In the note to the detectives, he once again alleged that his friend Noah Cox was the actual perpetrator and also apologized to Johnia's family and his own. Detectives continued to believe that Olsen was responsible for the murder, and repeatedly questioned No. However, they found no evidence implicating him. Johnia's parents also remained skeptical, believing that Olsen was lying. In their view, if Taylor was truly innocent, he wouldn't have taken his own life. It seemed more likely that he simply did not want to spend the rest of his life in prison. Furthermore, for several months following his initial confession, Olsen had consistently maintained that he had entered the apartment alone, and that there was no one else with him. The sudden change in his story to shift blame onto his friend raised further doubts. Police immediately rushed to the scene of the crime, hoping to save 9-year-old Andrew and his 14-month-old sister, Naomi. An unknown man had committed a ruthless attack on the priest and his family. Leaving no traces behind, the criminal made it one of the detectives' most challenging cases in the detectives' careers. Fortunately, they managed to find witnesses who had seen everything. Their testimonies helped uncover the truth about what had really happened to the Hawkinsmith family. In 2013, in Danville, Kentucky, 35-year-old priest Michael Hawkinsmith, who had previously worked as a manager at a local pawn shop, had to take full control of the pawn shop due to the former owner's health condition. As a former priest, Michael had always been honest with people. He easily found common ground with others and was always willing to help. When he decided to get married, no one doubted his choice. Angie was his first love, and everyone saw her as a very sweet and kind girl. Michael literally worshipped the ground she walked on. When the couple had children, their relationship became even stronger. Together, they were a very happy family. As the Hawkinsmith family expanded, so did their business. The pawn shop, ABC Gold, games, and more became a successful family venture, attracting regular customers like broker Dan Smith, with whom they often conducted business on Fridays. Life seemed perfect for the Hawkinsmiths until one day in 2013 when an unknown man decided to disrupt their peaceful existence. 6 minutes after the phone call, police officers arrived at the scene of the crime. When they entered the building, their attention was immediately drawn to a large, bloody trail which led them to Michael Hawkinsmith. Moments later, they found his 38-year-old wife, Angie, and on the other side of the counter, they discovered the third victim of the crime, 60-year-old broker Dan Smith. All 3 victims had gunshot wounds to the head and torso. A few minutes later, officers found Andrew Hawkinsmith and his little sister Naomi hiding in a closet. The officers' accounts indicated the unimaginable horror these young children had endured. Suddenly, the 9-year-old boy and his 14-month-old sister were left orphaned, having lost both parents. Upon examining the crime scene, police found 14 spent .22 caliber shell casings and 3 intact bullets, along with a briefcase that belonged to Dan Smith. The victim's personal belongings and all the cash in the register were left untouched, suggesting that robbery was not the motive for the crime. Unfortunately, there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop, posing a significant obstacle to the investigation. The police had no choice but to rely on finding potential witnesses to the crime. An employee of the nearby Rainbowy Cleaners was able to describe a car that had parked near the building that morning. It was a silver minivan driven by a large man with a thick beard. While one group of investigators searched the surrounding area, another informed the closest relatives about the tragedy that had befallen their loved ones. Michael's parents found it difficult to accept the circumstances that someone in their right mind could wish harm to their children. Nevertheless, they tried to find any positive aspect in the situation, and the fact that their grandchildren had survived could not but rejoice them. If they hadn't been for Andrew, they only would have Gail Ross Smith. Soon, the tragic news reached the daughter of the third victim, Dan Smith. He was involved in buying precious metals and skillfully adapted to the specifics of his work, easily finding common ground with different people. His business involved handling large sums of cash, sometimes exceeding hundreds of thousands of dollars. This led the police to consider the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the primary target of the criminal. Tracking the man's movements revealed that before he arrived at the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop, he had visited Lawson's jewelry store in Harrodsburg, located 10 miles northeast of Danville. In the jewelry store, investigators found a surveillance camera positioned on the far wall to capture every visitor entering and exiting the store. They hoped that the recording would help them determine if anyone had been following Dan Smith. Smith entered the store at 8:16 in the morning, and there were no other customers in the building at the time. He was carrying the same briefcase that was later found at the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop. After greeting the woman behind the counter with a smile, headed to the back of the store sometime later, Dan Smith reappeared on the footage, coming out from the back of the store, saying something to an elderly woman who had just entered, and then immediately leaving. It was a typical day in the life of the jewelry store. The external camera recording showed nothing suspicious. The police were left to helplessly monitor the man who had no idea he would soon be at the center of a tragic event. Meanwhile, 9-year-old Andrew Hawkinsmith was taken to the police station to give his testimony. Andrew described how he had been at the pawn shop with his parents when Dan Smith arrived carrying a bag full of money. While his father and Dan were talking, the stranger entered and immediately demanded the bag. According to the boy, Dan Smith immediately handed over his briefcase, after which the stranger shot him. My father asked him to stop, but he also shot him with a pistol similar to the one I play with, Andrew said. Meanwhile, the mother instructed Andrew to take Naomi to the back of the store and hide in the closet. Andrew took his little sister and hid. It was then that the criminal aimed the gun at Angie. I don't know who he is and why he did it, but it seems to me that the reason was money," the 9-year-old boy concluded. He described the stranger as a very tall man with a blonde beard that looked fake, matching the description provided by a witness from Rainbow Cleaners. To follow all possible leads, the police's next step was to thoroughly examine the business run by the Hawkinsmith family. It turned out that the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop had another owner, Steve Devine. While he usually attended Friday deals with Dan Smith, he was absent on the tragic morning of September 20th. This information raised concerns, making determining his whereabouts a top priority. Steve Devine explained that he had developed an allergy that morning and was forced to cancel all his appointments, a story confirmed by his wife. The alibi and the fact that Steve Devine did not own a silver minivan helped to rule him out as a suspect. He also explained why there were no surveillance cameras in the pawn shop. According to him, the security system had been removed by the previous owner, Kenneth Allen Keith, and the new owners had not yet installed a replacement. 48-year-old Keith, like his deceased friend Michael Hawkinsmith, was a priest. Pastor Keith sold the pawn shop when he was diagnosed with brain cancer, but he remained the owner of another similar establishment, Gold Rush Buyers in Pulaski County, neighboring Danville's Boyle County. Michael's family revealed that he prayed for his friend every evening, hoping for his recovery. Their friendship, which began when Michael worked at a youth church camp, had lasted for 15 years. The Hawkinsmith family always held Pastor Keith in high regard, and for their son Andrew, he was like a beloved uncle. With no significant leads, investigators decided to try their luck in finding possible street surveillance systems near the ABC Gold, Games, and More pawn shop. They found a camera on the office building of the real estate office, Danville Rentals. The surveillance footage captured a silver minivan at 8:45 in the morning, but the image was too blurry to identify the license plate or the make of the vehicle. Once again, police had to rely on the witness's testimony from Rainbow Cleaners, which described the car as an old model with a distinctive square body shape. The car in the video clearly showed a square rear bumper that matched this description. The color, type, and shape of the car all indicated that the police had found the criminal's vehicle. They continued to search for surveillance systems farther and farther from the pawn shop. At 8:17 in the morning, the camera at the local Ephraim McDowell Hospital captured the same vehicle. And finally, investigators were able to determine that it was a silver Dodge minivan. Michael and Angela's family organized a candlelight vigil in their memory. Hundreds of compassionate people attended that evening, demonstrating the depth of love for their lost ones. Similarly, like the Hawkinsmith family, Dan Smith's close relatives were outraged that the whims of another had led to the loss of their loved one. Despite their grief, they chose not to let anger overshadow their other emotions and joined in the funeral proceedings. Meanwhile, the Danville Police Department appealed to the public for any information about the criminal or his vehicle. Immediately after this, on September 24th, the police received a call from Tracy Harold, a pastor in Warren, Michigan. He claimed to be a friend of Kenneth Keith and mentioned that during their last conversation, they touched on the topic of the murder in Danville. And at that moment, Mr. Keith seemed to change. Pastor Kenneth Allen informed his friend that on that particular day, he was driving to Danville for medicine for his wife. He also expressed a sense of guilt for what happened as he had given Michael Hawkinsmith the opportunity to become the owner of his former business. Keith put forward the theory that Dan Smith himself could have been the main target of the attacker. Keith explained that Dan would come to him every Sunday to pawn all his gold, always carrying large sums of cash with him. Keith speculated that someone might have tracked Dan's route and ultimately targeted him, but there was more to the story. As it turned out, the pastor's relationship with the Hawkinsmith family was not as everyone had believed. These words raised suspicions, leading to Pastor Keith being added to the list of suspects. To verify his alibi, investigators decided to review the surveillance footage from the Good Neighbor Pharmacy, where, according to the pastor, he bought medicine for his wife. At 9:24 in the morning, a man entered the pharmacy, indeed Pastor Kenneth Allen Keith. But he looked nothing like the man who had committed the triple attack just minutes earlier. He was not wearing a green jacket or a beard, which were distinctive features of the assailant. However, this did not rule out his involvement in the attack. There was a 7-minute gap between Andrew Hawkinsmith's call to the police and the pastor's arrival at the pharmacy. The police decided to check if it was possible to travel from the crime scene to the Good Neighbor Pharmacy in such a short time. They found that the trip took about 5 minutes in total, so it was plausible to commit the murders, quickly get into a car, and reach the pharmacy to establish a solid alibi. The key clue was that Pastor Keith had an unregistered 2008 Dodge minivan, which was silver. However, all the evidence found was circumstantial, and it was not enough for an arrest. So investigators turned to Tracy Harold to participate in a series of fake phone calls aimed at the suspect. Luckily, Tracy agreed. During these calls, Pastor Keith finally revealed his true feelings towards the Hawkinsmith family. And then what everyone had been waiting for happened. Keith began discussing details of the case that had not been made public. Following that, Pastor Kenneth Keith explained that he left Danville and returned to Somerset. He then took his car to the car wash to prepare it for a planned family vacation. At 10:50 in the morning, Keith was seen on camera walking down the hallway to the cashier's counter. With a noticeable smile, it seemed clear that he was not involved in the dreadful crime that occurred earlier that morning. The external camera footage covering the parking lot showed Pastor Chameth leaving the car wash in the same silver Dodge at 11:25. Matching all the images previously obtained from various surveillance systems in Danville. At that point, they had enough evidence to arrest the suspect. He was offered a polygraph test to prove or alleviate his involvement in the pawn shop crime. But his response was rather unusual. Keith stated that he would not be able to pass the polygraph successfully because during his military service, he was tasked with eliminating 3 individuals. The investigators obtained a warrant to search Kenneth Allen Keith's pawn shop, where they discovered a fake beard and a significant amount of cash. The police could not find any legitimate explanation for how he acquired most of the money. They also found bundles of bills wrapped in a ribbon with the name of the bank that issued them, revealing Dan Smith as their client. Further investigation revealed that the money found in Keith's pawn shop had recently been withdrawn from the account of a dead broker. Additionally, several .22 caliber casings were found in Keith's pawn shop. According to ballistics analysis, they were fired from the same weapon used to shoot the parents of young Andrew and Naomi. Based on all the evidence found, Kenneth Allen Keith was charged with 3 counts of deliberate homicide and first-degree robbery. It turned out that Pastor Keith believed that Michael Hawkinsmith and Steve Devine had conspired to get rid of him from the business. Knowing that Dan Smith carried large sums of money, Keith decided to exact his revenge on the day of their planned meeting at the pawn shop. Keith aimed to mislead law enforcement into thinking the crime was motivated by robbery. In reality, Michael Hawkinsmith and his partner, Steve Devine, had no involvement in the imagined conspiracy against Keith. During the investigation, no evidence of discreditable activities by Michael Hawkinsmith and Steve Devine was found. On September 20th, the criminal arrived in Danville in his silver Dodge Caravan. He circled the pawn shop for a while until he noticed Dan Smith's car parked nearby. The first victim was the broker himself, followed by Michael and then Angela Hawkinsmith. The pastor then took all the cash from Dan Smith's case and calmly left the crime scene, stopping at the Good Neighbor Pharmacy to be captured on its surveillance cameras and secure an alibi. His decision to go to the car wash was another attempt to remove traces and destroy any evidence that might have been left on his vehicle. In 2017, just before the trial, Kenneth Allen Keith pleaded guilty to all charges. He was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. Before the trial, investigators obtained medical documents from the Veterans Hospital and discovered that the pastor had never had a brain tumor. How could someone who seemed so spiritually inclined commit such a heinous crime? Furthermore, how was he going to live with the knowledge of what he had done? The horrible case of Elliot Roger. Elliot Roger was born on July 24, 1991, in London, England. His parents were Peter Roger and Lechin Roger, both very young at the time of conceiving the child and while growing their professional careers. Peter was dedicated to photography but dreamed of becoming a renowned filmmaker in Hollywood. Lechin was a young woman from Malaysia who had come to the United Kingdom to work as a nurse on film sets. Thanks to her job, she had the necessary contacts to fantasize about the idea of moving the family to the United States, where big dreams come true. George Lucas, no less, was a close friend of Lee Chin. In the years following Elliot's birth, the family prepared for the big move, and after the arrival of their fourth member, Georgia, in 1996, they finally embarked on the journey that changed their lives. That year, the four of them took their belongings and settled in California, close to movie stars and huge recording studios. A new chapter in the life of the Rogers began. However, not everyone was pleased with this change. For the first time, sadness appeared within Elliot. For him, the happy days had been left behind in London. But after a brief period of adaptation, he was ready to become the happy child he once was. When it was time to start at his new school, his limited social skills became evident. Elliot was extremely shy and rarely had the courage to approach other children, to start a conversation, or join a game. In these situations, it was his mother who intervened and invited some classmates over to play at the house. Then everything would go normally, and Elliot seemed to integrate easily. Although there were numerous moves, after a while, the Rogers found their place and began to form bonds in the country they had arrived in. The adults had their friends, their dream jobs. Elliot was doing well in school. Everything seemed to be going as planned. But the dream was short-lived. By the time Elliot turned 7, the fights between Peter and Lee Chin became more frequent. The situation became unbearable, and after a few months, the couple decided to separate. This event significantly affected Elliot's emotions and behavior. The child began to feel resentment towards his father, especially when, shortly after, he introduced him to his new girlfriend. He couldn't believe what he was doing to his mother. He refused to go to his father's house because he was hardly ever there, and he had to spend time with his father's new girlfriend, whom Elliot felt was trying to impose rules as if she had authority over him. But other, more important issues were on his mind, and soon his parents' separation became a secondary concern. What really obsessed him was figuring out how to make friends and be seen as a popular kid. He observed from a distance the behavior of the classmates he admired, wanting to emulate their appearance so others would notice him. Until that point, he had felt invisible everywhere except at home. At home, his mother indulged all his wishes and whims, but outside, he felt that no one acknowledged his existence. He did everything within his power to change this, seeing that his father, a good and successful man, had quickly found a new woman. Elliot concluded that this was the way to stand out among people and eventually become a great seducer. He asked his parents for permission to dye his hair blonde, changed his outfits to urban clothes like those worn by skaters, bought a skateboard, and started practicing. His plans seemed to be working. For the first time, he felt he could find a group of friends on his own without the need to talk too much. But at the same time, he was not so good with physical skills. There was always someone better than him. This discovery filled him with hatred. This was the first time he began to experience envy and jealousy. Others seemed to fit perfectly into the world, but for him, it seemed an impossible task to accomplish. Unfortunately, this thought began to completely take over his mind, plunging him into a vicious cycle of resentment. By the time he reached adolescence, his obsession took another turn. The idea of getting a girlfriend and losing his virginity began to occupy his head all day. He knew that day would come. Each day, his group of friends demanded he do something he didn't want to do. He himself claimed that he was desperate to catch the attention of women, to receive the love that had been denied to him so far, to lose the virginity that made him look like a loser. Time kept passing, and he was still unable to achieve his goal. He couldn't understand why women didn't notice him, why they didn't choose him and preferred to go out with unoriginal boys, only dating good-looking guys whom he considered stereotypes. After constant frustrations, which accumulated from failed attempts to relate to other people, he immersed himself in the world of video games. There he found an escape from the harsh reality he faced daily. He distanced himself from the few friends he had managed to make with the help of his mother and fully delved into the parallel universe of role-playing games, losing interest in everything else. At school, they began to bully him for being the quiet and calm boy and also mocked him for his fear of talking to women. When the situation became unbearable, his parents decided to change his school. However, this measure turned out to be even worse, as he was sent to a school with a larger number of students than the previous one, which caused him overwhelming anxiety. At that establishment, he also suffered bullying from his classmates. He then begged his parents not to send him back to that place. Complying with his request, they decided to send him to a smaller part-time institution. Elliot felt more comfortable there, but still, none of his classmates were to his liking. The hatred for people was already entrenched in him. He saw himself as superior to others who were incapable of noticing him. For this reason, he believed he was doomed to a lonely and miserable life, while other boys his age lived their lives fully, partying, having intimate relationships, and socializing with friends. The envy and jealousy he had begun to feel during his childhood took over his body, filling him with fury and hatred towards all humanity. These thoughts led to several episodes of crying where he expressed being fed up with his life. The experiences that had led him to constant frustration and the new family his father had formed eventually plunged him into a deep depression. Although he refused to leave his room, his parents decided to take him to a psychiatrist. The professional prescribed medication, but Elliot refused to take it, insisting he was not sick. Nevertheless, the first signs that something was not right began to appear. When it was time to go to university, his parents thought it would be a good idea for Elliot to live on the campus of the University of California. Perhaps being away from his family, the boy would find a way to relate to people his age without the intervention of his mother or any other adult. However, once again, the plan did not turn out as expected. Now, he lived with other classmates, but he didn't even engage in conversation with them. He found it impossible to share his space with others. Everything seemed to be an attack on him. Moreover, reality hit him hard again. The city where he lived was full of young people having fun day and night, walking hand in hand with their partners, and he couldn't even approach anyone. He then thought that, although he hated them, the only option to get a girlfriend was to become like one of them. He took advantage of his parents' good economic position to build a personality based on wearing designer clothes, driving a high-end car, and flaunting the money he had to be seen as a sophisticated, cultured, and fascinating man. To do that, he had to become rich, and the easiest way to do it was by betting on lottery tickets. He invested the money his parents sent him, learned gaming strategies, and dedicated his time to achieving his goal. But once again, his plan did not come to fruition. It was impossible for him to contain the rage he felt seeing others have the life he desired and believed he deserved. He then began to frequent websites to learn how to seduce women. By clicking on some alternative links, he arrived at a portal where hundreds of men in the same situation shared their frustration and blamed women for their discomfort. However, he saw these men as losers and did not feel he belonged to that category either. His insistence on fulfilling his wish seemed to have no end. On one occasion, learning about a party organized at one of the fraternities, he took the courage to go, even though he had not been invited. Beforehand, he drank vodka in his university room and then went to the place. When he entered the house, he saw people talking among themselves. But once again, they did not notice his presence. He drank a few more glasses there, hoping someone would approach him. Then he noticed an Asian boy having fun, and anger overwhelmed him. He ran towards him and started shouting and insulting him. How was it possible that this Asian boy had friends, and he did not? People mocked him because he was drunk and did not know what he was saying. Then, by his own will, he left that room, went to a balcony, sat down, and watched everyone in solitude, hating them with all his might. Soon the refuge he had found began to fill with boys and girls. Fury returned, and he started to insult the women, trying to push them off the balcony. However, the boys accompanying them reacted in time, and it was he himself who ended up falling. Injured from the fall, he left the place completely lost in his fury. The next day, he called his father to accompany him to a hospital due to the poor condition of his leg. He invented a story in which he was the victim. This was his breaking point. All the discomfort he had been dragging for years had to be returned to the world and humanity, which had rejected him time and again. He decided he had to take control of the situation. The only way out was revenge. This was how his Machiavellian fantasy took shape and turned into a plan to execute. a plan he called the Day of Retribution. Elliot had prepared for months for the day he would finally end his miserable existence. During his time at the university, he had managed to save the money his parents sent him for living expenses to buy weapons that would help him carry out his revenge against humanity. He learned to use them, set a date for the event, and opened a YouTube channel where, days before the attack, he uploaded videos detailing what he intended to do. He made sure to narrate his day-to-day life and the hatred he felt when he saw couples holding hands or kissing in front of him. He claimed it was a crime that some had that opportunity when he wasn't even looked at. It was an injustice perpetrated by a twisted world and humanity. In the videos, he also showed how he drove around in his luxurious car, and at every corner, he found a party of young people having fun, many girls interacting with boys, and how he insulted and resented them. In his original plan, he included the murder of his stepmother and his younger brother for stealing the life he deserved. The date for this terrible event was initially April 26, 2014, as his father would be out of town. However, a change in Peter's schedule forced Elliot to postpone it for another month. Meanwhile, one of the threatening videos Elliot had uploaded to his blog reached his mother. Concerned about what she had just seen, she alerted the police authorities. 2 officers showed up at the door of the apartment where Elliot lived. The young manipulator appeared calm and friendly enough to convince them that he was fine and would not harm himself or anyone else, considering the possibility of ruining everything he had planned up to that point. Elliot decided to expedite his plan on May 23, 2014. He uploaded his last video, titled The Day of Retribution, and simultaneously sent an email to a dozen acquaintances, including his parents, with a 141-page autobiographical manuscript entitled My Twisted World. In it, he explained the reasons for his hatred towards humanity and justified the horrible actions he was about to commit. His targets were women who chose other men and those men who had the fortune of living the life he believed he deserved. Even in his apartment, he stabbed to death 2 of his roommates and a friend who was visiting them while they were sleeping. He then got into his car and drove to a fraternity where, according to him, the most beautiful women who had rejected him throughout his life were located. He knocked persistently on the door, but no one opened. He then fired his weapon at a group of girls passing by. 3 of them died instantly, while 1 was injured but survived. Elliot got back into his car and drove through the streets of the city, bringing terror to each person unfortunate enough to cross his path. Passing by a store, he fired his gun numerous times from his car without getting out. Suddenly, the police managed to locate the loose murderer they had been searching for minutes. They began to pursue him, exchanging gunfire. Elliot, out of control, ran over people in his attempt to escape until he was shot in the hip, causing him to crash into a light post. Then, in the immense silence that finally enveloped the terrified city, a final explosion was heard coming from the interior of the vehicle Elliot was driving. When the officers approached, they found him dead with a head wound. In total, 7 people perished that fateful night, including Elliot Roger. After the desperation and fear that ran through the blood of the witnesses of the tragic event came desolation. No one could believe what had happened on May 23, 2014. The families of the victims were inconsolable at the fatal end of their loved ones. Even his parents could not comprehend the terrible, drastic decision their son had made. Peter Roger felt the need to publicly apologize to the relatives and also assured that they had not been able to see how sick Elliot was, as he had been clever enough to hide most of the thoughts tormenting his mind. Although they were aware of his obsession with getting a girlfriend, he had never expressed the hatred he felt for all humanity. Peter assured that he would live tormented for the rest of his days, knowing that his son took the lives of innocent people due to severe disorders that had not been detected in time. In this account, Roger recounted that as soon as his ex-wife received the email containing the manuscript, she called him desperately to warn him that something bad was about to happen. They believed Elliot was going to take his own life. They then drove to meet him and convince him not to do anything rash. But by the time they arrived at the place, the attack had already started. And the news from the police was the death of their son and 6 other people. In an attempt to remedy what Elliot caused, Elliot's parents dedicated their days to joining the fight for improvements in the health system and against gun possession. The case of Elliot Roger demonstrated that once again, an entire system failed to protect people's integrity. When officers arrived at his apartment, they discovered his collection of knives and other sharp objects, as well as his writings and books about mass murderers. Mental health professionals were also unable to recognize that they were dealing with a severe narcissist, an antisocial person lacking empathy, who endangered his life and others. But they managed to deduce it after his act of revenge. What is even more striking is that while for some, Elliot Roger was a heartless murderer, for others, he represented someone who did justice for people who feel invisible. The Shelby von Holt case. Shelby Arem von Holt was a cheerful young girl born on September 7, 2000 in Fort Wayne, Indiana, USA. Shelby was the second child in a family that included her mother, Shauna Hartman, father Toda von Holt, older sister Peyton Hartman, and younger siblings, Davin von Holt and Isaac von Holt. Shelby graduated from Troy Center High School in 2018. Over the next 2 years, she worked at a steakhouse and other places while contemplating her desired career path. She seemed to be leaning towards a therapeutic field, although she hadn't yet decided the exact specialty. Living life like any other 20-year-old, Shelby's cheerful personality made her the life of every party. She was ever smiling, loved to dance, sing, and spend time with friends. Interestingly, Shelby was living independently, although the reasons or circumstances for this remain unclear. Although she wasn't particularly active on most social media platforms, her presence on Facebook was notable. She frequently posted cheerful photos, many of which included moments shared with her young niece, Camilla, the daughter of her older sister, Peyton. According to her mother, Shelby met another young woman named Valerie Rose Hardique on Facebook. Though Valerie, at 22, was slightly older, the two reportedly never had a close relationship. Little is known about Valerie's life, but it has been rumored that she had a troubled childhood, questionable associations, and potentially some mental health challenges. On June 20, 2021, at 6:48 p.m., a 911 dispatcher received a call from a distressed woman. She managed to convey that she was injured and said that Valerie shot her. Whether she provided her address or if the police traced the call is unclear. However, shortly after, officers from the Fort Wayne Police Department arrived at a residence where Shelby resided. Upon arriving at the scene, officers forced entry into the residence and found Shelby barely conscious, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds surrounded by a substantial pool of blood. While one officer stayed with Shelby, the rest performed what is termed a protective sweep of the residence to ensure no other victims were present and that the assailant or assailants were not still inside. As they awaited the arrival of an ambulance and local firefighters, the officers attempted to provide first aid. A surgeon asked Shelby if she knew who had shot her. She identified Valerie as the perpetrator of the attack. Soon after, emergency medical personnel took over Shelby's primary care, rushing her to the nearby hospital. She was conscious, in critical condition, but still alive. Meanwhile, Shelby's family was informed of the incident, and Fort Wayne Police Department officers began gathering potential evidence from her home. A significant piece of this evidence was a doorbell camera. After an immediate review of its footage, a person of interest was identified, though details were not publicly disclosed at the time. Public appeal was made, urging anyone with pertinent information related to the case to contact the police department or provide details anonymously through Crime Stoppers. In a twist of fate, the day after Shelby was critically injured, a disturbing incident occurred roughly 50 kilometers away in Ohio. Around 10:30 in the morning, the local police department received several calls about a suspicious-looking young woman loitering around a convenience store situated at a gas station. Eyewitnesses claimed she had been wandering inside the store and near the gas pumps for about an hour, appearing to try and glimpse the credit card numbers customers were using for their purchases. But that wasn't all. The police county had already received a call from a man who reported the same woman seen earlier at the convenience store. He claimed she had pointed a gun at his back. Shortly after, with precautions taken, police officers arrived at the gas station where the woman was still present, and they proceeded to apprehend her without any violent incidents. The woman was identified as 22-year-old Valerie Rose Hardique. She was in possession of a 9mm handgun, which according to reports matched the weapon used in the assault on Shelby. The name Valerie was the one uttered by Shelby when identifying her attacker. To further solidify the suspicions, Valerie's car was the same one captured by Shelby's doorbell camera, seen leaving the scene moments before the injured young woman's emergency call. Despite the ongoing investigation, Valerie was booked and transferred to the county correctional facility, awaiting her arraignment in the local municipal court. Meanwhile, Shelby was desperately clinging to life. 8 9mm bullet wounds had severely injured her chest and abdomen. Doctors had placed her in an induced coma, doing everything in their power to save her. Regrettably, 3 days after the brutal attack, on June 22, 2021, Shelby's body succumbed to the injuries, and she was declared dead. According to media reports, Shauna, Shelby's mother, mentioned her daughter passed away after undergoing 4 intricate abdominal surgeries that didn't produce the hoped-for outcomes. Shelby received 20 blood transfusions, and the medical prognosis was always grim. If she had survived, doctors believed that Shelby's legs would need to be amputated. One might wonder what could drive a 22-year-old woman to murder another young woman so viciously. Based on the limited details, the only motive the investigators disclosed was jealousy. It was alleged that Shelby was dating a young man to whom Valerie had a strong attachment, although his identity was never revealed. Valerie was charged with criminal assault and aggravated threats. Initially detained in Ohio, she was set a bail of $100,000 for threatening a man of the gas station with a firearm. After the initial legal proceedings in Ohio, Valerie was transferred to Allen County to face charges for the murder of Shelby. In a private ceremony, Shelby von Holt's remains were memorialized at a funeral home on June 29th, after which they were cremated. As the judicial process for the murder unfolded at the beginning of 2022, Valerie Rose Hardick entered a plea deal. She pleaded guilty to the murder of Shelby, citing a mental illness as a defense. As part of the agreement, the prosecution dropped an aggravating charge related to the use of a firearm during the commission of the crime, which could have added an additional 20 years to her sentence. Having pleaded guilty, the sentencing hearing was the only step left. This took place in September 2022 in the Superior Court of Allen County. As agreed, Valerie entered her plea as guilty but mentally ill. During the hearing, Valerie's defense attorney tried to present mitigating circumstances. He detailed Valerie's challenging upbringing marked by the death of her stepmother, abuse from a stepbrother, and a history of mental health issues. However, the prosecutors highlighted the trivial motive of jealousy that led Valerie to take Shelby's life. The prosecution also emphasized Valerie's criminal history, noting its escalation over time. They pointed out that when Valerie murdered Shelby, she was on probation, part of an alternative program due to previous charges. Throughout the hearing, Valerie displayed erratic behavior. At times, she appeared coherent and fully aware of the situation, while at other moments she seemed nervous, distracted, and even smiled at Shelby's family. Still, she answered the court's questions accurately. Media reports did not specify exactly what Valerie said when given the chance to speak, but they did highlight that she never showed remorse or apologized to Shelby's family. Shelby's parents clearly conveyed their profound loss during their victim impact statements. Shelby's father recalled his daughter's love for significant symbols like peace signs and mentioned that at the time of her murder, she was finding her way in life. He reflected on Valerie's demeanor during her guilty plea, stating that just by hearing her voice, one could sense her lack of remorse. The grief-stricken father asserted that by admitting to intentionally killing Shelby, Valerie wore her crime like a badge of honor, which showed clear evidence of her lack of regret. Additionally, Toby stated that while jealousy was presented as Valerie's motivation for killing Shelby, he believed there had to be more to the story that wasn't revealed. Referring to the defense's argument about Valerie's mental illness, Shelby's father pointed out that prisons are filled with people with mental issues. He vowed never to stop seeking answers as to why this tragedy occurred. In a heartfelt reflection, Toby emphasized that there were 2 tragedies in this case, the first being the shocking and agonizing death of his daughter, and the second being Valerie's choice to forsake her future out of rage. He pointed out that Valerie's children would suffer greatly. It was revealed that at 22, Valerie already had at least 2 children. Though no further details about them were made public, the grieving father expressed that the tragedy wouldn't end at the graveyard or in the courtroom, stating that true justice could never be found in such tragedy. However, he shared that he had forgiven Valerie to find peace within himself, feeling that his faith in Christ guided him to this decision. He expressed confidence that Shelby was with God and reiterated his deep love for her. Shauna, Shelby's mother, also shared her sentiments. She fondly remembered her daughter as a princess from the day she was born. She described Shelby as a kind spirit who wouldn't hesitate to help a friend. No matter the distance, Shauna committed to attending all possible appeal hearings that Valerie's defense might initiate in the future. Shauna shared the torment of the memory of her lifeless daughter and the helplessness she felt being unable to protect her. All she could do was lay her head on Shelby's chest as her daughter lay in a medically induced coma. She publicly acknowledged her daughter's courage, as Shelby had managed to name her assailant twice and fought valiantly for her life after being attacked. Shauna detailed Shelby's severe injuries, explaining that her heart was racing so fast that her body couldn't sustain it. Shauna mentioned she didn't seek compensation for her daughter's medical expenses, which amounted to nearly $500,000. As these were waived upon Shelby's death, funeral expenses were around $15,000. But Shauna expressed that she didn't believe she would ever receive compensation and didn't want any money from Valerie. Holding back tears, Shelby's mother expressed that memories were all she had left. She wished she could trade places with her daughter, noting that there were days when the grief was so intense that she couldn't bring herself to get up. After the presentations by the legal representatives and the victims' family statements, the court awaited the verdict from the judge. Given the plea agreement under Indiana law, the sentence could range between a minimum of 45 years to a maximum of 65 years, with the average being 55 years. Valerie's defense asked for the minimum sentence, highlighting various mitigating factors, while the prosecution sought the maximum. Before announcing his decision, the judge stated it was evident the murder was premeditated and Valerie was fully aware of her actions, which was further evident when she fled to Ohio. The judge acknowledged that Valerie might have had a challenging upbringing, facing inadequate education, personal traumas, and mental health issues. However, he emphasized her growing criminal record. At the time of Shelby's murder, Valerie was already facing pending charges for a separate crime. Given her past unsuccessful rehabilitation attempts and criminal background, her trauma couldn't be deemed a viable excuse. Reflecting on these points, the judge sentenced 23-year-old Valerie to the maximum possible sentence of 65 years in prison. He also ordered the destruction of the weapon used in the murder. According to the American Correctional System's records, Valerie is incarcerated in Indiana Women's Prison with the earliest estimated release date being June 18, 2070, at which time she will be 72 years old. After the court session, Shelby's parents expressed satisfaction with the verdict. However, in later statements, they clarified that no judgment could alleviate their pain. While Valerie would spend her days in prison, Shelby's mother emphasized that she would forever miss and remember her daughter. Interestingly, this case is one of the few where a mortal victim was able to identify her killer. Elaborating on this aspect, a prosecutor who was not involved in this case explained that when a dying victim identifies their attacker, such statements are known as dying declarations. These not only provide a starting point for detectives, but also stand as the sole exception to the hearsay rule in court trials, aiming to ensure the most reliable evidence is presented. He also stressed that such dying declarations are admissible in court since they tend to produce more trustworthy statements, due to the immense pressure and tragic circumstances surrounding them. The angry man walked out of the house, slamming the door hard. He reached the driveway and stopped. He ran his hand through his black, disheveled hair several times. The man was visibly nervous and said something quietly under his breath, then walked briskly back toward the house. He tugged sharply on the doorknob and stepped inside. Picking up a baseball bat that was lying at the entrance, he walked bossily through the house and shouted violently. At his screams, a blonde-haired young woman ran out. As soon as she approached him, he struck her on the head with the bat. The woman fell unconscious, and instantly a pool of blood formed on the floor around her. The enraged, dark-haired man continued to strike the immobilized woman until his fervor subsided. It is hard to imagine, but it happens that in such a paradisiacal place on the planet as New Zealand, such bloody tragedies occur. After all, New Zealand is first and foremost picturesque nature with its unique flora and fauna, which creates a comfortable climate for people to live in. People living here have a high standard of living with a measured and calm way of life, where there is no corruption and crime is close to zero. But today, our story will disrupt the tranquil life of Oakland and completely change the notion of a happy family. Carmen and Brad met on an ordinary day, which later became a fateful day for the two of them. Carmen Thomas was born on October 30th, 1987, in South Africa. Her father died when the girl was only 10 years old. Heavily bearing the loss, her family moved to relatives in the town of Whitby in the United Kingdom. But in another country, the long-awaited peace never came, and after a while, her family moved back to South Africa. Carmen, who was over 18 years old at the time, decided to stay with her relatives and later moved to live in London. In London, she completed her studies and earned a master's degree in marketing. She had a strong and mischievous personality that attracted people. Carmen was a loyal friend and comrade to many people, but a beautiful life in a large metropolis required a lot of expenses, and the girl had to work hard to ensure a decent standard of living. During the day, Carmen worked in a store as a marketer, and in her spare time, she worked part-time in a gentleman's club. Despite her unusual choice in the service industry, Carmen was a girl of strict rules and never allowed herself unnecessary, and even more so undignified behavior, which was very much appreciated by important clients. It was there that she met an attractive and flamboyant man, Brad Callahan. Bradford James Joseph Callahan was born in New Zealand in April 1978. The boy's parents separated when he was 9 years old. Little Brad stayed with his mother, after which they moved to Australia. In 2001, Brad graduated from university and received an engineering degree in the construction industry. At the invitation of a large construction company, he moved to the UK, where he was offered a position as chief structural engineer for a large business complex. For important negotiations and added status, Brad turned to a gentleman's agency, and his choice fell on the beautiful Carmen. The man was intelligent, tall, black-haired, with bright dark eyes, but he could not afford a real relationship because of too much ambition and a busy career. He had no free time for a permanent relationship. After a successful business dinner, Brad was conquered by the open and radiant Carmen. They continued informal communication, which was repeated again and again. After a while, they formed a good friendship, which later grew into love. The candy bouquet period flew by very quickly, and the lovers began to live together. Their life together was based on trust and care. They sincerely supported each other and looked absolutely happy. After a while, Carmen became pregnant, and Brad decided that the best solution for them would be to return to New Zealand, to a country with clean air and a measured pace of life. They returned to Auckland. In March 2005, Carmen and Brad had their son, Jack. Jack brought more joy and happiness into their lives. From the first days, Carmen and Brad took care of his safety and provided everything they needed for his happy childhood. To them, Jack was the most important thing in their lives. However, with the birth of their son, serious disagreements arose in their relationship. The first misunderstandings appeared because of the upbringing of the child. The relationship between the lovers became turbulent and unstable, and after 3 years, they parted but retained joint custody of the child. The breakup was difficult for both of them, but they sincerely tried to maintain a good relationship for the sake of little Jack. Wanting support and to be surrounded by family, Carmen and Jack moved in with Colin, Carmen's half-brother, who also lived in Oakland. Gradually, emotional balance returned to Carmen, and she began a new life without Brad. In 2008, Carmen moved with her young son to a house on a neighboring street to Brad's so that the son would be closer to his father. The young woman, who lost her father at an early age, sincerely wished that her child would always have a father around as much as possible. Despite this decision, many of Carmen's friends and family thought the couple still had a good friendship, but they only spent time together for Jack's interests. However, life went on. Carmen and Brad tried to find happiness separately again. Brad continued to work as a construction engineer, and in May 2009, he started a new relationship with a girl and even got engaged. Carmen was busy raising her son and resumed her services at the Gentlemen's Club, which quite hurt Brad. He sincerely believed that the mother of his child should never again be interested in dubious earnings. This disagreement became a boiling point in their good relationship. With each passing day, the situation grew more heated. Carmen gave ultimatums to Brad, and he, in turn, simply ignored the requests of his former lover. Nevertheless, Brad entered into a new marriage and was preparing to become a father again. New financial obligations directly affected the alimony he paid under the agreement to Carmen for the maintenance of Jack. The money was the last straw in a series of scandals. On March 19, 2010, neighbors called the police. The officers arrived and responded to an incident of domestic violence. Carmen attacked Brad during another quarrel and received a warning. The relationship finally deteriorated. Arguments did not stop even at a distance. Each new question regarding Jack was perceived by each party with hostility and aggression. Once loving parents for a long time could not agree on what school Jack should go to, and it again led to a series of unsolvable problems and a chain of scandals. On June 29, 2010, Brad again came to Carmen's house to make a new written agreement on child support and to discuss a new school for Jack. Carmen was not satisfied with the document, and she kicked Brad out of the house, yelling in the wake that Jack was not his son. Brad left. 2 weeks later, Brad tried to speak to Carmen again, but she did not make contact. On July 13, 2010, he reported Carmen Thomas missing to the police. The police took the report and began searching for the missing woman using video camera footage and interviews with neighbors. Reconstructing the chronology of events since the last communication between Carmen and Brad, investigators found out some important details that should help in the search for the woman. They managed to find out that on June 29th, a surveillance camera recorded Carmen at a supermarket near her home. While inspecting the rented house where Carmen lived with Jack, the lack of a garbage can on the outside caught the attention of the police. Inside the house, there were also traces of blood on the front door, on the washing machine, near the sink, and in the shower. Forensic scientists used luminol to detect traces of blood left at the crime scene because it reacts with the iron contained in blood hemoglobin. The multiple patterns that appeared confirmed the presence of blood on the bathroom door and on the floor. The landlady told investigators that on June 29th, she heard loud screaming followed by prolonged crying and moaning. Recalling that day, she said she knocked on Carmen's door, but no one answered. She had to look out the window. She saw a street trash can and an overturned clothes horse, which is a drying rack usually made of wood or metal for drying clothes. Startled, the landlady called her husband, but while she waited for him to arrive, Brad walked out of Carmen's house and into the driveway. He was carrying soiled clothes in his hands. And upon seeing the landlady, Brad rushed to explain that Carmen had become ill after a medical procedure and had vomited blood. However, the landlady noticed Brad's condition. He looked like he had just taken a shower. The woman had no reason to disbelieve the man's story and did not call the police. The search continued, and Carmen's cell phone caught the attention of the police. Messages were being sent from her phone on a regular basis, but the manner of communication and tone of the messages were different and did not resemble Carmen's previous manner of communication. The outgoing messages and calls continued until July 10th. Where did the woman go if she needed medical help, and why? The investigators did not have to look for answers to these questions for long. During further investigation, Carmen's car was found. In the back seat of the car was luggage, clothes, and other belongings of the woman. The examination of the seized suitcase revealed traces of blood on some of the items. A note was also found in the car indicating that Carmen owed money to the agency where she worked. In the glove compartment, there was an envelope with Misty's name and the sum of $270. Police Inspector Mark Benefield, after finding traces of blood in Carmen's car, first raised the possibility that the woman had been murdered. Police searched the countryside southeast of downtown Auckland for the body of Carmen Thomas after a new report that her car was spotted around the time she went missing. But the search was inconclusive. The investigation and search for the woman continued. When investigators examined Carmen's and Brad's phones at the same time, they discovered both phones had been nearby the entire time they were being searched, and Carmen's phone was not connected to the cell tower in Hamilton. Going forward, one of the most important pieces of evidence was the missing trash can. It remained to be seen if it could be the same bin that had disappeared from its place near the house and that a neighbor had seen through her window on the day Carmen disappeared. But what did the trash can need to be inside the house for? Police did not refute the idea of the worst possible outcome and rechecked Brad's cell phone and spending by examining his bank card details, tracing his shopping list. On June 30th, Brad Callahan purchased a meat cleaver and a large plastic container, as well as several garbage bags. By scrutinizing Brad's daily routine, police identified some exceptional events that did not fit into the young father's daily to-do list. It turned out that on one workday, Brad arrived at the construction site very early and walked alone around the property for a long time. It was strange but not so strange that the workers who saw him would consider reporting such an early presence of a supervisor at the construction site. Based on the evidence gathered, such as Carmen's cell phone and questionable purchases, Brad went from victim to suspect. Police believed that Brad Callahan killed his former lover by hitting her several times in the head and carefully hiding the body. On September 21st, Brad Callahan was arrested on charges of murdering Carmen Thomas and attempting to pervert the course of justice. He pleaded not guilty and was scheduled to stand trial. In a fateful coincidence, Brad's second son from a new lover was born at the time of his incarceration, which caused a wave of emotion and resentment in the young father who was in custody. The man broke down, and 9 days after his arrest, he pointed out to investigators the burial place of Carmen Thomas. He thought he had come up with the perfect plan, part of which was to make it appear that Carmen had gone to Hamilton and never returned. He was absolutely certain he had succeeded, but life made adjustments. Under questioning, he detailed the chain of events from that fateful day. After a bad conversation, Carmen kicked Brad out of the house, yelling in the wake that Jack was not his son. Brad left, but 5 minutes later, he came back into the house and hit Carmen in the head with a baseball bat with such force that she immediately fell unconscious. Blood spurted from her wound, staining the floor a bright red. Heavy breathing filled the room, and Brad stood over the body of his victim with a wild scowl in his eyes. He realized he had just done the irreparable, but he couldn't stop. In a fit of anger and resentment at Carmen's words, he struck her several times again. He knew that his act carried irreparable consequences, but everything remained in the shadow of his insane obsession. Memories flashed before Brad's eyes, happy and endless memories that were now gone forever. Brad knew that his life would be forever changed after that disastrous moment and that he would not be able to get back everything that was. But it did not upset him at all because by such an act, he had solved his main problem and Jack was now only his. Having come to his senses, Brad took a shower and then quietly left Carmen's house. In the days that followed, he sprang into action to get rid of Carmen's body and cover up the crime. Callahan called his friend and arranged to meet him outside the supermarket. He asked him to buy 3 black garbage bags, a bottle of kerosene, and cleaning products, and waited for him outside the store, hoping to avoid suspicion. Brad then went into the apartment and cleaned it up. He carefully wiped up the blood spatter and then wrapped the body in a bag and took it out in a trash can. In the following days, the defendant dismembered Carmen's body into 8 pieces to prepare it for disposal. He cut Carmen's legs from her torso at the hip joints. Each leg was cut through the knee into 2 pieces. Her arms and head were also severed from her torso. On July 3rd, he met a good friend at a boat ramp in Oahu Bay near downtown Oakland. He told him that he had killed Carmen during an argument and needed help disposing of the body. But an attempt to dump the remains into the sea failed due to the friend's refusal to provide a boat. Over the next few days, he drove to Waitakere Ridge in West Auckland and buried the containers in a shallow grave. On July 7th, he drove Carmen's car to Hamilton and abandoned it in a hotel parking lot. He put a suitcase of clothes and several other bags of her personal belongings in the car to give the impression that the woman wanted to leave. But in his haste, he overlooked the fact that the suitcase also contained bloody clothes. After getting rid of the car, Brad began sending text messages from her cell phone to give the impression that Carmen was still alive. The criminal texted her friends, saying she wasn't feeling well and had been in bad shape for days. But Brad's perfect plan backfired on him. On October 1st, police went to the burial site Brad had indicated and discovered the body. Carmen Thomas's remains were found in plastic containers. They were carefully removed from a makeshift grave on Waitakere Ridge. An autopsy determined that Carmen Thomas had died from multiple blows to the head, with the fatal blow causing a compressed skull fracture. After multiple forensic examinations, Carmen's body was released to her family for burial. On October 13th, a private funeral was held at Green Lane Christian Center for Carmen Thomas, a young mother, a cheerful, kind, and successful woman. Little Jack, who all along had waited and hoped to see and hug his mom, was only able to hug and kiss her white casket. On February 8, 2011, the first court hearing for Carmen Thomas took place. Judge Venning found the crime committed was unintentional and took into account Brad's explanation that he acted on emotion. He acknowledged that it was done in a fit of rage, but Judge Venning was less lenient when it came to the cover-up. On May 26, 2011, Brad Callahan was newly charged with attempting to pervert the course of justice. A summary of the police case shows that at 8:45 a.m. on July 29, 2010, Callahan struck Mrs. Thomas several times in the head, resulting in her death. He then texted a friend to bring 3 garbage bags and a bottle of kerosene. During the ensuing period, Callahan dismembered Mrs. Thomas's body into 8 pieces to prepare it for disposal. On November 25, 2011, a retrial was held. Police officers who had been working on the case filled the High Court in Auckland when Bradford Callahan unexpectedly made 2 guilty pleas. Brad Callahan, who had previously denied guilt, suddenly admitted to murder and attempting to pervert the course of justice after Carmen's death. The judge said it was one of the most serious cases of attempting to pervert the course of justice, calling Brad's actions just about the most serious case of attempted perversion of justice there can be. The judge also felt the murder of Carmen Thomas was brutal but not so brutal as to result in the harshest sentencing laws. The 33-year-old man was sentenced in Auckland High Court, where a large public gallery was filled with Thomas's friends and family, including her parents, who were visiting from South Africa. Judge Venning sentenced Brad Callahan to life imprisonment for murder and 6 years in prison for attempting to pervert the course of justice. He also condemned the lengths Callahan went to in order to cover his tracks. The sentences were to be served concurrently. Judge Venning also said the minimum sentence for the perverting the course of justice charge was insufficient to bring Brad Callahan to justice. Mr. Callahan passed judgment on himself by his actions that day, and it had a devastating effect on 2 families, said Detective Inspector Mark Benefield. Callahan's supporters left court without comment. In a statement, the Thomas family said nothing can bring their Carmen back, and they are still angry because of it. But they are grateful that Brad will be away for an extended period of time so he can reflect on the enormous damage he caused to their own son in the first place. Carmen Thomas's mother, Teresa Scott, told the court in a victim impact statement that she felt completely destroyed by what happened to her daughter. After the verdict was announced, the officer in charge of the investigation, Detective Inspector Mark Benefield, told the court that the justice done is the result of hundreds of hours of police work over the past 10 weeks since Carmen Thomas was reported missing on July 13, 2010. Also, Detective Mark Benefield, during the interview, explained what the work to find Carmen consisted of. He explained that early on in the missing person investigation, they determined that Carmen was most likely murdered. Then the work of gathering evidence, as well as researching information, was carefully conducted. This required a great deal of time and effort to gather, and it was also necessary that proper legal procedures were followed. The detective reported that over the last few weeks, close cooperation with the defendant's employer had not been finalized. Attempts to further investigate part of the Victoria Street construction site would continue in order to find any evidence that might assist the investigation. Until today, we have been unable to comment on media reports about our activities at the facility because we have been very sensitive to the issues of litigation and preemptive contempt of court, said Mark Benefield. He did not rule out the possibility of further arrests and charges in connection with Carmen's death in the near future. Brad Callahan had the courage to take responsibility for his actions in this tragic saga, and he pleaded guilty to 2 charges, but that will in no way change what he did. For the hearts of Carmen's loved ones are broken, their world shattered. Living each new day without Carmen, Each of her close family members feels completely destroyed. "We will never forgive him for what he did to our family," said Carmen Thomas's mother, Teresa Scott. "I could forgive someone for taking a life under certain circumstances, but I can never forgive this man for being able to strip a body and hide it in containers," added her stepfather, Wayne. Callahan's attorney, Stuart Grieve, said his client acted responsibly and does not intend to file a motion. Can a sentence with parole eligibility after 13 years and 8 months be called a ridiculous miscarriage of justice? Obviously, since New Zealand only records about 50 murders a year for the entire country, any crime that is a little out of the ordinary is covered extensively by the national media, as are the court cases for those crimes. It's possible that there was an overbearing bias against the victim at trial because of her line of work. But even if Carmen was antagonistic and pissed Brad off, we don't blame the victim for having her life taken from her, do we? If Brad had wanted sole custody of his son, he likely would have used this prejudice about Carmen's work and gotten his way because he had the opportunity. Instead, he beat her to death and tried to cover it up. In this situation, we are not diagnosing, we are only speculating. In summarizing this gruesome story, the same question comes up repeatedly. It is understandable that in a fit of rage and uncontrollable anger, a person can commit irreparable acts. But what feelings can a healthy person have when he comes up with a plan to dismember a once tenderly loved person? Little Jack Callahan is currently living in another town under an assumed name in the temporary care of his grandmother. He doesn't know that his daddy took his mom's life and must never find out because it wasn't his fault. Absurd. Jennifer Bugwa was born in Kenya on August 15, 1982. When she was around 18 years old, she would move to Taunton, Massachusetts. And then in 2012, she moved into an apartment in the 500 block of South Main Street in Fall River, Massachusetts. She had 2 sisters who also lived in Massachusetts while the rest of her family remained in Kenya. She would work as a nurse in various nursing homes and also worked for Mary Kay Cosmetics. 31-year-old Jennifer was last seen by a neighbor outside her apartment building on May 27, 2014. Her neighbor saw her inside her car shuffling papers. The next day, her gray Toyota Camry was found abandoned at a Shell gas station off Route 1 in North Attleboro, Massachusetts near Route 295. It was about a 30-minute drive from her apartment, and it had apparently been left there between midnight and 3 a.m. Investigators would find keys and one of her sandals in a nearby dumpster. Her apartment was found with the lights and TV left on, along with her purse and her driver's license and cell phone still inside. A state police emergency response team performed a search of the area for Jennifer, but she was never found. Her family describes her as quiet and reserved, and as far as they know, she was single at the time she disappeared. The last activity on her Facebook page was on May 19th, and her family reported that she could have been depressed. Her family hired a private investigator, but due to the lack of money would no longer be able to use their services. Strangely, her landlord allegedly refused to let police or her family inside her apartment when she disappeared. The next day, he packed up all of her things and moved them out of the apartment. Her family said they worried the action of the landlord may have hampered the investigation and possibly prevented the police from finding any clues that might have led to Jennifer. Her loved ones are desperate for answers, but there are little details available in this case, and as of today, it remains unsolved. Jesus de la Cruz was born January 3, 1990 to Magdalena Rodriguez and Juan de la Cruz. When he was 6 years old, he went to Connery Elementary School and lived on Park Street in Lynn, Massachusetts with his mother, but his father lived in Texas. On September 28, 1996, around 6 p.m., Jesus and a 9-year-old boy were walking on the sidewalk toward his home on Park Street. The boys were heading home after playing in Bennett's Circle for several hours, and Jesus was pushing his pink Huffy bicycle, which had 2 flat tires at the time. The boys were approached by a man pushing a mountain bike along with his dog. Jesus asked the man if he could have the bike, which the man told him yes, and Jesus started following the man towards the Len Common area. Jesus' friend did not follow them because he was under instructions to wait for his father. Jesus' mother was visiting a neighborhood friend, and when she returned home around 7 p.m., Jesus was not there. she would report him missing after midnight. The man that lured Jesus away with the promise of a new bicycle was soon identified as 26-year-old Robert Levesque. The man was walking with either a shepherd or collie breed dog with one white eye and one brown eye. The man was well known by the children in the neighborhood. Because of his dog's distinctive features of having two different colored eyes, Robert lived in an apartment on Western Avenue just around the corner from Jesus' home. When investigators searched Robert's apartment, they discovered duct tape, handcuffs, a hammer, and the dog with two different colored eyes. It is not known if the items were related to Jesus' disappearance. Strangely, Robert called in sick at his job where he worked as a store clerk at the Crosby's Market in Marblehead the same night that Jesus disappeared. He was arrested about a month later and charged with a parole violation, motor vehicle offenses, and possession of stolen property in mid-October 1996. However, he was never charged in connection with Jesus' disappearance due to lack of evidence. The Massachusetts Department of Social Services accused Jesus' mother of neglect in the weeks following her son's disappearance. The agency said that Rodriguez did not report Jesus as a missing child until midnight on September 28th, 6 hours after his apparent abduction. Others speculated that Jesus was abducted as the result of theorized drug use by his family members. However, his mother denied any wrongdoing in her son's case and maintained that the claims were the result of racism against Hispanic individuals. Various rumors concerning Jesus' case circulated after his disappearance. Some people claimed that he had been taken to Puerto Rico, New York City, or maybe even the Dominican Republic as part of a deal to keep his mom out of trouble. She has denied the allegations and has since moved to another part of Massachusetts where she works in a group home as a counselor for troubled kids. Jesus' father had been accused of abusing Jesus and threatening to abduct him from Magdalena's custody prior to his disappearance. Authorities stated that Juan was at home at the time his son went missing and has never been charged in connection with his disappearance. He has cooperated and maintained contact with the investigators working on the case. A DNA sample was obtained from Juan in 2011, which was profiled and uploaded into Cody's in hopes of finding a match. At one point, the pond at Pine Grove Cemetery was drained along with other ponds, but no evidence was found. There have been many possible sightings of Jesus around the country over the years, but none of the sightings have been confirmed. Police are hopeful that Jesus is still alive, but as of today, this case remains unsolved. Vicki Lockwood was born October 30th, 1949 in Harper, Kansas, and raised on a wheat farm. In 1968, she settled in Worcester, Massachusetts with her fiancé Lowell Lamberton, who at the time was earning a degree to become a college professor while she was earning her bachelor's degree from Clark University. They would marry the next year in 1969. In 1974, after only 5 years of marriage, Vicki and Lowell would separate. At this time, 24-year-old Vicki was getting very close to earning her master's degree in psychology at Assumption College. However, she would never get the chance because she would go missing only 1 month after their separation. When Vicki and Lowell had separated, she moved out of the couple's home and into an apartment at 27 Westford Road in Worcester. She would store the majority of her personal belongings in a garage owned by her psychology professor, Dr. Roger Barker. She and Dr. Barker, who was also married, were allegedly having an affair. He would even accompany her to New York City when she applied for her psychology doctorate at Columbia University in early 1974. Vicki's husband suspected that she was involved in a relationship with Barker at the time. Her brother also stated that he had seen the couple together at the mall. Some of her friends at the time admitted that they knew about the affair and that she wanted to marry him. The day before she vanished in February of 1974, Vicki called her husband and said she wanted to discuss getting back together. At this time, the couple had been estranged for about 6 weeks, but they made plans to have dinner when she returned from a weekend trip to Maine with one of her girlfriends. However, her husband became very concerned when she failed to contact him after the weekend and called the girlfriend who supposedly accompanied her to Maine. The friend said that she and Vicki had not spoken recently and that there had been no trip to Maine planned. Vicki's husband went to Assumption College to ask if Dr. Barker had any knowledge of his wife's whereabouts. However, staff members told him that Dr. Barker was in Vail, Colorado for a skiing trip. He had only planned to spend the weekend, but claimed he had been hospitalized with pneumonia and had to stay in Colorado for 2 more weeks. His wife, however, had only stayed the weekend and had returned to Massachusetts. It is believed Vicki may have traveled to Vail after Dr. Barker's wife left, but this could never be proven. Lowell would visit Dr. Barker again sometime during March 1974, about a month after Vicki was last seen. Dr. Barker admitted that he was storing her belongings in his garage, but claimed he did not know Vicki well and did not know her whereabouts. He also insinuated he believed she found another romantic partner. Vicki's 2 brothers would retrieve her possessions from Barker's garage in 1975, 1 year after she disappeared. Friends of Vicki claimed they didn't know where she was and said she never told them of her plans. Dr. Barker was also questioned but once again maintained his innocence, saying he knew nothing about her disappearance and denied ever having a romantic relationship with her. He suggested the only contact with her was that he helped her move out of her husband's home and allowed her to store her belongings in his garage. Some of her family members believed she chose to leave voluntarily and found a new relationship with another man. Her husband said that the idea wasn't that far-fetched because she had considered the idea prior to her disappearance. As a result, a missing persons report was never filed for Vicki until 2010 after her brother created a webpage dedicated to her disappearance, and it caught the eye of a Worcester police detective who filed a missing persons report. This was 36 years after she vanished. Come to find out, her social security number was never used after she disappeared in 1974, and she never renewed her driver's license. One of Vicki's brothers located a close friend of Vicki's in 1980, who had not been questioned after Vicki's initial 1974 disappearance. Her friend and Lawson at one point lived on the same floor as Vicki at 74 Beaver Street, and they talked every day. She said that Vicki called her the night she last spoke to her estranged husband and told her that she was going to Colorado. Vicki promised to call and when she returned, but she never heard from her again, and said she can't believe her friend vanished without keeping in touch with anyone close to her. Although Vicki grew up in Harper, Kansas, she told people she was originally from Colorado. Her husband believed she was ashamed of her upbringing. In a 2012 interview, her husband reported that shortly after her disappearance, a phone call was placed to a neighbor of her family's former home looking for Vicki's family. However, her family had moved to Texas at the time of the strange call. The anonymous caller stated that Vicki had left for Europe and asked for her husband Lowell's phone number. Police investigated and found no evidence of her traveling there. Her husband also stated that he got an acceptance letter on her behalf from New York University, but he was unaware that she had ever applied there. Dr. Barker, who supposedly kept her stuff in his garage, has been interviewed by police. However, he stated that he does not remember ever going to Colorado with Vicki. A DNA profile for Vicki was created in Namas, but no remains have matched. At one point, authorities wondered if she was the lady in the dunes, a Jane Doe whose body was found in Provincetown on July 26, 1974. However, the body was not that of Vicki's, and as of today, she has never been found and the case remains unsolved. Christopher Brian Lewis was born July 20, 2000 and was nicknamed Chris. He went to Lee School and lived in Boston, Massachusetts, and was the oldest of 4 boys. On February 4, 2014, the school bus dropped 13-year-old Chris off at the corner of Morton and West Selden in the Dorchester area as it usually did. One of his friends walked with him until they were only a block from Chris's home. He was expected home at 5:30 p.m., but when he had not arrived or called by 6 p.m., his mother, Nina, became very worried. According to Nina, Chris was responsible about coming home on time and letting her know if he was going to be late. The Boston Police Department reports that Chris has gone missing on previous occasions, but was always found in Dorchester in the Fields Corner area. Nina says that her son has never run away and was always either in school or at home. However, Chris never arrived home that evening and has never been heard from again. Authorities believe he might have left on his own accord, but there is no concrete evidence to prove this. There are very few details available in this case and his family still seeks answers. But as of today, the case remains unsolved. 23-year-old Evelyn Valibayuva a native of Azerbaijan, lived in Unit 11 at 11 Hodges Avenue in Quincy, Massachusetts, and worked at a local restaurant. She spoke with her mother nightly, who still lived in her home country, but then her mother abruptly stopped hearing from her. Evelyn's boyfriend, Duncan Boyd, reported her missing on July 19, 2011. Upon searching her apartment, her door was found left ajar and her bedroom furniture had been moved, and both her cell phones and laptop were missing. Her U.S. visa, passport, and immigration papers were all left behind, along with a whiteboard where she noted upcoming events. That same day, Boston police reported that her pocketbook with her checkbook, student ID, and cell phones had been found in Dorchester and turned in by a citizen. However, it would be 10 more days before the Quincy police found a missing persons report. During the investigation, it was discovered that the last verified sighting of Evelyn was on a surveillance camera in Quincy on July 17th, 2 days before her boyfriend reported her missing. She was sighted stepping off a North Quincy Red Line train just 200 yards from her apartment shortly after leaving work around midnight. One of her concerned friends came into town to help with the search and was told by police that adults have the right to go missing. Frustrated, her friends and boyfriend hired a private investigator less than a week after her disappearance due to the lack of interest by the police. They also contacted neighboring police departments, media outlets to push for a deeper investigation, and since she had retained her citizenship, the Azerbaijan embassy. It would still take 3 weeks for the case to be handed over to the state police. When they took a second look at Evelyn's apartment, they found a significant amount of blood under the carpet in Evelyn's bedroom, indicating that she was attacked and possibly killed there. Someone had attempted to clean the carpet, but blood had seeped underneath. The building's handyman would later admit that suspiciously, he had cleaned her apartment after she disappeared. The building's handyman was John Castung, who was interviewed and ultimately named a suspect. While he told investigators he had never seen nor met Evelyn, her roommate would completely contradict this. John was also made a suspect because of his past crimes. In 1987, he approached a 9-year-old girl walking her beagle puppy and lured her to a remote area by saying he knew where they could pick some blueberries. Instead, he would take her to a gravel pit where he would physically and sexually assault her. Police said John told them that he had master keys to all the doors and apartments and said he was at Evelyn's building on the day she was last seen, but that he did not see her or harm her. He and his lawyer claimed that he was just an easy target because of his criminal background. John is the prime suspect in Evelyn's presumed murder, but he has never been charged in her case. He pled guilty to probation violation after her disappearance and served 15 months in federal prison before being released in 2015. Evelyn's family stated that since the Quincy police didn't initially take Evelyn's disappearance seriously, that John slipped through the cracks in the system. Her boyfriend Duncan was eventually ruled out as a suspect. As of today, Evelyn has never been found and this case remains unsolved. The case of Sheila Labar, a monster with an angelic appearance. Psychological and physical traumas received at an early age can have a very unpredictable effect on adult life. Of course, far from always, they lead to the fact that a person becomes cruel and seeks to hurt others. But sometimes it is the trauma can give rise to a real monster. Criminal psychologist Adrian Raine believes that there are genetic and psychophysical mechanisms that can turn a person into a cold-blooded killer, about which he wrote in detail in his book, Anatomy of Violence. History knows a lot of serial criminals who had a truly hellish childhood, and perhaps to them can be attributed our heroine today, Sheila Labar. This woman had an angelic appearance which she skillfully used, seducing her victims and then brutally murdered them. Despite the fact that the court was able to prove only 2 of her crimes, criminologists are sure that there were many more. And now let's look at this difficult story from the beginning and try to understand whether Sheila Labar was a born monster or became him as a result of the cruelty that she faced in childhood. Who is Sheila Labar? Sheila Labar was born in 1958, the 4th of July, in the small country town of Fort Payne, Alabama. She was the youngest of 3 children of her parents and was raised with her brother and sister, Lynn. Her childhood was spent in a picturesque but rather secluded place, on a farm nestled among cornfields. According to the memories of Lynn's older sibling, Sheila was an active, inquisitive, and open-minded girl with a creative streak. She liked to be in the center of attention, had a good voice and cute appearance, so perhaps, if her life had turned out differently, she would have become a famous actress or singer. But instead of bright posters, her name decorated the pages of criminal chronicles. The unimaginable cruelty of her father. The head of the family, Manuel Bailey, for many years suffered from alcohol addiction, although it would be more accurate to say that his addiction suffered from his entire family. He often went on binges, turning into a real beast who enjoyed abusing his wife and children. He insulted and humiliated them, beat them with anything that came to hand, could throw everyone out in the middle of the night in a downpour or frost, and locked himself in the house, not letting anyone inside. Mothers, daughters, and sons often had to spend the night in a barn or in the open air in the field. One day, when Manuel was once again in a drunken rage, he began throwing dishes and other objects at his family members. The mother tried to cover the children as best she could, but one of the flower pots thrown by her husband hit her youngest daughter, Sheila, in the head. Sheila suffered a serious concussion and a lifelong scar on her temple, which she painstakingly covered with her hair. But not even the insults and beatings were the worst thing that the sisters had to endure in their parents' home. According to the memories of Sheila and Lynn, Manuel from an early age forcibly inclined them to intimacy. The mother may have been aware of what was going on, but the subject was never broached. However, despite the nightmare at home, Sheila did well enough in school. She dreamed of leaving the farm as soon as possible and go to conquer the big city. The girl was quite ambitious and determined. She passionately wanted to realize her childhood dream in life and become an actress or pop singer. And she had everything for this: charisma, bright appearance, and a beautiful voice. Adulthood, first marriage. Barely Sheila was 18 years old. She left her parents, but adult life was not so joyful. To enter the university, she was not allowed to average score. And to move to the big city, she simply did not have the money. Then Sheila got a job as a maid in one of the hotels, where by that time her older sister was already working. It should be noted that Sheila had a slender figure and a very attractive appearance. She had big blue eyes, a charming smile, and a mop of thick long hair. She was surrounded by attention from men, and over time she learned to use it and manipulate her suitors. In the late 70s, Labar, then Bailey, met a guy named Jonathan Baxter, and a romantic relationship began between them. Jonathan was not yet 20 years old at the time, but he already had a young daughter from a previous relationship. However, the child did not become a hindrance, and soon the couple got married. However, this marriage lasted only a few months and collapsed after Jonathan learned that the young wife abused his daughter while he disappeared at work. Sheila was frankly annoyed with the child, and she would raise her hand or lock her in a closet if she started crying or acting up. Jonathan did not organize scandals and listen to explanations. He just filed for divorce and put his wife with his belongings outside his house. He never wanted to see or hear from her again. After the divorce, Sheila dated various men and mostly lived off them. But all these relationships were fleeting and lasted from a few weeks to a couple of months until in the early 80s, she met her future second husband, Ronnie Jennings. The tumultuous romance soon led to marriage, and Sheila took on a double last name, Bailey Jennings. It was an unhealthy relationship between two irascible and unstable people who regularly cheated on each other, scandalized, and even fought. Still, their marriage lasted more than 3 years. In 1984, after another family quarrel, Sheila demanded a divorce from her husband, but he refused her. In fact, Ronnie did not hold on to the relationship at all. He just wanted to piss off his wife and make her mad. And he succeeded. Sheila became hysterical, took a large number of drugs in front of her husband, drinking strong alcohol, and after this infernal cocktail, sat behind the wheel of the car and rushed down the road. Naturally, soon Sheila, under the influence of pills and alcohol, lost consciousness, flew off the road, and at high speed crashed into a tree. She miraculously survived, but suffered a massive head injury. She spent more than a week in a deep coma, and doctors made no prognosis. When Sheila finally regained consciousness and gradually recovered, She was transferred to a psychiatric hospital where she spent several months. She later complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was constantly harassing her and possibly taking advantage of her helpless state when she was heavily sedated. After all this, Sheila returned to her second husband's home, began to behave not just aggressively but threateningly toward him. When during another scandal she attacked Ronnie and poked him in the chest with nail scissors, Ronnie, fearing for his own life and health, filed for divorce and hurriedly moved out of the madwoman. Rich lover. When the second marriage was dissolved, the young woman began looking for lovers through the dating columns of the print media, and she left her ads there as well. But no man did not stay with her for long, because Sheila tended to dominate everything, rigidly suppressing their partners, both in intimate and everyday life. Soon the photo of an attractive girl in the dating section drew the attention of 60-year-old Wilfred Bill Labar. The man had previously been married twice and had adult children and grandchildren from previous marriages. He was widowed a few years ago and had been living alone on his large country ranch ever since. Bill was a fairly wealthy man. He had a chiropractic office in Epping, New Hampshire, and on the ranch he raised horses. At the same time, he was very lonely and needed a strong, powerful woman. In fact, that's exactly what he found. Sheila was attracted by the wealth of her new acquaintance, and she decided that it would be an ideal union for her. And to make Bill completely lost his head, she began to send him a postal mail, frank letters, supplementing them with her nude photos. The trap worked, and soon Labar invited a charming pen pal to visit his ranch. Their romance developed rapidly. An elderly man is not stingy on expensive gifts for a young mistress, and in the summer of 1987, she moved to live with him. This has incredibly flattered the doctor, who now went out in public with a beautiful companion, who was half his age and was fit for him as a daughter. Nevertheless, he did not plan to marry Sheila. However, Sheila, not waiting for a marriage proposal, changed her name, calling herself Labar. Bill was surprised by this turn of events, but he did not object. Sheila began to interfere in all the affairs of her elderly lover, starting to control his business, finances, and disposition of his property. In addition, Bill was getting older and could not satisfy the intimate needs of a young woman. Then, according to Sheila herself, he allowed her to meet other men whom she often brought directly to their home. One of Sheila's regular lovers, closer to the mid-90s, was a Jamaican national named Wayne Ennis. He was much younger than Sheila and was initially hired as an au pair on the ranch. But soon the young man, with Bill's consent, which was probably given under pressure from Sheila, moved to live in the owner's house. In 1995, Sheila and Wayne officially legalized their relationship, and the spouse considered that from now on, he would be her only man. But soon he realized that he was wrong because his wife continued to meet with different men. Wayne was not satisfied with this, and one day he jumped with fists on Sheila and her next lover, causing them bodily harm. Accustomed to being dominated, Sheila for the first time didn't know how to deal with her third husband, who got into a fight every time a rival appeared on the horizon. Eventually she filed for divorce and sought a court injunction to stop Wayne from approaching her, accusing him of violence and assault. Another divorce did not affect the turbulent personal life of Sheila, who continued to meet with numerous lovers, changing them like gloves. True, now her relationship increasingly often began to end with lawsuits from men who accused Sheila not just in cruelty, but also in the threat to their lives and health. Thus, one of her boyfriends she deliberately hit by a car and almost ran over. Another almost broke his head, and another scratched his face so that he was forever scarred. Sheila, with age, became more and more dangerous to others. From every man she demanded obedience, and in cases of disobedience, fell into a rage. In 2000, at the age of 74, Bill Labar died of heart failure. Although doctors and police officers did not see a criminal trail in the death of an elderly man, his family members were convinced that Sheila had something to do with it. In their opinion, she had been poisoning Bill little by little for years, and literally drove him into the light. Despite the fact that Bill and Sheila were never officially married, Sheila, according to the will, became the sole heiress of all his property. The relatives tried to challenge this through the courts, but never got anywhere. They are still convinced that the mistress forced Bill to write the will she wanted, House of Temptation. After Bill's death, as I have already mentioned, all his property came under Sheila's complete control. Now she no longer had to consider anyone's opinion. She could do whatever she wanted with the estate she had inherited. She herself called her home a place of seduction and pleasure, where there were no inhibitions. She met men on the streets, in bars, on the internet, lured them to her, and then tried to keep them on the ranch as long as possible. She didn't care about their age, skin color, or any physical appearance. She promised them unearthly pleasure, and then sought to suppress and subjugate them to her will. Sheila regularly tried to seduce couriers by meeting them in the nude and offering an alternative method of payment. But she didn't take into account the fact that she herself was not getting any younger and was nowhere near as attractive as she used to be. It got to the point where couriers simply refused to come to her address. Neighbors noticed that on the ranch, Labar, constantly come different men, but some hurried to leave the place the same day. Others were delayed, but also for a short time. What was going on in the house itself could only be guessed at. Where had Michael DeLorge disappeared to? Soon, Sheila decided to look for lovers among men who were in dire need of housing, money, or those men who suffered from addiction. This category was the most vulnerable and proved to be an easy prey for the cunning woman, who everywhere posed as a widowed millionaire and talked about her untold wealth inherited by her. In 2004, Labar met on one of the city streets homeless man named Michael DeLorge. He was in a difficult life situation and lost literally everything because of addiction to illegal drugs. His relatives tried to send him to a rehabilitation clinic, but he ran away from there and has been loitering ever since. Sheila liked Michael and she invited him to her, promising shelter, food, and the necessary drugs in exchange for intimacy. Moving to the ranch, the guy was completely dependent on his old mistress. He complied with all her demands, afraid to be on the street again. But Sheila quickly got into the taste, and her desires became more and more sophisticated. She bound, beat, and humiliated Michael, taking pleasure in it. He tried to escape several times, walking dozens of miles and hiding in homeless shelters, but he never decided to go to the police for fear they wouldn't believe him. Meanwhile, Sheila found him each time and brought him back to the ranch. In desperation, he tried to contact his family members and let them know he was in trouble. His loved ones immediately responded to this disturbing news, but it was too late. In October 2005, Michael DeLorge disappeared without a trace. When his family contacted Sheila directly, she stated that she and Michael had broken up. He had left her, and his current whereabouts were unknown to her. Michael did not show up at any of the places he had been to before. No one who knew him had seen him, and there was no way to contact him. Contacting the police was fruitless, and Labar remained beyond suspicion, trusting Kenny County. Sheila's tales of her exorbitant wealth were greatly exaggerated, and the house and automobile had to be maintained, so she was forced to get a job. Naturally, Sheila chose an occupation to her liking. She became an operator of intimate phone services. Since she had a truly enchanting voice, men fell for the bait and offered to meet her in person. Among such guys was Kenny County, who at the time of their acquaintance was barely 24 years old. The young man was attractive in appearance, very good-natured and open. However, he had a low IQ level due to which he was very gullible. This was exactly the kind of guy Labar was looking for. Kenny was very close to his mother, on whom he actually depended, but Sheila, with the help of clever manipulations, managed to break this connection and literally lure Kenny to herself. She made him an unforgettable night of love and promised that they would be like this all the time. The young man decided that he had met the woman of his dreams, about which he informed his relatives, and then moved to live in Sheila's house. But soon Sheila showed the guy her true face, having arranged for him a real torture room in one of the rooms. Each time intimacy inevitably turned into a brutal beating or something worse. Kenny's body was covered with bruises, abrasions, scratches, cuts, and burn marks, but he could not leave the house of the mistress who had completely subjugated his will. Sheila did not allow him to see and communicate with his loved ones, and his family could only guess what was happening to Kenny. The first alarm was raised by neighbors who periodically noticed the guy and were horrified by his sickly appearance. A few days before his disappearance, a local store clerk took a picture of the young man on her cell phone camera, and later this picture was attached to the case file in court. In the photo, Kenny's condition could be described as deplorable. He was very thin. There were huge bruises under his eye and on his cheek, and his nose was probably broken. Judging by the degree of healing, all these injuries had been inflicted at different times, which suggested that the guy had been brutally beaten for a long time. The contents of his cart were also alarming. He rolled 2 large canisters of fuel to the cash register, as it later turned out, for his own cremation. The store employees were so puzzled and even frightened by the guy's appearance that they decided to report him to the police for possible domestic violence. But this time managed to get away with it, and they could not charge her with anything. Soon, Kenny stopped contacting his family altogether, and when his worried mother arrived at Labar's house, the owner behaved aggressively and advised to leave Kenny alone. All subsequent attempts ended similarly, at which point Kenny County's family filed a missing persons report with the police, indicating that he may be being held forcibly at the country ranch, a home crematorium, and gruesome findings. When police arrived at Sheila's home, she claimed that the young man no longer lived with her and claimed that Kenny had run away because his mother, whom he was allegedly terrified of, began visiting them frequently. As evidence, provided an audio recording in which she asks her lover if his own mother had attacked him, and he quietly gives an affirmative answer. It all seemed more than strange, and the very next day, an officer visiting Sheila secured a search warrant for the estate. Sheila had been on the police's radar many times before, and her name had been linked to another mysterious disappearance of a boyfriend. But over the years, Sheila had never been questioned, and her house and grounds had never been searched. When the police arrived, they did not find Labar at home, but they did see several fires burning near the outbuildings. The fires looked strange and were made of improvised materials, a mattress, fragments of wooden furniture, hay, etc., all doused with a flammable mixture. One of the bonfires had bones in it that clearly looked like human remains. The squad requested reinforcements in the form of forensic experts, reporting all the findings. But that turned out to be just the tip of the iceberg compared to what they discovered next. Almost all over the house were found poorly washed traces of blood. It was so much that it seemed as if there had been a real massacre. It turned out that the blood belonged to at least 3 different people. The bones smoldering in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny, and there were 2 empty fuel cans lying nearby, the same ones the boy had bought at the local store the day before. But that wasn't all. Also found on the property were the remains of Michael Delage, who had disappeared a few years earlier, and some fingers of some third guy who was never identified. Among other things, a large number of items belonging, judging by the size, to various men were fished out of the sump at the ranch, the fates of which have not been learned. The hostess herself was not at home at the time of the police visit. She had figured it out and gone on the run. Sheila hitchhiked to Boston, where she obviously hoped to get lost. Moreover, on the way, she seduced one of the drivers who gave her a ride, and he trustingly invited her to live in his house. However, the next day, having seen on TV news about the search for a dangerous criminal, the new lover himself called the police and reported that Sheila is now in his bed. It was there that she was arrested. During the search of Sheila's home, another frightening find was made: a box of videotapes. On the tapes, Hanny Michael and several other men confessed to horrific crimes. But judging by the guy's appearance and condition, they made these confessions under torture. Since Labar's arrest, her mental health has raised a lot of questions, so the court ordered the necessary evaluations. Sheila was found to have a delusional disorder, as well as signs of schizophrenia. She called herself an angel sent from heaven to protect children from rapists. It was Sheila's failing mental health that became the basis on which her attorney tried to build a defense. He called his client a profoundly sick person and tried to prove that she was not aware of her actions. The reason for this was the mental and physical trauma she had suffered as a child. The defendant herself claimed that many years ago, when she was in that terrible accident and found herself in a coma on the verge of death, she met with God, and the latter told her to cleanse the world of men who infringe on children. Sheila's ex-husbands and some of Sheila's lovers also spoke in court, who, in one voice, called her a crazy, unstable, and extremely violent woman. And Wayne Annis, the third husband, said that the ex-wife repeatedly persuaded him to kill Mr. Labar in order to seize his property. But despite the defense's attempts to convince the court that Sheila was insane and in need of treatment, it was proven that she was aware of her actions at the time of her crimes. She was found guilty in July 2008 and sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of ever being released. All of her appeals were rejected. Sheila is now serving her sentence in Florida at Homestead Correctional Facility. 21-year-old Kim Leget was last seen on October 9, 1984, standing outside the Ross Cotton Gin where she worked in Mercedes, Texas as a secretary. The Ross Cotton Gin was a family business owned by her father-in-law. At 4:30 p.m., a customer came to the gin with a load of produce and Kim helped him weigh it. Shortly afterwards, she was seen talking to two men in the parking lot, next to Kim's car and a white sports car. When the customer came back with another load at 5 p.m., Kim was no longer there. At 4:45 p.m. that same day, Kim's parents received two phone calls saying she had been kidnapped and the abductor wanted a ransom. They originally didn't take the call seriously and assumed it was a joke. Still, they attempted to call Kim at her work but received no answer. Her father then drove to the gin and found her car still parked in the parking lot with her purse and keys inside. Kim was a college student studying to be an X-ray technician, and her books were found open on the desk in the office with a pencil to mark her place and a calculator left on. However, Kim was nowhere to be found. A ransom note was mailed to her family after her disappearance, demanding $250,000 in cash. The letter appeared to be in Kim's handwriting, but the writing on the envelope was in another person's handwriting. The witness was able to provide enough details to a sketch artist to get sketches created of both men that she was last seen talking to. One theory is that Kim's stepfather, Lefty Gardner, at the time of her abduction, was a pilot and a member of the Confederate Air Force, now called the Commemorative Air Force, and maybe he refused to smuggle contraband into Mexico. Some think Kim's abduction was retaliation for his refusal, but little evidence was found to support this theory. There were some flaws in the investigation of Kim's disappearance. Two of the biggest mistakes were the Mercedes Police Department waited 20 days to call in federal investigators, and the area where Kim went missing was never treated as a crime scene. In 2012, the FBI released aerial photos of the area around the Cotton Gin in hopes of sparking new leads and interest in the case. However, despite those efforts and a $100,000 reward, no one has come forward with information. DNA testing was also done on the envelopes but led nowhere. Kim's husband was also looked at as a possible suspect. However, he cooperated fully with the investigation and maintains his innocence in her disappearance. She left behind her 1-year-old son and her husband, who filed for divorce after Kim went missing. No suspects have ever been named in her disappearance and the case remains unsolved. 9-year-old Dorian Thomas lived in an apartment complex in the 1300 block of Northwest 9th Avenue in Amarillo, Texas, where he lived with his mother. Dorian was last seen on October 26, 1998, several blocks from his mother's apartment near his grandmother's house, riding his bicycle. The day he disappeared, a witness claims to have seen him filling up his bicycle tire with air. The bicycle he was riding was made by the company Huffy, and it had a girl's frame-colored aqua green and had very small white rubber tires and rims along with the words freestyle and printed on one side. It disappeared with him and has never been recovered. There was a bicycle similar to Dorian's found at a nearby lake, but it was later determined not to be his. He was reported as a missing child. After more than 24 hours after his disappearance, and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance remains unclear. Authorities have been unable to determine if he was abducted or if other factors were involved in the case. A possible clue is that Dorian was one of the children who discovered the body of Gloria and Covington, who had been stabbed to death in August of 1997, more than 1 year prior to his disappearance. Dorian was playing in Hilltop Park in Amarillo with friends when they came across Covington's remains behind the YMCA building. Linda Gale Jackson was also killed 1 month after Covington's death, and the cases may be related. Witnesses reported that she entered a vehicle similar to the truck involved in Covington's case. Both women's homicides remain unsolved. Another incident involving Dorian was a woman was beaten by an unidentified white man in September 1998 and stopped at Dorian's mother's home for help. She said her attacker had red hair pulled in a ponytail, blue eyes, and a mustache. The woman said that Dorian was home at the time and was seen by the attacker. The woman claimed that the assailant threatened to harm her again in the future. She personally believes the individual may be involved in Dorian's disappearance, but there is no proof of this. Authorities also have been unable to determine if Dorian's disappearance is actually related to the unsolved murders. Several of Dorian's relatives initially believed a family friend took him to Dallas, Texas. However, the individual called authorities shortly thereafter, and it was determined he was not involved in Dorian's disappearance. Extensive searches of the Amarillo area have produced no clues as to his whereabouts. As of today, Dorian remains missing and the case remains unsolved. Danielle Marie Sleeper was last seen at her home in Magnolia, Texas on March 22, 2015. She and her husband of 5 years, Austin, had attended a cookout at a friend's home in Field Store, Texas. They arrived there in 2 separate vehicles, but left together in a white 1996 Ford F-350 pickup truck at 1 a.m. They were arguing and Austin was insisting she come home, but Danielle wanted to spend the night at a friend's house. Danielle had made plans to meet her friends later in the day, but she never showed up and didn't respond to any text messages, and calls to her cell phone went directly to voicemail. On the night she disappeared, there were numerous text messages and other activity on the phone until 3:12 a.m. The last time the phone was turned on was 2 days after she was last seen, when it pinged off a tower 2.5 miles from her home. Danielle's email account had not been accessed since 5 days before she went missing, and her bank account and credit cards hadn't been used since 2 days before she went missing. The day after Danielle's disappearance, Austin would show up at Danielle's friend's house alone to retrieve her car. He would tell the friend that he hadn't seen Danielle since the morning after the cookout. He said when he left the house to go pick up her car, Danielle was asleep on the couch, but when he returned, he claimed she was no longer there. Her purse and cell phone were missing and to this day have never been found. When Danielle's sister went to her home, she discovered the house was in disarray with items scattered all over the place. This was very unlike Danielle, who always kept her house very clean. She would also find Austin acting very strange and suspiciously had failed to report his wife missing. Immediately after Danielle's disappearance, Austin had his mother, who lived 7 hours away in Louisiana, come pick up their 3-year-old son and take him back to Louisiana with her. Danielle and Austin were going through a legal battle with Child Protective Services due to Austin's abuse of their 3 children, and he was facing felony injury charges. CPS would remove the 2 oldest boys that Danielle had from a previous marriage, and Austin was facing up to 2 years in prison for the charge. The children would also state that Austin always mistreated them when Danielle wasn't home. Austin's court date was set 1 week after Danielle's disappearance. It seems Austin and Danielle didn't have the best relationship, with him cloning her phone in order to monitor her calls and messages. And he also had stated that he didn't like Danielle's boys and hated spending money on children that weren't his. Austin had a previous arrest record and had threatened Danielle by saying if she ever left him, she would never take their son with her. Something really strange in the case was Austin and his friends would play a game where they would try and describe the best way to hide a body, and mutual friends heard the same kind of talk weeks before her disappearance. He even went as far as to say he scouted out 2 locations in Waller County to use if he ever needed to do such a thing. Strangely enough, the couple who hosted the party that Danielle and Austin were at the night before her disappearance moved out of the state suddenly after only living in the house for 3 months. Danielle and Austin's son together was Hagen, and he could be a key witness in the case. But Austin had his mother take him across the state line into Louisiana the morning before he reported Danielle missing. He also gave away Danielle's car 2 days before her disappearance. At this point, Austin and his mother retained a lawyer and have refused to speak to police about the case. He also lost touch with Danielle's family and has never participated in any of the ground searches or helped hand out missing person flyers because he stated that his attorney advised him not to. Austin has never been charged in her disappearance, but he remains a suspect in the case. As of today, Danielle has never been found, and this case still remains a mystery. Michael Adams was last seen by his stepsister as she looked out her bedroom window at around 11:30 p.m. on June 8, 1987. Mike was 18 years old and lived in Abilene, Texas, and worked at M. Systems grocery store. On the night he disappeared, he had closed down the grocery store and then drove to his home on Peach Street. When he pulled into his driveway, he woke up his sister, Beverly, who was asleep upstairs. She got up and looked out the window and saw Mike talking to someone in an older model brown or gray GM with opera-style windows and possible malfunctioning headlights that were flickering. Police believe there was only one person in the car, although they received some tips that indicated there were two people. When Beverly saw this, she didn't think anything suspicious and assumed Mike was talking to a friend, and so she went back to sleep the next morning. Mike's stepmother woke up to leave for work and noticed that his car was behind hers, blocking her path out of the driveway. This was strange because Mike always arranged the cars ahead of time to prevent this from happening. When she went back inside to get Mike, he was nowhere to be found. Mike had some issues with some coworkers who got upset because Mike received a promotion over them and they believed it was because of his age. He also had a run-in with his manager, Steve Turner, because Mike had caught someone stealing from the back room. And instead of thanking him for catching the person, Steve reprimanded him for not being at the front of the store. This was very suspicious because in order to access the back room, an employee would have had to let the person in, or maybe an employee gave them a key. Mike was very upset about Steve's reaction and had planned to send a letter to corporate to complain about it, but ultimately decided against it. All employees were given polygraph tests and one employee would come out with inconclusive results. That person was a coworker of Mike's that had once said if he ever needed someone to disappear, all he would have to do is make a phone call. None of Mike's family has seen him since Beverly saw him through her bedroom window on the night he disappeared. Some tips came in later suggesting that Michael was assaulted and killed at the Lake Fort Phantom area. However, law enforcement investigated this claim, but nothing ever came of it. Other tips suggested that on the night he disappeared, he was visiting a house nearby for a short period of time around the 16th Street vicinity, or he was going for a short drive in a car with multiple occupants. Mike's store keys have never been recovered, and in 1994 he was declared legally dead. No one has ever been arrested in his disappearance, and as of today this case remains unsolved. Ronald Lee Johnson was 74 years old when he went missing from Newtown, North Dakota. On October 15, 2011, he was supposed to visit his son in Jamestown, but he never arrived. The next morning, he was seen in the Four Bears Casino and Lodge in Newtown on security footage playing poker, and then the footage shows him leaving around 12:35 a.m. The camera then caught him taking a right out of the casino onto Highway 23 towards Newtown. The tip that he was there came from a bank statement that showed a withdrawal from an ATM at the casino. That same day, he was supposed to see his sister in Valley City and then go to an appointment at the VA hospital in Fargo on October 17th. After the appointment, he had plans to go to Needles, California to spend the winter as he often did. However, he never made it to see his sister. He missed his appointment and he was never heard from again. When his son checked his father's home, he found groceries lying out and his suitcase half-packed. No one knows if he actually made it home and headed for Valley City as planned. Some people believe from the appearance of his home that Ronald might have been interrupted while packing and left suddenly for an unknown reason. However, the most plausible theory is he had already started packing his suitcase and laid out groceries for his trip before he ever went to the casino, and he never made it back home to finish packing. His medication and checkbook were left behind, but his 1982 gold Cadillac Fleetwood was missing. Authorities pinged his last known cell phone signal in the areas surrounding North Dakota Highway 23 and North Dakota Highway 83. They found he had called the person that usually rents his home from him while he is away in California for the winter. This area was searched by the North Dakota Civil Air Patrol, but no evidence of Ronald or his vehicle were found. With Ronald's car not turning up and his accounts never being used led to a theory that he might have had an accident. It is believed that he and his vehicle may have gone off the road into a ravine or into the Missouri River after he left the casino that early morning. He would have had to cross the Missouri River when he was headed back to Newtown. His family has organized many searches looking for Ronald and his vehicle, but they have turned up nothing. Ronald has no history of memory issues, but he is a diabetic and also had major heart surgery in the past and needs daily medications. Ronald has never been found, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. Marla Mullins was 24 years old when she was last seen in Mineola, Texas on December 12, 1981. She went to a Christmas party at a restaurant across the street from the garage apartment where she lived. A female friend stated Marla left the restaurant at 8 p.m. with a man they both knew. The man stated he later took her back to the restaurant and claimed he saw her get into a vehicle with 3 people he didn't recognize. She has never been heard from again. After she went missing, there were rumors that she was working at a Houston, Texas nightclub, but police were never able to verify that. Also, her family didn't think she would have left without telling them. As of today, her only surviving relative is her sister, and she stated Marla had gotten involved with a rough crowd prior to her disappearance. Kevin Leon Curbo is the prime suspect in Marla's case. He is currently serving a life sentence for the 1995 murder of a Rains County, Texas woman. Authorities began searching a site along the Sabine River near Mineola, Texas for Marla's remains in May 2010. They stated information provided by Curbo led them to that location. However, nothing was found during the search. As of today, Marla remains missing and the case unsolved. Barbara Louise Cotton was born November 10, 1965 to Louise Cotton and lived in Williston, North Dakota. Her nickname was Barb, and she is described as a gentle and kind person who had 7 siblings. She went to Williston High School and worked part-time jobs to save up money for her future. She was a good student, and when she was a teenager, she decided she wanted to go to college and become an accountant. Sadly, she would never get the chance because she would go missing at the age of 15. This case is not easy because there are many conflicting details available. Barb's case was originally investigated as a runaway case. Investigators did not initially investigate the case as a missing person or possible homicide. At this time, there are 3 persons of interest. One report says that she was last seen leaving a restaurant named Cakes and Cones on Main Street in her hometown of Williston during the evening of April 11, 1981. She had apparently been there with Stacy Werder and a 3rd person. Stacy was described by Barb's mom, Louise, as being her new boyfriend. He offered to accompany her home afterwards, but she declined. Barb had 5 blocks to walk to get to her home, located near the corner of 5th Street West and 6th Avenue West. However, Barb was very independent and often walked alone, but it is unknown if she ever made it home after leaving the restaurant. Teenagers from the neighborhood often walked through Recreation Park on their way home. Her boyfriend watched her walk to Recreation Park. The next day, on April 12th, her mother reported her missing. However, none of her personal belongings were missing, including her carton of cigarettes, clothes, or money. She also left behind a paycheck from work. Her younger brother stated he was very close to Barbara, but she never told him of any plans to leave home. It is unclear where Barb was actually last seen the night she went missing. Another report says her mother claimed she was reportedly seen at a party at 10 p.m. that night, but that could not be confirmed. The next day, on April 13th, her mom reported to police that she thought that Barb was in Scobie, Montana at Pioneer Hotel with Stacy Werder. This may have been because she assumed she ran off with Stacy, and this is where he was scheduled to go for his next work assignment. Police followed up on this but noted she was not located at the hotel. According to reports, Stacy became a person of interest, although police may have never interviewed him. Stacy apparently hung himself 3 months later in Malta, Montana, while being jailed for an unrelated misdemeanor. Another person of interest is Frank Della Pena. Frank was temporarily in Williston for about a month during the time that Barb went missing. He left on May 5, 1981, 24 days after she disappeared. He drove a white van pulling a travel camper and had attempted to lure many women and children to the van and camper. He would attempt this by approaching them and saying that he had a free puppy he needed to find a home for because he was moving out of state. Many people came close to entering the van or camper, but thankfully they had second thoughts when Frank began asking them to step in and help search for the puppy. Sadly, he was successful just 2 days after he left Williston for Wyoming and lured a 9- and 12-year-old girl inside and killed them. He was arrested and hung himself inside the jail and left behind a suicide note. A third person of interest in Barb's case is her older brother Frank Cotton. He was 16 years older than Barb and is described as a very strange man. He and Barb's mother were close, although he was at times abusive to her just as his father had been. Prior to their mother's death in 2014, she was heard multiple times saying she was going to hell for what she had done. However, she would never elaborate on what exactly she had done and would get angered when questioned about it. Many people believe that if Frank had killed Barb for whatever reason, that their mom may have covered for him either out of fear or loyalty. Frank died in 1999 at the age of 50. His headstone is next to Barb's headstone that reads missing. Barb was legally declared dead in 1998 and her mother passed away in 2014, maybe without ever knowing what happened to her daughter. Thanks to the hard work of the podcast Dakota Spotlight, many new details are coming out that was not well known before. Due to lack of investigation by police, when this originally happened, a lot of people that could hold significant information have been missed and never interviewed. Thankfully, some of these people are coming forward today and cooperating with the podcast to provide missing details. Barb has never been found, and as of today, this case remains open and unsolved. Kevin Gerald Mahoney was born June 23, 1968 and lived in Fargo, North Dakota and had 6 siblings. When he was 25 years old, he lived with his mother Judy, but spent most of his time at his friend Ben's house, which was also known as the Party House. In September of 1993, Ben had recently divorced and was renovating his home at 1118 11th Street North in Fargo with Kevin's help so he could sell it. Kevin's mom last saw him when he left home on September 30th, 1993 to go to Ben's. Ben and Kevin often worked on the house during the day and they would start drinking at night. On October 2nd, his family became concerned when they had not seen or heard from him in a few days, which was very unlike him. When his family began searching for him, they would question Ben, who told them that Kevin had left his home to walk to his brother's apartment 3 miles away in Moorhead. However, no one ever saw him walk in that evening. That same day, with no word from Kevin, his sister would file a missing persons report. A few days later, police went to Ben's home and talked to him. He told the police that he had not seen Kevin since September 30th, but did say that him and Kevin had gotten into an argument while working on the home. He said that Kevin called several of his family members looking for a ride, and then he assumed Kevin took off walking to his brother's apartment. Kevin's friend, Lena, said he did call her and ask for a ride, but she was unable to because she had to be at work. A few weeks later, after Kevin disappeared, Lena went to Ben's house to check it out. The door was unlocked and she let herself in. While looking around, she found a pair of jeans that had blood on it, which she took to the police and they determined it was human blood. Police would get a DNA sample from Kevin's mother and grandfather, but it is unclear if they ever tested it against the blood found on the pants. A few weeks later, after he disappeared, the police returned to Ben's house. However, this time Ben told police that Kevin was very drunk when he left the house and he didn't see which direction he went. Ben took a polygraph test 2 months after Kevin disappeared and passed. However, on a third interview, his story changed. He said the last time he saw Kevin was October 1st and they were both drunk. He said on the evening of October 1st, the two of them went to their friend Troy's apartment to help patch up some holes in the wall, because he was moving to Minnesota with his girlfriend Lynette. Ben said he left without Kevin that night because he assumed Troy was taking Kevin home. When Lynette was interviewed, she said that she last saw Kevin in the early morning hours of October 1st when the 4 of them went in her car to their apartment to fix the door, but realized they didn't have the right paint color. She said she then drove Ben and Kevin back to Ben's house around 1 a.m. and she went home. The next night, Troy and Lynette went to Ben's house and stayed over, but she never saw Kevin there. Many years after Kevin disappeared, multiple rumors were circulating about what happened to him. His family recalled that Kevin's friend Lynette had said that the day she found the jeans with blood on them, she also saw poured concrete that did not look like it was done professionally. Detectives went to further investigate the concrete, but Ben denied having ever done any concrete work in the basement. The owners of the home before and after Ben also denied doing any concrete work. In 2011, detectives decided to dig in the basement of the patch that was 90 inches long and about 20 inches wide. They excavated a small area, but stopped when they came upon a pipe. Many people believe that they did not dig far enough to be sure a body was not there. Suspiciously, many missing flower posters were often taken down by an unknown person. Several people have taken and passed lie detector tests in connection with this case. Sadly, Kevin's mother passed away in 2014, never knowing what happened to her son. Foul play is suspected in Kevin's disappearance, but he has never been found, and as of today, the case remains unsolved. Bruce Aaron Falconer was born July 16, 1959. He would join the Marines at the age of 16 with permission from his mother. In February of 1981, at the age of 21, he was promoted to sergeant. He was about to be transferred to Yuma, Arizona, and would take a leave to his home in Bismarck, North Dakota. This is when he would go missing and has never been seen again. While home on leave on the night of February 20th, Bruce went out with a grade school friend named Tim Jewell. They went to some bars, and after the bars closed, they drove Bruce's Chevrolet Blazer to an area south of Bismarck along the Missouri River. A few days later, the vehicle was found stuck in the mud and abandoned. However, there was no signs of Bruce or Tim at the scene, but there were cigarette butts and the remains of a campfire located nearby. Bruce's mother, Dorothy Falconer, was in California that weekend attending her daughter's wedding. When she returned home on either Sunday or Monday, her younger daughter told her Bruce had not come home since Friday night. Initially, there was speculation that Bruce had gone AWOL from the Marines, but his mother never believed this because he was very happy with his military career. Early on, his mother concluded he had probably died shortly after his disappearance because he would not have left behind his family or even his blazer or paychecks. In 1992, Tim's remains were found in the area by a hunter. The coroner determined that Tim's likely cause of death was exposure. However, Bruce's body has never been located. The Marines declared Bruce legally dead 5 years after he went missing. And as of today, this case remains unsolved. Rochelle Marie Smith was born September 10, 2002 and nicknamed Peanut. She lived in Minot, North Dakota with her aunt Stephanie Smith, who was also her legal guardian. A man named Lee Cohen also lived in the basement of the home. On May 16, 2006, Lee came home around midnight after celebrating his birthday with a night of drinking. Rochelle was asleep on one couch while Lee was watching TV on another. Stephanie went to bed around 1 a.m., leaving the 3-year-old asleep on the couch and Lee still watching TV. Lee had been very close to Rochelle since she was an infant and claimed to be her father, although he wasn't related to her. At some point in the early morning, a neighbor heard Rochelle crying. Hours later, the same neighbor saw Lee pull into the apartment complex with Stephanie's van. The neighbor stated that he was acting strange and that he removed a red cooler and other items from the back of the van. Around 10:30 that morning, Stephanie woke up to find Rochelle gone and Lee already awake and dressed, which was very unusual for him. Lee told Stephanie that Rochelle was staying with his mother for a few days at her home at the Minot Air Force Base. During that same time, a different neighbor saw Lee going out to a waste bin with a bag of garbage, again acting very strange and standoffish. 6 days later, on May 22nd, Stephanie woke up to find that Lee had taken her van. He left a note saying he was going to pick up cigarettes, but he never returned. Stephanie reported Rochelle missing and an Amber Alert was issued, and Lee became the prime suspect in her disappearance. Stephanie went to Lee's mother's home and found out that she had actually moved to Wichita, Kansas the week prior. Police visited her home in Kansas, but there was no sign of Rochelle, and she said she had not seen her. On May 23rd, the stolen van was located on a gravel road in the Upper Suras National Wildlife Refuge with Lee's body inside. He had died by poisoning himself with carbon monoxide. A hose from his basement apartment had been cut and used to pipe exhaust into the van. An extensive search of the area turned up no signs of Rochelle, but police did find a large red cooler in the basement where Lee lived. Inside the cooler was ammonia and rags apparently used to clean the cooler. They also found a substantial amount of Rochelle's blood. Police dogs tracked Rochelle's scent to the river channel across the street from the apartment, but authorities found no other clues. Searches were done of the parks along with horseback searches of wildlife and rural areas. A portion of the Suras River near the Smith residence was also drained, but nothing was ever found. Police determined the only explanation for Rochelle's disappearance was that Lee Cohen killed her early May 17, 2006 and disposed of her body in an unknown location. In May 2021, 15 years after Rochelle's disappearance, authorities stated that there was compelling and overwhelming evidence that Lee had murdered Rochelle and that there is no other plausible explanation for her disappearance. Her case was officially closed, but her body has never been recovered, and as of today, this case remains unsolved. April Tinsley was born on March 18, 1980, in Fort Wayne, Indiana. She was the oldest child in her family. April attended elementary school and participated in the children's choir at the local church. But her favorite thing to do was to hang out with her friends, playing around the neighborhood and just having fun. On Friday, April 1, 1988, when April was 8 years old, she came home from school early, excited to go out and play. After lunch, she asked her mom if she could go over to her friend Nicole's house, just a few hundred yards away. Her mom agreed and let her go, as she had done many times before. Nicole lived just a short walk away, and their neighborhood was considered safe. She reminded April to call her from Nicole's house as soon as she got there and handed her an umbrella. It was almost 3 p.m., and rain was expected soon. A few minutes later, April called her mom from Nicole's house, and her mother told her to be back home by 4 p.m. But when the time came and went, April still hadn't returned. Her mom started to worry that she might get caught in the rain and called Nicole's house. Nicole's mom answered and said that April and her daughter had gone to play at a nearby playground. While they were there, it started to rain, and April realized she had left her umbrella at Nicole's house. April told Nicole she would walk back to her house, get the umbrella, and then head home, as she promised her mom she'd be back when it started raining. Nicole, on the other hand, decided to go to another friend's house, and the girls went their separate ways. However, Nicole's mom said April never came by to get the umbrella, even though she had left the playground almost an hour ago. Hearing this, April's mom immediately started to worry. She told her husband that their daughter was missing, and they both went out to look for her. Several neighbors joined them upon hearing about April's disappearance, and together they searched all the streets connecting Nicole's house, the playground, and their home. But they found no trace of her, so the parents decided to call the police. Officers came to their home, got a photo and description of April, and started their search. Within hours, dozens of neighbors joined in, eager to help the Tinsley family find their daughter. The search area stretched for several miles around April's route, but they couldn't find any traces of her. As night fell, the police began to suspect that they were likely dealing with a kidnapping. If April had gotten lost on her way home, they would have definitely found her by now, but it was as if she had vanished into thin air. The next day, the search area was expanded, and news of April's disappearance spread throughout the city. Despite more police and volunteers joining the effort, they still couldn't find her or any clues. This continued for 3 days until April 4th, when a man called 911 and said he was out jogging along a road about 20 miles from April's home. As he ran past some fields, he noticed something strange in a ditch. When he came closer, he realized it was a human body. The police arrived at the scene and found that it was April Tinsley. She was fully clothed except for one shoe. Officers couldn't find any obvious signs of trauma on her body, but they were almost certain she had been murdered. They speculated that an unknown perpetrator killed her elsewhere, then brought her to this field and left her body in a ditch. Police also found an adult toy nearby, but they weren't sure if it was connected to the case. Later, they did find April's second shoe, which was lying on the other side of the road, a few hundred yards from her body. Medical experts concluded that April had died from asphyxiation and had also been sexually assaulted. They determined that death occurred within the last 2 days before the body was found. This meant that the perpetrator had kept her alive for some time. Experts collected the perpetrator's semen from the body, although at the time, the FBI didn't have a DNA database, and DNA analysis and forensic science were still in their early stages. As a result, detectives had to rely on finding new leads, and they didn't have to wait long. After the body was discovered, investigators reached out to the public through the media and received numerous tips. There were 2 particularly interesting ones. One man called the police and reported that he had driven past the field where April's body was found and saw an old blue pickup truck parked on the side of the road. Investigators believed it could belong to the killer, and the witness might have seen it when the perpetrator came to dump April's body in the ditch. The next lead became even more valuable. A woman who lived along the route from the playground to Nicole's house reported seeing a girl resembling April on the day of the disappearance. According to the witness, as the girl walked along the road, an old blue pickup truck pulled up beside her, and a few seconds later, it drove away with the girl. The car obstructed her view, so the witness couldn't see exactly how the girl got inside. But her tip became the first significant lead for investigators. The woman also provided a description of the driver. He was a white man around 30 years old with blonde or ginger hair. Based on this information, police created a sketch of the suspect and distributed it to the media along with a description of his car, hoping someone would recognize him. The FBI soon joined the investigation. Together with the police, they looked into the possible involvement of all men who had previously been convicted of school crimes living in April's area and tried to find new leads. At some point, they were informed that the suspect's portrait resembled a man who had been involved in some organized crime activities and had an interest in Satanism. Investigators checked on this individual but couldn't establish his involvement. However, they arrested him for another offense. Police continued to follow up on tips and investigate various individuals, but they couldn't make any significant progress. This went on for several months, and eventually detectives hit a dead end. It's worth mentioning that during the search for the killer, police uncovered several other crimes against children and arrested the perpetrators, but the one responsible for April's murder remained unknown. In the following years, there were no major developments in the case, but in May 1990, everything suddenly changed. A teenage boy living 10 miles from where April's body was found discovered a message on his shed. It was written from the perspective of the perpetrator, where he confessed to April's murder and hinted at more killings to come. The perpetrator also inquired whether the police had found the victim's second shoe. This immediately led detectives to believe that the author was indeed April's killer, rather than someone playing a prank. At that time, information about the victim's shoe being found several hundred yards from her body had never been reported in the media, so only the killer could know this detail. Another intriguing detail was that this message had been initially written in pencil and then outlined in marker. This led investigators to speculate that the perpetrator may have left the message months before it was discovered and decided to return to make it more noticeable by outlining it in marker. Police decided to publish photos of the message, hoping someone would recognize the handwriting, but it didn't lead anywhere. Just a few months later, residents of Fort Wayne were shocked by the news that police had found the body of a 7-year-old girl in another part of the city. She had been sexually assaulted, and the cause of death was asphyxiation. Given the striking similarities to April's case, police immediately suspected the same person was behind this murder. However, FBI profilers held a different opinion, believing they were dealing with 2 different perpetrators. No progress was made in either case until 1995, when police established that the second victim's murder was committed by a friend of her family who had already passed away. As a result, the case was closed, and investigators stopped considering it related to April's murder. Detectives also waited for the perpetrator to leave them new messages. It was clear from his first inscription that he enjoyed taunting the police and feeling his impunity. But as the years passed, no new messages were found. This continued until 2004, when the case suddenly took a new turn. A girl from Fort Wayne found a plastic zip bag in her bike basket containing a note that horrified her. She immediately took it to her parents, who called the police. The note read, "Hello dear, I've been watching you. I'm the one who kidnapped, assaulted, and killed April Tinsley. I have a gift for you. You will be my next victim. If you don't report this to the police, and I don't see this note in tomorrow's local news, I will destroy your home, killing everyone but you. You will be mine." Police had no doubt that the note's author was indeed April's killer. Inside the bag with the note was a used condom which was sent to the laboratory. By 2004, DNA analysis had been actively used, and experts had long extracted a profile from the semen found on the victim's body. Now, the analysis showed that the biological sample from the condom belonged to the same person, but he wasn't in the FBI database. Police reopened April's case and soon received a report of a second note. Another girl found a plastic bag with a piece of paper containing a similar message. The perpetrator had written that he had killed April Tinsley and threatened to kill this girl too. Inside the bag was also a used condom containing the DNA of the same man. In the following months, police received 2 more calls about similar notes found by other girls. This time, the perpetrator had attached Polaroid photos of his genitalia. Police tried to find any clues in these images that could help identify the perpetrator. However, all they noticed was a green patterned bedsheet in the background, which was on the killer's bed. They tried to locate stores selling similar bedding sheets, but it didn't lead anywhere. Within just a few months, the perpetrator left a total of 4 notes, but then fell silent for years once again. In 2009, the FBI released a profile of the killer, including known features of his appearance from the witness's description. They hoped to receive new leads, but it didn't lead anywhere. For Fort Wayne investigators, this case remained one of the top priorities for several reasons. Firstly, and most importantly, they wanted to achieve justice and punish the person who had killed April. The perpetrator also openly taunted the police with his messages, apparently believing that he would never be caught, and also threatened other girls. He was so confident that he literally left his DNA for the detectives, and now they had numerous biological samples. But over all those years, April's killer never made it into the FBI's database, meaning he hadn't been arrested for serious crimes and continued to live freely. In 2012, April's case was featured on a popular television program about unsolved crimes, leading to a new wave of tips, but they all led to dead ends. In 2015, detectives reopened the investigation and reached out to Parabon, a company that had recently started providing law enforcement agencies with an innovative service. Experts created portraits of people based on their DNA samples. This new approach had already helped solve several cases. Investigators reached out to Parabon, and they provided a portrait of the suspect in April's case. It was published online and distributed to the media. Detectives hoped someone would recognize this person, but luck was not on their side. They didn't receive any valuable leads, but the police weren't ready to give up. Several years later, in 2018, they contacted Parabon once again, but this time to try an innovative approach called genetic genealogy. Its essence lies in experts taking a DNA sample and searching through publicly available genetic databases for any relatives of the DNA owner, even distant ones. They often find thousands of people, then study their family trees and try to identify someone who fits the criteria of the perpetrator, such as gender, age, place of residence at the time of the crime, and so on. The method's peculiarity is that the DNA owner doesn't need to be in any database, and they can be identified solely through a long chain of relatives. Detectives working on April's case once again sent the killer's DNA sample to Parabon and waited. The process of tracing relatives and studying their family trees took many months, as experts had to sift through vast amounts of data. But eventually, they informed the detectives that they had traced the DNA lineage to 2 brothers living in Fort Wayne. Now, the police had to determine if one of the brothers was the killer. They placed both men under surveillance and collected their trash, hoping that experts could extract DNA samples from it. Soon after, they called the detectives with long-awaited news. 30 years after the murder, they had found a perfect match. The semen taken from the victim's body and from the condoms matched the DNA of one of the brothers, 59-year-old John Miller. He lived in a small town called Grable, not far from where April's body was found. At the time of the murder, he was 29 years old and lived in the same trailer. Now, all the police had to do was obtain a direct DNA sample from Miller and interrogate him. They went to his trailer and told him they wanted to ask him a few questions at the station. Miller asked what it was all about, and one of the officers asked him to guess. Miller then looked at them and said, "April Tinsley." The detectives decided not to rush things and took Miller to the station to question him properly. On the way, he engaged in small talk with them and appeared quite relaxed. Once at the interrogation, he didn't deny anything and confessed to kidnapping and killing April. According to Miller, on that day, he deliberately came to Fort Wayne and drove around the streets looking for a girl to abduct. Spotting April on a deserted street, he stopped and told her to get into his car. He claimed April silently agreed, which struck the detectives as odd. However, the witness hadn't heard any screams or signs of a struggle, so the police didn't rule out the possibility that the perpetrator somehow convinced her to get into the car voluntarily. He then took her to his trailer, sexually assaulted her, and killed her. After that, he carried the body to his pickup truck, drove to those fields, and dumped her in the ditch. He also admitted that the adult toy found at the scene belonged to him. 6 months after his arrest, when the trial began, Miller, following his lawyer's advice, pleaded not guilty. To avoid stretching the process, he was offered a deal. The prosecutor initially sought the death penalty, but if Miller admitted guilt, this sentence would be replaced with a prison term. Considering that awaiting executions often spans decades, this decision was quite understandable. Miller would have spent many years in prison anyway, and it was not certain if the decision to carry out the execution would be made before his death from natural causes. In the end, he agreed to the deal, admitted his guilt before the judge, and received an 80-year prison sentence. He will be eligible for parole only in 2058, when he turns 99. April's mother, who was present at the sentencing, remained disappointed that the perpetrator did not receive the death penalty. However, considering his age, he is unlikely to ever be released. April's father was unable to attend the trial due to health problems, but still thanked the investigators for their work and for finally finding his daughter's killer. The detectives who worked on this case still believed that Miller wanted to be caught for some reason. He deliberately attracted attention to himself and taunted the detectives, risking getting caught by the police. Even if we assume that he couldn't have known about the progress scientists would make with DNA analysis, leaving his samples was still quite risky. He could have been arrested for another crime, and then his DNA would have been entered into the database, where a match with the April case would immediately come up. Miller could have also easily been seen by witnesses leaving notes. He just got very lucky each time. All of this led investigators to think that, at the very least, he was prepared to be found out or even wanted it. The horrible case of Peter Porco. Peter Porco and Joan Balzano met in college in the 70s, where he was training to become a lawyer, and she was focusing on studying to become a children's speech pathologist. The young couple was very much in love and decided to start a life together. They married in 1974, and since then, they had settled in a house in Delmar within Albany County, where they lived for the rest of their lives. Years later, the Porco family grew with the arrival of their first son, Jonathan, in 1981, and 2 years later, in 1983, their second and last son, Christopher, was born. Peter dedicated much of his career to being a prosecutor, but in his later years, when his sons had reached adulthood, he opted for a job that would allow him to be more relaxed and enjoy free time with his wife. Later on, when his eldest son graduated as a sailor and was stationed at the base assigned to him in South Carolina, and the younger Christopher moved to the University of Rochester campus, where he studied biomedical engineering, Peter left the prosecutor's office to start working within the Court of Appeals. By the year 2000, the Porco's place was empty, yet the family never lost contact with each other, especially Christopher, who visited them more regularly because the distance allowed it. However, by the end of 2004, their relationship began to go through a rough patch when Peter and Joan discovered that Christopher was not fully committed to his studies. His grades were not good, he hardly ever attended classes, and he constantly spent time partying with his campus friends. The news disappointed his parents, and as a result, a long argument broke out among them. A week later, in the early hours of November 15, 2004, someone broke into the Porco's house, and the discussion between Peter, Joan, and Christopher was concluded forever. The clock hands pointed to 9 in the morning, marking the time Peter was supposed to go to work. An important day awaited him and his colleagues at the court. Minutes passed, but Peter did not come through the door. His boss began to worry, as it was not common for him to miss work. But if he had reasons to do so, he always notified in advance. Something was wrong and they had to find out. They called him repeatedly by phone, but in vain. Peter did not answer. Then his supervisor sent a court security officer to check that everything was all right at the Peters house. The officer arrived at the place around 11 in the morning. From the outside, he could see that something was not right. The key that would open the front door was placed on the outside, but it also had a peculiar detail. It was stained with blood. Without hesitation, he called the supervisor and reported the situation. Both knew something was not right. The supervisor ordered him to enter the house in search of a concrete answer. But first, he warned him to be cautious as he did not know what he might find. Just a few steps down the entrance hallway, the officer discovered that he was inside a crime scene. The house was in disarray, and there was no corner that was not stained with blood. A massacre had occurred there. The officer reported the discovery to the police authorities, and they arrived at the scene immediately, launching a large operation at the Porco family home. The police found the place exactly as had been described in the phone call by the informant. Following the bloodstains, they were led to the main bedroom, where they discovered an even worse scene. On the matrimonial bed lay Joan, Peter's wife, who had also sustained severe injuries from the attacker, with the axe used as a weapon beside her. The scene was dreadful, drenched in blood, and Joan was horrifically disfigured. Yet astonishingly, she was alive. Alerting the authorities with a raised hand, the paramedics swiftly transported her to the nearest hospital, despite her slim chances of survival. Her injuries were severe. Her skull was fractured, exposing her brain. Her jaw was shattered, and she had lost an eye, rendering her survival nearly impossible. In the ambulance, a case investigator seized the opportunity to question her. Aware of her surroundings yet unable to speak, Joan communicated through head movements. When asked if she recognized the attacker, she nodded, denying Jonathan as the assailant and confirming Christopher with another nod. Her repeated affirmation left no doubt. Christopher, her son, was the attacker. The paramedics, bearing witness to this critical testimony, urged caution in further questioning to prevent jeopardizing her condition. Upon arrival at the hospital, Joan underwent a 12-hour surgery, with her survival far from assured. Meanwhile, investigators, armed with the accused identity, embarked on a thorough search for evidence to solidify Christopher's guilt. Returning to the crime scene, they meticulously examined every detail, piecing together the sequence of the attack. Initially confused by Peter's body's location near the kitchen on the ground floor, they were astounded by the autopsy results. Peter and his wife were attacked while sleeping, but surprisingly, he had survived the initial assault of at least 16 axe wounds, as the injuries did not immediately end his life. Remarkably, on the morning of November 15th, around 5:30 a.m., Peter woke up as if it were any ordinary day, unaware of the gravity of his condition. He proceeded with his morning routine, washing his face, preparing breakfast and lunch for work, oblivious to the tragedy that had unfolded in his home. He wrote a check to cover the fines that his son Christopher had accumulated due to his reckless driving and went out to the porch of his house to look for the newspaper. He noticed that the door had closed behind him and he was locked out. Subsequently, he looked for the key he hid among the plants, re-entered the house, and collapsed. His body could no longer withstand it, so he lay down beside the kitchen. Every step, every movement Peter made that morning left large bloodstains, but he was not aware of it. The investigators learned from the autopsy that the axe had caused wounds in the superficial area of the brain, but not in the internal part where people store activities they frequently do, explaining why he moved normally that morning. On the other hand, the The police authorities discovered that the entry had not been forced and that the key they had found on the door was the one Peter had used to re-enter the house, not the attacker. Moreover, the person they were looking for knew the security alarm code that monitored the house but had taken the trouble to destroy the device. The house was in disarray, drawers open and belongings scattered everywhere, but nothing of value was missing. It was evident that the criminal had staged the scene to simulate a robbery with a fatal outcome. This theory was confirmed when they discovered that a protective metal mesh covering one of the windows from the outside was broken. Trying to open it, they noticed it was locked from the inside and only opened a few inches, making it impossible for a person to escape through there. The attacker had managed to flee the scene without leaving a single footprint or any trace of their DNA, but was not smart enough to hide their Machiavellian plan. It was clear that their only goal was to murder the couple, and then it was time for the investigators to prove why. While Joan fought for her life in the hospital, the police authorities met with Christopher after he contacted them to inquire about what had happened to his parents. It turned out that the youngest son had received a call from a journalist who wanted information about the case, which is why Christopher called the police to know the truth. When they finally informed him that someone had broken into his parents' house, killed Peter, and injured Joan, Christopher showed no reaction. At no point did he seem overwhelmed by the severity of the situation. This caught the investigators' attention, but they had to remain calm and agreed to meet at the hospital where Joan was recovering. There, they had a 6-hour talk in which Christopher claimed that on the night of the crime, he had fallen asleep in a common area on campus. During his statement, a patrol went to the university where the 21-year-old studied, and the officer spoke with his peers, and what they told them did not help at all in proving his innocence. His peers described him as a friendly and humble guy, even though they knew Christopher belonged to a wealthy family that could afford great luxuries. He never acted superior to others. The police were alerted by these statements, as they knew the Porco family had a good socioeconomic status, but they were far from being rich. They then understood that the young man had been lying to his friends all this time. On the other hand, the young students assured that they had seen Christopher on the afternoon of November 14th in the common area where they gathered to watch television, and also in the morning of the 15th, but he had not been there during the night by any means. Everything began to indicate that Christopher was the only suspect. But then, 3 weeks after the incident, Joan woke up from the medically induced coma she had been in, and the investigation took an unexpected turn. The crime survivor was notified about the accusation she had made against her son minutes before being admitted to the hospital. At that moment, Joan denied what the investigators were informing her. She said it was impossible that she had made such an accusation. She didn't remember anything from that day, and it was impossible that Christopher would attack them in that way. When she regained consciousness, Joan suffered from short-term memory loss, perhaps due to the trauma she had experienced, or maybe she just wanted to defend her son. The truth was that as soon as she denied Christopher being responsible for killing her husband, the investigation abruptly regressed. Thus, the progress they had made until then was paused for a moment. The authorities were forced to consider other possible lines of investigation that did not involve Christopher, so they decided to turn the search toward Peter's job. Since the man worked in the Court of Appeals, where family cases were usually presented as part of his job, some time ago, Peter had denied a man custody of his children. The violent reaction of that individual was accompanied by murder threats directed at Peter, which numerous witnesses were able to testify. The investigators pursued this theory and met with the possible suspect. However, it turned out to be a waste of time, as the man had a solid alibi. The agents returned to Theory 1. No one knew where Christopher had been on the night of November 15th. They then reviewed the timeline in which the house alarm had been deactivated, marked around 12:15 in the morning. At that same moment, the telephone lines had been cut. Then they knew they were back in operation around 5 in the morning. Furthermore, they accessed Peter's private information, specifically his email. What they found there were clues that brought them closer to their main suspect. Once again, everything led to Christopher. A week before the murder, Peter sent an email to Christopher, informing him that he had learned from his bank that he had taken out a $31,000 loan without his authorization. The man expressed his anger and disappointment in that message for having lied to him and warned him that if it happened again, he would have to report him. Subsequently, he clarified to his son that Joan, his mother, was worried about his actions, wanted to see him, and that whatever happened, they could solve it. The investigators had found a compelling motive for Christopher to decide to end his parents' lives. But now it was time to find concrete evidence. They went once again to the university and requested access to the security cameras, and that's how they saw the footage capturing the yellow Jeep, which belonged to the suspect, leaving the campus on the night of the 14th around 10:30 p.m. According to the agent's calculations, if Christopher had driven on the highway, he had enough time to reach his parents' house by 2 a.m. They needed to prove that he was driving the vehicle, so they approached the toll booths on the highway that connected the university to the house in Del Mar. The employees assured they had seen a yellow Jeep that night. They remembered it because it was speeding. One of the witnesses said it was a young white male, but still, a piece of evidence was missing to effectively prove it. Then, the investigators embarked on a meticulous job. They knew that those who passed through the tolls received a ticket, which they then had to present at the next one to be charged the corresponding rate. These tickets were stored in boxes by the employees, who always operated with gloves. They requested the box containing all the tickets collected that day and sent them to be analyzed one by one in a laboratory in order to obtain Christopher's DNA from one of them. And so it happened, one of the tickets had been handled by the boy. Everything fit perfectly. They finally had what they needed to arrest him. It took the authorities a year of investigation, and in that way, they managed to arrest Christopher Porco for murdering his father and attempting to do the same with his mother. To regain his freedom, he had to pay a bail of $250,000, which paradoxically, Joan Porco and her friends took care of collecting so that Christopher could return to his regular life. The young man moved in with his mother while waiting to stand trial. During this period, Joan continued insisting to the authorities to leave her son alone and raised her discontent in a public letter, which was released in the media. In it, she asked the investigators to stop pursuing her son and to focus on finding the real criminal. But after several more months, the time for the trial came. Christopher arrived at the venue accompanied by his mother, whom he was arm in arm with, and the round of statements began. The prosecution presented all the evidence positioning Christopher as the sole responsible for the atrocious crime, while the defense attempted to exonerate him by questioning certain aspects. On one hand, they wondered how it was possible that if Christopher had been the murderer, he left the house without the slightest trace of blood. On the other hand, they claimed he could never have driven to his parents' house because no young person has that much cash on hand to stop for gasoline and pay the toll booths. This was because the opposing side knew very well that the boy had removed the electronic device for toll collection, using cash to avoid being tracked. As absurd as these arguments sounded, the jury still had to meet to determine a verdict, taking into account all the information provided by the investigators. Christopher had a financial motive. No one knew where he had been on the morning of November 15th until the cameras captured him driving his yellow Jeep, and he was one of the few who knew the code to the house alarm. Additionally, one of the witnesses at the trial was his former boss, the owner of a veterinary clinic where Christopher had worked and where he had learned how to avoid being splattered with blood in surgery. The jury had no doubts at the time of their verdict. On August 10, 2006, Christopher Porco, the younger son of Peter and Joan, was sentenced to a total of 50 years in prison for the murder of his father and attempted murder against his mother. The image of a united family that the Porcos had portrayed throughout their lives ended in the past with the terrible tragedy they went through at the hands of their youngest son. Christopher's criminal behavior, which they had kept silent and managed to hide for years, finally came to light on November 15, 2004. The whims of the boy, to be someone he was not, to invent a life he didn't have, and a social status he didn't belong to, led him to commit a series of crimes against his own parents. The fatal outcome didn't just happen. To sustain the lies he had told throughout his time at university, he repeatedly stole belongings from his parents and friends, which he then sold on the internet where he ironically scammed people. When it was time to deliver the products, he didn't. And later, he impersonated his brother's identity and used his account to tell buyers that Christopher had passed away. On multiple occasions, he forged Peter's signature to obtain loans from the bank and so financed the yellow Jeep truck. When he had no way out, he decided to murder them to keep the money and assets of his parents. Even days before the act, he approached a financial investor for advice, as he would soon receive a large sum of money that he wanted to invest. The case of Peter Porco clearly shows how far a person lacking feelings but full of greed can go. It also highlighted the impeccable work of the investigators, who, even with the victim against them, used all their tools and even more to finally do justice for Peter Porco. This case still causes controversy within the community, with some believing that Christopher's conviction was fair, while others believe he was not the author of the terrible murder. Debbie Lynn Randall was born on August 21, 1962 in Marietta, Georgia. She grew up in a loving family with 2 older brothers. Sometime after Debbie's birth, her parents divorced, but her dad remained involved in their lives. A few years later, their mom married a man named Roy, and he became Debbie's stepfather. They all lived in a small apartment building in a quiet neighborhood near a military base. Debbie was a typical cheerful kid who loved hanging out with friends and playing basketball. She also loved dolls. Debbie had a large collection and spent a lot of time playing with them. On January 13, 1972, when Debbie was 9 years old, she had dinner with her family. After that, her mom decided to send her to the laundromat, as she had done many times before. Debbie was supposed to keep an eye on the laundry while it washed, while someone else from the family would help her carry the clothes to the laundromat and back home. The laundromat was just a few hundred yards away from their home, right across the street, so her mom wasn't too worried about anything happening to her. Back then, it was quite common for parents to have their kids help with chores like laundry, and Debbie even made some friends with the other girls at the laundromat. On that day, her mom wanted to send Debbie's older brother along, but he wasn't feeling well, wanted to watch his favorite TV show. So, the mother asked her husband to take the laundry instead, and Debbie went along with him, grabbing a box of detergent on the way. Her stepdad dropped off the laundry, loaded it into 2 washing machines, and left, while Debbie stayed to wait for the wash to finish. After that, she was supposed to walk home and ask someone to pick up the clean clothes as she couldn't carry them all by herself. Sometime later, Debbie's mom noticed that she still hadn't returned, even though the laundry should have been done by them. It was getting dark outside, so she and her husband decided to walk to the laundromat, but Debbie wasn't there. The employee told them that she had left a while ago and hadn't come back since. Her mom became worried and started to walk around the nearby streets with Roy searching for Debbie. Soon, they noticed something strange. A few dozen yards from the laundromat, in the parking lot next to one of the cars, there was spilled detergent. Since Debbie was carrying the box of detergent, her mom immediately thought it might have belonged to her. They continued to search the parking lot and the surrounding area, but there were no other signs of Debbie. Some neighbors who knew the family well also joined in to help with the search, but all their efforts yielded no results, and Debbie's mom decided to contact the police. The officers examined the area of the parking lot where the detergent was spilled and noticed their first potential lead. The detergent was scattered just inches away from a parked car, and on its door they spotted several clear fingerprints. Those prints appeared fresh and were located significantly lower than the handle, which already seemed odd. The officers thought that at this exact spot an unknown perpetrator might have grabbed the girl and touched the car in the process. They collected these prints and handed them over to forensic experts, while also beginning to search for the owner of the vehicle to confirm if the prints didn't belong to them. With no other leads, the police started combing the streets, trying to find new clues or witnesses. The laundromat employee mentioned that she hadn't noticed anything suspicious. Debbie had been sitting and waiting for the laundry to finish, then took her box of detergent and left the building. Most likely, she headed home to ask someone to pick up the clothes. The police soon found the first witness whose account immediately changed the course of the investigation. 12-year-old Sandra, along with her friend, was walking to the same laundromat, helping her carry dirty clothes. Suddenly, they saw a man grabbing a girl in the middle of the street and pulling her into his car, parked nearby the laundromat. The girl was screaming and trying to break free, but he slammed the door shut, got behind the wheel, and drove off. The man nearly hit Sandra and her friend. One of the girls started shouting after him, but he sped away. At the time, Sandra didn't realize she had witnessed an abduction. She thought the man was the girl's father or some other relative picking her up, while she wanted to stay out longer. Because of this, Sandra didn't tell any adults about what happened or report it to the police. Now, when she learned about Debbie's abduction, she provided investigators with crucial information. Based on her description, the perpetrator drove a dark pickup truck, likely a 1957 model. According to her description, she described the man as young, white, with thick, dark hair. He wore a white t-shirt, jeans, and black work boots. Another girl who lived in the same building as Debbie also shared her observations. That evening, she was standing outside her apartment when a dark pickup truck drove past the building. At first, she thought it was her uncle behind the wheel. But when the driver stopped right in front of her and looked at the girl, she realized it wasn't him. According to her description, it was a white man with medium-length dark hair. She also provided investigators with a few more details about his appearance that she could remember. The girl mentioned that this man parked near their building, next to the same car where the spilled detergent would later be found. The police soon found another witness. A man who lived near Debbie's house was driving to the hospital to visit his wife. At one point, a dark pickup truck, likely a Dodge, nearly crashed into him before driving off recklessly. The driver appeared to be around 30 years old with dark hair. However, the most crucial detail was that the witness also saw a girl in his car, seemingly attempting to escape while the driver held her with one hand. After listening to all these accounts, the police had no doubt that Debbie had been abducted. They distributed information about the suspect's vehicle to all patrol units, and police artists created a sketch based on the testimonies of the three witnesses. While some officers were searching for similar vehicles and checking their owners, others organized extensive searches for Debbie. With each day, more volunteers and police officers from other towns joined in. In total, around 4,000 people were involved in the search, setting a record not only for the city but for the entire state. Detectives also investigated various people who knew Debbie, including all male neighbors, her stepfather, and her biological father, but all of them were ruled out as suspects. Her father, who lived in the same city, learned about his daughter's disappearance at work and immediately joined the search efforts. Detectives checked previously convicted criminals living within a few-mile radius of Debbie's home, but they didn't find any suitable suspects among them. The extensive search efforts continued for over 2 weeks without yielding any results. This went on until January 29th, when several students joined the search teams and were sent to explore the wooded area several miles from Debbie's house. After spending nearly 5 hours there, one of them suddenly noticed tracks on the ground leading from the trail into the depths of the forest, as if something had been dragged there. Following the tracks deeper into the woods for about 150 feet, they stumbled upon a human body and immediately called the officers. They quickly realized that they had found Debbie Randall. She was wearing the same clothes described by her mother on the day of her abduction, a lavender dress and a dark blue zip-up jacket with a hood. However, her shoes were missing. She had socks on, but her lavender shoes were nowhere to be found. She had received these shoes as a Christmas gift just a few weeks before her disappearance, and she loved them very much. Her body was handed over to medical experts, who determined that she had died from strangulation. The victim had also been sexually assaulted. Experts found a single dark hair on her body, most likely belonging to the killer. Since DNA analysis was not used at that time, experts couldn't do much with this evidence. They examined it under a microscope and, based on their knowledge at the time, concluded that it belonged to a man aged between 18 and 30 years old. Debbie's clothing was also covered in dirt, and lacking other leads, detectives decided to examine it more thoroughly. They contacted a geologist and asked him to work with their forensic team. Together, they determined that some of the dirt consisted of a particular type of clay mined less than 10 miles from their city. The geologist confirmed that it was indeed the unique northern Georgia clay that couldn't be found anywhere else nearby. There were also other dirt stains different from the first. They were traced back to another type of clay mined by a local company just 2 miles from where the body was discovered. Based on this information, detectives theorized that the perpetrator didn't kill the victim immediately. Instead, drove her to remote areas where those types of clay were located. Most likely, he initially took her out of town, where he sexually assaulted her. Then, he drove to the location where the second type of clay was mined, killed her, and took her to the forest, dragging her body behind the trees and leaving it there. Supporting this theory were not only the clay traces, but also the forensic analysis indicating that Debbie was already dead when brought to the forest. If the perpetrator had killed her there would have been signs of a struggle around that area. The traces on the ground from the trail into the trees also suggested that the victim was already dead. The clay mining sites were quite remote and difficult to access, leading detectives to speculate that the killer might have worked there. They reached out to the mining companies, and a supervisor for one of them confirmed this theory. It was hard to believe that someone unfamiliar with that area have taken the abducted girl there. Even the workers themselves sometimes struggled to navigate through these vast areas. Police checked employees from both companies, trying to find a man matching the description or the similar vehicle, but it didn't lead to anything. They also had fingerprints left on the car just inches away from the abduction site and compared them with all suspects, but this yielded no results either. The news of Debbie's brutal murder shook the entire city, and thousands of people came to bid farewell at her funeral. The local police department continued their efforts to find the killer and bring them to justice, but they couldn't find any new leads, hitting dead ends over and over again. Eventually, the case remained unsolved for many years. Detectives continued to work on it, checking dozens of suspects, but they couldn't establish their involvement. For the lead detective on the case, Morris Nix, Debbie's murder remained a priority throughout his entire career. The crime happened when he was just 19, and he had been involved in the search and investigation from day one. For many years, Nix pursued various leads, scrutinized different suspects, and eventually compiled a list of 4 men whom he considered the most likely suspects. When the FBI established a DNA database, experts were able to extract the genetic profile of the perpetrator from the hair found on Debbie's body. It was entered into the database, but no matches were found. This indicated that the killer either had never been convicted of other serious crimes or it occurred before the time when DNA samples started being collected from such individuals. In 2015, 43 years after the murder, the case was reopened and detectives decided to re-examine the victim's clothing using modern technology. It had been stored in the evidence warehouse all this time, and experts found biological material from an unknown man on it. However, over the years it had degraded significantly, resulting in a partial profile. In 2018, Debbie's mother, who had hoped for decades to see the police arrest her daughter's killer and hold him accountable, gave an interview. She said that after Debbie's murder, she couldn't bear to live in the apartment where everything reminded her of her loss. She moved to another city, and year after year, the lack of progress in the investigation slowly destroyed her. She also said her only desire now is to see the closure of this case before her time comes. Unfortunately, that was not meant to happen. Just a few weeks after the interview, she passed away to cancer at the age of 78, and she was laid to rest next to her daughter. Sandra, who witnessed the abduction at the age of 12, also spoke out in an interview. She said that she had never stopped blaming herself over the years. According to Sandra, she believed she could have stopped the perpetrator and prevented the abduction, even if it meant taking Debbie's place and dying instead of her. In 2019, the local police department received additional funding, enabling them to request a more detailed analysis of Debbie's clothing. This time, experts were able to extract a full DNA sample from it. The perpetrator's DNA still wasn't in the FBI database. Debbie's father was also interviewed, and he shared that not a day had gone by over the decades when he didn't think about Debbie. He still kept a box of her old photos, hoping for only one thing: to reunite with his daughter in heaven. In 2022, shortly after the interview, he passed away. In the same year, detectives focused all their efforts on the one lead they had: DNA. They reached out to a company in Florida specializing on an innovative DNA analysis method called genetic genealogy. The police handed over all the biological samples they had collected over the years and waited. Experts created a profile of the unknown man and began searching for his relatives in public genetic databases. They needed to find people who had uploaded their DNA because family members' genetic material has similarities. Modern tools can detect even distant relatives. After examining thousands of potential relatives of the killer, investigators narrowed down their search to a family living in Marietta in 2023. They asked them to provide DNA samples, and they agreed. The analysis showed that the killer was indeed their close relative, so experts looked into their family more carefully. They soon identified the most likely owner of the killer's DNA sample, a man named William Rose. However, there was a problem. Rose had taken his own life in 1974, just 2 years after Debbie's murder. But detectives were determined to finally close this case, no matter what. They obtained a warrant to exhume his grave, and experts took a direct DNA sample from his remains. After 51 years since Debbie's murder, the police finally got a full match. William Rose was indeed the killer. At the time of the murder, he was only 24 years old and had never been a suspect. It turned out that his relatives lived in the same building as Debbie's family. Rose regularly visited them, so investigators believe that he might have seen the girl on multiple occasions. Perhaps that evening he was headed to visit his relatives, but saw Debbie coming out of the laundromat and heading towards her home. Based on the testimonies of her neighbors and other witnesses, Rose pulled into the parking lot between the victim's house and the laundromat, left the engine running, got out, grabbed Debbie, and then drove north. Perhaps he immediately headed to the clay quarry, which was located in that direction. It's worth mentioning that Rose didn't have any other criminal record. Either he didn't commit anything serious besides Debbie's murder, or he simply didn't get caught. At the time the case was solved, the only living close relative of the victim was her older brother Melvin. He attended the press conference where they announced the discovery of the culprit and thanked everyone who had worked on his sister's case for over half a century. He also said he wished his mom could have lived to see this moment, but added that she was now in heaven with Debbie. The horrible case of Fernando Ambrosio. Iban Federico Diaz was a 27-year-old man who lived in the province of Buenos Aires, Argentina, with his mother and his stepfather. He was characterized as a very calm young man, completely devoted to his loved ones, and he loved spending time with his godchildren, as his older siblings had given him the pleasure of being a godfather. Since his adolescence, Iban knew that he needed to find a job to help support his family, and that's how he found a job at a nearby supermarket. Every day without fail, he would get up and go to work, never asking for a day off unless it was absolutely necessary. However, nobody appreciated his good performance. Iban was very open about his attraction to people of the same gender. He never had a problem admitting that he liked men. This made him the subject of ridicule from his colleagues and even his supervisors. Iban endured this for a long time as he wanted to save up to buy a piece of land and build a house there. But the annoyance caused by the harassment from his colleagues led him to seriously consider looking for another job. And he almost did, until a kind of light appeared at the end of the tunnel. During the year 2016, within the same supermarket, he met Fernando Ambrosio, a 30-year-old man who instantly captivated him. They started their relationship as friends and over the weeks began to see each other more and more often since both lived in the same city. The relationship eventually became romantic, but it wasn't perfect. It had to be kept a secret as Fernando was married to a woman and had 2 young children. He had no interest in the rest of the world, knowing his true orientation. Shortly after, Fernando's wife became pregnant. He told Iban that the best thing was to end their relationship. This upset Iban quite a bit, however. Passion was stronger, and a few months later, they started seeing each other again. After 2 years of encounters as passionate as they were clandestine, in 2019, Fernando decided to end the relationship forever, feeling that they were being too obvious and not wanting to raise suspicions in his family. From then on, Iban would never be the same. For many months, he wondered, why had he made such a sudden decision? The pain turned into anger, and one day, Iban decided to threaten Fernando, telling him that if he didn't come back to him, he would tell everything about their romance to his wife. Fernando did not take this well. By that time, Iban was transferred to another branch of the supermarket, and they never saw each other again. On September 19th, Iban, who was then 30 years old, left his house to enjoy his day off. And while he was heading to take public transport, he ran into his brother, who greeted him cheerfully, not knowing that there was something different in Iban. For the first time in many months, he was happy. What he was completely unaware of was that this would be the last time he would see him. That night, the man did not return home. His mother tried to call him several times, but he never answered. After leaving 100 messages, they decided to search for him in the neighborhood. However, there were no traces of him. Nobody had seen him since the afternoon. They went to the police station to file a missing person report, but the police told them that to formalize it, they had to wait at least 48 hours. It wasn't necessary, as by the next day, there were already news about Ivan. But they were not good at all. It was 6 p.m. on Friday, September 20th, 2019, when the police received an emergency call. Some people had found a completely naked body in a nearby field. The patrol command unit arrived at the scene, and upon seeing the body, they were completely astonished. The body had 6 stab wounds and had cuts on the arms, 1 leg, and the abdomen. However, that was not the most terrifying part, but the fact that the eyes and a section of the intestines had been removed. The condition was so terrible that the officers could not identify who it belonged to, although they could determine it was a man. The agents theorized that the motive for the murder could have been related to drug trafficking. This theory was based precisely on the extraction of the eyes from the eye sockets. They believed that the victim had seen something he shouldn't have, or maybe he was a mule carrying drugs in his stomach, and that was why his intestines had been cut. The body was transferred to the forensic office for the corresponding autopsy, where it was determined that it was none other than Eben. The studies also showed that the body presented all types of injuries, including fractures and several cuts. Part of the scalp had also been removed. It was also established that the cuts had been made with a scalpel and that the attack was sudden, so the victim couldn't even defend himself from his aggressor. Although the body presented a lot of savagery, not everything seemed to be the work of humans. Having been exposed for more than 14 hours, the local birds could have plucked the victim's eyeballs, and stray dogs might have devoured his intestines. The case was investigated as an aggravated homicide. Newspapers and television channels quickly picked up the news, awakening fear among the population. With such a terrible case under his jurisdiction, the prosecutor had no choice but to get to work to find the sinister murderer. After receiving the painful news, Ivan's relatives offered their testimony before justice, sharing everything they knew about his life, as anything could help understand the motive for the crime and thus lead to its author. In all the statements, there was a fact that stood out above the rest: the romantic relationship Ivan had had with a man. While they did not know his name or surname, they could describe him as a man with dark skin. They also knew that the relationship had not ended well. On one occasion, this man had gone to Eben's house with his wife. Since Eben was not there, he left a message with one of his brothers. The message was very clear. He wanted Eben to stop bothering him. After this revelation, the case took a 180-degree turn. The theory of a drug trafficking problem was completely discarded, and the motive shifted to a possible love triangle. But the testimonies of Eben's relatives alone were not enough. The agents decided to summon some of his colleagues from the first supermarket branch where he worked. A woman and a colleague of Eben confirmed the romantic link between the two men and provided names and specific details. She recounted that everyone at supermarket knew Eben had a relationship with a man who worked as an external rest docker named Fernando Ambrosio. Initially, everything was going relatively well, but at some point they began to fight all the time. The already bad situation escalated even more when they were found being intimate in the supermarket storage area. The supervisor decided to transfer Eben. The woman took advantage of her statement to emphasize that the young man had been harassed for a long time because of his sexual orientation, not only by his colleagues, but also by the supervisor and Fernando himself. With the testimonies collected, the prosecutor no longer had doubts that this man was at least a suspect in the crime. He went along with other agents from the Buenos Aires police to raid his house, and there the doubts turned into certainties. On the street, the officers randomly chose a witness to attest to the procedure, which is extremely necessary in Argentina. Then they entered the home, where they found no element that could contribute to the investigation, nor were there any signs of bloodstains being cleaned. They were about to leave without having obtained any evidence when the witness asked to make a statement. He recounted that on September 20th, he had run into Fernando in the street. As they were neighbors, as if it were an ordinary conversation, the man told him that he knew the young man who had appeared dead. He also said that the previous day he had met with him since he had picked him up at his house, and they went together to the river. There they chatted for a while until they said goodbye near the stream. After that, he didn't hear from him again until he saw the news. The situation was quite extraordinary. The accused himself had placed himself at the location where the victim's body was found on the same day he disappeared. The investigators theorized that Fernando probably did this out of fear that some security camera might have captured him, evidenced by the emphasis he had placed on explaining that he left the place while Eben was still alive. However, this testimony was not enough evidence to arrest him. The agents conducted luminol tests in his car in search of bloodstains, but they were negative. By then, they were certain that the crime had been committed Fernando. While they continued looking for clues, team from the local police began to covertly surveil Fernando. But the intelligence work did not take long, and very soon they found the missing piece of the puzzle. By intercepting his cell phone, they discovered that in the days before the crime, Fernando had communicated with a man named Jonathan, who was called Mosquito, a 42-year-old bricklayer who was working on his house doing some repairs. Moreover, Fernando had asked him for help with something. On October 4th, the officers went to Jonathan's home. When surrounded by agents, the man broke down and decided to tell the whole truth. He said that one day while he was working at Fernando's house, he was offered 3,000 Argentine pesos to help him scare a guy who was bothering him, and Jonathan, who lived off occasional jobs and needed money, accepted without hesitation. On September 19th, he received the instructions. He had to hide in the trunk of Fernando's car. From there, they would pick up Eben. The first part of the plan went perfectly. When they parked in the area of the river, Fernando got out of the vehicle with Eben, and they began to argue heatedly. Jonathan heard screams and blows, but could not see what was happening. After a few seconds, the noise ceased. Fernando told Jonathan to get out of the car and help him put Eben's body in the trunk. By then, the young man was not breathing. It was not what they had agreed upon, but Jonathan preferred not to ask questions. After wrapping the body, they drove about 300 meters to an open field, took the body out of the car, and dragged it to leave it under a tree. After giving his testimony, Jonathan was detained that same day, and the agents headed to Fernando's home, arriving just in time as, according to intelligence work, the subject was planning to flee to the interior of the country. Following Jonathan's directions, they checked a shed of another house located in a nearby town. There they found various valuable objects that were identified by Ipan's relatives, as well as blood-stained clothing. The objects were subjected to forensic tests, and they matched the DNA of the victim. With both accused detained, the agents thought the investigation was closed. But there was still something to be resolved: the motive for the crime. That's when a key testimony appeared, surprising everyone working on the case. Teresa, Fernando's wife, said she wanted to testify before justice. She recounted that at the end of 2016, Ivan had contacted her to tell her that he was her husband's lover. This seemed very strange to her, so she decided to have a straightforward conversation with Fernando. He flatly denied it, and she, with all the love she had for him, chose to believe him. They were calm for a while until Ivan reappeared. On that second occasion, he sent Teresa images of Fernando without clothes. There was no doubt what Ivan was saying was true. The woman decided to separate from her husband, but this only lasted a few days. Fernando swore that his thing with Ivan had been a momentary confusion and that it had not gone beyond some chats. He denied that they were a couple or that they had had relations. Again, Teresa chose to trust him and they reconciled. To prevent Ivan from interfering in their marriage, they both decided to change their cell phones and forgot about the issue for a while, as if nothing had happened. However, more than a year later, Ivan reappeared in their lives. This time he contacted her via Facebook, sent her photographs and videos where Fernando was seen being intimate with another man. Teresa chose not to give importance to the messages from this man, decided that it was best if the matter remained within the family, and saw Eben as an intruder. She blocked him, but the harassment continued. The man managed to create up to 4 fake accounts per day to send her messages, increasingly aggressive, telling her over and over that she was fat, and that Fernando would eventually leave her because he did not love her. That's when they realized that the situation was beyond them and that they could no longer resolve it alone. On April 17, 2019, 5 months before the crime, Teresa went with her husband to file a complaint at the police against Eben for stalking and alleged threats. However, it did not prosper. After hearing this story, the prosecution confirmed that the complaint was real. Fernando also handed over his cell phone so that they could see the messages he had with Eben, where he threatened him, saying that if he left him, he would tell everything to his mother and the rest of his relatives. But this did not serve to free Fernando from trial. Everything indicated that Eben had been murdered in retaliation for the extortion attempts. With both in pretrial detention, Fernando accused Jonathan of delivering the blow to Eben that took his life. However, the autopsy revealed that the crime was carried out by 2 people. Neither could escape the sentence. In the document prepared for the trial, Fernando was accused of planning and executing the murder of Eben, fearing that Eben would expose his sexual orientation. Jonathan, on the other hand, was accused of being an accomplice for having helped him hide the body. In the same file, the prosecutor carried out a detailed reconstruction of the events, from when Fernando and Eben met in 2016 until the day of the murder. They had started their friendship at the supermarket, and over the months they became a couple. When Fernando's wife became pregnant, he decided to end things with Eben. Eben did not take this well, threatening him by saying that if he left him, he would tell everything to his mother. They eventually resumed their relationship, but in 2019, Fernando told him it was all over. Eben, completely infuriated, started sending intimate videos and photographs of him to his wife. They filed a complaint at the police station, but it did not prosper. Seeing that Eben's blackmail continued, Fernando contacted Jonathan for help. On September 19, 2019, Fernando sent a message to Eben saying he wanted to meet him, probably lying by saying he wanted to settle things and even resume their romantic relationship. Eben agreed. In the afternoon, Fernando picked him up with his car from downtown and drove to a place where they got out to chat and have some tea. With the excuse of going to get something from the trunk, Fernando left it open. At some point, one of the attackers hit Eben on the head with an iron bar, fracturing his skull. They then proceeded to strip him, cut his neck and abdomen with a scalpel, put him inside a bag, and covered him with a sheet to avoid leaving blood stains in the vehicle. They then drove to the open field of a nearby river, where they finally placed the body. The prosecutor stated that Fernando took advantage of the trust and love Eben had for him to deceive him into going out. There, along with Jonathan, they took advantage of his defenseless state to murder him and make him suffer, proceeding to beat and stab him savagely on multiple occasions. Both Fernando and Jonathan were accused of aggravated homicide due to the use of a knife, premeditation, cruelty, treachery, and for promise of payment. The additional aggravating factor of being in a romantic relationship was added to Fernando, and the most probable sentence was life imprisonment. The oral trial began on April 8, 2022, and to this day the case remains open. Forensic studies have not been able to determine whether Eben died from the severe head injuries or from the 6 stab wounds he received. It has also not been defined which of the 2 accused delivered the fatal attack. Fernando continued to say that he opened the trunk so Jonathan could come out and hit Eben. Jonathan, for his part, continues to state that Fernando told him to get out of the car once Eben had already been murdered. The victim's family, distrusting the justice system, fears that the accused may be released. They disagree with certain evidence from the investigation, asserting that Eben was a calm and introverted person who would never have blackmailed anyone. They emphasize on several occasions that he was harassed both by Fernando and his co-workers due to his orientation. While the messages showed that Eben threatened Fernando on several occasions, nothing justifies committing a crime. These cases rarely go to trial, and those that do are often archived or dismissed without a sentence for the perpetrators. Eben's family hopes that the same will not happen and that his death will not go unpunished. Crystal Perry was born on August 23, 1963, in the small American town of Rumford, Maine. She was the youngest of 10 children, and their parents had to provide for all of them, which was understandably a challenge. Crystal and her siblings grew up quite independently, with strict parents unable to watch over all the kids. Their older sister, who was just 12 when Crystal was born, took care of them like a mother, always looking out for her younger brothers and sisters. Growing up in such a tense environment, they all wanted to start their own separate lives as soon as possible, eventually scattering to different cities and states. Was no exception. She wanted to start a family of her own and met a guy named Tom in high school. They soon got married and moved to California, but eventually, Crystal realized that big city life just wasn't for her. After a year and a half, they decided to return to Maine, settling in a small town called Bridgeton, about an hour away from her hometown. It was a quaint town, famous for being the setting of a Stephen King novel, The Mist. Crystal got a job at a local shoe shop while Tom took on various odd jobs. Soon, Crystal discovered she was pregnant and they welcomed their daughter, Sarah. Despite the fact that Tom had initially wanted to be a father, their relationship with Crystal became complicated after the daughter's birth. He spent more and more time at a local bar, squandering almost all their money on alcohol. Once, he even took the money Crystal had set aside for groceries. Since they didn't earn much, Tom's drinking habit sometimes left them with no money, even for food. At some point, Crystal decided to file for divorce. Tom continued to see his daughter from time to time, but wasn't actively involved in her life. The situation escalated when Tom got a new girlfriend, who started to harass Crystal. She would call and threaten her, show up at her place and cause scenes, all because she simply didn't like that Crystal and Tom had once been married. Crystal was afraid to let Sarah visit her father. She feared that his new girlfriend might actually harm her. Soon after divorce, Crystal moved in with her mother, and over the years, she worked hard to save up enough money to buy a house of her own. A few years later, she finally got the opportunity and purchased a small house on the outskirts of Bridgeton. It was located just a few dozen yards from a picturesque lake. Surrounded by a forest, Crystal and Sarah were thrilled to have their own home just for the two of them. Crystal, who grew up surrounded by 9 siblings, made sure to give her only daughter as much attention and love as possible. After work, they always tried to spend time together, often renting a movie or just sitting and talking for hours. On May 10, 1994, when Crystal was 30 and Sarah was 12, they watched a solar eclipse together. The next day, as usual, went to work and Sarah to school. In the evening, they had dinner together and Crystal tucked her daughter into bed. A few hours later, Sarah suddenly woke up to a loud scream. At first, she thought her mom was arguing with someone on the phone, but she quickly realized it was much more serious. Crystal was screaming at the top of her lungs and Sarah immediately thought someone was attacking her mom. The door to her bedroom was slightly ajar, and through her fear, she came closer to it. Sarah realized that the screams were coming from the kitchen, but she couldn't see what was happening from where she stood. Sarah was gripped by fear and afraid to move or make any sound. After a few seconds, she heard footsteps and thought that whoever had attacked her mom was coming for her. She hid behind the bed, waiting for her door to swing open at any moment. But instead, she heard the kitchen drawer open, followed by a sound like someone was rummaging through the silverware. Crystal continued to scream and beg for mercy, and in the next few seconds, heard sounds as if someone had started stabbing her mom with a knife. With each new stab wound, her cries became increasingly muffled until they stopped completely. Despite being only 12, Sarah understood clearly that some unknown criminal was killing her mom. She wanted to rush to her mother's aid, but was paralyzed with fear. Sarah also realized that she had no chance against the knife-wielding person, and they would likely just kill her too. After her mother's screams stopped, Sarah couldn't move for several minutes. She waited for the criminal to come to her room, but the house was eerily silent. Gathering her courage, she finally left her room and headed to the kitchen, where she was met with a horrific scene. The lights were off, and only the moonlight illuminated the room through the window. As Sarah approached the kitchen, she glanced at the clock on the wall and saw it read exactly 1 a.m. On the kitchen floor, she saw her mother laying in a pool of blood. There was so much that it covered the entire floor. Despite being in a state of shock, Sarah understood that she needed to get help as quickly as possible. Next to her mother's hand, she saw the telephone receiver. She picked it up and dialed 911, but there was absolute silence on the line. Sarah then ran to Crystal's room, where the second phone was, and tried to call the police again. But this number also didn't work. She dialed the number several times, then realized she had only one option left, asking for help from the neighbors. Sarah rushed out into the street in just her pajamas, barefoot. It was May and the temperature was quite low. It had also been raining that night, but she didn't think about anything except helping her mother. The closest house was around a half-mile down the road, towards the city center. She reached it and began knocking on the door, but no one opened. Sarah then ran to other houses, but again no one answered. She kept running towards the city center, knocking on several more doors, but no one opened for her. Eventually, she reached an Italian restaurant where the owners lived in the attached building. This time, they finally opened the door. Sarah told them that someone had attacked her mom, and the shocked residents let her in. Sarah called 911 herself and reported what had happened. The officers immediately headed to their house. The first thing they noticed was the amount of blood. It was literally everywhere, on the floor, walls, and practically on every kitchen item. Crystal was dead, and the medical experts could tell at a glance that she had almost no chance of survival. Even if she had received help immediately after the attack, with such a blood loss, it would have been impossible to save her. On the front door glass, the police found a palm print, but quickly realized it likely belonged to Sarah. No other fingerprints were found at the crime scene, but there were numerous shoe prints on the kitchen floor, stained with blood. Investigators took photos to try to determine the size and model of the shoes, thinking they had most likely belonged to the killer. The prints also led towards Sarah's bedroom, but for some reason, the perpetrator turned back and didn't enter the room. Detectives also noticed a strange detail. Apparently, the killer tried to wipe away some of the blood from the floor. Considering that almost the entire kitchen was covered in it, along with Crystal herself, this seemed odd. It was obvious he couldn't have wiped away all the blood. Then, detectives noticed that some blood drops on the floor were in different shapes. Most of them looked as if they had landed at an angle. According to investigators, they had likely flown off the knife the perpetrator used to attack the victim, but were also other drops that had fallen on the floor at a right angle, and judging by the splatters, from a greater height. Detectives speculated that apparently the perpetrator had injured themselves during the murder, and this blood belonged to them. Another confirmation of this theory was the fact that these drops led to a roll of paper towels, and there were none left on the way out of the house. Most likely, the killer used these towels to stop the bleeding and immediately left the crime scene. Medical experts found over 50 stab wounds on Crystal's body. The murder weapon was not found in the house, leading detectives to believe that the perpetrator took it with them. Experts only confirmed that it must have been a kitchen knife. The killer struck with such force that a piece broke off and lodged into the victim's body. Crystal also had been sexually assaulted, and experts were able to extract a sample of the perpetrator's semen. Along with the blood drops, it was sent to the lab. However, there was a problem. Due to funding shortages, the local laboratory was quite overloaded, so results would take at least 6 months. As a result, detectives had to begin the investigation without any evidence. First, they ruled out robbery, since nothing was missing from the house. There were no signs of forced entry either, leading police to speculate that the victim had opened the door to the perpetrator herself. Considering she was in her pajamas, she was unlikely expecting guests. Investigators theorized that she either knew the killer or someone unfamiliar knocked on the door and convinced her to let them in under some pretext. The detectives decided to start with the only witness, Sarah. They went to the hospital where she was being held for health checks and began questioning her. The police asked why she ran to the neighbors instead of calling 911 from her home. Sarah replied that both their phones weren't working, but this answer seemed strange to the investigators. When they arrived at the crime scene, they checked both phones and were able to make calls without any problems. The detectives assumed that in such a stressful situation, Sarah could have simply gotten confused. The receiver of the first phone was off the hook, and to make a call, it needed to be placed back. As for the second phone, they didn't rule out that Sarah might have dialed the wrong number in haste, or the phone line might have temporarily gone out due to the rain. Then the police began asking her if she saw the killer. Sarah replied that she hadn't left her bedroom until it was all over, but the police treated her story with slight skepticism. They asked how she could know that her mom was attacked with a knife. Sarah answered that it was obvious, but the detectives continued to press her. They felt that she might be withholding some information and that she had actually seen the perpetrator. In the first 3 days after the murder, the police interrogated Sarah 18 times, hoping that her story would change. But she continued to insist that everything had happened as she told them. While pursuing other leads, detectives stumbled upon their first breakthrough. They found a pair of boots at a local shoe store whose sole patterns matched the bloody footprints on the floor. They also discovered that Crystal had been harassed by Teresa, the girlfriend of her ex-husband. Despite the killer being obviously a man, the police decided to investigate her. Considering that Teresa had repeatedly threatened the victim with murder, she could have found an accomplice and convinced him to commit the crime. However, detectives found no evidence to support this theory. Investigators then learned that at the time of her death was seeing a man named Dennis. They met 2 years prior when he started working in the shoe shop. They began dating shortly after, and Dennis eventually proposed to her. Although Crystal agreed, they never got married. Detectives found out that their relationship was quite tense. Crystal and Dennis argued a lot, and sometimes he displayed aggressive behavior. He could break things, hit the wall, and so on, but the police couldn't find any evidence that he had ever raised a hand on Crystal. The next day after the murder, they went to his house. When he opened the door, investigators asked if he had left his house that night or seen Crystal. Dennis immediately asked if she was dead, and in the next second, he collapsed on the floor. When he regained consciousness, he began answering the detectives' questions. Dennis confirmed that he had indeed planned to visit Crystal that evening, but got delayed after work, helping a friend fix a car. Upon returning home, he called Crystal, but she said it was too late, leading to an argument, and Dennis ended up staying home. While the police couldn't be 100% sure he was telling the truth, they were able to verify that he did help his friend that evening. Dennis also agreed to a polygraph test. The operator didn't detect any signals of lying except for one. When he asked if he felt responsible for Crystal's death, Dennis answered no. Detectives also noticed that he had the same shoe size as the killer, but they found no matching footwear in Dennis' house. He agreed to provide a DNA sample but made a strange request. He asked the detectives to do him a favor, and if they decided to arrest him, he asked them to come to his workplace through the back door to avoid disturbing others. He explained that his boss had always treated him well, and he didn't want to disrupt the workflow. Considering that he continued to insist on his innocence, this request seemed suspicious. Soon, the police found out something else. They had contacted Crystal's best friend, who lived in another town. She told them that just a few weeks before, Crystal had called her and said that she was scared of Dennis. Their arguments were becoming increasingly tense, and Dennis was growing more aggressive with each altercation. Crystal even thought about breaking up with him, but feared his reaction. Detectives also spoke with Crystal's colleague. During the conversation, she didn't provide any useful information. But as soon as the police left her workplace, Dennis came in and started asking what she had told the detectives. Despite their efforts, there was no evidence against the man, and the DNA test results would take months. So, the police continued to search for any other leads. They soon received a weird tip. A local man named Donnie got drunk at a party and started bragging about killing Crystal. They brought him in for questioning, but he claimed to have no memory of the party and denied any involvement in the murder. Investigators later found out that Donnie was an alcoholic and a known liar. Another witness reported seeing a black pickup truck with New Hampshire plates parked near Crystal's house, but this lead didn't lead anywhere either. One woman told the police that on the night of the murder, she was driving past Sarah's house when she heard sirens and thought they were for her boyfriend who lived down the road and often got in trouble. At the same time, she saw a car with high beams on, following her at high speed. Thinking the driver was chasing her, she turned onto another road, but the car passed her by. However, the police couldn't confirm if this car was somehow related to the murder. Since then, the police struggled to find any solid leads. Crystal's relatives pulled together $10,000 as a reward for any information on the case. They also distributed flyers around town, hoping to attract new witnesses. It's worth mentioning that Teresa, the girlfriend of Crystal's ex-husband, was seen tearing down these flyers multiple times. As for the ex-husband himself, he was thoroughly investigated, but detectives eventually doubted his involvement. Over the years, his alcohol problems became even worse, and now Tom drank heavily every day. In his condition, it seemed unlikely he could have committed such a crime, and he had no clear motive. The police also looked into 2 other men Crystal dated after divorcing her husband, but they found no evidence linking them to the crime either. All of them, including Tom, provided DNA samples, leaving detectives waiting for the lab results. 9 months after the murder, investigators finally received the results, which showed that the blood and semen samples didn't match any of the suspects, including Dennis. This left detectives with no other leads. They requested Dennis' sample again for additional testing, but the results remained the same. Stuck in a dead end, investigators decided to revisit their only witness, Sarah. They still assumed that either she was lying to them or her mind had blocked out the horrific memories of her mother's murder, and she actually saw the killer. At that time, Sarah was living with her aunt in Texas, so the police headed to the other end of the country to question her. They polygraphed her, but the operator didn't detect any false answers. Despite this, investigators continued talking to her day after day, asking the same questions, but each time, she replied that she didn't see the killer. After that, the case remained unsolved for several years. The police kept interviewing people, checking various suspects, but it yielded no results. In the late 90s, when the FBI DNA database became available, investigators uploaded the sample of Crystal's killer, but no matches were found. In 1999, a new detective was assigned to the case. He decided not only to review all existing evidence, but also to collect DNA samples from as many men as possible living in the town and nearby areas. By then, the laboratory could conduct tests much faster, and the police obtained hundreds of samples, but none of them matched. The new detective also reached out to Sarah and persuaded her to work with a psychologist to try to recover suppressed memories. She agreed, but the psychologist concluded that Sarah truly didn't remember anything and was telling the truth about not seeing the perpetrator. Since then, the case remained unsolved for many years. Detectives kept working on it, but couldn't find any new leads. This continued until 2006, when something unexpected happened. Detectives received a message. A DNA sample was entered into the FBI database, and it matched with the blood and semen left by Crystal's killer. The owner of the DNA turned out to be a man named Michael Hutchinson, who had never been a suspect in the case. Detectives found out that in 2003, he was arrested for assault and threats with a weapon, resulting in a 6-month prison sentence and 3 years of probation. At the time, his DNA sample was taken, but for some reason it wasn't uploaded to the FBI database and remained stored in the lab. 3 years later, Michael was arrested for drunk driving with his children in the car. He was released on bail, but he didn't show up for his court hearing, so he was sent to prison. Michael was arrested right at his own wedding and placed in a cell. His DNA sample was taken again, and this time they immediately uploaded it to the database. Soon after, investigators in Crystal's case received a match. The detective called Sarah and informed her about this, but asked her to keep this information in secret until the official charges were filed. He also asked if she knew this person, and Sarah said no. Considering that Michael was already behind bars, the detective began slowly building the case to ensure that the suspect had no chance of escaping punishment. He found out that at the time of the murder, Michael lived in Bridgeton, just 2 miles from Crystal's house. Michael, who was 19 at the time, lived near the Italian restaurant where Sarah called the police. He drove to his mother's house almost every day, which was just a little further away than Crystal's house, so Michael regularly passed by it. For the detective, it meant that he could have seen Crystal multiple times. Eventually, he went to see Michael in prison, but the man claimed to have no connection to the murder, and he said he never knew the victim. Considering that his semen was found on her body and his blood found at the crime scene, the detective didn't rush to believe him. While in prison, the detective noticed something interesting. Michael had a large scar on his palm, and as we recall, Crystal's killer likely cut his hand during the murder. Although in court this could not be considered as strong evidence, the presence of DNA was more than sufficient, so Michael was finally charged with murder. According to the prosecution, the man, a known user of illegal substances, had repeatedly seen Crystal as he passed by her house. On that fateful night, he decided to assault her. Considering that he refused to confess, it was difficult to speculate on how exactly everything happened, but with the available evidence, the outcome was clear. Michael assaulted and killed her. During the trial, an explanation was also found for the fact that the killer managed to not leave a single fingerprint at the crime scene, and the answer was quite unexpected. Michael worked as a bricklayer. Over time, people who have been engaged in this job begin to wear away the patterns on their palms, making it physically impossible for them to leave fingerprints on various surfaces. In his defense, Michael told his version of events. He said he met Crystal at a bar, and they went back to her place where they had consensual intercourse. At some point, an unknown man in a black motorcycle jacket burst into the house, knocked Michael out, and killed Crystal. When he regained consciousness, Michael tried to fight off the attacker, but the assailant injured him in the hand and fled. Michael himself also decided to leave the crime scene without any reasonable explanation. His story obviously seemed highly doubtful. The only shoe prints on the floor also belonged to him. If his story was true, the intruder would have had to take off his shoes before breaking into the house, and it still wouldn't explain the absence of any other marks on the floor. Furthermore, there wasn't a single witness who saw Crystal at that bar. The trial ended on April 9, 2007, and Michael was unanimously found guilty. He received a life sentence without the possibility of parole and remains in prison to this day. As for Sarah, her mother's murder undoubtedly had a critical impact on her. However, over the years, she found the strength to move forward. She attended college, became a writer, and published a book about her mother's murder, compiling all the available information. Moreover, when she was working on the book, Sarah managed to uncover new facts overlooked by the police. She discovered that during those years, Michael often borrowed his father's car, a black Ford pickup truck with New Hampshire license plates. As we recall, one witness reported seeing such a vehicle near Crystal's house. She also remembered the woman who told the police about the car with its high beams on speeding past her on the night of the murder. At the time, the woman mentioned she mistook the ambulance sirens for police's and thought they were heading to her boyfriend's house. That boyfriend was Michael. The police put his name and address in the report. However, back then, they decided there was no connection and didn't bother to investigate him further. Perhaps if the police had decided to speak with him, they would have noticed the cut on his hand and the case would have been solved much sooner. But the past cannot be changed. The horrible case of Laura. See you later, Lopez. Laura Cielo Lopez was born on November 11, 2000 in the city of Plovio, Argentina. Her older sisters, Melissa and Damaris, adored her from the very first moment. When Laura was just 3 years old, her mother passed away in a car accident, leaving the three sisters in the care of their father. Initially, he worked hard to keep the family afloat, but a few years later, he fell into alcoholism. Despite the terrible things happening around her, Laura was a very sweet and affectionate child, which is why her sister started calling her Cielo, or Heaven. In English, a nickname that everyone who knew her would eventually adopt. As the years went by, the girl's father lost his job and all of them had to look for work. At 18, Laura spent her days selling fried cakes, then attended high school in the evening shift, and in her free time, she took care of her nephews. She was very close to graduating and dreamed of finding a good job to restore financial stability to her family. Unfortunately, an event occurred that prevented this from happening. On September 12, 2019, Cielo spent the entire afternoon with Damaris, serving her mata while she cleaned the house. Her sister joked that it was the first time she had made the infusion correctly. It was a cheerful day. Later, Cielo went to school, where her classmates noticed she was acting strange. She didn't sit in her usual spot, but at the back of the classroom and left 20 minutes before class ended. Around 11:30 p.m., she arrived home where she met up with some friends. They spent a good time chatting, drinking beer, and taking selfies to post on Instagram. At 3 in the morning, they said goodbye to Cielo because she was very tired and said she was going to sleep. The next day, Nelisa wrote to her asking if she had gone to a medical appointment for an ear problem, but she got no response. She then called Damaris to find out if she was with her. The concern grew as Cielo was also not at her house. Hours passed, and the young woman still hadn't appeared, so they decided to report her missing to the police. Once at the police station, the officers told them they had to wait 48 hours from the last time they saw Cielo to request a search. They claimed she was probably with some boy, as this was supposedly common among teenagers. However, by Saturday, Cielo had not shown any signs of life, and the police finally took the report and began searching for her. But it was already too late. On Sunday the 15th, 2 fishermen, aged between 20 and 30, were carrying out their work in the area of the breakwaters of the Lemahai River. This location was only 15 kilometers from Cielo's house. They were calm until they saw something that took their breath away. The body of a young woman, cut into 8 parts, floating in the water. They quickly notified the authorities. Upon arrival, the first thing the authorities noticed was the brutality of the body's condition. It had clearly been cut by someone skilled with knives. The detectives continued to search the area to see if they could find clues about the victim's identity. Nearby in the same river, they found some tights and underwear. Not far away, they found 2 rings and, eventually, a knife full of blood at the bottom of the river. They decided to call Cielo's family when Damaris arrived at the scene and saw the objects. She did not doubt for a second that they belonged to her sister. The autopsy was conducted by Dr. Carlos, who noted that the cause of death had been a severe skull trauma, causing internal cerebral hemorrhage. The trauma was caused by a blow to the occipital part of the head, resulting in loss of consciousness. Cielo had been agonizing for 2 to 4 hours. Had she received medical attention, she might have survived. She also had bruises on her arms, indicating she had been struck and had struggled to save herself from her attacker. Moreover, the forensic examination confirmed what Cielo's sisters feared. The body had intimate injuries compatible with abuse. Finally, it indicated that due to the characteristics of the cuts on the neck, arms, and legs, it could be affirmed that the perpetrator used knives with a flat and scalloped edge, meaning they had no medical or anatomical knowledge, which broadened the list of suspects. The detectives had no idea who could have committed such a heinous crime. By analyzing the location of Cielo's cell phone, they detected that a man had contacted her after 3 in the morning on Friday. His name was Alfredo Escobar. He was 28 years old and worked as a mechanic. In the past, he had attended the same high school as Cielo. He was fond of fishing, which likely meant he knew how to handle a knife. The distance between his home and the crime scene was 2.5 kilometers, or about 20 blocks, which helped with the cell phone tower signals. At 3 o'clock, 322, 336, and 3:40 a.m. on September 13th, the young woman received 4 calls from this man. By then, the cell towers placed each of them in their respective homes. Then both cell phones were activated at her house. Starting at 4:29 a.m., the young woman's phone moved towards the downtown area and ended up at Escobar's residence. At 5 a.m., Cielo uploaded a WhatsApp story with an alien emoji. Her cell phone was still at the man's house. By 5:52 a.m., the young woman's mobile phone stopped emitting a signal, and after that, no one heard from her again. These records also showed that Escobar turned off his cell phone until 11:05 p.m. The next day, at that time, the phone was picked up by a cell tower in the place where Cielo's remains were later found. At 12:05 a.m., on Sunday, September 15th, he returned to his home. The investigation also included analysis of videos from 13 security cameras, including urban monitoring, private homes, and businesses, specifically reviewing footage from the early hours of September 13th. In 2 of these video records, 2 people could be seen walking back to back, resembling Cielo and Escobar, matching the young woman's cell phone movement. There was no doubt Escobar was the only suspect in the case. During the investigation, one of the officers recognized him, recalling an encounter a year prior. Escobar had crashed into a police patrol while driving at over 80 kilometers per hour, resisted arrest, and had an active case against him. He was close to going to trial for this incident, but now he faced a completely different and much more serious charge. On September 17th, a police watch was set up about 30 meters from Escobar's house. At 8:30 a.m., they saw a car arrive and a young person who appeared to be the suspect got out. He entered the house and then came out accompanied by two adults around 60 years old. All three got into the vehicle. Without raising suspicion, the officers followed the vehicle for a while, noting that it stopped near a highway bridge. At that moment, Escobar and the older man got out of the car, and the police approached them to request their documentation. Escobar was in the company of his father, and the other person inside the vehicle was none other than his mother. It was clear they were attempting to flee the city. The young man did not resist the procedure, but appeared extremely nervous. He asked if he could smoke and wanted to move away from the police car. When told this was not possible, he put out the cigarette sack in his car and lit one. After a while, he was taken to the police station and the vehicle was confiscated. A few hours later, he underwent medical examinations, which revealed inflammation in the knuckles of his right hand, consistent with having thrown a punch. He also had cuts on one finger and a bruise on the palm of his right hand. These injuries dated back a few days, likely to the date of Cielo's death, probably incurred while attacking the young woman. Following these examinations, Escobar was formally charged with abuse, carnal access, and femicide, utilizing his right to remain silent. He was placed in pretrial detention for 6 months, as there was considered to be a risk of flight or obstruction of the investigation. On September 17th, the first search of the Escobar family's house was conducted. The property was large, with 60 meters in depth and 12 meters in front. In the back, there was a construction project of 2 apartments. Entering the room where Escobar slept, they discovered that the walls had marks. They tested them with luminol and found what they suspected: blood. Then they went to the backyard, where things only got worse. Among the vegetation, they found blood remains. It was clear that Cielo had received there the blow that caused her death. The investigators took the blood to compare it with Cielo's and Escobar's and also ordered a DNA test on the fluid found on Cielo's body to see if it matched the suspects. Escobar's lawyer argued that until those results were available, they should not accuse him of abuse. Fortunately, the results arrived quickly. The Central Laboratory of the Ministry of Public Health compared the samples collected during the search with the genetic profile of the victim and the accused. All showed a match. They also analyzed the sneakers that Escobar was wearing at the time of his arrest and the knife found at the bottom of the river. Both items had Cielo's DNA on them. Then 3 swabs were taken from the intimate areas, and one of them showed compatibility with Escobar's DNA. The investigators were now in a position to affirm that the subject had abused Cielo, then murdered her, dismembered her, and disposed of her body. On September 21st, the justice system confirmed these findings during a press conference. The case prosecutor stated that he suspected the individual had murdered Cielo to hide the abuse. If found guilty of this charge, he would receive a life sentence. However, more evidence was still needed. Escobar declared himself innocent, but again, technology would expose him. His cell phone was confiscated, and by court order, he had to provide the access code for forensic analysis. It was found that although he had Cielo among his contacts, he had deleted her after the night of her disappearance. After committing the act between 6 and 10 in the morning, he deleted the call log to the victim, but he did not delete their Facebook Messenger chat. The investigation also revealed that on September 11th, 12, and 13, the subject had accessed the social network to view the photographs Cielo uploaded. Despite the evidence, the sinister man continued to claim his innocence, but everything was against him. A hypothesis was finally formulated about what happened on the night of the crime. On Thursday, September 12th, 2019, Cielo left high school around 8 at night, returned home, and spent some time with friends until 3 in the morning, when she told them she was tired and would go to sleep. 40 minutes after she was left alone, she received a message from Escobar and they began to chat. Although they knew each other from living in the same city and attending the same school, they were not friends. However, they had mutual acquaintances which gave her confidence. After a while of chatting, the subject asked if she could come over. She calmly accepted, and at 4, he picked her up and went to his house. What happened in the house was a mystery, but considering the forensic analysis, it was believed that Cielo opposed having relations with the man. Completely enraged, he proceeded to abuse her. After committing the terrible act, he began to fear that she would report him. That's when he decided to take her life. He took her to the back of the house and hit her twice in the head. However, he did not achieve his goal. Cielo was still alive, agonizing, in a totally cruel act. Scobar hit her body for a couple of hours while thinking about what to do. He turned off his phone so that no one would bother him. Cielo's body was in the under construction part of the house for almost 24 hours. During that time, the contusion she had received took her life. Finally, the subject dismembered the body with a sharp knife from his kitchen, hid the body in his car, and drove 15 kilometers to the area at the Lemhi River. He disposed of the body parts, throwing them away as if they were worthless. Once there, he turned his phone back on, relieved and believing he had finished the job. The story of the case became public, and all of City strongly condemned the accused. But the most striking declaration came from Escobar's 23-year-old younger sister, who posted a message on her social networks addressing both her brother and the victim. The publication received mixed reactions. Some people empathized with her, while others accused her of being complicit. Following these attacks, the girl asked that the focus not be lost on what was important: Cielo and her family. She demanded that the fight continue so that there would be no more victims of femicide. Melissa, on her part, contacted Escobar's sister and thanked her for the post. She also requested that people stop attacking her, as she was not to blame. Then the trial against the accused began. In the first hearing, the prosecutor accused Escobar of being the only responsible for the act. The charge was for aggravated homicide against a woman involving gender violence and abuse with carnal access. In that same hearing, the experts who had intervened in the analysis of the clothing found in the river alongside the remains and in the evidence found at the bottom of the subject's home testified. But the most striking confession came from Cielo's best friend. During the trial, she recounted that for months Escobar had been sending messages to Cielo, inviting her to have a good time and drink beer, but they had never had a date for her part. She had known him for about 5 years and was aware of his bad reputation. For a long time, Escobar's house had been a party place. Every weekend, the house was filled with alcohol and substances, and there were even couples who had intimacy in front of the rest of those present. She had attended those gatherings but decided to distance herself from that environment when she started a relationship and became pregnant. She emphasized that Cielo had never gone with her. She repeatedly advised Cielo not to meet with Escobar. Cielo always said she wouldn't and that she ignored his messages. However, the defense asked why she didn't recommend Cielo to block the contact. Firmly, she replied that it was her friend's decision and she didn't want to tell her what to do with her life. While she remained on the stand, she was shown the security camera footage from the day Cielo disappeared. They specifically showed her the footage from 4 in the morning, where 2 people were seen walking backwards through downtown. She had no doubt in recognizing that it was Cielo. She said that her sneakers, her coat, and her way of walking were unmistakable, and she also identified Escobar. As if this witness was not enough, another woman expressed her need to testify against the accused. The prosecution and the victim's family requested that her name remain anonymous and that the accused not be present. The judge granted the request, but allowed the accused to stay on one side of the room, out of the witness's sight. The woman narrated that sometime before the incident, Escobar had gone out with her. They met through Facebook, the same social network through which he contacted Cielo. They bought 2 beers and took a walk around the neighborhood, then bought 2 more beers. It was then that Escobar invited her to his house with clear intentions of intimacy. She told him she didn't want to, and the man appeared frustrated, but did not force her. She told him she wanted to change, to be someone new. They were together until about 2 in the morning. Once Escobar returned home, he messaged her again, asking her to have sex. He insisted for a while, but she stopped responding. It was probably at that moment that he contacted CLO. When the girl found out he was the main suspect in the incident, she was in shock. She hesitated a lot before going to the police station, thinking that if she talked to him, she might convince him to turn himself in voluntarily. But that didn't happen. After hearing the statement, the defense asked if Escobar had been violent towards her in an attempt to discredit her story. She replied that he had not. However, Escobar's impulsive behavior was evident when a friend testified against him, saying he was a womanizer with a substance addiction. His ex-partner also took the stand, stating they had not ended on good terms. Years earlier, she had reported him because she suspected that he had broken into her house and stolen her money. When she confronted him to return her things, Escobar hit the friend who was with her. In response to these statements, the accused tried to defend himself, pointing to a friend who was also his drug dealer as the perpetrator of the crime. He narrated that on the night in question, he was under the influence of substances, and this man was with Cielo at his house. At one point, Escobar heard a scream from one of his rooms and ran to see what had happened. Once he saw the blood, he focused on cleaning it up, then helped his friend hide Cielo's body, referring to it as that thing. At the end of his story, he thanked for having the space to share his version of the truth. However, no evidence was found, and this statement did not prosper. Escobar remained the only suspect. In his closing argument, the prosecutor argued that the man had taken advantage of his prior knowledge of the victim and betrayed her trust. He planned the brutality of his actions and the despicable manner in which he had dismembered and hidden the body. He asserted that the accused had a contemptuous relationship with women, evidenced when he referred to Cielo's body as that thing. The jury's deliberation took only 40 minutes. In a unanimous verdict, Escobar was found guilty of abuse with carnal access and homicide. The latter had the aggravating factor of having been carried out to hide the abuse and for involving gender violence. For this reason, he was sentenced to life imprisonment. Although the case did not go unpunished and tranquility was restored to the community, the problem has not been solved. The rate of cases in Argentina continues to rise every minute. The case of Cielo highlights the need for a program to educate children, young people, and adults on gender issues. The young woman's family launched an initiative to make this possible. In September 2020, almost a year after the murder, the Cielo Lopez Law was approved. This law mandates training on the subject for students and teachers at all levels of the provincial educational system to prevent violence against women. Gabby Doolin was born on December 26, 2007 in the small town of Scottsville, Kentucky. With a population of just over 4,000 people, Scottsville was mostly a farming community where many folks knew each other well or at least knew someone from each local family. Like in many similar small towns, there weren't a lot of entertainment options in Scottsville. The only major thing for locals were school sports, particularly football. The local school had pretty decent fields for football, baseball, and tennis where they regularly hosted games and competitions. It became a sort of tradition for locals to attend these activities, especially if their children were involved. Gabby's family was no different. Her parents had 3 kids, 2 sons, and a daughter. The oldest boy was on the school's football team while Gabby herself got into cheerleading. In November 2015, when Gabby was 7, their town was gearing up for the biggest football game of the year. Their school team was set to play against another county's team, and everyone was eagerly anticipating this event. Gabby's older brother was on the team, but she was more interested in just hanging out and having fun with other kids than in the game itself. Her parents initially planned to leave Gabby at home with their youngest son under the care of a relative, but Gabby managed to convince them to take her with them. On the evening of November 14th, they headed to the school field. Besides the local crowd, there were also many folks from the other county who came to watch the game and support their team. As soon as their family arrived at the stadium, Gabby spotted her friends and asked her mom if she could go play with them. Her mom agreed but warned her to stay within the school grounds and stick with the other kids. After that, her mom went to the bleachers and Gabby ran off to her friends. From then on, Gabby dashed back and forth to her mom a few times before going off to play again. At some point, she also came to her dad, who was in an announcement room. Gabby asked him for some money to buy some snacks at the concession stand before darting away. Some time later, Gabby's friends ran up to her mom in the bleachers. She glanced at the group and immediately noticed her daughter wasn't among them. The girls asked if she had seen Gabby. They seemed visibly worried. The woman replied that she hadn't seen her for quite a while. She then asked what was going on, and the girls explained they had decided to play hide and seek. Gabby was supposed to find them, and they hid in the restroom. But time passed, and Gabby never found them. Thinking they had one, the girls left their hiding spot and went to look for her. But Gabby was nowhere to be found. They called her name, checked all the places they had been playing before, but their friends seemed to have vanished into thin air. That's when they thought Gabby might have gone to the bleachers to her mom and ran there. Her mother immediately started to panic and went to her husband, but Gabby wasn't there either. She told him that Gabby was missing, and the man rushed to search the area around the stadium. Meanwhile, the mother went to the concession stand where her daughter had wanted to buy some snacks and began searching for her there. On the way, the parents met their friends and informed them about their daughter's disappearance. Hearing that, they joined the worried parents, helping with the search. After scouring the entire area around the stadium and finding no sign of Gabby, the parents went back and made an announcement over the loudspeakers, hoping Gabby would hear it. But that yielded no results either. By that time, there was a break in the game and people were returning to the bleachers. The parents continued asking everyone if they had seen Gabby, and some of them joined in the search as well. They went out again to search the area around the stadium and asked the staff to turn on flashlights around the baseball field, which led to a small forest. The adults walked through it, but still couldn't find the girl. By this time, about 20 minutes had passed since her disappearance, and the parents decided to call the police. Officers immediately arrived at the school, listened to the parents and Gabby's friends, and began searching. The local police department had little experience with such serious cases, as child disappearances rarely occurred in their small town. The officers immediately considered the worst-case scenario, that someone had abducted or attacked her. In that case, they faced one problem. The likely perpetrator was probably at the stadium watching the game, which was about to end any minute. So, the officers realized they had very little time and soon people would start going home, including the alleged perpetrator. Eventually, they decided to halt the game and lock down the stadium, keeping everyone inside the building. Officers watched every exit to prevent anyone from slipping away. The police didn't inform people about what was happening to avoid disrupting the search efforts. If everyone knew that the police were considering the possibility that a kidnapper of a 7-year-old girl was in the same vicinity as them, the situation could quickly escalate. Meanwhile, state police arrived at the school and began searching the area. They reached the baseball field and headed into the woods. After some distance into the trees, they stumbled upon a small creek and saw the girl's body in it. They identified her as Gabby and called for an ambulance to take the body to the medical examiner. However, even a visual inspection was enough to suggest that the cause of death was asphyxiation, as there were distinct marks on her neck. Part of her clothing was also missing, leading the police to suspect that the victim had been the police had found her daughter, who needed medical attention. She rushed there, but the police stopped her. They didn't want the woman to see this horrifying scene. Now that the police were dealing with a murder, they decided to move everyone from the stadium to the school gym. Investigators believed that the killer was likely among them, so they needed to quickly figure out how to identify that. They spoke to Gabby's parents and told them about what likely happened to their daughter. Investigators also asked if they had any suspicions about who could have committed such a heinous act. Perhaps they had noticed someone suspicious or someone had threatened their family, but Gabby's parents insisted they had no idea who could have done this. Detectives then talked to Gabby's friends and asked if they had seen anything strange that evening. Maybe someone had been watching or following them, but the girls said they couldn't recall anything like that. The police also brought them to the gym and asked them to look carefully at the people present, hoping they might remember something, but it didn't lead to anything. The lead detective continued to believe that the victim's friends might have seen the kidnapper, but either they were afraid to point him out or simply didn't understand the significance of their observations due to their age. He kept asking them to remember every moment of that evening, and finally, one of them mentioned that when they hid from Gabby in the restroom, she saw a man near the door. The girl remembered almost no details about his appearance, except that he was wearing a denim jacket. The police spoke to the cashier who sold tickets to the game, and he also recalled the man with the denim jacket hanging on his arm. He added that this person seemed strange and intoxicated to him. However, they still couldn't identify this man at that moment. The police gradually interviewed the attendees of the game, and pretty soon everyone learned why they were being held there. Realizing that they might be in the same room with the killer, people were frightened, especially for their kids, but still cooperated with the police and answered their questions. Investigators cross-referenced the list of names of all the men in the gym with the sex offenders registry, but there were no matches. The police also sent officers to the homes of several such offenders living within close proximity, but they all had solid alibis and none of them were near the school. Meanwhile, officers continued to interview people at the school, and they soon came across some interesting leads. Several individuals told them that during the game they saw a man named Timothy Madden near the women's restroom, behaving strangely. He was a local resident, so many people knew him, but according to witnesses, that evening he was acting suspiciously. They also mentioned that he was wearing a denim jacket, the same description provided by one of Gabby's friends who had also seen a man near the restroom. Another witness was a distant relative of Timothy. He mentioned that during the game, Timothy seemed kind of off. His younger son was playing on the field, and according to the witness, Timothy, who usually was very involved in his son's sports achievements, wasn't even paying attention to the field and seemed lost. Several more witnesses told the police that Timothy's behavior seemed strange to them, prompting investigators to talk to him. By that time, it was already nighttime. They had to release almost everyone from the school. They decided to visit him, but first asked the local sheriff what he thought about Timothy. The sheriff said that he had known him practically all his life and highly doubted that he was capable of such a crime. Timothy had almost no criminal record except for some traffic fines, and he had never been involved in any suspicious situations before. Timothy lived with his wife and 5 children, and the police decided to go talk to him immediately. When they knocked on his door, Timothy opened it and the officers asked if he knew why they were there. He replied that he had heard about the girl's murder but had nothing to do with it. Detectives then decided to try one trick and asked him a loaded question. They asked whether he had any explanation for several videos provided by eyewitnesses showing him talking to Gabby shortly before her murder. There were no videos or witnesses, and the question was designed to prompt the man to reveal some new information. If he indeed had something to do with the crime. At first, Timothy said he didn't know, but then he quickly corrected himself. He admitted that he did talk to Gabby that evening near the stadium. According to him, he stepped out to smoke, and at that moment, several girls ran past him. Shortly after, Gabby passed by and asked if he had seen her friends because they were playing hide and seek and she needed to find them. Timothy pointed her in the right direction and she ran off. Detectives found it suspicious how quickly Timothy changed his story. Moreover, his account indicated that he spoke to the victim just minutes before her disappearance, and at that time, there were no witnesses outside the stadium, so it gave him the opportunity to commit the crime. The detectives also asked if he would have any explanation if they found his DNA on the victim's body, and Timothy calmly replied no. Finally, they asked him to provide them with a DNA sample and the clothing he wore at the stadium. He agreed to both requests, but as soon as Timothy handed over the clothing to the police, they discovered some stains on it. There was something resembling blood stains on the pants, denim jacket, and even underwear. Detectives asked if he could explain it. Timothy claimed that they were insane and that it wasn't blood, but some dirt. However, the police thought otherwise, although they needed to wait for the DNA analysis results before they could arrest him. Even though this case was a priority for the lab, it still took several days for the experts to examine all the samples and conduct the analysis. The forensic pathologist soon finished examining the body and confirmed that Gabby's cause of death was manual strangulation. He also confirmed that the victim had been brutally assaulted and extracted a biological sample of the perpetrator, which was sent to the laboratory. The day after the murder, something unexpected happened. The police received an anonymous letter from someone who reported a suspicious individual present at the game. The author wrote down the model of his car and even the license plate, which allowed the investigators to quickly identify the owner of the vehicle. It turned out to be a student living half an hour's drive from Scottsville. The police went there and began questioning him, but the guy claimed he hadn't been to any game and hadn't even heard of the murder. He added that he was at work that evening. The police found undoubtful confirmation of his alibi. He was crossed off the list of suspects, but the author of the letter was never found. Perhaps someone decided to frame him or play a cruel prank, but the guy was truly innocent. The police soon received another lead. Several people reported strange behavior by a local 16-year-old boy. He told different people that he had been at the game, but then claimed he hadn't attended. The young man also mentioned seeing girls playing hide and seek. Detectives found out that this boy was Timothy Madden's son, but that wasn't the most surprising revelation. They learned that just 2 weeks before the murder, the boy had become angry with his father and held a knife to his throat, threatening to kill him. Knowing this information, the police headed to speak with him, but there was a problem. They needed the presence of the minor's parents, and his mother refused to provide a DNA sample. So this left the police empty-handed. In Scottsville, a small town where everyone knew each other, rumors spread like wildfire. People heard that the police were looking into the Madden family regarding Gabby's murder, sparking various theories. Some thought one of Madden's troubled older sons could be responsible, while others suspected Madden himself or thought he might be covering for his sons. Gabby's parents also became aware of these rumors, which came as a big shock to them. Gabby's father had known Timothy since 3rd grade and also knew his whole family. Their sons played on the same football team, and their daughters were cheerleading together. Both families were close, even sitting near each other at the game. With all this in mind, Gabby's parents found it hard to believe that anyone from their circle could have been involved in the murder. After the rumors spread around town, something else happened. The eldest son of the Madden family, who was 20 years old, began contacting local officers on social media. He used foul language and threatened them, demanding they leave his family alone. He was immediately arrested for the threats, and police quickly discovered that there was an active warrant for his arrest in another town. It turned out he was suspected of assaulting a minor girl. They brought him in for questioning. The young man claimed he was simply frustrated by the accusations against his family. He also said he had nothing to do with the murder and that he was at his cousin's house in the neighboring town that evening. He agreed to provide his DNA sample, which was also sent to the laboratory. On November 20th, 6 days after the murder, Gabby's funeral took place. Hundreds of people came to say goodbye, not only from Scottsville, but also from other towns. People donated a significant amount of money to Gabby's parents to help cover the funeral and farewell ceremony expenses. Meanwhile, the lab completed the DNA analysis and compared the blood and semen samples with Timothy and his son's DNA. The results showed a complete match. The semen found on the victim's body belonged to Timothy Madden, and the blood on his clothes belonged to Gabby. Upon receiving this news, detectives went to the funeral. When Gabby's parents were alone, they informed them of the discovery of the killer. At the same time, the police officers went to Timothy's house and he was arrested. As he was being transported from the police station, he shouted to the gathered reporters that he was innocent. Later, he claimed that the blood on his clothes was his own, as he had scratched himself passing by a fence. Even though initially, as we remember, he had told the police that it wasn't blood at all, but mud. With the DNA match in hand, the investigators took the case to court, and the prosecution stated they would seek the death penalty. During the trial preparation, Timothy's lawyer insisted his client was innocent, and the origin of the evidence raised serious questions. He argued that during the supposed murder, Timothy was at the stadium filming the game, even though Timothy himself told the police he saw Gabby around the same time. The lawyer also tried to point out the fact that Gabby's body was found in a creek, but his client's clothes were dry when he returned to the stadium. Timothy's mother, who lived with him, stated that Timothy returned home in clean clothes, didn't look troubled, and behaved as usual. But the prosecution pointed out that all these arguments crumbled in the face of the fact that the suspect's semen was found on the victim's body. There could be no other explanation for this, and therefore, there was no doubt about Timothy's involvement. According to the police, his account of that evening contained some portion of truth. He could have indeed stepped out of the stadium during the game and encountered Gabby, who was looking for her friends. She knew Timothy well because he was the father of one of her friends. She might have approached him and asked where the other girls had gone, and that's when he devised a plan. He could have said they ran into the woods behind the baseball field and offered to escort Gabby there. Once they were a few hundred yards away from the school, he could have assaulted and killed her, then returned to the game. The wait for the trial dragged on for years, much to Gabby's family's dismay. They wanted the murderer to be punished, but due to bureaucracy, the case progressed slowly. In 2019, 4 years after the murder, the parties began discussing a possible plea deal. The prosecution offered to drop the death penalty in exchange for a life sentence, with Timothy having to admit his guilt. Gabby's parents agreed to this option because the endless wait for the trial was a heavy burden for them. Moreover, if the trial finally began, they would have to attend hearings for months, essentially reliving their daughter's death all over again. Timothy, who kept insisting on his innocence, eventually agreed and confessed. However, the terms of the deal didn't require him to reveal the details of what he did. He just had to admit his guilt. These terms didn't satisfy Gabby's family, because they wanted the perpetrator to fully confess to what he had done to their daughter. During the court hearing, Gabby's father started yelling at Timothy, while the defendant's relatives began shouting at Gabby's family. Eventually, the judge had to take a break and separate them. In the end, Timothy received a life sentence and went to serve it in a maximum security prison. But that's not all. In 2016, a year after Gabby's murder, something else happened involving Timothy Madden. A boy from a neighboring state saw a news report about the crime and recognized Timothy. Several years ago, he and his friend were walking near a mall parking lot when an adult man approached them. He tried to convince the boys to get into his car for a ride, but they found the offer extremely strange. The kids ran away from him and the friend's relative contacted the police. According to the boy who saw the news report, the man was no other than Timothy Madden. There was no substantial evidence for this case, so it didn't progress any further. Nevertheless, if Timothy had indeed attempted to abduct 2 boys in another state, it could tell us about his true nature more clearly. Perhaps, before Gabby's murder, he had been trying to find other victims, but had no success. And on that evening, when she approached him near the stadium, the man decided to seize the opportunity to satisfy his horrific fantasies. The case of Alison Bonilla. Alison Pamela Bonilla Vasquez was born on November 7, 2001 in Cartago, Costa Rica. She was an only child living with her mother, Yendri Vasquez. Along with her mother, her grandparents, Ramon and Marjorie, and her aunt, Samara, also played a role in raising Alison. Her father left the family shortly after her birth. He chose to start a life with another woman who was expecting. He had no interest in being part of Alison's life. Only once, after being diagnosed with lung cancer, did he ask to see Alison, and Yendri permitted it. It's worth noting that his new family was unaware of Alison's existence. Alison and her mother, Yendri, shared a very strong bond. To Alison, Yendri was not only a mother but also a father. That's why she often gave her mother presents on Father's Day. Their bond went beyond the usual mother-daughter dynamic. Alison could confide in Yendri freely without fear of being judged or misunderstood. Even without a father, Alison never felt alone or neglected. She had a big extended family and loved spending time with them. She also went to church every Sunday without fail. Family members described her as kind, sociable, and cheerful. In photos, she always seemed joyful, with no signs of sadness or emptiness in her eyes. Alison always wanted to become a model. She left 8th grade to take makeup classes, feeling it was too hard to manage both. She didn't want to waste time on something unrelated to her dreams. She then began searching for a job to support her mother financially but received no callbacks. This deeply saddened her. Her mother, Yendri, saw her daughter struggling due to her lack of schooling, so she urged Allison to enroll in evening classes. At age 18, Allison enrolled in Liceo Enrique Geyer, a few miles from home. During this time, she completed a pastry course and began practicing. Allison made delicious cakes and desserts that were loved by everyone in the neighborhood. This helped her find a way to make money from her baking talent. Allison had a boyfriend named Harold Suarez Solano, who lived in Cachi, a district in the province of Cartago, Costa Rica. Usually, Allison stayed home with her mother in the morning, then met Harold, and then went to evening school at 6 p.m. She often returned home late by bus. The route from the bus stop to her house was dangerous, dark, and deserted. Therefore, Allison always informed her mother of her location, and sometimes her mother picked her up at the bus stop or halfway. On March 4, 2020, Allison went to her mother's nail salon, then visited her classmate Paula for about 15 minutes. They arrived at school at 6 p.m. and separated because they had different classes. Allison arrived at school and waited in an empty classroom for about 15 minutes before realizing that her classes had been canceled for the day. Instead of going home right away, she decided to visit her aunt, who lived near the school. However, her aunt was not home. Allison then decided to go to her boyfriend Harold's house. When she arrived, she learned that Harold was at work but would be back soon. Harold's mother invited Allison inside to wait. When Harold returned, the family had dinner together, talking about a variety of topics and discussing future plans. After dinner, Harold excused himself for a moment, saying that he had urgent business to attend to but would be back soon. At 8:15 p.m., Allison left Harold's house without waiting for him to return. This set off a chain of events that would become nationally known. Harold returned home about 5 minutes later and, seeing that Allison had left, texted her to ask where she was and offered to give her a ride home on his bike. Allison replied immediately that she had already arrived at the bus stop. While waiting for the bus, she texted her friend Paula to ask if Paula's cousin could give her a ride home on his bike. However, Paula's cousin refused because his bike was a special type and not suitable for two people. It is unclear why Allison did not ask her boyfriend for help. She may have been angry with him or did not want to bother him. Allison got off the bus at 8:43 p.m. Her house was about a mile away. Feeling anxious and scared, she texted her mother to pick her up. At 8:45 p.m., Allison texted her boyfriend and mother that two suspicious men had gotten out of a car and were following her. She decided to run home to avoid them. The road Allison was on was dangerous, poorly lit, and had few people. There was only one security camera there, which captured a blurry image that could have been Allison. Allison's mother, Yendri, went to the bridge half a mile from their home to pick up her daughter but did not see her. She tried to stay calm, thinking that Allison might have gone back to the bus stop for safety. However, she did not find her there either. She finally thought that Allison had not seen her and had gone home on her own. When Yendri returned home, she found that Allison was not there. She immediately called relatives and friends to ask for help in the search. About 30 minutes later, Harold woke up and received a call from his Aunt Samara saying Allison was missing. He tried to contact Yendri but was unsuccessful. 3 hours later, Yendri reported Allison missing to the police, and the search began. Luckily, Yendri had the last photo of Allison in the clothes she was wearing. Police checked several locations, from the bus stop to Allison's house, Cachi Lake, and the nearby hydroelectric dam. On March 5, 2020, police found their first clue: Allison's glasses in the grass about a mile from her house. However, Allison seemed to have disappeared without a trace. 8 days later, they discovered Allison's identification on a coffee plantation. This was surprising because they had checked the area several times before. What was even more suspicious was that her ID was placed in such a conspicuous and clean location, as if someone had intentionally placed it there to mislead the investigation or hide something. 15 days after Allison went missing, Yendri received a call from Allison's father. Instead of showing concern or offering help, he said that Allison was missing because she was too beautiful. Shocked by these insensitive words, Yendri immediately hung up the phone, unable to believe what she had just heard. For a long time, the family, police, and volunteers continued to search for Allison. Every Sunday, they hung up posters with her picture. One day, they decided to paint messages on the streets, recreating Allison's journey from the intersection to the bridge, where she was believed to have disappeared. They also put up posters on roadside poles to attract the attention of passersby. At the same time, the police received an important clue. A man came to the police station and said that he knew Allison and had seen her on the night she disappeared. According to the man, at around 8:30 p.m. on March 4th, he left his home on his motorbike to pick someone up. On the way, he saw Allison and a burgundy two-door BMW parked next to her. He turned around to check on the situation and realized it was his cousin's BMW. He was 100% sure of this because the car had distinctive bright yellow headlights. Another witness also confirmed to the police that he had seen the same BMW near where Allison went missing that evening. The car belonged to Nelson Sanchez Urania, 28, nicknamed Sukia. Locals called him that because they believed he was a member of a gang in the area. In fact, Nelson and Allison knew each other. Their families had been acquainted for a long time and had lived in the same neighborhood for a while. However, according to Allison's mother, they had only interacted with Nelson a few times. It was just a normal neighborly relationship, not a close friendship. One day, Nelson offered to give Allison and her cousins a ride home. She agreed because it was morning, she was not alone, and she thought Nelson was a good person. On March 2nd, 2020, 2 days before Allison went missing, Nelson contacted her via Facebook. He sent a message asking Allison to answer some questions. On her cousin's advice, Allison agreed to answer them. Next, Nelson asked Allison about her feelings for him. Specifically, he wanted to know if Allison liked him. Allison was confused by Nelson's sudden question, as they were not close and barely knew each other. When Allison asked why, Nelson explained that he did not have a negative opinion of her but wanted to know if she thought badly of him. Allison reassured Nelson that she did not hate him and that everything was normal between them. Nelson thanked her and said goodbye. Police searched Nelson's home and seized his car, cell phone, and computer. Investigators found shocking images of women being abused on his phone. When they inspected the car, they found that it had been thoroughly cleaned with car polish. However, the front driver's seat carpet and trunk carpet had been removed. Police found hair and blood on the trunk lid and sent samples to a lab for analysis. After examining the exterior of the car, police used a police dog to search for traces. The dog detected possible blood on the 2 front seats and in the trunk. To confirm, the police used a luminol test, a chemical that reacts with hemoglobin in the blood. The results showed that there were many bloodstains on the car's interior, despite the owner's efforts to remove them with cleaning products. While waiting for the results from the lab, Nelson remained free but was closely monitored by the police. They monitored his every move to prevent him from leaving the city or the country. Although Yendry repeatedly requested his arrest, the police did not have enough evidence to do so. Therefore, Nelson continued to live freely without being prosecuted for many months. Yendry believed that Allison had been kidnapped for ransom. She tried to stay calm and hoped that her daughter was still alive. In preparation for Allison's return, Yendry kept her daughter's room as it was, not cleaning or rearranging the furniture. She even bought Allison a gift. Yendry told the press, "I will continue to do so, as long as there is no evidence that she is dead. I still believe that my daughter is alive and will return home." Laboratory test results confirmed that the hair and blood found in Nelson's car belonged to Allison. The police immediately arrested Nelson. Later, his ex-girlfriend told the police that Nelson had never physically abused her, but had put a lot of mental pressure on their relationship. Specifically, he forbade her from contacting her friends and using the internet. According to her, Nelson only wanted to have a sexual relationship with her. His previous boss revealed that he was very irresponsible at work and even stole about $11,000. Additionally, his landlord said an ex-girlfriend had broken up with him because she was tired of paying his debts. She described him as a very spoiled man. After that, Nelson confessed to his crimes against Allison. He said that on the night of Allison's disappearance, he found her walking alone on a deserted road. Taking advantage of the late hour and their acquaintance, Nelson offered to give Allison a ride. She agreed and got into the car without suspicion. However, instead of taking her home, Nelson drove to a remote coffee plantation and forced Allison out of the car. Nelson finally stuffed her into the trunk of the car and drove to a dumpster in San Juan de Chichagua, Cachi. There, the killer pushed Allison off a cliff into a pile of trash below. He justified his heinous actions by saying that he was under the influence of drugs. He also admitted that he had long been obsessed with Allison, and when he saw her that night, he decided it was his chance to carry out his dark intentions. Surprisingly, Nelson later recanted his initial statement, accusing the police of coercing him into confessing. However, the authorities had enough evidence to charge him despite his denials. The suspect could face a maximum sentence of 35 years in prison. In the early morning of September 4th, a search party went to the San Juan de Chichagua landfill to look for Allison's body. However, because the area was large and difficult to access, finding Allison's remains was an extremely difficult task. Moreover, it had been 6 months since Allison went missing. Just 25 days after Nelson's confession, the police discovered a number of important pieces of evidence. They found human bone fragments, including a spine, ribs, part of the pelvis, and a femur. They also found pieces of clothing that Allison was wearing on the day she disappeared, along with a pair of sneakers with studs inside. All of these clues were sent for testing and thorough analysis by the police. Jose Francisco Herrera, the suspect's defense attorney, questioned the authenticity of the evidence because it was found by volunteers, not professional police. He also said that the discovery of the remains coincided with the time his client declared his innocence, which was suspicious. Rodrigo Araya, the attorney representing Allison's family, on the other hand, criticized the suspect's change of testimony, saying that it undermined the credibility of the official investigation. On October 5, 2020, experts confirmed that the remains found belonged to Allison. Because only a partial body was found, they were unable to determine the exact cause of death. However, examination of the remains revealed multiple fractures that appeared after death, suggesting she may have fallen from a great height. Her clothes were torn, and her sneakers had bite marks, suggesting a possible animal attack. This would explain why the remains were found scattered in different areas of the landfill. Allison's mother, Yendri, is furious with the police for not listening and acting promptly. She believes that if they had arrested Nelson sooner, he would have confessed, and Allison's body would have been found in better condition. This is an irreparable loss for the family. Despite the terrible pain she is enduring, Yendri finds some solace in saying, "My daughter is in a better place now, where no one can hurt her anymore." The trial of Nelson took place on July 19, 2021. Harold, Allison's boyfriend, was a key witness in the case. According to Harold's testimony, on the afternoon of March 4, 2020, at approximately 6:30 p.m., he returned home and found Allison there with her mother. Harold then left for approximately 5 to 10 minutes. When he returned, he discovered that Allison had left without saying anything. While Allison was on her way home, Harold texted her repeatedly. As soon as she got off the bus, Allison texted Harold to say that 2 men were following her. Concerned for her safety, Harold suggested that she take a taxi and promised to pay for it. However, Allison refused twice and said that she would run home. Harold did not receive any further response from Allison after that text message. According to his explanation, he only informed his mother of the situation. He did not contact Allison's mother, Yendri, because his phone battery died. He then fell asleep for about 30 minutes. It was Allison's aunt who called him to inform him that his girlfriend was missing. Since then, he said he has been worried and tried to call Allison several times, but all the calls went to voicemail. He also could not be reached via WhatsApp messages. Harold said he joined the search party for a few days, but then had to stop because he felt unwell and had to go to work. He really wished things had gone differently. If he could go back in time, he would have taken Allison home that night. However, unfortunately, what happened cannot be changed. On August 18, 2021, the court sentenced Nelson to 18 years in prison for taking the life of Allison. He could have received twice the sentence, But the judge pointed out that there was no evidence to confirm that Nelson knew the route and time Allison would return home and that he planned to attack her. Furthermore, due to the condition of Allison's remains, there was no evidence that Nelson forced her to have sex. The story does not end there. Allison's family was not satisfied with the original sentence, arguing that it was not commensurate with the crime. In 2022, they successfully appealed, and the court decided to retry the case. As a result, on September 28, 2023, Nelson was sentenced to 35 years in prison. Allison's family's lawyer emphasized that Nelson acted in a cruel and inhumane manner and took advantage of the trust of the victim and her relatives. The court ruled that Nelson's actions were intentional. Nelson used his long-standing relationship with Allison to commit the crime. The criminal court also took into account Nelson's lack of remorse for his actions. Although still hurt and angry, the victim's family was relieved by the new verdict. The decision ended a painful chapter in their lives that lasted more than 3 years and put an end to this nightmare. Allison's family created a memorial at the spot where her body was found. They placed a cross, flowers, and a small altar with a photo of Allison and a statue of the Virgin Mary. Allison's case has caused a stir in Costa Rican media and social media. It has also led to many marches in memory of Allison and other women who have been victims of similar violence. Helen Milner was born around 1964 in New Zealand to her mother, Anne Milner, and frequently spoke about how hard it was to raise Helen, who had been a difficult child from early on. By age 10, Helen was already getting into serious trouble, a pattern that would follow her throughout life, and kept a written record of Helen's offenses, many of which were quite severe. Helen went to high school in Christchurch, the largest city on New Zealand's South Island, known for its English-style heritage. Though she attended a well-regarded school, Helen stole from classmates and withdrew large amounts of money from her mother's account. Her mother chose not to press charges, and fellow students did not report her to authorities, but the school ultimately expelled her. Worried about her daughter's future, and enrolled Helen in Ritchie Secretarial College. After finishing, Helen worked as a typist but was fired for submitting a fake letter from the Ministry of Health that falsely allowed smoking in the staff room. She later worked as a cashier at United Building Society, a New Zealand-based lender, but was dismissed for theft. Once more, her mother repaid the stolen money and spent thousands to keep her daughter out of prison and court. Nevertheless, Helen continued down a troubled road. She moved to Wellington with a fiancé, but the relationship ended badly, leaving her in debt and returning to Christchurch. Financial issues persisted. Helen often exploited her family, stealing from her disabled aunt and taking money from her father's wallet. In her early 20s, Helen met Mark Robert Kearns. They married around 1987 and had 2 sons, Greg and Adam. The marriage dissolved in the mid-1990s in a bitter divorce, followed by a tough custody dispute. Mark claimed Helen was manipulative, driven by money or self-interest, and showed no empathy. He alleged that she lied in court to get custody and told the boys their father had moved to Australia and didn't want to see them. Despite spending over $20,000 on legal fees, Mark found it hard to stay in touch with his sons until they were old enough to contact him on their own, by which time the bond was deeply damaged. Details of Helen's life after the divorce are unclear until 2005, when she married Philip Nisbet. Phil was born on March 20th, 1962. He was the eldest of 4 siblings. As the eldest, Phil was always protective and caring toward his siblings, especially his youngest sister. At some point, the Nisbets moved to Australia, but Phil chose to stay in New Zealand. He worked as a truck driver, a demanding but reasonably well-paid job. He was married to a woman named Vicky, with whom he had his eldest son, Zach. After their separation, he formed a relationship with Karen, which produced his younger son, Ben. This relationship also ended, leaving Phil single again as he entered his 40s. The specifics of how Phil and Helen met remain unclear, but it is evident that both had experienced failed marriages and had children from previous relationships. Their happiness together was well documented in family photos shared on social media, showing them smiling and evidently in love. They got married in 2005. Initially, everything seemed perfect, and their families were pleased to see them rebuilding their lives. However, not everything was flawless, and like any couple, they had their difficulties. Even Helen's family blamed her for generating conflicts, as Phil avoided confrontations. Helen and her sister-in-law, Lee Ann, had a falling out in 2006, leading to a permanent rift. There are two versions of the story behind their disagreement. One version suggests that Lee Ann's teenage son, Lance, had stayed with Phil and Helen, and after an incident that upset Helen, she called her sister-in-law to complain, resulting in an argument. The other version claims that Lance reported to his mother about a nefarious plan that his uncle Phil was allegedly plotting under Helen's influence to harm his ex-partner, Karen. Lee Ann confronted Phil about the absurd plan and took her son out of Phil's house. Despite this, Lee Ann continued to love her brother, but regretted the distance that grew between them. Although things seemed fine, or at least Phil thought so, Helen had grown tired of the relationship. She spoke ill of him behind his back and complained about not being free. Sometimes, she openly fantasized in front of her co-workers about becoming a widow. However, she never mentioned divorce. On April 15, 2009, Phil fainted at work and was taken to the hospital. Doctors were unsure of the cause but suspected an allergic reaction to a spider or insect bite during a recent visit to Australia for his birthday. His condition improved and he was sent home. But that night, he fell ill again. Helen informed her younger son that she would take Phil back to the hospital. In the days that followed, Adam spoke to Phil about something odd he had noticed the night Phil's condition worsened. He told Phil that his mother had been holding some empty capsules and tried to hide them from view. Despite being Helen's son, Adam warned his stepfather to be cautious, suggesting that his mother might poison him. Phil, trusting and unwilling to believe such a thing, reassured Adam that he had nothing to worry about and must have been mistaken. This incident was the final straw for Adam, who moved out the next day, unwilling to remain in a toxic environment. For about 3 weeks, life returned to normal, with everyone going about their routines without health issues. On May 3, 2009, Phil, a loving father, texted his younger son, Ben, before bed, informing him that he had washed his hoodie and would bring it to him the next day. However, Phil did not wake up that morning. On May 4, 2009, Helen called the police, reporting that her husband, Phil, was dead in their home. The police responded quickly, as it was a slow day with an available patrol. Helen, in tears, opened the door and led the officers to the master bedroom, where they found Phil's body lying diagonally on the bed, eyes open and not breathing. The officers noticed 2 empty packets of pills and a half-empty glass of water on the nightstand. Helen's crying intensified, but something about her made the officers keep their distance. They called their superiors to report the scene and notify Phil's family. With the phone in her hand, Helen reported that her husband had taken his own life and that she had evidence to prove it. The police took the phone and saw a message on the screen seemingly sent by Phil. The message expressed Phil's sorrow, stating he couldn't go on, that he loved her very much, and asked her to take care of herself and tell Ben that he loved him. The message was dated May 3rd and sent at 10:30 p.m. The lead officer on the scene was notified of everything that transpired during their investigation. Meanwhile, Phil's body was taken to the morgue in hopes that the autopsy would shed light on the situation. Lee Ann described the moment she received the call from her father, informing her that Phil had ended his life as terrible. Despite not speaking to her brother much over the past 2 years due to her argument with Helen, she never imagined Phil would make such a drastic decision. Days later, when the preliminary autopsy report was released, it was revealed that Phil's body contained high levels of an anti-allergic drug that paradoxically caused him a severe allergic reaction. At that moment, Lee Ann felt she had to accept that her brother had decided to end it all, but something in her spirit rebelled against this notion. From then on, significant events unfolded, but the police seemed fixated on the idea that Phil's death was self-inflicted, causing delays in the investigation. Then, something almost unheard of in criminal cases occurred. The perpetrator's own family accused her. On May 13th, the couple's relatives went to the police station. They expressed their suspicions that Helen had tried to kill her husband 3 weeks before the fatal outcome. However, this lead was not immediately pursued. Another notable event was that during May, Helen began exchanging text messages with an ex-boyfriend named Barry. Surprisingly, Barry moved into the home Helen and her recently deceased husband had shared just a few weeks later. By this time, Lee had re-established contact with Helen, as Phil's death necessitated conversations and reconciliation. In one of their talks, Helen mentioned a farewell letter that Phil had left, which she found when she opened the safe. She read the letter and promised to show it to Lee and when they met in person. A little over a month after her brother's death, Lee flew from Australia to New Zealand for two reasons. One was to celebrate her son's 20th birthday, and the other was to discreetly investigate Phil's death. Helen offered her a place to stay, and she accepted. The night of her arrival, Helen greeted her with a vodka glass in one hand and the supposed farewell note in the other, typed on office paper and signed with Phil scribbled at the bottom. Lee immediately thought it didn't look like her brother's signature but remained silent, focusing on the letter's content. Phil claimed he had discovered that Ben was not his biological son and could not face him again. Additionally, Helen mentioned finding a small black book Phil supposedly kept, detailing affairs with other women and a guide on becoming a gigolo. Though angered by the negative image Helen was trying to paint of her brother, Lee had to pretend not to arouse suspicion. She said she disapproved of Phil's decision to take his own life and would go to bed to be in good condition for the next day, when the family would gather at a restaurant to celebrate Lance's 20th birthday. That day, when Helen returned from work, she was furious, carrying the mail in her hand. Karen, Ben's mother, had written to request Ben's belongings from the house and some money Phil had left for his younger son. Filled with rage, Helen declared she would put Karen in her place, claiming Ben wasn't Phil's son and announcing that they would not be attending Lance's birthday celebration. Although Lee disagreed with Helen's behavior, she chose to remain silent, not wanting to provoke her. She needed to stay close and observe everything she could, as she continued to suspect foul play in her brother's death. That evening, Barry, Helen's new boyfriend, dropped off the two women at the restaurant where they would celebrate Lance's birthday. Upon arriving, they met Zach, Phil's eldest son, who was with Vicki, his mother, and her partner. Helen was extremely courteous to them, even inviting Zach to her house the following weekend to sort through his father's belongings and take what he wanted. Lee later remarked that she could hardly focus on Lance's celebration with everything happening before her eyes. She couldn't understand why Ben was treated so poorly while Zach was offered his father's possessions. It also struck her as odd that Ben was mentioned in Phil's last messages, but Zach was not. She suspected that Phil had not taken his own life and that Helen had written the notes to sow discord between the brothers, but she couldn't prove it. Before returning to Australia, Lee went to the police and provided all this information. She found it suspicious that Helen was already living with her new boyfriend in the house she had shared with Phil. Following the accusations from Helen's own family and Lee's statements, the police requested Helen to provide the supposed farewell note from her husband. She submitted it on July 6, 2009, but notably, Phil's scrawled signature was missing. Meanwhile, Helen's relationship with Barry was progressing rapidly. On July 12, 2009, he gifted her a gold ring with a diamond worth over $2,000. Helen wore it proudly on her ring finger but insisted it was not an engagement ring, as Barry had not proposed when he gave it to her. Throughout 2009, Helen continued her deceitful ways. Between January and September, she had been stealing from her employer, although no one knew at the time. In 2010, amid multiple requests from Phil's family to clarify the circumstances of his death, the police summoned Helen for another statement. On January 30th, she made her second statement. By then, her depiction of an ideal marriage from her first interview had changed significantly. She told the detective that she never claimed her husband was a good man. When asked about the note explaining his decision, she stated that the police had found it in his briefcase and that the handwritten signature resembled Phil's writing. The investigator reminded her that the letter she submitted to the station had no signature. Helen quickly responded that she had kept a copy and hadn't looked at it for so long that she mistakenly believed it was signed. Helen also expressed that Phil's family had turned against her, claiming it was unfair. Known for her vengeful nature, in March 2010, she bought a mobile phone and sent herself threatening messages, pretending they were from her son, Adam. This was her way of retaliating after learning he had backed his grandmother when alerting the police about how dangerous Helen could be. She accused Adam of sending death threats to his ex-girlfriend, suggesting he had violated a restraining order, and claimed he was extremely aggressive, making her fear for her safety. Due to these serious allegations from his mother, Adam was detained for over 15 days until it was revealed that everything was a fabrication of Helen's twisted mind. Helen's luck seemed to turn in late 2010. In October, she was sentenced to 5 months of house arrest after being found guilty of stealing from her employer between January 2009. Concurrently, Lee's persistence bore fruit, leading to a forensic investigation into Phil's death starting in November 2010. Lee had requested permission to review some evidence for the court case, and it was granted. Lee brought a folder of documents with Phil's signature for comparison with the farewell letter. The judge showed her and her brother the letter. Lee practically snatched it from the judge's hand upon seeing it lacked a signature, displaying her anger and disappointment at what she saw as another of Helen's attempts to evade responsibility. The subsequent court investigation highlighted the police's failings in investigating Phil's death, Helen's history of law violations, and mounting evidence that Phil had not taken his own life but was a victim of foul play. On the stand, Helen described her husband as very nervous and easily agitated, recounting their trip to Australia in March 2009 for Phil's birthday. During that trip, he had been bitten by an insect, taken a low dose of Phenergan, and remained unconscious for at least 6 hours, discovering his severe allergy to the medication. Helen added that the day before his death, they had a pleasant time shopping, having lunch, and discussing future projects for the house. They had dinner, watched TV, and Phil showered and went to bed around 9:30 p.m. According to Helen, she joined him an hour later, kissed him goodnight, and went to sleep. The investigation in court lasted 6 months, with various pieces of evidence presented and thoroughly analyzed. On May 12, 2011, the judge presented her conclusions, stating there was insufficient evidence to prove Phil intended to take his own life. This conclusion paved the way for a homicide investigation. The investigators took an immediate interest in the case and launched a murder inquiry that lasted several months. On October 27, 2011, Helen was arrested and charged with murder and attempted murder. In the meantime, Helen continued facing legal repercussions for her other actions. In August 2012, she was sentenced to 2 years and 8 months in prison for sending herself insulting text messages, pretending they were from her son. In March 2010, she was denied parole. The murder trial began on December 12, 2013. The Crown's prosecution spent 2 weeks presenting evidence from over 70 witnesses, asserting that Helen attempted to kill her husband twice, succeeding on the second attempt using doses of the anti-allergy and sedative drug, Phenergan. The motive was believed to be financial, as Helen intended to claim Phil's $250,000 life insurance policy. The financial advisor who sold the policy to the couple in 2008 testified that Phil was present when the policy was purchased, but he suspected Helen filled out the entire form on her husband's behalf. It was also revealed that the insurance policy had a 13-month exclusion clause for voluntary death, which expired in March 2009, just before Helen's alleged attempts on Phil's life. The Crown recounted Helen's purchase of the medication to which Phil was allergic using false names and addresses. They suggested she mixed the drug into Phil's food and, after he was sedated, suffocated him. She then manipulated the scene, sending the fake farewell text and writing the typed note. A DNA test confirmed that the claim about Ben not being Phil's biological son was false. Colleagues of Helen testified that she frequently talked about poisons and her desire to suffocate her husband. A pivotal moment in the trial was Adam's testimony. He recalled visiting the police station with his grandmother on May 13, 2009 after Helen had expressed her desire to kill Phil and even suggested hiring a hitman. When Adam asked why she didn't divorce Phil instead, Helen responded that she didn't want to lose half of the house. Adam recounted seeing his mother in the kitchen on April 15, 2009 with 2 transparent capsules filled with a pale blue powder, which she nervously hid when he noticed. She claimed Phil had a headache. That night, Helen took Phil to the hospital. The next day, Adam warned his stepfather about what he had seen, but Phil dismissed his concerns. The first officer on the scene noted that Helen's prolonged emotional display seemed unnatural. He and his colleague found it suspicious that the farewell text was discovered precisely when they were at the house. Helen's explanation that she stayed in bed with Phil until 2 a.m., then moved to the sofa after taking insulin, was also dubious, as Phil's body was positioned in a way that made it unlikely she had been beside him. Additionally, the farewell text was sent at 10:30 p.m., contradicting her timeline. In court, it was revealed that Helen's mother had written a letter requesting Helen's removal from her will and had accompanied Adam to the police to report Phil's suspected murder. Anne's letter stated that she finally faced the truth about her daughter, describing Helen as either mentally ill or simply evil. The defense maintained that Phil had taken his own life and argued that the Crown's case was based on orchestrated and arbitrary evidence. The Crown presented a circumstantial but solid case, while the defense lawyer warned against convicting Helen based on what he considered subjective evidence. The police admitted initial investigative failings, stating the case should have been treated as a homicide from the start. A jury of 7 men and 5 women deliberated for half a day before rejecting the defense's claim that Phil had taken his own life. They found Helen guilty of murder but not guilty of attempted murder. Helen, then 50, reacted calmly as the jury delivered their verdict. In February 2014, the sentencing hearing for Helen took place at the Christchurch High Court. The judge addressed Helen directly, stating that she committed the crime purely for financial gain, and because she wanted to rid herself of a husband she no longer desired in her life. He added that her actions were even more reprehensible because Phil was an exceptionally kind man who had given her no reason to take his life. The judge agreed with the Crown's assertion that Helen's actions were calculated and cold, describing them as a meticulously planned and executed scheme with cruel disregard for Phil's family and friends. Ultimately, Helen was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum of 17 years before being eligible for parole for causing Phil's death in 2009 to claim a $250,000 life insurance payout. One of the consequences of the trial was the tarnishing of the police's reputation for initially adhering to the idea of a self-inflicted fatal injury despite indicators of foul play. The media highlighted this issue, which the public deemed crucial. Reports revealed an internal document exposing fundamental flaws in the initial investigation. After the sentencing, Mark Kearns, Helen's first husband, broke his silence, stating that Helen nearly destroyed his relationship with their children. He said he was trying to rebuild his bond with Greg, 25, and Adam, 23, understanding the need to move past the past. Adam, who had filed a civil lawsuit against his mother for falsely accusing him of harassment, won the case in 2014. He argued that Helen's actions caused him pain, distress, humiliation, and financial loss due to his unjust 15-day imprisonment. Helen was ordered to pay Adam Kearns $55,000. However, Helen's impact on Adam's life led to further legal troubles. He faced charges for cannabis sale and illegal possession of a shotgun and appeared in the media for assaulting Justin Marshall, a former New Zealand Super Rugby champion from the early 2000s. Lee Ann's persistence ensured that Phil's murder did not go unpunished. After the intense legal battle, she, a single mother of 4 living in Australia, wrote a book about the case, published in 2016. By then, she had also started studying criminology and justice at the University of the Sunshine Coast in Queensland, hoping to work in the criminal justice system to improve the arduous and stressful path for other victims. The case of Stephen Freeman. Stephen Freeman was born on January 1, 1995, in Thomason, Georgia, to parents Troy and Jennifer Freeman. Alongside his brother Blake, Stephen enjoyed a happy, healthy childhood free of problems with his parents or society. As a friendly, responsive person, he built strong relationships with many friends, who often described him as exceptionally calm. Growing up in Griffin, Stephen attended Spalding High School and later Gordon State College. Mary Catherine Higdon, his future partner, is known for her cheerful, humorous, and friendly personality. Mary expressed her creativity by performing mini-plays for family and neighbors. In their senior years, Mary and Stephen fell deeply in love and remained inseparable. Shared interests brought the couple closer together, as they often spent time in nature, enjoying activities such as hiking, fishing, and hunting. After publicly announcing their relationship on Facebook in February 2012, Stephen frequently posted photos with Mary. Both families were pleased with the young couple's relationship. Mary's family adored Stephen, and his parents welcomed Mary as a second daughter. Upon finishing school, Stephen and Mary moved in together. Stephen secured a job at Drain, Gutters, and Roofing Incorporated as a plumber, while Mary worked as a teacher's assistant at St. George's Episcopal School. She also worked part-time at a local gun store. In 2018, Stephen and his girlfriend Mary had been living together for 7 years. On August 1, 2018, at 10:42 p.m., Mary called emergency services in a panicked state. She claimed she had unknowingly shot her boyfriend with a Glock 43 firearm, thinking it was unloaded. When paramedics and police arrived at their home on Sunnybrook Drive, Mary was in shock, kneeling beside Stephen's motionless body, crying and begging for help. She was eventually pulled away by law enforcement officers, who examined Stephen and provided first aid. Despite his severe chest wound, Stephen was still breathing when paramedics arrived. Stephen, 23, was quickly taken to Spalding Regional Hospital, but his condition worsened, and his heart stopped just before midnight. Mary, still reeling from the incident, was required to give a statement at the police station. During questioning, she reiterated her claim that the shooting was an accident. Mary explained that her home had always had firearms, and her boyfriend Stephen would leave a pistol on the nightstand at night for protection, as they lived outside the city. On the evening in question, Mary claimed she had simply intended to hand Stephen the pistol, and it accidentally went off. She had no knowledge the gun was loaded at the time. Mary emphasized that Stephen was the love of her life and she would never intentionally harm him. When investigators examined the scene, they found evidence suggesting the act might have been planned in advance. In the kitchen, signs of a struggle were visible, with food and dishes scattered around. Detectives Adam Trammell and Chris Wilson found it hard to believe Mary's story and decided to further investigate the evidence. Mary was brought in for another interrogation. This time, the investigators applied pressure. They raised their voices, doubted her account, and demanded honesty. The tactic worked, and she confessed to shooting her boyfriend in a fit of anger. She revealed that they had a severe argument that night, and she wanted to leave him. Investigators recorded the conversation, capturing her admission of guilt and essentially resolving the case with a candid confession. A technical issue occurred, resulting in the loss of most of the recording, with only fragments of interference and indistinct noises remaining. The reason for this technical failure was unknown, and it was surprising that no one had made a backup copy of such crucial evidence. Further investigation led to the discovery that the pistol was not capable of accidental discharge, as it required a deliberate trigger pull. This meant that the gun had to be intentionally pointed at Stephen for the bullet to hit him. Detectives also expressed skepticism about Mary's behavior and questioned whether her distress was genuine or false. They continued to collect evidence, slowly piecing together the case. However, Mary's own words raised another important question about the accident. Investigations revealed that she had previously worked at a gun store, where employees received extensive training on handling firearms before starting work. This strongly suggested that Mary should have known how to safely handle a pistol and that an accident was highly unlikely. The investigation into the accident revealed inconsistencies with the initial testimony. Mary gave multiple conflicting statements during the investigation. Initially, she said Stephen's death was an accident, claiming she was handing him the pistol directly, then it accidentally discharged. However, during further questioning, Mary let slip that she had actually tossed the pistol to Stephen at his request, resulting in the accidental discharge. These contradictory statements raised suspicions, as Mary's story kept changing. As a result, she was detained at the Spalding County Jail and charged with felony malice murder, aggravated assault, and possession of a firearm. Lieutenant Wilson strongly disputed Mary's claim that the incident was an accident and sought to prove that she had deliberately planned the act. A recent discovery shed light on the case. A small amount of cooking grease was found on the pistol slide. This indicated that the pistol had been handled recently, with the magazine possibly being emptied, reloaded, and placed back on a shelf. Mary defended herself by explaining that she was preparing dinner for Stephen on the evening in question, which would explain the grease found on the slide. Despite further investigation, speaking with Mary and Stephen's relatives and friends did not shed much light on the situation. It was revealed that the couple, who began dating as teenagers, had a complex and on-again, off-again relationship marked by numerous breakups and reconciliations. The relationship between Mary and Stephen was tumultuous and often marked by heated arguments. Mary would escalate to screaming at Stephen, physically lashing out at him and prompting him to leave the house for the night to stay with friends. In an attempt to cope with the emotions of the moment, Stephen would usually turn off his phone, while Mary would continue calling and texting him. Mary's behavior went beyond just verbal arguments. She frequently tried to control Stephen's actions, leading to him feeling frustrated and helpless. Furthermore, Stephen confided in his friends about instances where Mary would pull out a pistol during fights, threatening to harm either herself or Stephen. Despite the severity of these incidents, Stephen chose not to report them to the police out of concern that Mary would face jail time. Stephen's friend, Thomas Skinner, revealed some critical information during an interrogation. He stated that just 2 days before the tragic incident, Stephen and Mary had exchanged affectionate messages, wishing each other a good day. However, the situation took a drastic turn the following day, when Stephen told his mother he didn't want to come home because of the unbearable situation, saying he would rather stay with Thomas. On the night of August 1st, 2018, when Stephen failed to come home, Mary sent him hundreds of messages, desperately pleading with him to return. That evening, Mary prepared dinner, expecting her boyfriend Stephen to return home. She found out from Stephen's mother that he was at his friend Thomas's place. Mary drove to pick him up and encountered them on the road. She rolled down her window and told Stephen that she was waiting for him at home for dinner. Stephen agreed to come home, but the evening ended in a tragic incident. A year after Stephen's death, Mary went on trial in June 2019. Before the trial, the prosecution offered Mary a deal: life in prison with the chance of parole if she admitted to the crime. Despite this opportunity, Mary refused the offer and maintained her innocence. During the initial court hearings, Mary vigorously defended herself. She insisted that the incident was an accident and that she had no intention of harming Stephen, emphasizing her deep love for him. She also made a shocking accusation, claiming that Stephen had a history of abusing her. According to her, he physically assaulted her on 2 occasions and even forced himself on her. On the day of the tragic incident, Stephen allegedly attacked her, forcing her to defend herself. It became clear that the couple's relationship had been deteriorating for quite some time. Friends and relatives noted that Mary had been furious with Stephen for frequently ignoring her messages and calls. Mary's behavior had become more and more demanding in the days before the incident, and she had become very insistent on getting her way. On the night of the shooting, Stephen returned home, but he refused to eat the dinner Mary had prepared for him. This rejection seemingly pushed her over the edge, and she fired at him. Prosecutor Kate Leonard presented evidence in court that suggested Mary shot Stephen in anger when Stephen finally came home but refused to eat the dinner Mary had prepared for him. Key evidence included grease found on the pistol, as well as a sheet from the mattress where Stephen was found bleeding. Forensic analysis of bloodstains on the bedsheets showed that Stephen did not attack or approach Mary at the time of the shooting. Instead, the evidence suggested he was calmly sitting on the bed, motionless. If he had been moving, the blood stains would have been more widespread, but they were confined to one area of the sheet. Mary faced the possibility of life imprisonment once again. She made the risky decision to testify truthfully in court, her voice filled with emotion and tears in her eyes. In front of the judge, she described Stephen as a controlling and violent man. She presented evidence to back up her claim, saying she shot Stephen in self-defense after an argument on the night of the incident. Mary sadly shared many stories from her life with Stephen, saying he physically and emotionally abused her. She claimed that Stephen frequently hit her violently and made threats over minor infractions or disobedience. She was constantly manipulated and controlled. Stephen monitored everything she did, from her spending to her friendships and even what she ate. His extreme possessiveness left Mary extremely anxious and depressed. Her feelings of love and fear for Stephen made her hesitant to report his behavior to the authorities. However, reviewing text messages from Mary's old phone raised questions about who was the actual abuser and manipulator in the relationship. These messages, spanning 18 months, showed Stephen's aggression, but they also exposed Mary's infidelity. While some of the messages contained harsh language and threats from Stephen, they were often in response to his own pain and anger caused by Mary's infidelity. Mary said that Stephen had previously forced himself on her twice. She feared he would hurt her again on August 1, 2018, which led her to defend herself. To support Mary's statement, the defense presented expert testimony and called close relatives, including her sister Sarah Higdon. Mary's sister described seeing bruises on Mary's arm 2 weeks before the incident and regretted not photographing them or taking action at the time. During her testimony, Mary expressed her emotions as she recounted the incident of that night. She had decided to end her relationship with Stephen and told him to leave, but he became angry and attacked her. In response, Mary grabbed a pistol from her nightstand, and it accidentally discharged. The prosecution and defense presented conflicting perspectives. The prosecution portraying Stephen as the victim and the defense claiming Mary acted in self-defense. Stephen's friends attempted to portray him positively, describing him as a loyal and hardworking person. They portrayed Mary as a possessive girlfriend who controlled Stephen and threatened to harm herself whenever he tried to leave the relationship. According to Thomas, one of Stephen's closest friends, Mary's behavior had become more and more damaging and unacceptable over time. He claimed she once even pointed a pistol at her head during an argument, implying that her actions were to maintain control over Stephen. Alicia Varela, Stephen's co-worker, testified that Mary would frequently call Stephen throughout the day, even when he was at work. However, during her court testimony, Mary omitted a crucial detail that prosecutor Kate Leonard pointed out. Mary described their relationship as deteriorating and claimed the shooting was in self-defense, but she failed to mention the specific moment when she pulled the trigger. Prosecutor Kate Leonard questioned Mary's claims, noting that during cross-examination, Mary never mentioned Stephen's alleged abuse. To recreate the incident of the shooting, prosecutor Kate held the pistol and described the scene. According to Kate, Stephen came home and the couple argued over dinner. When Stephen refused to eat, Mary, in a rage, threw the prepared food around the kitchen. Stephen then went to the bedroom to avoid further conflict, likely waiting for Mary to calm down. However, instead of calming down, Mary called out to Stephen twice without receiving a response. She then entered the bedroom, where she shot Stephen in the left side of his neck. Kate Leonard concluded her arguments by asking the jury to consider the inconsistencies in Mary's story, which had changed significantly after repeated interrogations. The prosecution presented additional evidence to counter Mary's claims. A forensic examination revealed that Stephen was sitting on the bed at the time of the shooting, contradicting Mary's assertion that he was attacking her. Mary claimed the gun was normally kept unloaded in the house, but detectives suspected it may have been loaded in advance on the evening of August 1, 2018, when Mary was preparing a meal for Stephen. The evidence supporting this theory included grease marks found not only on the slide of the pistol but also inside it, raising questions about whether Mary had loaded the pistol prior to the incident. Everyone who knew Stephen testified that he was not an aggressive person. However, prosecutors noted that Mary repeatedly changed her story at least 10 times during the investigation, which she attributed to her fear. Mary had earlier rejected a plea deal that could have saved her from a death penalty sentence, and the long wait for the verdict was unbearable for her. The jury was persuaded by the arguments presented by jurors Victor and Chris. After hearing from all witnesses and Mary herself, the jury was tasked with making a decision. After careful deliberation, the jury reached a unanimous decision. Mary Catherine Higdon was not guilty on all charges. The The jury's decision shocked and outraged many in the courtroom, especially Jennifer Freeman, Stephen's mother, who struggled to contain her anger at the jury as she watched the woman who took her son's life walk free. They found it difficult to comprehend how the jurors could reach such a verdict. Following her acquittal, Mary returned home to Griffin to be with her family. Since then, she has chosen to maintain a low profile, avoiding the public eye and media attention. Her social media presence is minimal, with her Instagram profile set to private. Little is known about Mary's current life, and it is assumed that she has moved on from her difficult past to live a quiet and private life. Stephen's mother paid a heartfelt tribute to her son on social media. In his outgoing spirit, he made friends with everyone he met, but those who shared his passion for hunting and fishing held a special place in his heart. His kind nature, warm smile, and charm left a lasting impression on those around him. Stephen's way of expressing love was unique and special. He made you feel like you were the only person in the world, bringing laughter and joy to those who spent time with him. His warm smile and welcoming hugs made everyone feel loved and appreciated. Bruce and Deborah Bennett married in the 1970s, brimming with hopes and dreams for their future together. Nearing their 20s, the young couple looked forward to building a life side by side. Bruce, born on April 22, 1956 in Denver, Colorado, had an unremarkable childhood as suggested by later accounts with two brothers named Richard and Daniel. Deborah was the eldest of 4 siblings, children of war veteran Ernest Large and his wife, Rosina Martinez. Tragically, Deborah lost her mother at a young age, forcing her to take on the responsibility of caring for her younger siblings alongside her father. The family eventually relocated to Colorado where Larry, one of Deborah's brothers, met Bruce, leading to a friendship that ultimately brought Bruce and Deborah together. The pair soon fell in love and decided to start a family. To support his new family, Bruce enlisted in the Navy, serving as a sonar analyst stationed at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. This job allowed him to work with advanced technology, providing a stable income. During his service, their first daughter, Melissa Bennett, was born in January 1976. Their second daughter, Vanessa, arrived in 1981. After completing his military service, Bruce had succeeded in securing a better financial standing for his family. They settled in Aurora, Colorado, and in 1983, they used their savings and a loan to purchase their first home. Bruce and Deborah joined the family's furniture distribution business, while Bruce also pursued studies to become an air traffic controller. The Bennett family led a quiet life, enjoying their time with their 2 young daughters. However, their peaceful existence was shattered in early 1984. On Sunday, January 15, 1984, the Bennetts hosted a family gathering to celebrate Melissa's upcoming 8th birthday. Deborah had planned a party at school for her daughter, but the family also gathered at the Bennett home for a pre-birthday celebration. The day was filled with laughter, conversation, and a delicious cake. As the evening wound down, Melissa's grandparents and uncles left for their homes. One of the uncles noticed the garage door was open and reminded Bruce to close it, unaware it would be the last time he would see Bruce alive. The next morning on January 16, 1984, Bruce's mother, Constance Bennett, known as Connie, received a call from the family furniture store. Bruce and Deborah had not shown up for work, and no one was answering the phone at their house. Concerned, Connie decided to check on them. When she arrived at the Bennett home, the garage door was still open. Entering the house, she was met with a horrifying sight. Bruce lay at the foot of the stairs in a pool of blood with severe head trauma and a deep cut across his throat. Shocked and terrified, Connie ran to a neighbor for help. They called 911, and soon, police and medical personnel were on the scene. Inside the house, police discovered Deborah's body in the master bedroom, her head brutally beaten. In the children's room, they found Melissa, also beaten and stabbed, her face covered with a blanket and showing signs of sexual assault. Miraculously, little Vanessa, despite her severe injuries, was still alive. Emergency responders rushed her to the hospital where her life hung by a thread. With Vanessa on the way to the hospital and the bodies of her family members removed, investigators began meticulously examining the Bennett home for clues. They found Deborah's purse outside in the snow, rifled through, likely by the attackers. Nearby, a butcher knife belonging to the Bennetts was discovered, believed to be one of the weapons used in the attacks. While the murder weapon used for the fatal blows was never found, investigators suspected it might have been a hammer based on the injuries and a blood-stained outline found on a carpet. They collected fingerprints and other samples from various surfaces, hoping to find traces that would lead them to the perpetrator. They also noted blood-stained boot prints that the family did not recognize. Family members and close friends who had attended Melissa's birthday party that Sunday were also asked to provide DNA samples. Authorities took these measures hoping that in the future, they could be used for genetic studies, which were in their early stages at that time. Specialists carefully preserved the victim's clothing and, upon thorough examination, collected parts of the carpet beneath Melissa's body as well as a bedspread and other items. Meanwhile, a team of healthcare professionals fought to keep Vanessa alive. The 3-year-old needed 3 units of blood and several units of fluids for the treatment of her numerous injuries. The doctor's report to the family was devastating. Vanessa had a shattered jaw, severe head injuries, and broken arms, hips, and legs. She had also been sexually assaulted. As days passed, investigators realized that the Bennett family attack was not an isolated incident. Less than 2 weeks before the brutal assault on the Bennetts, several similar attacks had occurred in Colorado. One notable case involved the young couple James and Kimberly who lived in the Aurora area. On the night of January 4, 1984, James and Kimberly were spending a quiet evening at home. Kimberly was in the bedroom, and James was recording music tapes for a friend. Suddenly, Kimberly was struck on the head in the dark. She managed to see the silhouette of a man who fled when she began to scream for her husband. James ran to the bedroom and was hit on the head by the hammer-wielding attacker. Despite his injury, James chased the assailant who ultimately escaped. Kimberly, despite her severe head injury, called 911. Emergency services arrived and transported the couple to the nearest hospital. James had a skull fracture and Kimberly had a concussion, but both recovered. The police found the hammer used in the attack. They concluded that the assailant had entered through the garage, whose door was open. Fresh footprints in the snow led away from the house but eventually mixed with other tracks, and the trail was lost. They also found Kimberly's purse in the snow, missing only the money. Less than a week later, another violent incident shocked the Colorado community. Patricia Smith, a 50-year-old woman, had recently moved to Colorado from Nebraska to help her newly divorced daughter settle into a new home with her 2 young children. Patricia was a well-known interior decorator with a prestigious client list known for her kindness, elegance, and activity. On Tuesday, January 10th, Patricia started her day by taking her daughter to a park to catch the bus to work and then dropped off her grandchildren at daycare. She spent the rest of the morning working, picked up laundry at noon, and bought a hamburger for lunch. Arriving home, she went to her room, turned on the TV, and then apparently returned downstairs. Near the front door, she encountered an intruder in the living room. She had no time to react before a flurry of blows ended her life. That evening, around 5:30, her daughter was waiting at the park for her mother to pick her up. When Patricia did not arrive as usual, she called home from a public phone, but no one answered. Concerned, she called a cousin who picked her up along with the children and took them home. Upon arrival, they noticed the garage door open, and inside the darkened house, a flickering light from the TV upstairs. She found her mother's body on the floor, covered with a child's blanket with obvious signs of bleeding. Patricia's pants and boots were scattered around, and her upper clothing was open, indicating another brutal assault. Beside her lay a hammer. Unable to believe what she was seeing, the terrified daughter ran to a neighbor's house asking for help to confirm if her mother was still alive. Unfortunately, she was not. They immediately called 911. After Patricia's body was taken to the morgue for examination, the autopsy revealed 17 head injuries and confirmed sexual assault. Investigators deduced that after killing Patricia, the attacker went upstairs, stole money from her purse, and then fled. The investigation extended to Patricia's close acquaintances, including clients with whom she had had disagreements, but no leads emerged. That same day, January 10th, another young woman was attacked. Her name was Donna. She was a flight attendant for Frontier Airlines, and her partner, Ron, was a pilot. That evening, Donna was off duty and awaiting Ron's return from a night flight. After shopping for groceries, she collected the mail and parked her car in the garage. As she exited her vehicle, she was struck on the temple and lost consciousness. The following morning, Ron returned home to find a red trail from the garage to the house. He rushed inside and followed the trail to the bedroom where he found Donna lying on the bed with a head wound. Somehow, Donna had managed to make it to the bedroom. Ron called 911 immediately. Paramedics arrived and rushed Donna to the hospital where she received treatment. Doctors confirmed she had been sexually assaulted. Initially, Ron was considered a suspect, but he had just landed in Colorado, and Donna's attack had occurred hours earlier. Investigators found a hammer covered in blood in the driver's seat of Donna's car. They collected it as evidence but found no useful fingerprints. Despite her severe injuries, Donna recovered, though the head injury left her with significant short-term memory loss, unable to recall the night of the attack. This lack of memory was, in some ways, a blessing to Donna, who was grateful to have survived. 6 days later, less than 25 miles from Donna and Ron's home, the horrific attack on the Bennett family occurred. Throughout that tragic January, while the families of the deceased mourned their losses, those who survived, like little Vanessa, continued their recovery. The Bennett family, especially Vanessa's grandmother, Connie, held out hope for the child's recovery. The investigation stretched on. Investigators collected all possible evidence from the 4 crime scenes, including genetic material, footprints, and other clues. However, in the 1980s, forensic technology was far less advanced than today, and analysis was just beginning. The attacks occurred in both Aurora and Lakewood, leading local police to share information. Unfortunately, no useful fingerprints were found at the crime scenes or on the hammers used in the attacks. The FBI brought in, and a profiler studied the case, concluding that the attacker was likely an opportunistic rather than predator. He did not target specific victims, but seemed to roam neighborhoods looking for easy access, such as open garage doors. Once inside, his attacks were swift, violent, and fatal, followed by sexual assault, theft of money only. The profiler estimated that the perpetrator was a young man around 20 years old, intelligent, but not highly educated, possibly a high school graduate, but not a college student. The repeated use cameras and a rugged boot print found at one scene suggested he worked in construction. At the time, numerous homes were being built in the areas where the crimes occurred. Most worryingly, the profiler asserted that this man would attacking until he was caught. Using this profile, investigators visited construction sites, talking to contractors and seeking information about any unusual behavior among workers. However, contractor records were not thorough, and no useful descriptions of the attacker were available since all assaults were sudden and occurred in darkness. While the investigation continued without new leads, the community was gripped by fear, became vigilant about locking their garages and doors, with some buying guns or even wearing helmets to bed. Time passed without further attacks, and the police were forced to move on to new cases, leaving these brutal crimes unresolved. Survivors of the assaults were recovering and trying to move past the trauma of their harrowing experiences, while the families of the victims continued to grapple with the pain of their loss. Periodically, the original investigators of the attacks, along with those who replaced them, would contact specialized departments and laboratory, hoping that advances in DNA technology might finally identify the perpetrator. In 1990, Aurora police sent samples from a bedspread, a carpet, and other items collected from the Bennett crime scene to a forensic examiner in Richmond, California. Unfortunately, no significant progress was made at the time. During a new review of the evidence, investigators found a blonde pubic hair and sent it for specialized analysis. However, due to the primitive technology of the time, the test destroyed this single hair without yielding any results. It wasn't until February 2001, 17 years after the attacks, that full identification of the DNA samples was achieved, ruling out family members as potential suspects. It took another 3 years to definitively link the family case with Patricia's case, as the same DNA was found in samples from both crime scenes. Yet the DNA belonged to an unknown individual, and finding a match in existing databases was challenging. Databases across the U.S. were still in their infancy, with each state and agency having its own rules. In 2018, in another attempt to solve the cases, detectives teamed up with a genealogist. She used the sequenced DNA and began searching public and private databases. Within a week, she informed the detectives that the DNA to someone with the last name Ewing. This was a significant breakthrough. Police found 3 or 4 in Colorado with the last name Ewing, but they were all ruled out as suspects. Further searches in Aurora's databases revealed 40 individuals with the surname Ewing. Investigators began analyzing each one while handling other cases. Finally, in July 2018, they discovered a match with an inmate in Nevada. The man, Alex Ewing. He was born on August 14, 1960 in North Carolina. Little is known about his childhood, and he never spoke about it, but it is known that he dropped out of school after the 10th grade. He claimed he was expelled for frequently getting drunk. This was the beginning of a life of crime. Alex was detained months in a juvenile center in Sacramento, California for theft. He was later sent to a foster home where he stayed for 2 weeks before being released. He then embarked on a criminal career, being arrested multiple times in Arizona and Florida for theft, burglary, and escape. According to a driver's license he obtained in 1983, Alex was living in Denver, Colorado. The attacks occurred in early 1984, leaving injured and 4 dead over 12 days. The assault stopped when Alex left Colorado, moving to Kingman, Arizona a few days later. There, on January 27, 1984, he broke into a home and attacked Roy Williams with a granite rock, hitting him in the head and chest. Roy survived, requiring 100 stitches. He gave a partial description of his attacker. Later that day, a police officer spotted a man matching the description hiding in bushes near an interstate on ramp. The officer approached, and Alex fled. After a chase, Alex was apprehended. On February 2, 1984, Alex was formally charged with attempted first-degree murder and first-degree robbery and held in jail in Utah. In early August 1984, Alex and several inmates were transported from jail for a court hearing. During a stop at a service station, he escaped. Wearing red shorts and an orange jumpsuit, he ran and disappeared. At 10 p.m., police received calls about a suspicious man in red shorts running through a neighborhood. An hour later, Nancy Berry called 911 in a panic, saying she and her husband had been attacked. Nancy and her husband, Chris, were found severely injured in their bed. Alex had broken in through their open garage door and attacked them with an axe handle. Fortunately, their children were unharmed. A massive manhunt ensued, but Alex remained elusive. For days later, he was spotted at a phone booth, apparently calling his brother for help. He tried to flee, but weakened and dehydrated was captured. Back in custody, Alex faced trial and was charged with attempted murder, assault with a deadly weapon, robbery, and escape. He was sentenced to 110 in prison. Meanwhile, he had been at large for less than 8 months after the Colorado attacks. In July 2018, a team of Colorado police and prosecutors traveled to the Northern Nevada Correctional Center to interview Alex. Initially posing as non-law enforcement, they did not mention the Colorado crimes. However, with the breakthrough in DNA technology and genealogy research, they finally had the evidence needed to connect Alex Ewing to the heinous crimes that had haunted Colorado for over 3 decades. In this conversation, Alex recounted that his father was in the Air Force and discussed his abandonment of school, claiming he had suffered from spinal meningitis, which led to a near-death experience and a change in his behavior. He also mentioned that before arriving in Nevada, he had spent an unspecified time in Colorado working in construction in Aurora and Lakewood. He said he left because it was too cold. This information confirmed Alex's presence in Colorado. The next day, a detective returned to meet with him, showing 6 black and white photographs of the crimes in that state. Initially, Alex denied knowing any of the victims. However, when shown a color photo of Patricia alive, he still claimed not to know her. But upon seeing a color image of her body, he became visibly agitated, insisted there must be a mistake, and immediately requested a lawyer. Alex had not anticipated this turn of events. After 34 years in prison, he was preparing documents to request parole, which he could do after serving 40 years. Confident in his release, he even created a profile on a dating site. Following this meeting, Colorado detectives obtained a court order to collect an additional cheek swab from Alex. The DNA results confirmed a match with samples from the Bennett and Patricia crime scenes. With this confirmation, police began notifying the families and survivors of the 1984 attacks, informing them they had finally found the perpetrator. However, justice would still take time. The first step was to request Alex's extradition from Nevada to Colorado for trial. The first extradition hearing took place on October 2, 2018. Alex informed the judge he planned to fight the extradition, and over the next 16 months, his lawyer filed appeals at every possible level. Meanwhile, Colorado prosecutors were considering their options. Unfortunately, for cases without fatalities, prosecution was impossible due to a 3-year statute of limitations. However, Alex could be tried for the fatal attacks, which meant he would be prosecuted for the deaths of the 3 Bennett family members and Patricia under Colorado's 1984 laws. At the time of the crimes, the maximum penalty was life without parole, as the death penalty was not applicable. On February 21, 2020, the Nevada Supreme Court ordered Alex's transfer to Colorado to face charges. His lawyer made an emergency appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court, but it was declined. On February 28, 2020, Alex was flown to Colorado, and 2 days later, he appeared in court for his first hearing. The trial for the Bennett family case began on July 27, 2021. The prosecution's case centered on Alex's confirmed DNA presence in semen traces found near Melissa's body. They highlighted the similarities in modus operandi, comparing it to the fatal attack on Patricia. Both cases involved brutal hammer attacks, sexual assault, and the bodies being left partially naked with faces covered. The attacker had entered through open garages, and the women's purses were found ransacked nearby. The defense attempted to undermine the investigators' professionalism, claiming mishandling of DNA samples and noting the absence of fingerprints or touch DNA at the crime scenes. The prosecution countered that Alex could have worn gloves. The jury heard from police, firefighters, investigators, and specialists. The most impactful testimony came from Connie Bennett, Bruce's mother, who described finding the horrific crime scene at her son's home. The jury also saw photographs taken at the Bennett residence. After deliberating for only 3.5 hours, the jury sent a note to the judge stating they were deadlocked. The prosecutor requested the judge instruct the jury to continue deliberations while the defense sought a mistrial. The judge decided it was too soon for a mistrial and asked the jury to return the next day. After 6 more hours of discussion, the jury found Alex Ewing guilty of the charges, including 3 counts of murder, robbery, and other offenses. On August 2021, before sentencing, family members, including Connie and Vanessa, the only survivor, gave impact statements. When asked if he had anything to say, Alex simply replied, "No. Thank you." The judge harshly criticized Alex, stating that in all his years in the justice system, he had never encountered such depravity. He ensured Alex would never be free again, sentencing him to 3 consecutive life sentences, preventing the possibility of parole after 20 years. In October 2021, the trial for Patricia Smith's case began, but was declared a mistrial after Alex's defense requested a competency hearing to evaluate his mental state. The competency evaluation concluded that Alex was indeed mentally fit to stand trial. After delays, the trial finally took place in early April 2022. Unlike the first trial, Alex spoke up, complaining about his extradition from Nevada, accusing the system of being rigged and alleging that authorities had ignored his efforts to lead them to the real criminals. Despite his arguments, the result was another life sentence, adding to the 3 he already had. Unfortunately, nothing could change the past. During the trial, Vanessa, the only survivor of the Bennett family, was present. Many might wonder what became of her after the tragedy. Vanessa shared her story in interviews with several media outlets describing a difficult life. Vanessa recounted that the brutal attack left her with severe physical and mental scars. After waking from a coma weeks after the assault, she had to relearn how to walk and do everything again. She mentioned having permanent physical injuries, including partial paralysis on her left side, making it hard for her to grip or release objects. However, the mental scars were even more profound. After being discharged from the hospital, Vanessa spent 2 months in a center for abused children before moving in with her grandmother. Filled with rage, she struggled at school where children mocked her, exacerbating her anger. She became rebellious, and her grandmother eventually enrolled her in a boarding school. During her first summer back home, she attempted suicide. Fortunately, the family intervened in time, and after recovery, she was sent to a psychiatric ward and then to a group home until she turned 18. At 18, Vanessa became pregnant, and social services took her child as she admitted she did not know how to be a mother. Later, she had 2 more daughters who were placed in the care of a cousin, and she was not allowed to see or know their whereabouts. Vanessa developed borderline personality disorder, PTSD, bipolar disorder, and ADHD. Her fragmented memories of her family and life before the attack, coupled with severe mental instability and a drug addiction that began at 19, took a toll on her psyche. Vanessa explained that she used drugs to escape the world and forget everything, but this path led her to jail multiple times for shoplifting, assault, domestic violence, burglary, and drug possession. She lived homeless for a long time, residing under a bridge with a partner. This was her situation when she learned that her attacker had been caught. Despite the hardships, Vanessa found a ray of hope. By the age of 30, she decided to stop being a victim and dedicated herself to staying clean. She lived in an apartment with her second husband and had a cat. Vanessa aspired to obtain a university degree to become a counselor and help those struggling with substance abuse. When asked if she felt relieved when Alex was finally identified and punished, Vanessa said no. She expressed that while catching the killer might make others feel better, it meant nothing to her. The damage had already been done. Her life was ruined. The case of Elizabeth Arellano. Elizabeth Paula Arellano was born on August 16, 1987, in Fort Worth, Texas, USA. She grew up with 2 close sisters, Alessandra and Giovanna. Her biological father left and Elizabeth was very young and never contacted or cared for her. Later, her mother, Juanita, remarried Fidel. He adopted Elizabeth and her sisters, treating them as his own children. Elizabeth has a very good relationship with her stepfather, who always supports and helps her in everything. Elizabeth was a hardworking student and dreamed of becoming a doctor in the future. During high school, Elizabeth met and fell in love with Rudolph Arellano, a boy nearly 8 years younger than her. Although Elizabeth's parents felt a bit uneasy about this age difference, they did not interfere in their daughter's relationship because they saw Rudolph as a serious and trustworthy man. Shortly after graduating from high school at the age of 16, Elizabeth married Rudolph. They had 4 children together, 3 boys and 1 girl. However, Elizabeth did not want to be just a housewife. Remembering her childhood dream, she decided to pursue a career in medicine. After graduating from medical school, Elizabeth worked as a paramedic and planned to continue her studies to become a doctor. She was kind, raised in a Christian family. She regularly took her children to church and taught them to love and care for those around them. Her family and friends commented that she was sensitive and always ready to help others. On the surface, her marriage to Rudolph seemed happy and stable. However, after 13 years of marriage, their relationship began to have serious problems. Previously, Rudolph had been jealous and tried to control his wife in everything. Over time, his behavior became increasingly unacceptable. In 2016, Elizabeth decided to leave home with her children and move in with her parents after witnessing her husband's jealousy once again. Although Rudolph tried to reconcile, Elizabeth was tired of his hot temper. She also did not want her children to witness the constant quarrels between their parents. Therefore, she boldly filed for divorce. Just a few days after Elizabeth left with her children and filed for divorce, she suddenly disappeared under mysterious circumstances. According to friends and family, Elizabeth had previously appeared very cheerful. To relieve stress from family problems and the divorce process, she decided to go out with her colleagues to a local club after work. On Friday night, April 15, 2016, Elizabeth, then 28 years old, went out with friends at a club. There, she danced and had fun but did not drink alcohol because she had driven there and planned to drive herself home. After midnight, around the early morning of April 16th, Elizabeth drove home. After parking her car, she called a friend who had gone out with her to let her know that she had arrived safely. However, after hanging up the phone, Elizabeth mysteriously disappeared without entering the house. The next morning, Juanita, Elizabeth's mother, was very worried when she discovered that her daughter was not home. Although she knew that Elizabeth had planned to spend the evening with her friends, her daughter should have returned home a long time ago. Elizabeth was not in the habit of going out without notice, and her car was still parked outside the house, indicating that she had returned from the club. When Juanita approached the car, she found that it was unlocked. The keys were still in the ignition, and Elizabeth's wallet and cell phone were on the seat. Leaving personal belongings in the car open like that was completely out of her daughter's habit, which made Juanita think that something bad had happened. Without hesitation, she immediately called the police to report her daughter as missing. The police believed that they could quickly solve Elizabeth's missing person case. They still hoped that she was alive because they did not find any blood or signs of a struggle in the car. However, the investigation was more complicated than expected. The first step was to reconstruct Elizabeth's itinerary on the night of her disappearance in detail to identify and interview witnesses. Police interviewed Elizabeth's friends and co-workers who had seen her that night. They confirmed the time Elizabeth left and said she had called back to say she had arrived home safely. Elizabeth's phone contained multiple calls and text messages from her ex-husband, Rudolph, that night, but she did not answer. When police questioned Rudolph, he said Elizabeth had promised to bring the children to his house that weekend. However, she had not contacted him since then, and he thought she had changed her mind. There were still some unclear points about Rudolph's alibi. Rudolph said he had been at a local bar that night with a friend, then went home to sleep around midnight. Several people at the bar confirmed seeing he there, but no one knew for sure where he went after he left. Rudolph claimed to have returned home, but since he lived alone, no one could corroborate this. So the police have not ruled him out as a suspect. Notably, Rudolph did not appear to be upset or worried. Although he and Elizabeth were in the process of divorcing after many years of marriage and having children, it was strange that her disappearance did not seem to affect him. A strange incident occurred the night Elizabeth went missing. A fisherman called the police to report what he had witnessed. He said that around 4:30 a.m., while fishing on a highway bridge, he saw a car stop. The driver pulled out a large object that looked like a person and threw it into the water. The object appeared to have a heavy object tied to it. Due to the distance in the darkness, the fisherman could not clearly see the details or the license plate. The strong wind on the bridge also prevented him from hearing anything. Later, another witness was found. This person was walking his dog under the bridge. He did not see the incident on the bridge, but heard a terrible scream. Then he saw a large object fall from the bridge, heard a splash, and then everything went silent. Based on the testimony of the witnesses, the police decided to check the bottom of the pond near the bridge. After several hours of searching, divers discovered a body tied to a large concrete block with a rope around the neck. The body was identified as Elizabeth Arellano, who had gone missing earlier. The discovery of this body was only possible thanks to the testimony of the passerby and the fisherman. Without their information, the body might not have been found or would have been discovered only after a very long time, because the weight of the concrete block prevented the body from floating to the surface. Initially, a hypothesis was put forward that Elizabeth had voluntarily ended her life due to family problems. However, details of how the body was discovered suggest it may have been a murder. However, this theory is not credible because it contradicts two important sources of information. First, an eyewitness reported seeing someone throw Elizabeth into the water. Second, her relatives confirmed that Elizabeth had many future plans and would never do anything to harm her children and parents. Elizabeth was still alive, and a piece of concrete was tied around her neck, and she was thrown off the bridge. This is supported by the results of the forensic examination, which showed that she had suffocated, and by the testimony of a man who heard her screams of despair as she was thrown off the bridge. However, many questions remain unanswered about this murder. Who were the perpetrators, and what was their motive for being so cruel to a mother of many children? Robbery can be ruled out because none of Elizabeth's property was taken. Some theories suggest that the killer may have spotted Elizabeth at the club and secretly followed her home, or that someone was waiting at her home for her return. Her ex-husband, Rudolph, still insisted that he was asleep at his house on the night of the murder and had nothing to do with the crime, however. Investigators were reluctant to rule Rudolph out as a suspect because he had no alibi and his behavior raised more and more questions. At the Elizabeth's funeral, he pretended to be sad. He cried by his ex-wife's coffin and said that he wished he had died instead of her or with her. His sister Elizabeth believed that his words were sincere. Rudolph also actively helped set up a charity fund to organize a farewell ceremony for his wife. However, after the funeral, when he was summoned to take a statement again, his attitude and behavior completely changed, as if nothing serious had happened in his life. After a thorough examination of CCTV footage along Elizabeth's final route, a car identical to Rudolph's was seen leaving her parents' home at around 3 a.m. A neighbor also confirmed seeing the car parked near the victim's home. Notably, the car was later spotted moving towards the bridge where she was thrown. This raised many questions. When the investigation found Rudolph's cell phone data from the night of the incident, more questions were raised. That night, he made several phone calls from different locations, near Elizabeth's workplace, then near her parents' home. He also sent several text messages to Elizabeth, trying to determine when she would be home, but received no response. Apparently, he was following Elizabeth and decided to wait for her at her parents' home. Eventually, with enough evidence gathered, the police arrested Rudolph as the prime suspect and took him to the station for further questioning. A key witness in the case was Elizabeth and Rudolph's eldest son. When shown the rope that had been removed from around his mother's neck, he recognized that he had seen and played with it in his father's backyard. He also remembered that there was a piece of concrete in the yard before the fence was replaced. Similar pieces of concrete were found in the trunk of Rudolph's car. The investigation revealed that Rudolph had waited for Elizabeth at her parents' house and kidnapped her before she entered the house. He forced her into the car, which had rope and concrete in the trunk. He then drove to the bridge to commit the murder. Rudolph Ariano was arrested 10 days after his ex-wife's body was found in the lake. Despite overwhelming evidence and witness testimony against him, Rudolph denied any involvement and insisted that he was home the night of the crime. For this brutal crime, Rudolph faced the death penalty. Then, on the advice of his lawyer, he decided to confess and cooperate with the investigation to reduce his sentence. It was not until January 2019 that Rudolph officially pleaded guilty in court and detailed the kidnapping and murder of his ex-wife and was the mother of their 4 children. Juanita, who was present in court to hear the testimony, fainted. Alessandra and Giovanna, the victim's sisters, called their sister's killer a monster. Rudolph admitted to the murder but showed no remorse or guilt. He spoke coldly about his actions, without apologizing or explaining his reasons. The court sentenced Rudolph to life in prison without parole. Elizabeth's family said the sentence was too light, but they decided to forgive Rudolph so as not to live in hatred. Currently, Elizabeth's parents and sister are taking care of and raising her children. The case of Jorge Cortez. Jorge Humberto Martinez Cortez was born on January 5, 1978, in Mexico City. He kept his childhood and teenage years private, only sharing that he often clashed with his mother, who cared deeply for him, and his father, who rarely intervened in their arguments. Jorge's strained family relationships likely contributed to his emotional isolation and the development of his aggressive and unstable personality. To escape his difficult home life, Jorge left at a young age and embarked on a journey across Mexico, taking on temporary jobs to support himself. He worked as a waiter in various bars in Mexico City, including those in the Rosa and Kona districts, and also relied on tips from tourists in the popular Villa Do and Cuac districts, known for their extensive infrastructure and diverse entertainment options. Jorge's life of crime began in this place. In February 2010, he was arrested for theft and given a 4-year prison sentence. However, because it was his first offense, the judge decided to release him on bail. At the time, no one suspected that this decision would set free a man who would later become one of Mexico's most notorious criminals. After his release, Jorge met a girl named Adriana and fell in love. Initially, he treated her with kindness and attention, but as their relationship deepened, his behavior became increasingly violent. Adriana soon found herself a victim of his physical abuse. Exhausted by his cruelty, she decided to end the relationship, but Jorge refused to accept her decision. One night, Jorge violently attacked Adriana, dragging her down the stairs by her hair and breaking her nose. He beat her so severely that she lost consciousness. When she came to, she saw Jorge holding a lighter and threatening to kill them both if she didn't stay with him. Despite his threats, Adriana continued to resist, which further enraged Jorge. He attempted to strangle her by grabbing her neck with both hands. However, Adriana managed to break free, grabbed a hammer, and began fighting back. She was able to force Jorge out of the apartment and ultimately out of her life for good. This violent confrontation occurred in 2011, and although Adriana reported the incident to the police, Jorge was released on bail and avoided punishment. In hindsight, Adriana's escape from Jorge that night saved her from a potentially deadly situation. Jorge would go on to take the lives of multiple women in the future. After meeting Jorge, 18-year-old Yang Kyung-marie became his new victim. Yang was a Korean girl who was very close to her mother, Monica, and her sisters, particularly Anna. Anna was a lively and athletic young woman who balanced her studies in psychology with a part-time job at a restaurant. Yang met Jorge at one of the bars where he worked, and they were immediately drawn to each other. After a brief courtship, they started dating, but their relationship was marked by violence. Despite their frequent arguments, they stayed together. When Yang turned 19, she decided to declare her independence from her family and move to the city with Jorge. However, this change only made their problems worse. Jorge's behavior became increasingly controlling and abusive. He constantly monitored Yang's activities, calling her every hour at work and restricting her interactions with friends. As a result, Yang felt trapped and realized she was a victim of domestic violence. However, she hid the truth from others, including her family, to avoid causing them concern. Only a few close people, including her sister Anna and some friends, knew about the situation. Despite her family's warnings and advice to leave Jorge, Yang struggled to break free. She attempted to leave him multiple times but always returned, held back by her own fears and vulnerabilities. During this time, Yang underwent a significant transformation, changing from a happy and lively person to someone who was depressed and willing to do anything to please Jorge. The relationship continued to deteriorate, becoming increasingly toxic and damaging to Yang's well-being. Yang's relationship with Jorge was marked by violent outbursts. On one occasion, Jorge refused to let Yang into their apartment when she came home late. On another, he locked her inside, set her clothes on fire, and chased her around the room in a fit of rage. In August 2014, their arguments escalated, and Yang decided to leave Jorge and move in with her parents. A friend encouraged her to report Jorge to the police and end the abuse. Although Yang initially agreed, she eventually returned to Jorge and they continued living together. Tragically, Yang's life was cut short. On September 21st, her body was discovered in their apartment, bearing signs of severe bruising. Jorge claimed to have found Yang hanging in the bedroom, stating that he had left her sleeping at noon the previous day, September 20th, after she had worked a shift at the bar. Jorge claimed that he returned home on the morning of September 21st to find Yang deceased. He immediately contacted the police and notified Yang's family of the tragic event. The news of Yang's death was devastating to her family, prompting Monica and Anna to rush to the scene. Upon arrival, they found police officers and forensic experts already at the apartment, carefully removing Yang's body from the bed. Jorge stated that when he saw his deceased wife, He became frantic and attempted to assist her. A police officer explained to the family that an investigation was ongoing and they needed to stay outside the house to protect potential evidence. As they watched, Yang's body, covered with a sheet, was carried out of the house. The police also informed them that the initial evidence suggested Yang's death was a suicide, a conclusion supported by the position of the body in Jorge's account, which the police believed to be truthful. However, Yang's family was skeptical and struggled to accept this explanation, finding it hard to believe that she would take her own life. When the family arrived to identify the body and prepare the necessary documents, they were surprised to find that the examination protocol was almost complete. The death certificate stated that Yang had died from strangulation by hanging. However, when the relatives were allowed to view the body, they noticed bruises on Yang's legs that seemed suspicious. Jorge attempted to explain the bruises by saying that the body had slipped from his hands and fallen to the floor when he tried to move it from the bed. Monica was not convinced by Jorge's explanation and suspected that something was not quite right. Investigations revealed more about Yang's tumultuous relationship with Jorge, fueling suspicion that her death might not be the suicide police claimed. During police testimony, friends described constant fighting between they, revealing Jorge's history of jealousy and aggression. His behavior extended to frequent phone calls to Yang's workplace, indicating a pattern of controlling behavior. Yang's sister Anna noted that a few months before the tragedy, her behavior dramatically shifted. Anna added that she started distancing herself from the family once the relationship with Jorge started. This prompted concern within the family. Despite growing concerns about Jorge's unstable behavior and doubts about the official explanation, the police were quick to dismiss theories and rushed to close the case. Experts at the Katak morgue recommended cremating Yang's body, which meant that further forensic investigation would not be possible. Yang's mother was deeply suspicious of Jorge's involvement in her daughter's death, but she eventually agreed to the cremation due to pressure from her family, thereby giving up the chance to gather evidence to support her suspicions. Jorge did not attend the funeral, but he got a tattoo of a broken heart, supposedly to show his grief. However, he also cut off all contact with Yang's family. Yang's death had a devastating impact on her family, especially her mother, Monica. The overwhelming pain of losing her daughter, combined with feelings of loneliness and despair, led Monica to develop an addiction to alcohol and smoking. Monica was devastated when her daughter Young passed away suddenly. Despite her overwhelming grief, Monica refused to accept the initial explanation of Yang's death, finding it contradictory to her daughter's outgoing and life-loving nature. Unsettled by details like the bruises on Yang's body and the lack of evidence supporting the claimed manner of death, Monica's instincts told her there was more to the story. To get answers, Monica launched her own investigation into the case. Monica acquired security footage from her daughter's home, revealing her son-in-law Jorge was the last person to see Yang alive. With the help of a private attorney and forensic pathologist, Monica reviewed Yang's final days. An unexpected development led to a shocking explanation, revealing a deeply seated scandal and a misclassified homicide. Monica's determination uncovered hidden details, ultimately revealing the truth behind Yang's death. The detective completely rejected the initial account of Yang's death, presenting conclusive evidence that proved she was murdered. Further investigation revealed several discrepancies with the original autopsy. There were no signs of hanging on Yang's body, but her neck showed signs of strangulation, and a scarf had been used to make it appear as though she had hanged herself. Bruises on her hands and fingernails suggested she had tried to fight back. The medical examiner confirmed that any competent expert would have reached the same conclusion. This raises serious questions. Why did the police ignore these facts? And why did the family receive a false report about their daughter's death? Monica's relentless pursuit of truth led her to conduct a 7-month investigation, uncovering a series of disturbing failures and incompetence by law enforcement agencies. Her research revealed that Yang had previously reported violence by Jorge to the police, but her cries for help were ignored. Monica also discovered that Jorge had ties to his father and the staff handling the case, which, combined with the severity of Yang's injuries and the apparent negligence of the authorities, compelled her to take decisive action. Monica appealed to the prosecutor's office, seeking a review of the case and justice for Jorge, the main suspect. However, she was met with neglect and cynicism instead of support. A prosecutor even questioned her competence, suggesting she should focus on being a housewife and seek psychological help rather than pursuing justice. Undeterred, Monica continued her investigation, driven by her love for her child and her desire for truth. Her perseverance ultimately paid off. Jorge committed another murder in 2016, a devastating end to Yang's story. This event began a new chapter in Campira's life. She met Jorge online, where he hid his dark nature behind a charming facade. Unaware of his past, she was drawn to his friendly, sociable personality, and they soon developed a romantic relationship. Campira's close friends discovered her new relationship when she posted a photo of herself and her boyfriend on social media, beaming with happiness. For several weeks, their romance seemed perfect. As 2016 drew to a close, Campira's mother, Margarita, met Jorge for the first time on December 28th. Campira, Jorge, and her children then traveled to Acapulco to spend the New Year's holidays with her parents. However, Jorge later convinced Campira to extend their stay, and she asked her mother to watch the children for a few more days. Margarita agreed, unaware of the tragedy that was about to unfold. 3 days later, Campira was found dead. The last time Margarita had spoken to her daughter was on December 30th. When Margarita tried to call Campira on New Year's Eve, she was met with silence. Campira always answered her phone or returned calls promptly, so Margarita's anxiety grew with each passing minute. As the hours ticked by, Campira's unusual silence and lack of online activity only heightened Margarita's concerns. Eventually, Margarita decided to contact Jorge to find out what had happened to her daughter. Jorge attempted to alleviate Margarita's concerns by downplaying the argument and Campira departure to celebrate the new year with friends. However, Margarita remained unconvinced and asked a family friend to check on Campira. When the friend arrived at Campira's house, Jorge told him that Campira was asleep and unable to meet with him. Margarita's suspicions grew, and she sensed that Jorge was hiding something. On December 31st, between 5 o'clock and 8 p.m., Jorge committed a heinous crime. He brutally murdered Campira by strangling her after beating her severely with an unknown object, leaving multiple injuries on her face and body. In an attempt to make it appear as though Campira had taken her own life, Jorge cut a lock of her hair, placed her body on the bed, covered it with a blanket, and left the gas stove on. He even placed a portrait of Campira's late ex-husband in her hand to create the illusion that memories of him had driven her to suicide. Around 8:30 p.m., Jorge packed his belongings and left the house. On the night of January 1st, 2017, Margarita tried to contact her daughter Campira to wish her a happy new year, but was unable to reach her. She then called her son Gabriel, who was in the same city as Campira, and asked him to check on her. When Gabriel arrived at his sister's house, he was immediately hit with a strong smell of gas. After turning off the gas burners, he began searching for Campira and was shocked to find her body on the couch, bearing signs of a brutal beating on her face. As Gabriel threw off the blanket covering his sister's body, he was horrified by what he saw. Campira was wearing only her underwear, and her body was covered in numerous bruises. Several details caught his attention. There were drops of blood around her, although her body and underwear appeared clean, as if she had recently bathed. Additionally, Campira's head was almost completely shaved, which struck Gabriel as strange, as his sister was known to take great care of her hair. Gabriel reported the incident to the police and then called his mother to break the news to Margarita. Paramedics and police arrived, confirmed Campira's death, and restricted access to the scene. The family was stunned by grief, struggling to come to terms with what happened. Their eyes reflected sadness and a glimmer of hope for justice. The investigation was complicated by inconsistencies between the crime scene and the initial assumption of suicide. The police meticulously examined every detail to unravel the truth. The police initially suspected suicide, but Campira's family disputed this, finding it impossible to believe that a young, cheerful woman would take such a drastic step. Campira's family was convinced that her death was not a suicide, but a violent crime. A strand of hair found on her body that did not match anyone in the house reinforced their suspicions. They demanded a more thorough investigation, which was granted. A second forensic examination confirmed their fears, revealing that Campira was strangled and that the suicide scene was staged. The evidence included marks on her trachea and neck, bruises indicating a beating, and the absence of a strand of hair. The police launched an investigation, and Campira's aunt, Sandra, worked with the deputy prosecutor to have the case transferred to the prosecutor's office. However, progress was slow. Later, Sandra was called back to the prosecutor's office and informed that she and her brother, Gabriel, could be plaintiffs in the case. Campira's children were left with their grandmother after the tragedy. To shield them from painful memories, they were transferred to a new school. However, time alone didn't heal their wounds. 2 months later, the family was allowed to visit the apartment where Campira's body was found, collecting her belongings and possibly uncovering clues. Her laptop was found, but its data had been deleted. Fortunately, her iPad was password protected, and the last photos she took before her death were recovered. One disturbing photo showed Campira lying next to Jorge on the same sofa where her body was later found. Further investigation of the photos revealed more evidence. In one image, Jorge was seen holding a skull-shaped container that was later discovered in the apartment's freezer. He was also shown strangling Campira with one hand. Drawers in the desk yielded sketches of tattoos Jorge planned to get, further hinting at his possible involvement in the crime. The public was outraged when Jorge was released on bail in February 2009, sparking widespread anger. Many realized that if he had been detained earlier, the young women might still be alive. The Campira and young families continued to demand justice for their loved ones on social media, gathering over 13,000 supporters on a memorial page. 10 months after his escape, Jorge was finally caught on October 24, 2017. His arrest was unexpected, occurring during a routine patrol by the National Civilian Police in Livingston, Guatemala. The officers were patrolling the streets when they noticed a suspicious man who appeared to be homeless. A routine check of his documents and fingerprints revealed a shocking truth. The man was on the international wanted list with a high danger level. Jorge was immediately arrested and taken to the immigration center in Guatemala City, where he was detained pending further action. The Guatemalan authorities quickly contacted their Mexican counterparts to initiate the extradition process. According to the head of the Guatemalan police, Pablo Castillo, Jorge had been hiding under a bridge in western Guatemala, living on the streets and relying on the kindness of tourists for survival. The next day, October 25th, Jorge was transported to the Mexican border city of Chiapas, where he was handed over to the Mexican authorities. After crossing the border, Jorge was taken to Mexico City, marking the successful completion of the extradition process and the delivery of justice. Jorge appeared in court to face charges for his alleged crimes. A reporter managed to ask him a few questions, but Jorge responded with a complete denial of any wrongdoing, claiming he was unaware of the charges against him. This was despite being taken to court on October 26th for a preventive measure, specifically for the murder of Campira. During the trial, the prosecution presented strong evidence of Jorge's involvement in the crime. The investigation revealed that Jorge had brutally beaten the victim with an unknown object before strangling her to death. The prosecutor classified the crime as a feminicide, made worse by the fact that Jorge had a romantic relationship with the victim. The prosecutor also pointed out that Jorge had a prior conviction for theft and was possibly involved in the death of another ex-girlfriend, Jan. Despite the overwhelming evidence and arguments against Jorge, his lawyer proposed an alternative explanation that Jorge was mentally unstable and needed a psychological evaluation. This move came as the community awaited justice, expecting a suitable punishment for the perpetrator. After thoroughly examining the evidence, witness testimonies, and arguments, the judge turned his attention to Jorge and his lawyer. He asked how long it would take to complete the psychological evaluation. Following a consultation, Jorge's lawyer agreed that Jorge would attend all subsequent court hearings. Upon reviewing all materials and considering both sides, the judge rendered a verdict. There was sufficient evidence from the prosecutor to hold Jorge accountable for his crimes. The court ordered the investigation to continue and gave a 4-month deadline to gather new evidence. Meanwhile, Jorge was taken into custody and held at a pretrial detention center. Despite Jorge's arrest and guilty verdict, the Campira and Jan families faced a lengthy and challenging process ahead. In August 2019, an oral hearing was held in Jorge's case. His lawyer asked the court to disregard the videos that showed Jorge entering and leaving Camper's house on the day she was murdered. They claimed that these videos were incomplete, taken from a 30-hour recording at the crime scene, and could not be used to prove Jorge's guilt. The videos had been given to the victim's family by a neighbor who recorded them. The family then passed them on to the police, who brought only partial recordings to court. The police had lost the original disc. Jorge's lawyer alleged that the Mexico City prosecutor's office had concealed this information, which only came to light on the day of the hearing. The defense lawyer argued that the materials used to obtain the arrest warrant were unlawful. Specifically, the lawyer claimed that a key video was given to the Camper family rather than the judicial authorities, and therefore could not be used as evidence. Despite this, the supervisory judge rejected the defense's petition after considering the prosecution's arguments and the testimony of Camper's friends and neighbors. Additionally, the court considered 2 witness statements, but did not accept them as evidence. The case proceeded, and Jorge was allowed to appeal the decision and present the same arguments again. Meanwhile, the Young family was dealing with their own separate case. A ban on violence against women was established in Mexico City, thanks in part to advocacy from several groups, including the Mexican Institute of Human Rights and Democracy and the Center for Justice. This new decree was influenced by multiple high-profile crimes, including the murder of Yen. As a result, her case was forwarded to a Mexico City court for trial. Nearly 7 years after Yang's murder, charges were formally brought against her suspected killer, Jorge, in May 2021. Shortly thereafter, a judge ordered his arrest for his role in her murder. Despite these developments, Jorge's defense team was able to significantly slow down the investigation and prosecution. 9 years after Yang's death, Jorge Humberto Martinez Cortez was sentenced to 52 years and 6 months in prison in November 2023 for taking Yang's life. While the Yang family has finally received justice, Camper's family still faces a lengthy process. A trial had been scheduled for April 2022 at the detention center where Jorge was being held. Activists were resolute that this time the perpetrator would not evade accountability. Jorge's lawyers have successfully delayed the hearing once again, which was set to take place on January 29, 2024. Over 50 witnesses were expected to be called to testify, but for now, there is no update on the status of the hearing in the media. Jorge's family remains hopeful that he will eventually be held accountable for his actions. While nothing can bring Camper back, they seek justice and want to ensure that her death does not go unpunished. Brett Ryan was born in 1981 in Canada into a warm and supportive family. His parents, Susan and Bill, and his 3 brothers formed a tight-knit household. Christopher and Leland were the eldest siblings, born in 1974 and 1979. Respectively. Brett was the 3rd child, followed by the youngest, Alexander, who was born in 1987. Bill was a calm man deeply concerned with mental health, teaching classes at a local community center to stay fit and healthy. He also worked as a budget director for the Toronto Star newspaper. Susan, Brett's mother, was a cheerful yet firm woman dedicated to household chores and raising her children. She had a passion for gardening and was an avid baseball fan. At 16, Brett graduated from high school and immediately enrolled at the University of Toronto with numerous plans. However, academics were not his only concern, as he was already worrying about money. He decided to work painting houses during the summer to cover his basic needs, buy clothes, and enjoy various recreational activities. People who knew Brett described him as always smiling and very polite. He was also very helpful, volunteering and refereeing minor league games at the local community center. Handsome and generous, he made friends easily. Despite his many attributes and above-average intelligence, university proved too challenging, and he eventually dropped out. Initially, this did not seem to affect him much, but reality soon caught up with him. While his friends built successful careers in fields like finance, healthcare, and education, Brett worked as a house painter. What started as a summer job became a full-time occupation. Behind his broad smile and worn-out paintbrush, desperation was growing. As one of the younger children, Brett lived with his parents and often received help from Bill, Susan, and his older brothers. His main issue was attempting to maintain a lifestyle that did not match his earning potential. At that time, Christopher was working with the Toronto Transit Commission, and Leland, considered the artist of the family, was studying photography and playing the drums and guitar. Alexander, the youngest Ryan, was intelligent and excelled in his studies, even attending a school for gifted children. While his brothers' lives seemed to be on track, Brett's life was drowning in growing debt, and he soon felt overwhelmed. By February 2007, at the age of 26, his financial situation was dire, with debts exceeding $60,000. The crisis was not just financial. It spread to other areas of his life, leading to personal problems. He needed to increase his income urgently and spent hours thinking about what to do, which took a toll on him. Despite this, he projected a different image. Neighbors and friends saw Brett as a standout athlete, the life of the party, and often remarked that he was an extrovert in a family of introverts. Despite his worsening situation and periodic bouts of depression, Brett always tried to project a positive and strong image. He wanted to be admired, not pitied. However, the life Brett was living was far from what he had envisioned for himself. His erratic and criminal past began to unfold as he devised various plans. With above-average intelligence, instead of using it to earn extra income honestly, he embarked on a criminal career. The winning idea he had was to rob a bank. On October 20th, 2007, Brett walked into an ICBC bank disguised as a patient with bandages covering his face, wearing a hoodie and with his left arm in a sling. He limped and carried an envelope supposedly containing professional documents. When it was his turn, he handed the teller a note stating it was a robbery and that he was armed, demanding $2,000 or more. The teller gave him just over $1,000, but for Brett, it was a triumph. He spent the next 8 months robbing banks using the same method. Brett embraced the theatricality of his crimes, deciding to change his bandage disguise after the second robbery. He bought a high-quality beard and earned the nickname the Bearded Bandit in the media. He also wore a hat similar to the one worn by the protagonist of the show Gilligan's Island, paired with glasses, a checkered shirt, and a dark jacket. After planning his next heist, he struck again, obtaining between $2,000 and $3,000 in each robbery. After one of Brett's robberies, the police tracked his vehicle using an external camera and traced him back to his home. Several weeks later, when Brett Ryan approached another bank ready to make a withdrawal, the police had already been monitoring him for 15 days. He entered the bank, quickly turned around, and exited. Waiting outside were officers ready to arrest him. Brett pled guilty and spent the next 7 months in police custody awaiting trial. He was charged with 29 counts of armed robbery committed while disguised. In total, he had stolen $28,000. In January 2009, Brett found himself in a small, windowless room in the Ontario Court of Justice. Several close friends had written letters of support to the court detailing Brett's generosity and volunteer work, hoping to influence the judge's decision favorably. Although many charges were dropped, he was convicted of committing 8 robberies. The court sentenced him to 45 months in prison, minus the 7 months he had already served. The judge also imposed a lifetime ban on possessing any firearms, even though none were ever found or proven to be in his possession. Brett made his first request for parole as soon as possible, but the parole board denied it. The board believed he needed to address his depressive episodes to qualify for parole. Brett accepted the recommendations and began attending professional sessions to tackle his mental health issues. The board also noted Brett's efforts to reconnect with his estranged family, discussing his depression with them. It was hoped that acknowledging his problem to his family would help manage his episodes. However, one treating psychiatrist warned that Brett could develop a more severe form of depression due to its hereditary nature. At the next parole hearing, his mother, father, and one of his brothers attended. This was seen favorably by the board, along with the fact that Brett's treatment involved counseling rather than medication. The documents showed he received 7 counseling sessions with a psychologist during this time. The psychologist's report indicated that Brett did not need ongoing psychological therapy or supportive counseling, but had the option to return if necessary. The Canadian Parole Board members noted that Brett had complied with all conditions and maintained a low risk of reoffending, granting him full parole on November 24, 2010. Brett returned home to his family, ready to start anew. However, freedom brought challenges Brett was unprepared for. Outside prison, he found a harsher world than he had left. Unable to escape his debt, he declared bankruptcy. His criminal past was easily discovered by potential employers who Googled his name and found his history of disguises and bank robberies. Brett tried to resume his house painting business, but most potential clients refused to hire him due to his past. Approaching 30 years old, Brett struggled to escape his reality as an ex-convict with no higher education and few prospects. His mother, Susan, was upset by neighbors' comments about their family. She and Bill sold their house and bought a small bungalow in Scarborough. The family decided to move to start a new life away from their former neighbors' remarks, eager to leave behind the years of Brett's imprisonment. The Ryans made the most of their new home. Susan transformed the front yard into an elaborate garden filled with flowering plants, small shrubs, and a cat statue. Brett began taking steps to achieve the success he had always envisioned. He worked in low-paying retail jobs, but with some financial help from his parents, re-enrolled at the University of Toronto to pursue a degree in biophysics. He also made a concerted effort to be more open with his family. He visited a psychologist who emphasized that the lesson from his criminal past was to be honest with those closest to him. As the Ryans settled into their new community, they effectively started fresh. Each family member gradually resumed their activities. It seemed the storm had passed. Things were steadily improving each day. In September 2011, a friend set Brett Ryan up on a blind date with Kristen Baxter, a blonde and athletic physiotherapist. They met near her beachfront condominium. Kristen lived the happy life Brett desired for himself. She had a good job, a lovely home, and enjoyed hiking, traveling, and walking her dog. She was a pleasant young woman who looked like a magazine model, with a reserved smile that contrasted with her loud laughter when amused. Despite knowing Brett's criminal past, Kristen fell in love with him. By January 2013, they moved in together at her condo. Living with Kristen marked a significant change from his family's suburban bungalow. The condo was small but offered a stunning view of the lake beyond Toronto's islands. Brett could barbecue on the roof, watch planes land at the airport, and swim in the pool on the second floor, which had both covered and open areas. They frequently traveled to tropical places and enjoyed a dreamlike life together. However, fate had another twist in store for Brett. In 2014, his father, Bill, passed away, dealing a heavy blow. Brett's depression resurfaced, along with financial problems. Brett confided in his therapist, trying to follow their advice. Following Bill's death, Brett paid more attention to his mother, helping her with administrative tasks Bill had once handled, doing odd jobs around the house for extra money. He needed the money, especially after proposing to Kristen with a diamond ring. Once again, his finances were crumbling, and as his bank account dwindled, he began spinning a web of lies. As months and years passed, Brett continued working, studying, and maintaining his family and romantic relationships as best as he could. But in reality, he was struggling with his past problems and hiding everything from everyone. In 2015, he dropped out of university again but kept it a closely guarded secret. Kristen and her family believed he was still studying. He didn't even tell his therapist. By spring 2016, he received a job offer from a tech company in Toronto. This thrilled him, and he was convinced things would get better. He immediately told Kristen and his family, but within days, his past came back to haunt him. The company withdrew the offer after discovering his criminal record. Despite this, Brett convinced Kristen, his mother, and his brothers that he was still studying and had started the new job. As part of the deception, he dressed up and left home every day, leading everyone to believe he was managing his work and studies perfectly. He kept up appearances by smiling and doing everything possible to maintain his facade of happiness. On social media, he posted about various events, radiating joy, surrounded by friends, family, and his devoted girlfriend, Kristen. He portrayed himself as an extroverted, popular, and friendly person, but internally, he was under immense pressure, a ticking time bomb. In his desperate attempt to keep up appearances and show that everything was going well, Brett and Kristen agreed to get married on September 16, 2016. The date held special significance as it marked their first date in 2011. The wedding was to be held at a luxurious venue in Ontario, costing $100 per person. At this point, it seemed Brett had finally taken control of his life. His mother, Susan, was so proud that she often bragged about his achievements to neighbors. She spoke of his university degree, good job, beautiful downtown apartment, and upcoming wedding. Paradoxically, Brett depended more on his mother than ever. With so many financial demands on the horizon, he pressured her to take on more paying jobs at home. But even with Susan's help, Brett's situation was becoming dire. Less than a month before the wedding, after over a year of piling lie upon lie, Brett finally followed his psychologist's advice and confessed everything to his mother. Susan's world shattered as she listened to her son admit that he needed to secure a good job but required her full support as a mother until then. To Brett's surprise, instead of rescuing him, she issued an ultimatum. Susan told him he had to tell Kristen the truth and announced that she wouldn't give him any more money until he did. Cornered with no way out, Brett devised a sinister plan. Outwardly, he continued to appear as the most extroverted and friendly person in the group, but each day he felt worse. He tried to manage the fragile web of lies, knowing it was only a matter of time before everything collapsed. Brett sought the right moment to talk and relieve himself of the burden, but days passed, and he didn't take the necessary step to come clean. Meanwhile, Susan constantly reminded him of the importance of honesty, especially with Kristen. She pressured him, saying that if he didn't speak up, she would. She revealed that she had discussed the situation with his 3 brothers, and they agreed with her. Unknowingly, Susan pushed Brett to the breaking point. She thought Brett would make the right decision but never imagined how wrong she was. While she saw a look of remorse on her son's face, Brett was contemplating the most terrible plans to cover his lies. Determined to keep Kristen in the dark, he would go to any lengths, fearing she wouldn't forgive him and would end the relationship. Brett felt he couldn't bear another failure and began plotting how to silence his family. Brett Ryan thought that if he could scare his family with threats, he might prevent them from talking. But as he perceived their determination to tell Kristen the truth, he concluded that silencing them permanently was the only solution. In his mind, he began devising a macabre plan involving a crossbow, a silent weapon. Acquiring one was relatively easy and wouldn't pose any significant problem, as it didn't require a permit. The court restriction against him wouldn't be an obstacle either. He just needed to be over 18 years old. In Canada, crossbows are commonly used for hunting activities, so Brett bought a second-hand one, leaving no transaction record. During one of his visits to his mother's house, he hid the crossbow among some debris in the garage, where a kitchen renovation was underway. On the morning of August 25, 2016, Brett was determined to end his anguish. He set up an elaborate mechanism to create the perfect digital alibi. He gathered his laptop, 2 4-pound weights, a wooden spoon, a digital timer, and an oscillating fan. He propped his laptop against the wall with the weights, taped the spoon to the fan, and positioned it so that the tip aligned with the enter key on the keyboard. He connected the fan to the timer, programming it to turn on in the morning. Each time the fan moved, the spoon would press the enter key, making it appear as if Brett was watching YouTube videos. He prepared a similar setup with his tablet, phone, styluses, 2 oscillating fans, and 2 timers. He taped a stylus to each fan and secured the tablet and phone to wooden boards with screws. When the fans turned on, the styluses would send pre-written messages, making it seem like Brett was home all day, watching videos and sending emails. The next step was to leave his house without being caught on any security cameras. He exited the condo by taking the stairs to a back alley, avoiding the cameras, and headed to the public transit terminal. He took a train, got off at Eglinton Station, and walked to his mother's house. He arrived at 10 a.m. wearing 2 pairs of jeans, one over the other. He carried a bag with extra clothes, a wig, a fisherman's hat, and several crossbow bolts. Susan was surprised to see him. She wanted to rest, as she was battling a cold, but engaged in conversation with her son despite her fatigue. Brett tried to persuade his mother to keep quiet, but she was determined to talk to Kristen. In minutes, they were arguing heatedly. Brett rushed to the garage with Susan following, insisting he tell the truth. She called Christopher, Brett's older brother, and warned Brett that he was on his way. That was the final straw. Brett attacked his mother, shooting her in the cheek and ear with a crossbow bolt. He then strangled her with a yellow nylon cord. Susan was 66 years old. After killing his mother, Brett hid her body under some debris, covering it with a tarp. He then loaded the crossbow and waited for his brother, Christopher. When Christopher arrived, Brett silently approached from behind and shot him in the neck, killing him instantly. He dragged his brother's body to the garage, placed it on top of their mother's, and covered them with the tarp. Christopher was 42 years old. Shortly after, his younger brother, Alexander, 29, arrived. Brett struck him in the neck with a bolt, leaving him severely injured. Leland, 37, was napping in his room but rushed downstairs upon hearing a scream. Adrenaline and rage fueled Brett, as he was determined to see his plan through. Leland thought Alexander had had an accident and didn't understand why Brett told him not to call for help. In seconds, a brutal fight ensued between the brothers, Brett intent on killing Leland and Leland fighting for his life. Meanwhile, Alexander managed to drag himself to the front door. The intense fight took them through various parts of what was once a warm family home. They fought in the living room, dining room, and 2 bedrooms until Leland finally escaped, screaming for help, and ran to the neighbor's house. As soon as they opened the door, Leland stumbled in, asking them to call emergency services and ensure the police arrived quickly, before passing out. Meanwhile, Brett took a bottle of water from the fridge, not bothering to close the door. He sent an email to Kristen, saying he had ruined everything and everyone, apologizing for not controlling his mental and antisocial issues. He then walked like a sleepwalker and calmly sat at the entrance of the house, covered in blood from head to toe, realizing he had destroyed his world. Within minutes, police and homicide investigators arrived. Brett was sitting near Alexander, who was still breathing. Brett told the officers he should have taken Alexander to the hospital and added that there were 2 more bodies in the garage. He confessed to the murders, stating he used a crossbow. At that moment, the scene was swarming with police. Shortly after Brett's arrest, Toronto police entered Kristen's apartment and discovered the devices he had set up for his alibi. Initially unsure of what to make of them, they evacuated the building and called in the specialized threat response team. The specialists disconnected the fans and removed the pencils before the timers activated. They determined it was a ruse to make it appear that someone, in this case Brett, was using the devices from that location. The police stated that preliminary investigations revealed 3 deceased individuals, 1 female and 2 males, and an injured man who had been taken to the hospital. They also confirmed that they had the perpetrator in custody. The crossbow allegedly used in the attacks was recovered at the scene. They added that they would continue investigating to determine the motive and gather all evidence left at the crime scene to get a clear and objective view of what transpired. The community was shaken, saddened by the events, but also terrified. Most neighbors had lived in the area for 10, 20, or more years. In the days following the incident, everyone began locking their doors, and they came and went with caution and fear. While the neighbors grappled with a newfound sense of insecurity, Brett had to give statements to the police. He admitted to killing his mother and 2 of his brothers, but claimed his initial intent was only to scare them. He said that when he went to the garage for the crossbow, it was to intimidate his mother, but he lost control. When brought before the court, he waived his right to a preliminary hearing and pleaded guilty. He hired a renowned criminal defense attorney known for representing high-profile clients, particularly in criminal cases. Brett faced charges of 3 counts of first-degree murder with various aggravating factors. However, he argued that the charge for his mother's death should be second-degree murder, as he didn't intend to kill her. Regarding his brother Christopher, Brett admitted to first-degree murder, since he waited in hiding and ambushed him with the crossbow. For his brother Alexander, who arrived unexpectedly, he accepted a second-degree murder charge. In the case of Leland, he admitted to attempted murder and acknowledged inflicting multiple injuries. The trial was relatively brief. In the next hearing, Brett appeared before the jury and, through sobs, expressed deep regret for his actions, apologizing to his friends, Kristen, and especially his surviving brother, Leland. He vowed to use the time and opportunities presented to him, repeatedly saying how sorry he was. Brett insisted he hadn't intended to use the alibi devices, claiming he decided to talk to his mother instead. However, the expert report contradicted him, stating that the devices would have functioned to make it appear someone was at home watching YouTube and sending emails if they hadn't been disabled. The judge acknowledged Brett's immediate guilty plea and noted his apparent remorse and willingness to be accountable for his actions. The judge also remarked that Brett was, in a way, a victim trapped in a web of lies. Ultimately, Brett was sentenced to 3 concurrent life sentences for each murder, plus an additional 10 years for the assault on Leland. He would be eligible for parole in 2041 at the age of 60. Leland Ryan chose not to speak to the media but shared his anguish in court. He described the horror of fighting for his life against his own brother and then seeing his mother and brothers dead. He admitted struggling to sleep and living in constant sorrow and distress. Brett had believed in the fantasies he created in his mind, but when everything fell apart, instead of facing reality, he lost himself in a labyrinth of lies with the worst possible outcome. At 35 years old, Brett had been weeks away from marrying the woman of his dreams, living in a beachfront condo. Perhaps, if he had told the truth, Kristen might have understood. But now, that possibility is lost forever, as Brett destroyed every bridge with his terrible actions. The case of Christy Lynn Mullins. Christy Lynn Mullins was born on August 28, 1960, in Columbus, Ohio, one of 6 children in a large family. They lived in a quiet neighborhood, away from the noise and chaos of the city. In the 1975, 14-year-old Christy spent most of her days socializing with friends and family, often going to the local neighborhood swimming pool. In late August, Christy babysat for a family friend on the evening of August 22nd. The next day, August 23rd, she woke up around noon and decided to go swimming to cool off. She invited her sister Kim to join her and they went to the residential area. While Kim went swimming, Christy relaxed on a deck chair. A short time later, Kim went ashore and found Christy nowhere to be seen. But Kim decided not to look for her and instead stayed at the pool. Surprisingly, when Kim returned home, Christy was not there. Hours passed and Christy still hadn't come home. Kim became even more worried. She decided to look for Christy and ran into a neighbor who told her that the police had found the body of a young woman a few miles away, but they had not been able to identify it. Kim rushed home to tell her parents, who immediately called the police to report Christy missing. It was very likely that the body found belonged to Christy, so the police directed them to the morgue for identification. Although it was difficult to recognize the identity of the body due to the severely bruised face, Christy's mother eventually accepted that the body was Christy's, her beloved daughter, thanks to the birthmark on her leg. Police later explained to the family what had happened. It turned out that at about 2:30 p.m. that same day, a man reported finding a body in the woods behind the local shopping center. He, his wife, and son had gone there to buy toys, but before entering the store, their son wanted to take a walk on the trail behind the building. This path was a popular walking path leading to a river and the area was famous for its beauty. Together with his parents, the son went for a walk on this trail. During their hike, they came across a disturbing scene about 10 yards down the trail. A man was kneeling on top of someone and repeatedly beating him with a wooden object. When he saw the family, he immediately ran away. The father rushed to the scene and found a seriously injured little girl covered in blood. His wife, who had medical training, checked the victim's pulse, but there was none. The father quickly went to a nearby shopping center and called the police from a store. He and his wife provided investigators with a detailed description of the suspect, who was a tall, slim young man with long black hair, wearing jeans shorts and boots, about 20 years old. Police created a sketch of the suspect based on their description and distributed it to patrol officers. However, the investigation of the crime scene yielded no results. The wooden object used as the murder weapon was found, but they discovered no other evidence linking the perpetrator. Notably, the victim's hands were tied with a telephone cord and her bikini top was pulled down. Her t-shirt and shoes were found next to her body. Despite these signs, forensic experts found no evidence that a sexual assault had occurred. Luckily, detectives were able to continue their investigation thanks to new information from Kim, who told them about a conversation between Christy and a friend, Carol. The police summoned Carol. Carol recounted to police a suspicious phone call she had received from a stranger claiming to be a local DJ. The man had called her to talk about a fake cheerleading competition at the state fair, which was supposedly being held behind the local shopping mall. He announced the event would start at 1:45 p.m. and had told Carol to wait for someone at the entrance to the forest trail. The police were skeptical about Carol's story, and when they dug deeper, they discovered many inconsistencies. According to Carol, she had originally planned to attend the event with her sister, but they had run into Christy and her sister on the way. Carol then invited Christy to join her, and they left their sisters behind to go to the mall. However, when they arrived at the entrance to the woods, no one appeared, and Carol claimed that she had gone to the shopping center to ask for the time. When she turned around, Christy was gone. The police investigation revealed that there had been no cheerleading competitions in town, casting doubt on the reason for Carol and Christy's trip to the woods. Police suspected that the mysterious phone call might have been a ruse to lure Carol into the woods, but they were unable to trace the call to identify the caller. Further investigation revealed discrepancies in Carol's story. She claimed to have met Christy and her sister on the street, but Kim said they had been at the pool and Carol had come to meet them there. Additionally, Christy's mother reported a strange conversation with Carol later that evening, which raised further suspicions. Carol apologized to Christy's mother and revealed that she had been the intended target of a murder involving two people. However, she quickly retracted her words and left. Christy's mother reported this to the police. The police questioned Carol again, but she denied making a statement and stuck to her original story. Carol was then given a polygraph test, which did not reveal any signs of deception when Carol answered key questions. As a result, investigators shifted focus away from Carol and pursued other leads. Police intensified their search for the killer 3 days after Christy's murder. A police officer patrolling the streets of Columbus spotted a man who bore a striking resemblance to a sketch of Christy's killer. Patrol officers quickly called detectives to the scene and asked Jack to accompany them to the station for questioning. The man, Jack Carmen, 25, agreed to go with them. However, the police soon realized that Jack was severely mentally disabled, with an IQ of about 50 points. Results based on many different tests. As a result, Jack had limited communication skills and could not read or write. He was cared for by a specialist medical facility and lived in a supervised apartment. Despite these challenges, detectives could not ignore the striking resemblance between Jack and the composite sketch of the suspect in Christy's case. The interrogation process was extremely difficult due to Jack's limited ability to understand and answer questions. Most of the time, he just answered with one word or stayed silent. The detectives began to question whether Jack was capable of fully understanding their questions. To improve the situation, they had to ask very simple and specific questions. After 6 hours of questioning, detectives were finally starting to get results. They were finally able to extract a confession from Jack. According to his testimony, on the day in question he had left his apartment, taken the bus to the shopping center and bought a shirt and pants. As Jack walked through the parking lot, he saw Christy sitting on a fence near the entrance to a wooded trail. He approached her, tied her up by tying her hands, and then dragged her into the woods where he carried out the assault. After the attack, Christy tried to run away, but Jack quickly caught up with her. He picked up a nearby piece of wood and repeatedly hit her in the head. Jack then ran to the main road in front of the shopping center and boarded the bus. The next day, police took Jack to the forest where he allegedly committed the crime. There, he pointed out the exact spot and provided specific details that only the perpetrator would know. including the fact that the piece of wood used to strike the victim broke in half. Investigators also verified the testimony, asking the couple who found Christy to identify the person they had seen on the day of the incident. Both identified the man they had seen as Jack. As a result, Jack was charged with multiple offenses, including assault and murder. The prosecution chose to include it in the charges. The prosecutor initially sought the death penalty, but Jack's lawyer negotiated a deal. In exchange for a life sentence, Jack would plead guilty before the judge, thereby avoiding execution. The case moved swiftly, with thousands of people following. Just 11 days after the murder, on September 3rd, Jack was sentenced to life in prison. However, after the trial, public opinion began to shift, and many people started to question Jack's guilt. As more details about his confession and his background emerged in the media, people began to wonder whether he was truly capable of committing such a heinous crime. Those who knew Jack found it hard to believe that he was capable of the crime. He was a passive, timid, and compliant person who would agree to anything if pushed hard enough. In the past, he had even taken the blame for something he didn't do, like the time he claimed responsibility for breaking a boiler at a charity center, when in fact someone else was to blame. This behavior raised doubts about his ability to make a genuine confession to the crime. His supporters felt that the police must have manipulated him into confessing by feeding him information and asking pressured questions. For instance, if the police asked him if he hit the victim with a piece of wood, and he answered yes, they could use that as a confession. However, this approach can be unreliable, especially considering Jack's tendency to confess to anything when under threat. Even the mention of the electric chair was enough to make him agree to whatever the detectives wanted. Furthermore, the police took Jack to the crime scene at the same time as the witnesses, a married couple who later identified him at the police station. This raised concerns that the witnesses had been biased, as they had already seen Jack and knew he was a suspect, despite the police's claims that they never crossed paths. There were several red flags surrounding Jack's alleged involvement in the crime. For instance, the police failed to locate the bus driver or any passengers who claimed to have seen Jack on his way to the city center, which contradicted his own statement. Moreover, multiple people at the charity organization building where Jack lived and worked said to have seen him at around 1:30 p.m. This created a major timing issue. Even if Jack had left immediately after being seen by these witnesses, the bus ride to the shopping center on the outskirts of town would have taken at least 40 minutes. Given the crime was committed at 1:50 p.m., it was logistically impossible for Jack to have made it on time. This cast serious doubts about Jack's guilt and raised suspicions that the police may have coerced his confession. Christy's parents, too, began questioning whether Jack was the true culprit. At the height of the controversy, approximately 70 individuals gathered in front of City Hall on September 9th to draw attention to the case and advocate for a comprehensive investigation. They established a public committee aimed at securing justice for Jack. As a result, Jack was assigned a new lawyer, who swiftly petitioned for a case review. After several months, a judge dismissed Jack's original confession and ordered a new trial, putting the onus on the prosecution to establish his guilt from the beginning. This marked a daunting challenge for the prosecution, making their case almost unviable. Norman Mills, Christy's father, began his own investigation while preparations for the new trial were underway. Dissatisfied with the way the detectives had worked, Norman took matters into his own hands. Immediately after the murder, Norman and several neighbors searched the area where Christy was found. They discovered a bloody pair of jean shorts and men's underwear in the woods. They turned the items over to the police, who had initially missed them. It was unclear whether these items were related to the case or if they had been examined for evidence. Jack's new trial began in 1977, 2 years after the murder. The defense had two tasks: first and foremost, to prove Jack's innocence and also to try to identify the real killer. In fact, they already had a pretty strong candidate for the role, who they considered to be the prime suspect. The man who found Christ's body along with his wife was Henry Newell, who was 25 years old at the time of the murder. At the beginning of the trial, Jack's lawyers had amassed an impressive list of reasons to suspect Henry of murder, and during the trial, the list grew even longer. Initially, Henry attracted attention because of his criminal record. Beginning in his teenage years, he had been arrested multiple times for various crimes, serving 3 prison sentences. He had successfully escaped from prison twice before being captured and brought back. At the time of Jack's trial, he was serving his 4th sentence, this time for burning down a house to collect insurance money. Lawyers also reviewed evidence from Christ's case and found some very suspicious details in his testimony. Henry said he had found her body, ran over, and threw a bloody piece of wood aside. He explained this by saying that he was in a state of shock at the time, but acting like that still seemed odd. Why did he pick up the murder weapon and throw it from his body for no apparent reason? He also testified that he thought the girl was still alive, so he took off his shirt and pressed it to her face. This action also raised questions. Did he actually try to stop the bleeding, or was his shirt stained with blood during the murder, and he needed to justify it somehow? Jack's lawyer found a store clerk in the mall where Henry had run to call the police. She said he was not wearing a shirt but was wearing jean shorts, although by the time police arrived, he was wearing a different pair of pants. The employee also confirmed that Henry had a new bruise on his face, as if someone had hit him. When asked why she didn't immediately report this to the police, she said no one had asked her. The officers themselves should have noticed this bruising but ignored it. Henry also agreed to take a polygraph test, but he ended up vomiting right on the machine. Another witness was Henry's neighbor, who said that on the night of the murder, he had talked to Henry and noticed many new scratches on his hands. The man also mentioned seeing a telephone cord in Henry's garage that was the same color and shape as the cord used to tie the victim's hands. That's not all. The neighbor said that Henry had once told him a very strange story. He claimed to know Chris's 14-year-old friend Carol, and that they had once swum naked together in the pool. This story shocked everyone involved in the case. It turned out that Henry was acquainted with Carol, who was also directly involved in the case. His wife, Pam, also testified in court, saying everything had happened exactly as they told police on the first day. They had gone to the mall, and their son wanted to go for a walk. They went into the woods and found the body. Pam added that up until that point, Henry had remained at home and only stepped outside for a few minutes to scare away neighborhood children who had begun throwing firecrackers into their yard. Carol also testified, saying she had never met Henry. She was also asked about her intentions in telling Chris's mother that things should not have escalated to this point, but Carol again claimed she did not remember saying anything like that. Henry himself repeated his story without any changes and insisted that he had nothing to do with the crime. One of the most important moments of the trial was the showing of the entire recording of Jack's interrogation. After watching it, it became clear to everyone that Jack had simply been forced to confirm the detective's words that he had committed murder. Jack barely said anything and didn't seem to fully understand what the police wanted from him. But that was not the most important moment of the trial. On the 5th day, another unexpected witness appeared. It was Bobby, Henry's stepson, and his testimony truly shocked everyone following the case. Bobby revealed that that day, Henry had indeed gone out of the house to chase away the children who had thrown firecrackers into the yard. When Henry returned home, his shirt and sandals were missing and Henry had scars on his hands and face. Bobby was told by his parents that they would be going to the shopping center, but when they arrived, they instead took him on a walk in the woods behind the center. Bobby claims he never asked to go for a walk, which contradicts what his parents initially said. During the walk, they found Henry's torn sandal and then Christy's body. Bobby's mother instructed him not to tell anyone about what he saw. At the trial, Bobby's grandmother testified about a disturbing comment made by Henry during Christy's farewell ceremony. After expressing her sadness about Christy's death, Henry replied, "It will teach her to keep her mouth shut." Another witness, Henry's friend, came forward and said that Henry had confessed to him that he accidentally killed Christy. Although the evidence clearly pointed to Henry's involvement, the prosecutor surprisingly announced that they would not pursue a case against Henry. The prosecutor also claimed that the initial investigation was handled correctly, despite acknowledging that the police missed or ignored many clues from the beginning. The public was outraged by this decision, leading the prosecutor to change his mind 2 days later and agree to reopen the investigation into Christy's death. Christy's father refused to give up on seeking justice and filed a civil lawsuit against Jack, but not because he believed Jack was involved in the murder. Rather, he hoped to gain access to the case files and gather more information. Unfortunately, this effort also proved unsuccessful. The case had remained stagnant until February 2013, when Henry died of terminal cancer. Despite this, in the same year, former attorney John Aller became interested in the case and conducted his own investigation. He contacted all parties involved in gathering new information. Christy's relatives had provided John with a box of records that Christy's father had collected. After reviewing the records and talking to dozens of people, John believed that Henry was the culprit behind Christy's murder. John's investigation revealed that Carol had bought marijuana from Henry, which made him suspect that Henry was involved in the crime. This new discovery created a possible connection between Henry and Carol, which could explain why Carol brought Christy to the forest. One theory is that Carol planned to meet Henry in the forest to buy an illegal substance. It's possible that Carol invited Christy along, using the DJ story as a cover. A more sinister explanation suggests that Carol brought Christy to the forest at Henry's request, intending for him to harm her. However, Christy resisted, as evidenced by Henry's injuries, and he ultimately killed her. When John took over the case, Henry had passed away from cancer at the age of 63. However, John continued his work and released a book about Christy's murder. The release of the book sparked a new wave of interest, and Christy's relatives demanded that the investigation be reopened. Some of Henry's relatives also confirmed that Henry was the one who killed the girl. This led to the reopening of the murder investigation in May 2014. Detectives re-examined the evidence, interviewed dozens of people, and reassessed Henry's confession. They examined Christy's clothes and found traces of semen, but they were too small for DNA analysis. The investigation lasted until late 2015, when detectives announced that Henry was the one who had committed the crime. But because he had passed away, the case could not go to court. The investigation ended with the conclusion that Henry had left home, gone to the road behind the shopping center, seen Christy alone, and decided to assault her with a telephone cord, taking her deep into the woods. Henry had attacked Christy, injuring her. Then he killed her with a piece of wood. Returning home, Henry recounted the incident to his wife, and the two began to make plans to avoid punishment. For many years afterward, Carol never revealed the truth. Police later apologized to Christy's family for their careless handling of the incident. David Kinney was a young man who led an ordinary life. As he reached the age of 21, his mother decided to throw a big celebration in his honor. Among the guests at this party was Sherry, a beautiful single mother who attended with her sons. During the course of the evening, David found himself deeply captivated by Sherry, feeling an instant connection. The next day, he confided in his mother that he had found the love of his life and was determined to make his relationship with Sherry official. Despite Sherry's admirable qualities, some people in David's circle questioned his decision to marry a woman with 3 young children, citing the heavy responsibility it entailed for someone so young. However, David was a young man full of commitment and love. He was ready to take on the responsibilities that came with integrating into Sherry's family and building a beautiful life together. To ensure he could provide for his new family, David enrolled in a course to become a coal miner, a tough and risky job, but one that offered good pay to cover the needs of his household. It was during this training that David met Brad McGarry. Brad, born in the 1970s in Cambridge, Ohio, had faced numerous challenges growing up. Openly gay in a conservative environment, Brad had endured insults and prejudice but had always stood firm in living his truth. Over time, he built a close-knit group of friends and pursued a career in hairstyling. Though in a small working-class town, it was a challenging profession. Eventually, Brad made the bold decision to switch careers, opting to become a coal miner despite the stark contrast to his previous work. David and Brad quickly became friends, with Brad even becoming a beloved figure in David's family, earning the affectionate nickname, Uncle Brad, from David's children. The two friends were inseparable, always sharing jokes and good times together. By 2017, David was 30 years old, happily married to Sherry, and their children were growing up. Brad, on the other hand, was balancing his work, family time, and a secret romance. On May 7, 2017, after attending a family gathering, Brad told a cousin that he needed to return to his home for a meeting. Later that day, around 6:15 p.m., David, Sherry, and their youngest daughter stopped by Brad's house. They were surprised when Brad didn't answer the door even though his car was parked outside. Concerned, they went around to the back of the house and found the service door unlocked. After calling out to Brad without a response, David entered the house while Sherry searched upstairs. David's search led him to the basement where he was met with a horrifying sight: Brad's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Sherry, responding to her husband's scream, rushed downstairs and was equally shocked by the grim scene. Sherry immediately called 911, and the police were soon alerted to the discovery of Brad's body, the victim of a fatal gunshot wound. When the police arrived, they found David and Sherry visibly shaken, recounting their story of how they had come to check on their friend and were met with a terrible tragedy. The couple explained their close relationship with Brad, emphasizing the deep bond that had formed over the years. The Kinney family shared that they often spent holidays with Brad, and their children loved him like an uncle. They had even planned a trip to the Bahamas with him in August. When asked about any enemies or troubling circumstances in Brad's life, David and Sherry mentioned that Brad had recently ended a tumultuous relationship with a man named Scotty, although they didn't know his last name. They described the relationship as fraught with conflict, with frequent heated arguments. After gathering as much information as possible from the witnesses, the officers began to thoroughly examine the scene before drawing any conclusions. In the basement, they found Brad's body lying face down on the floor with a large pool of blood surrounding his head. At first glance, it was clear that he had been shot at least once in the head. Despite the obvious signs, the officers initially speculated that Brad might have been going through a difficult time and possibly taken his own life. When the forensic expert arrived at the scene, he asked the officers if they had found a weapon, to which they replied that they had not. However, since it's common for individuals who take their own lives to fall on the weapon, the forensic team decided to turn the body over. Upon doing so, they found no weapon, quickly dispelling the initial suicide theory. As they continued to survey the house, the police tried to piece together the crime scene. They noticed that the house seemed to have been ransacked in a peculiar way. The kitchen was in disarray with several drawers left open, and the living room was also in a state of chaos. The authorities initially suspected that Brad's death might have been the result of a robbery gone wrong. However, after conducting a more thorough inspection, the detectives realized that no valuable items had been stolen despite there being several worth taking. They also noted that Brad was a collector of rural style art, and his home contained many valuable items. If the intruder had been a common thief, it was also odd that the television remained in place and there was money scattered on the floor. Considering all these clues, the police became convinced that the robbery was staged to mislead them. Given that Brad was an openly gay man working in a coal mine, the detectives considered the possibility that he might have upset some of his more conservative coworkers, potentially leading to a hate crime. However, when they spoke with his colleagues at the mine, they were surprised to find that everyone respected and admired Brad, describing him as a good man. This theory was quickly discarded. The detectives also interviewed Brad's friends and family, trying to establish a timeline and gather as much information as possible. According to David and Sherry's statement at the scene, Brad had recently ended a toxic relationship with a man named Scotty, which was confirmed by Brad's friend, Wendy. Wendy told the police that she had also been against the relationship, noting that Brad had become too involved with Scotty, and things had started to get very strange. Following this lead, the detectives obtained the full name of Scotty and immediately went to his house to question him. However, when they arrived, Scotty's mother informed them that he had been in jail for 3 months for violating his probation. While this ruled out Scotty as the perpetrator, the detectives did not completely dismiss him as a suspect. They theorized that he might have orchestrated the crime from behind bars with the help of an accomplice. The police visited Scotty in jail to inform him of his ex-boyfriend's death and gauge his reaction. Scotty seemed genuinely shaken by the news, and by the end of the interview, the detectives had nearly ruled out his involvement in the crime. Desperate for answers, the detectives decided to canvass the neighborhood to see if any cameras had captured footage near Brad's house. Fortunately, a neighbor had a camera facing the street close to Brad's home, which could potentially reveal who had come and gone. While they began reviewing the hours of footage, they continued interviewing friends and family. The case seemed to be reaching a dead end until 2 days later, when the detectives interviewed a cousin of Brad, whose testimony shifted the investigation. He revealed that on the day of the incident, Brad had left the family lunch gathering between 1:30 and 2 p.m., but not before mentioning that a man named DJ was supposed to visit his house. He added that Brad had jokingly said he was planning to take a nap with his guest, hinting at a romantic intention. He further disclosed that Brad had confided in her that the man he was seeing was married and had not yet come out to his wife about their homosexual relationship. He also told the detectives that the relationship with DJ had been ongoing for years and that they had managed to keep it under wraps. Despite being reluctant to reveal the true identity of Brad's lover, he finally gave in under the pressure of the lead investigator, dropping a bombshell name. The officer was stunned to hear that DJ was actually David, the very man who had discovered Brad's lifeless body. When asked if she was certain about her statements, he confirmed that David was indeed the only man Brad had ever mentioned to her. The detectives later commented that when they discovered DJ was David, the person who had found the body while visiting the house with his family, everything suddenly became clear. Up until that point, David had been viewed as a significant witness in the case, appearing genuinely shaken and grieving over his friend's death. This unexpected twist in the story, however, instantly turned him into the prime suspect. The detectives, under the guise of needing to retrieve photos from his phone related to the crime scene, convinced David to hand over his device. In reality, they were tracking his location during the time Brad was killed and searching for evidence that might confirm a relationship beyond mere friendship. When they reviewed the phone's location data, they discovered that David's phone had been at Brad's house at the time of the fatal shooting. Although David had deleted incriminating messages, a deeper forensic analysis uncovered text messages between him and Brad that confirmed their sexual relationship. Meanwhile, the team reviewing the footage from Brad's neighbor's surveillance camera found that David had indeed driven to Brad's house just before the estimated time of the attack. Notably, he had arrived in his wife's car, not his own. They documented the duration of his visit, noting that he left about 40 minutes later. The footage also captured David returning hours later in his truck, accompanied by his family, under the pretense of delivering a weed trimmer that Brad had supposedly requested. After compiling all this evidence, the police were confident they had enough to prove that David had been at Brad's house both before and during the time of his death. It was time to confront him with the truth. When the detectives presented David with the damning data retrieved from his phone, he admitted to being at the house but changed his story multiple times during the lengthy interrogation, offering up to 7 or 8 different versions of events. At one point, David claimed that a third unidentified man had been in Brad's house. And after a heated argument, this unknown individual shot Brad. He insisted that the man had threatened him into silence before allowing him to leave. However, the detective made it clear that he didn't believe the story, prompting David to alter his account once again. When pressed to tell the truth, David eventually confessed to hiding his affair from his wife, Sherry, but insisted that it had only been going on for a few months, not years. He claimed that Brad had not been pressuring him to leave his wife and move in together, but had grown angry when David tried to end their romantic relationship that afternoon. David alleged that Brad had brandished a gun, waving it in his face, which terrified him. He said the argument escalated into a physical struggle during which he managed to wrestle the gun away and shot Brad in the forehead, asserting that he had acted in self-defense. David also admitted to firing another shot at Brad while he was on the ground. The detectives quickly refuted this version of events, pointing out that the basic laws of physics made David's account impossible. The forensic analysis of Brad's body revealed that he had been shot twice, both times in the back of the head, indicating that the shooter had been standing behind him. When asked about the weapon, David claimed he had disposed of it while fleeing the scene. Law enforcement officers were seen combing the area in the days that followed, but the murder weapon was never recovered. Despite the missing weapon, the investigators were certain they had their man. Before taking David to jail, they allowed him to speak with his wife. The conversation between David and Sherry was closely observed by the detectives. David confessed to Sherry about the affair and expressed regret for not handling things differently, admitting that he couldn't undo what had been done. Sherry, shocked by the enormity of his revelation, was left speechless. David reiterated to her what he had told the detectives. Sherry, through tears, asked him if he was mocking her with such an explanation and said she couldn't even bear to look at him. This conversation confirmed to the police that Sherry had no prior knowledge of the events that had transpired behind her back. On May 9th, David was arrested and charged with first-degree murder. Investigators hypothesized that Brad, frustrated with keeping their relationship a secret, had likely threatened to reveal the truth to Sherry, giving David the motive to kill his friend and maintain his double life. After several days in custody, David appeared in court for a marathon preliminary hearing held in mid-May 2017. There, he faced charges for the murder of Brad. He kept his gaze fixed on the floor as the investigating officers testified, and the prosecutors focused on the inconsistencies in the story he had told them. The police described how David had appeared visibly distraught at the scene of Brad's murder, experiencing physical discomfort, including trouble breathing and episodes of vomiting. He also recounted David's initial written statement in which he claimed to be a simple friend who had gone to deliver a weed trimmer and had inadvertently discovered Brad's lifeless body in the basement. The lead investigator presented David's final statement in which he confessed to shooting Brad in self-defense with a weapon that, despite exhaustive efforts, was never found. The autopsy results were a critical turning point that completely dismantled David's self-defense claim, as they showed that the victim, Brad, had been shot twice in the back of the head, which was inconsistent with an act of self-defense. David's defense attorney addressed the court, arguing that David did not pose a threat to society and that the tragic events leading to Brad's death were the result of unique circumstances. He asserted that if a crime had been committed, it was manslaughter, not murder, and claimed that David had acted in self-defense. Meanwhile, David remained silent during the nearly 3-hour hearing where witnesses took the stand. After reviewing all the evidence and testimonies, the judge found probable cause to send the case to the county court and set bail at $1 million. David's defense immediately requested a reduction in the bail amount, arguing that it was impossible for David to pay. However, the judge denied the request. Several weeks later, David's defense attorney filed more than a dozen motions during a hearing. Among these motions was another request to reduce David's bail. Numerous friends and family members of David attended the hearing to show their support. The lawyer asked that the bail be reduced to $250,000, an amount that the Kinney family could manage. He called several witnesses to the stand, including David's wife, his mother, his father-in-law, and his stepfather. All of them testified to David's good character, describing him as an honorable, hardworking, and responsible man, as well as a loving husband and father. Sherry testified that her husband had provided emotional and material support to their 3 children for the past 10 years, even though he was not their biological father. During cross-examination, Sherry was questioned about the events of May 7th when David took her and their daughter to Brad's house. She said her husband told her they were going to return a weed trimmer. When asked by the judge if her husband had acted strangely that day, Sherry said she did not notice anything unusual at the house. She described how they arrived, knocked on the door, found the back door open, and entered the house, which appeared to have been ransacked before David went to the basement and shouted for her to call 911. After hearing all the arguments, the judge concluded that the testimonies regarding David's character did not justify a reduction in bail. He based his decision on the fact that the defendant had taken his wife and daughter to a house where a dead body was present under the pretense that he was just passing by and was unaware of what had happened. The judge added that David had blatantly lied to his wife and daughter. Later, David's trial began and lasted for a week. During the trial, the prosecution presented the evidence we've already discussed, such as the neighbor's surveillance video showing David arriving at Brad's house before the time of the crime and returning later with his family. The prosecution also showed police body cam footage that clearly demonstrated David had been lying from the start. One of the most striking pieces of testimony came from a forensic expert who discussed the DNA evidence found at the scene. The expert revealed that DNA from a used condom showed Brad's DNA on the outside and the DNA of an unknown male on the inside, but there was no trace of David's DNA. This revelation was controversial because it contradicted the accusations made by a detective who believed that David had decided Brad had to die to keep his secret and his family life intact. According to the detective, David had lured Brad with the promise of sex, killed him, and then covered up the crime as best he could. Meanwhile, the defense maintained that David had acted out of fear and in self-defense. Although the defense attorney admitted that David had not always told the truth and that some of his actions were odd, he reiterated that this did not make David a criminal. The prosecution countered that 2 bullets to the back of the head were not acts of self-defense, pointing out that Brad had been on his knees when he received the first shot to the upper part of his head and the second to the lower part of his skull. After hearing the closing arguments, the jury deliberated for 4 hours. Tension filled the courtroom as the jury returned. And when the judge read the unanimous verdict, they found David Kinney guilty of the aggravated murder of Brad. The verdict was met with gasps and tears from those present. Before his sentence was handed down, David was given the opportunity to speak. He began by apologizing to Brad's family for all the pain and suffering he had caused. He said he never intended for any of this to happen and wished he could take it all back. David acknowledged that no amount of apologies could ever bring Brad back, but he wanted the family to know that he truly regretted everything that had occurred. However, the judge was unmoved by David's apologies. The judge recounted the numerous lies David had told to cover up his actions and stated that the crime was a cold and calculated execution followed by an elaborate cover-up. The judge said that David had premeditated Brad's murder, luring him with the promise of sex, setting up the crime scene, and taking multiple steps to conceal his crime. The judge had 4 sentencing options, all involving life imprisonment but varying in the possibility of parole after 20, 25, or 30 years. David's defense attorney urged the judge to choose one of these options, arguing that David had been a law-abiding citizen with no criminal record before the tragic events of that day. However, the prosecutor urged the judge to impose life without parole, emphasizing that Brad had lost his life and that his family would have to live with that loss forever. In response, the judge stated that if David was capable of ending the life of someone who loved him and was his best friend, it raised concerns about what he might do to someone who opposed him. Therefore, he could not allow David to ever return to public life. In February 2018, David was sentenced to life without the possibility of parole with an additional 3 years for a firearm specification, meaning he had possessed a weapon while committing the crime. The police remarked that the entire case was a tragedy that could have been avoided if David had not been so concerned with keeping his homosexuality a secret. As of mid-2023, prison records indicated that David remained incarcerated in Ohio. From the moment of his conviction, his attorney had tried to appeal the sentence, always seeking the possibility of parole for his client, but those appeals had been denied. Tragically, while David would never return to the coal mines, Brad would not either, as both their lives had been irreversibly altered by David's actions. The case of Danielle Jennings. Danielle Jennings was born on September 16, 1978, in Columbia, South Carolina, United States. She grew up in Stockton, Georgia, with her mother and stepfather. Known for her cheerful and outgoing personality, Danielle faced adulthood early. At the age of 16, she became pregnant but was determined to be a good mother. Danielle's relationship with Carl, the father of her child, ended in divorce. In 1996, she gave birth to her son Tristan. At the age of 17, and despite the difficulties ahead, Danielle was determined to provide the best life for herself and her son. Then she met Luis Payano, a man who would become Tristan's father. Danielle and Luis had known each other since they were teenagers, initially as friends, but their relationship developed into love. Luis took care of Danielle and Tristan, and for a time it seemed like all their problems had been solved. The couple moved in together, and Danielle secured an office job at a landscaping company, a position she was proud to have obtained. In December 1998, Luis proposed to Danielle, and she happily accepted. Her life was on the right track, with a loving son, a fiancé, and promising career prospects. On March 15, 1999, Luis returned home from work to find his fiancée, 20-year-old Danielle Jennings, lying lifeless on the bed in their Ashley Lakes apartment in Norcross, Georgia. Their young son, Tristan, was at daycare at the time. Luis immediately realized Danielle was dead due to her skin color and called 911. When the police arrived, Luis was waiting for them and reported what he had found. He explained that upon entering the apartment, he saw Danielle lying face down on the bed, and when he turned her over, he discovered she was dead. The police naturally suspected Luis, and they took him in for questioning while a team of officers thoroughly examined the crime scene. Danielle was found lying on her back on the bed, fully clothed with a sock around her neck. This suggested that the perpetrator intended to kill her, leaving no chance for survival. The fact that the stocking was tied at the back indicated that the perpetrator was behind Danielle when they strangled her. The crime scene showed signs of disarray, with the bed messed up and a dresser drawer open. It's possible that the perpetrator took the stocking from Danielle's drawer. The contents of her purse had been dumped and rummaged through, leading police to consider the possibility of a robbery gone wrong. However, several valuable items, including cameras and jewelry, were left untouched. This led police to speculate that the perpetrator may have intended to steal something but encountered Danielle and decided to kill her to avoid being identified as a witness. The lack of forced entry at the front door and the locked sliding glass door in the backyard raised suspicions that the crime scene might have been staged. Despite searching the surrounding area, police found no evidence. After investigating the crime scene, police discovered that Danielle may have let the killer into her home voluntarily, or that the killer had a key to the apartment. As a result, the prime suspect became Danielle's fiancé, Luis Payano. When police started questioning Luis, he displayed intense emotions. The police were aware that romantic relationships can sometimes escalate into anger, leading to devastating consequences. To begin the interrogation, they asked Luis about his whereabouts on the day of Danielle's death. Luis claimed he spent the entire day at work. He last saw Danielle when they both left their apartment at 6:45 a.m., but she returned briefly to retrieve something. According to Luis, Danielle was anxious about an important meeting with management at work and seemed slightly distracted. He also mentioned that Danielle called him at 11:30 a.m. to invite him to lunch, but he declined due to his heavy workload. Luis tried to contact Danielle later that day but couldn't reach her. Concerned, he called her co-workers, who told him she had gone out for lunch but failed to return to work. Luis then contacted their home, where he spoke to someone named Lisa, who also hadn't heard from Danielle. Luis left work to check on Danielle at their home in the Ashley Lakes apartments. When he arrived, he found something unsettling. The front door was unlocked. Upon entering, he saw a jar on the floor. During the investigation into Danielle's death, police questioned Luis about his relationship with her. They asked if the couple had frequent arguments or domestic problems. Luis insisted that their relationship was good and that they loved each other very much. Clearly feeling confused, he became frustrated with the questioning, believing that the police were wasting their time by focusing on him. He insisted that they should find the real culprit, who was still at large. Police also spoke to Danielle's friends and family, all of whom sided with Luis. Luis and Danielle were madly in love and were planning their wedding. However, their happiness did not last long. During the investigation into Danielle's case, Luis's co-workers confirmed that he had been at work all day, providing him with a solid alibi and eliminating him as a suspect. During the interrogation, Luis said that Danielle's co-worker Jeff was showing her too much attention and she was unhappy about it. The police immediately went to Danielle's workplace and spoke to her boss. Danielle's boss confirmed to the police that Danielle had complained about an employee named Jeff. Jeff was a middle-aged man who was a manager at the company. Danielle complained to her boss that Jeff was constantly hanging around her, interfering with her work, and behaving inappropriately. There was a significant age difference between Danielle and Jeff. He was 40 years old and she was 20. Jeff invited Danielle to lunch and Danielle told him that she had a fiancé. She refused to go to lunch with Jeff. The company where Danielle worked took her complaints seriously. On the day of her murder, she had a meeting regarding a complaint she had filed with management against Jeff. She was very nervous about it. She feared that her career might be in jeopardy because she was a new employee and Jeff was her manager. Her co-workers mentioned that Danielle had gone home for lunch after this meeting but had not returned. That gave the police a time frame for when Danielle's attack occurred. The investigation revealed Jeff's involvement, especially when it was discovered that he was absent from the office at the time of the crime and did not return until later in the evening. Police focused on Jeff as a suspect, possibly following Danielle home and attacking her when she opened the door, which would explain the lack of signs of entry. Jeff was called in for questioning and asked to describe his relationship with Danielle. He admitted that he invited her to lunch but denied his involvement in her death. Jeff didn't deny liking her. However, he claimed he had not behaved inappropriately towards Danielle and was surprised when she filed a complaint against him. The investigators asked him if Danielle's complaint was a reason for wanting to harm her. His first reaction to this question was anger. He was adamant that he wasn't the one who took her life. Jeff claimed that he couldn't have been the one who attacked Danielle because he had an alibi. According to him, he was with another colleague, and they were driving around the city solving some work issues. They had been together all day, so he couldn't be the one who took Danielle's life. Jeff told investigators the name of the coworker whom he claimed he was with at the time of the crime. The detectives met with this man, and he confirmed Jeff's words. Thus, they excluded another person from the list of suspects. The next day, investigators received the autopsy report and examined it in the hope of getting some clues that would help them track down the perpetrator. The cause of Danielle's death was asphyxia. It seemed evident that Danielle's attack had taken her by surprise. The investigators concluded that someone had come up to her from behind and pulled the stocking tight until she lost consciousness. After that, the perpetrator tied the stocking in a knot so Danielle could not regain consciousness. There were no defensive injuries on her body. In fact, there were no injuries at all except for the ligature mark on her neck. Perhaps Danielle didn't even see the face of the one who attacked her. The police found no evidence at the crime scene that could help identify the perpetrator. No shoe prints, no DNA, no fingerprints, no hair. There was no evidence to send to the laboratory for analysis. Since the police had no new suspects, they returned to the version that what happened was a robbery that went wrong. They asked Louise to go through the apartment with them again. He carefully examined everything and said that nothing was missing from the apartment. All the things seemed to be in their usual places. However, a few days later, Lou called the police and said he could not find Danielle's wedding ring. He also drew the attention of investigators to another strange detail. The stocking that someone strangled Danielle with did not belong to her. According to Louise, she didn't wear stockings at all. It meant that whoever had done it had brought the stocking with them. Lacking any evidence, the investigators decided to look into Danielle's past. Perhaps what happened to her was connected with her past. They asked her friends about her previous relationships, in particular, her relationship with Carl, the father of her son Tristan. Her best friend told the police about Danielle's ex-boyfriend Eddie. She started dating him when she was already pregnant. Eddie was a violent guy, and as their relationship progressed, he became more domineering and tried to control all aspects of her life. It got to the point where he forbade her to see her friends and family. The relationship with Eddie deteriorated even more after Danielle gave birth to her son. Soon after, Eddie started using illegal substances, and Danielle decided it was time to end this relationship. She moved out and tried to start a new life, but Eddie had other plans. He did not accept rejection and behaved unpredictably. As a result, Danielle had to seek a restraining order against him. He violated it several times, called Danielle, parked near her house, and once even showed up at her work. Danielle's family told investigators that Eddie had called her several times in recent months. He told her to meet with him, but she always hung up. Eddie was the perfect suspect, so detectives tracked him down and brought him in for questioning. The man was hostile, and he wasn't eager to go to the police station. However, Eddie had an alibi. He said that Eddie was towing cars out of state at the time of the murder and that Eddie's boss, along with service logs and other receipts, could back him up. When the police confirmed his alibi, they released Eddie. 3 days after Danielle died, Danielle's neighbor, Kirk, called the police and told them about something that had happened to Kirk the week before the murder. Miss Kirk said that recently in the apartment complex, residents often encounter a maintenance worker. The maintenance worker said he came to do a repair order. However, Miss Kirk said that she felt very uncomfortable the whole time he was there because he kept staring at Kirk, as if he was more concerned with her than completing the repair order. The same thing happened to another woman. The maintenance worker insisted that he was there to change a light bulb when the landlord said there were no bulbs to change. He mumbled and staggered, "Maybe I have the wrong apartment," then backed up and walked away. Police investigations revealed that the complex had several maintenance workers, but the one who matched the descriptions of both women was Calvin Oliver, 42. According to records, Calvin had only started working at the complex in September 1998. At the time of Danielle's murder, 10 residents had reported cash, checks, and other valuables, including jewelry, computers, and guns, missing from their apartments without evidence of forced entry. Some even suggested that someone on the maintenance staff was responsible. Calvin Oliver was brought in for questioning by the police, who initially asked him about a series of burglaries at the Ashley Lakes apartments. Calvin denied any involvement in the burglaries. When asked about Danielle Jennings, he said he had heard about what happened to her but did not know her. The only thing he confessed was that he had worked in her apartment. The police were about to release Calvin for lack of concrete evidence when they ran a final check of Calvin's database. The results were horrifying. They discovered that Calvin had an outstanding warrant in another jurisdiction for failing to appear in court on a theft charge related to the theft of a personal check. According to Georgia Department of Correction records, Calvin had a long-standing adult criminal record dating back to 1974. His convictions included multiple residential burglaries, armed robbery, robbery by force, and at least one count of forcibly pressuring a woman into intimate contact at knife point. As a result, Calvin spent the majority of his life incarcerated. Given his extensive criminal history, it's surprising he was able to get a job at Ashley Lakes Apartments. The police took Calvin Oliver into custody, which allowed them to thoroughly investigate his potential involvement in Danielle Jennings's death. As part of their ongoing inquiry into a string of thefts at Ashley Lakes' apartments, the police obtained a search warrant for Oliver's apartment. During the search, they discovered stolen items from other residents, and the police discovered Danielle's wedding ring in his home. This discovery directly linked Oliver to Danielle's death. When the police questioned him about the wedding ring, Calvin claimed that he had stolen it about 3 weeks before Danielle's death. However, this claim was proven false. Calvin became a suspect and refused to cooperate with police after being caught lying. At trial, the prosecution argued that Calvin killed Danielle after she caught him breaking into her home. After a 5-day trial that ended on October 13, 2000, the jury returned a guilty verdict on all counts. As a result, Calvin Oliver received a life sentence for the murder of Danielle Jennings and an additional 20 years for the burglary. A subsequent investigation revealed that Ashley Lake Apartments management knew about Calviner's history of run-ins with the law and his lengthy criminal record. Despite this knowledge, they failed to conduct thorough background checks and failed to warn other residents when a series of burglaries occurred. When these facts came to light, Danielle's family filed a lawsuit against Ashley Lake Apartments that they argue that the evidence demonstrates a reckless disregard for the safety of others. After a trial, a jury returned a verdict of more than $13 million for Danielle's wrongful death. The complex's key policy was also flawed, prosecutors said. Employees had access to house keys, and the lockboxes containing keys to the complex's 240 apartments were often left unsecured. Calvin Oliver is now serving a life sentence in prison. Joshua Hilberling was born on May 30, 1988 in Tulsa, Oklahoma. He was the son of Jean and Patrick Hilberling and had 5 siblings: Zach, Scott, David, Carrie, and Nikki Ross. Growing up in a large family, Joshua's childhood was lively and joyful, filled with games invented by his siblings. He was especially close to Zach, who was just 13 months younger, and they shared a strong bond with Zach often emulating Joshua. Patrick, a veteran of the Air Force, instilled values of integrity and commitment in his children. Joshua attended Victoria Christian High School, where he excelled in sports, particularly football. He was also known for his friendly and charming personality, enjoying video games and family time. In February 2007, After completing his studies, Joshua followed in his father's footsteps and joined the United States Air Force. In early 2010, he met Amber, whom he believed to be the love of his life. Amber reciprocated his feelings, and their relationship blossomed quickly. Amber was born on October 1, 1991 in Joplin, Missouri. Her family moved to Tulsa 3 months after her birth, where they later welcomed 2 more children, Adam and Ariel. Amber, with her beautiful long blonde hair, attended Skelly Elementary School. She was not only beautiful but also intelligent and dedicated, consistently ranking among the top students. During her school years, she participated in various outdoor activities, excelling in soccer, volleyball, track, and dance. She was also a member of an American nonprofit organization that promotes and supports agricultural education. After her parents' divorce, Amber's mother remarried a well-known local surgeon. He embraced Amber as his own daughter. Amber was a devout churchgoer and a voracious reader and movie enthusiast, often quoting films to the fascination of those around her. She also had a keen interest in history and wrote many eloquent poems. Amber had a passion for fashion, makeup, and shoes. When Joshua and Amber met, she was 18 and living with her mother and stepfather. Their relationship progressed quickly, and when Joshua, then 22, learned he would be stationed in Alaska in 6 months, they decided to marry so she could accompany him. They wed in the 2010 in a beautiful ceremony with one of Joshua's brothers serving as the best man. Shortly after, the newlyweds moved to Fairbanks, Alaska. Despite their excitement, they soon faced unforeseen challenges. Their youth, inexperience, and the isolation of their new home led to frequent arguments, as Amber herself later recounted. Her husband also developed the habit of breaking her cell phone so that she couldn't communicate when he wasn't home. Although there are versions that suggest she had a fiery temperament, as often happens in relationships, especially in extreme cases, the truth likely lies somewhere in the middle. Despite their tumultuous relationship, they remained in love and soon discovered they were expecting their first child. However, on January 2, 2011, base officials received a report from Amber alleging that her husband had assaulted her. She told the officers that they began arguing after she wanted to order takeout, which he refused, leading to insults. While Amber was preparing dinner, Joshua approached her, throwing a drink in a plate from her hand. He then grabbed her right breast, causing bruising and broken blood vessels. These details were recorded in the military report, and photographs of the injuries were taken to document the case leading to Joshua's arrest. The incident occurred in the first trimester of Amber's pregnancy, and she ultimately decided not to press charges. 5 months later, things worsened when Joshua was unexpectedly and disgracefully discharged from the Air Force due to misconduct involving drug use, as shown in records. As a result, Joshua and his beautiful wife packed their bags once more and returned to Tulsa. Despite their rocky relationship, Amber and Joshua were excited about their baby's impending arrival, a joy shared by their families. The couple temporarily moved into Amber's mother's home while making permanent housing arrangements and preparing for the birth. However, this arrangement was short-lived. Joshua's issues extended to his in-laws, who accused him of substance abuse and demanded that he leave. Although Amber was welcome to stay, she chose to go with him. Concerned for her daughter's and grandchild's well-being, Rhonda, Amber's mother, generously allowed them to stay in one of her properties, an apartment on the 25th floor of University Club Tower, a unique 32-story cylindrical building. Amber's maternal grandmother also lived in one of the units. The building, constructed in 1966, was the first major U.S. structure designed using computerization for structural calculations, ensuring it was strong enough to withstand wind sway. When the young couple moved in, the facade and glass curtain wall panels were 46 years old, and the building did not meet modern construction standards. Moving there did not bring peace or relief to their marriage. The arguments continued, exacerbated by Joshua's frequent nighttime outings. He would leave Amber alone in the apartment and take the car her mother had lent them, meant for Amber's use in case of emergencies with her advanced pregnancy. Records show numerous text messages from Amber to Joshua, pleading for him to return home and fulfill his family responsibilities, but he repeatedly refused. By this time, their families and friends had taken sides, each blaming the other. Amidst accusations and gossip, there were frequent suggestions that they should separate for their own good. In early June 2011, with Amber 7 months pregnant, the couple seriously considered divorce, making their home environment even more unbearable. The situation escalated to the point where one of them threw a TV out the bedroom window, shattering it. When they informed the building manager about the broken window, they were told they had to pay for the damage. On Tuesday, June 7, 2011, with the divorce papers on a table in their apartment, Joshua decided to skip Amber's biological father's wedding that weekend. Instead, Joshua chose to go with his friends to a music festival in Tennessee. According to Amber, he planned to use and sell drugs at the event. Upset about his imminent absence at such an important family event and his dubious intentions, Amber reacted badly. After a heated exchange, she continued packing laundry to take to her grandmother's house since their apartment lacked a washer and dryer. In a fit of rage, she began pulling her husband's dirty clothes out of the basket. At that moment, the professional hired to repair the broken window knocked on the door. Upon entering, he immediately sensed the tension in the air. When he quoted a repair cost of $150, the couple started arguing again. Joshua considered fixing it himself, but ultimately agreed it was best for the professional to handle it. With his belongings packed, Joshua asked his father to pick him up, but his father said it wasn't possible. Consequently, Joshua turned to his friends for help. One of them, Brandon, agreed to come but didn't realize the urgency of the request. Soon after, the situation between Joshua and Amber escalated into even more violence. Exactly what happened next is a mystery both took to their graves. On the afternoon of Tuesday, June 7, 2011, while they were arguing in the living room, 23-year-old Joshua inexplicably fell against the window, which shattered on impact. Amber watched in horror as her husband plummeted from the 25th floor. The professional working on the other broken window in the bedroom heard the crash and rushed to the living room. Initially, given the heated argument he had overheard, he thought Joshua had jumped intentionally. According to his later testimony, Amber was completely distraught, crying and frantically saying Joshua had fallen and needed help. She then ran out the apartment door. Across the street, Robert, a resident, was smoking a cigarette when he saw Joshua fall and land face down on the 8th floor parking garage, his head against the railing. It took nearly 3 seconds for Joshua to hit the ground, resulting in an instant death. Robert ran towards the apartment complex while the manager tried to contact Armando, the professional fixing the window. Meanwhile, Amber frantically pressed the elevator buttons to get to the 1st floor, searching desperately for Joshua. When she couldn't find him, she looked toward the 8th floor parking garage and realized what had happened. She ran to the elevator again, this time accompanied by the building manager who urged her to remain calm to avoid causing a bigger scene. Upon reaching Joshua's lifeless body, Amber understood the gravity of the situation. Paramedics, firefighters, and authorities arrived, alerted by several neighbors. Amid tears and screams, Amber repeatedly begged them to save him, but it was clear there was nothing they could do. Amber kept saying she hadn't meant for this to happen. Although one of the firefighters heard her mention, it was never her intention for things to escalate so severely. The police escorted Amber to the Tulsa police station as a formality to ask standard questions and try to piece together the events of that day. Amber requested to wait for her grandmother before going. At that point, the authorities were uncertain about what exactly had happened in the couple's apartment. Unbeknownst to Amber, her life was about to change dramatically, not only because she was now a widow, but in many other aspects. Once at the station, the police placed Amber and her grandmother in a room where they were alone. They were asked to remain calm as someone would be with them shortly. What they didn't realize was that the room was equipped with recording devices. Every word they spoke during that time was captured. Additionally, an on-duty officer observed all their actions in real time. Amid her utter shock, Amber tearfully told her grandmother that while they were arguing in the living room, she went to the bedroom, and upon returning, she pushed Joshua towards the wall in response to his insults. He stumbled, tried to catch himself, but ultimately fell through the window. At one point, She told her grandmother that Joshua's parents were right when they repeatedly claimed that if they stayed together, she would eventually cause his death. Amber couldn't stop lamenting the fatal outcome she had caused. Her grandmother was aware that Amber's in-laws would relentlessly pursue her, so she urged her to stay strong, especially for her unborn child. Despite following her grandmother's advice to remain silent without legal representation, the police still arrested Amber as a suspect. The next day, after securing a lawyer, her mother paid the bail and Amber was released. As the investigation continued, Joshua's memorial service was held on the morning of Saturday, June 11, 2011. Instead of flowers, the family requested memorial contributions in Joshua's name. From that point on, each family accused the other spouse of violence. Amber's claim of self-defense against an abusive husband was quickly overshadowed by the aggressive public campaign launched by Joshua's relatives and friends. The media sided with the Hilberlings, portraying Amber as a mentally unstable criminal and Joshua as a gentleman driven to madness by her. Websites appeared where anonymous people called for Amber's execution and strangers harassed her family. On August 6, 2011, while awaiting a complex and controversial trial, Amber gave birth to her son. Close friends described him as a beautiful blend of his parents. Amber and her lawyers rejected 2 plea deals offered by the district attorney's office. One deal was a 5-year prison sentence plus 15 years of probation, and the other was 7 years in prison with 13 years suspended. Amber later told a major American media outlet that she did not regret her decision as she was confident in her innocence and willing to take any risk to prove it. These decisions led to her being tried for second-degree murder. When Amber began attending court hearings in fitted jackets, impeccably made up and sporting disheveled blonde hair, the public and press used these details to confirm their preconceived notions about her. Meanwhile, she cherished every moment with her young son, finding peace and watching him grow amidst the chaos surrounding her case, which seemed focused on her family's financial means to evade justice. On the opposite side of her, many detractors was a page created by those who believed in her innocence. Although fewer, these supporters extensively discussed on social media the records of domestic violence perpetrated by Joshua. They also posted text messages from Amber's phone, supposedly from conversations with her husband the day before his death. On September 19, 2012, Amber filed a lawsuit against University Club Tower claiming that Joshua's death resulted from the condominium's negligence. The document alleged that Joshua's fatal fall occurred because the window did not meet the glass requirements stipulated by Tulsa's building code. 6 months later, Amber's trial commenced. During her testimony, Amber told the jury that when she entered the living room, Joshua stepped away from the window and walked toward her. It was then, according to her, that he grabbed her shoulders with both hands. Fearing the worst, she pushed him hard against the wall between the chandeliers and the TV. To better explain, Amber drew a diagram of the push, and the court allowed her to stand in the witness box to demonstrate. The deputy district attorney began her cross-examination, making it clear to the jury that they did not need to believe Amber intended to kill her husband to convict her of the charge. They only needed to be certain that her act was extremely dangerous to another person. She added that the incident evidenced a depraved mindset. In this context, the video of Amber's conversation with her grandmother at the police station where she admitted her guilt was a key piece of evidence presented by the prosecution despite the defense's efforts to suppress it. Additionally, the prosecutors called witnesses who claimed to have heard sounds of a struggle in the apartment, including heavy footsteps moving towards the window area. Their hypothesis suggested that Amber, despite her advanced pregnancy, had attacked her nearly 6-foot, 220-pound husband in a fit of rage, pushing him through the glass. Armando testified about what he heard and saw that day, as did the firefighter at the scene who mentioned that Amber repeatedly said she didn't mean to push her husband out the window. An expert in windows and glass was called as a defense witness. He explained that the window in question was made of annealed glass, which lacked the strength required for residential use. He asserted that if the window had been made of safety glass, Joshua might not have fallen through it, as tempered glass is 4 times more resistant to wind loads and twice as resistant to impacts as regular annealed glass. In his expert opinion, the domestic dispute put the victim in contact with weak, unsafe, and poorly supported glass, compounded by other factors like the building's poor condition and wind pressures pushing the glass and Joshua outward. Despite the defense's considerable efforts, the jury took only 3 hours to find Amber guilty of second-degree murder. On March 18, 2013, the judge sentenced Amber to 25 years in prison for the crime against her husband. Additionally, she was fined $10,000 and ordered to reimburse over $6,000 in funeral expenses paid by Joshua's family. According to Oklahoma law, after 1 year, the judge could suspend part or all of the sentence, potentially granting Amber less time behind bars. Otherwise, she had to serve at least 85% of her sentence or 21 years before being eligible for parole. Amber's son, then 6 years old, was legally placed under the care of his grandmother, Rhonda, and her husband. They regularly visited Amber in prison. A couple of months after the sentencing, a well-known American presenter traveled to the correctional center to interview Amber. The program aired in 2016. During the televised interview, Amber admitted to yelling at her husband, calling him a coward during the argument that led to his fatal fall, but she continued to insist on her innocence. The special, which included interviews with family members, police personnel, and various experts, reignited public interest in the case and the controversial verdict. The passage of time did little to lessen the controversy surrounding the story. The flame was further fanned when the state Supreme Court questioned the tactics used to prosecute Amber. Rhonda blamed the Hillburlings' high profile in Tulsa for creating and fostering certain prejudices against her daughter. Later, rumors of Amber's alleged misconduct, while in custody, brought her back into sensationalist headlines. The lawsuit against University Club Tower was dismissed in March 2015. Amber died in prison on October 24, 2016 at the age of 26. The coroner's report noted scars on her wrists and forearms and methamphetamine in her blood. According to the coroner, Amber had taken her own life. Later, her parents appeared on television claiming they believed their daughter had been killed by someone else. The Oklahoma Department of Corrections was sued for failing to take reasonable measures to prevent or address the conditions that led Amber to such a drastic decision while in custody. The lawsuit filed by her heirs in Oklahoma County District Court sought $75,000 in compensation. A spokesperson for the prison system stated that the agency does not comment on pending litigation. The outcome of that lawsuit, if any, has not been disclosed. Rhonda, Amber's mother, later remarked that despite the tragic end that no one in the family desired, her daughter had finally found peace. She also announced that she would ensure her grandson had a fulfilling life. This case highlights the severe issue of domestic violence in the United States. The Hillburlings had reported each other to the authorities multiple times, showing injuries that confirmed their claims. However, they failed to end their toxic relationship, leading to a doubly tragic conclusion. Thank you for joining us on this journey into the depths of unsolved mysteries. Cold cases not only challenge our understanding of the past, but also ignite our curiosity and determination for answers. Remember to subscribe to stay updated on our latest investigations. And if you have any information regarding the cases we've covered, don't hesitate to reach out. Together, we can shed light on the shadows of the past and bring closure to those who seek it. Until next time, stay vigilant, stay curious, and never stop seeking the truth.